In a world where everyone can awaken special abilities, our protagonist, Zhong Chen, awakens the Lord of Toxic Insect system. This system allows him to control, evolve, and communicate with insects, enhancing their natural talents and even creating invincible monsters. But how will his journey unfold? 300 years prior, a celestial event known as the Will of Heaven shook the world, unleashing countless mysterious realms and dungeons upon Earth. Along with these realms came monstrous creatures of unimaginable power and size, threatening the very existence of humanity. Just when all hope seemed lost, individuals with extraordinary abilities, known as Awakened, began to emerge. These Awakened possessed immense power and the ability to combat the monsters, pushing them back and saving humanity from the brink of annihilation. To continue their fight against the monstrous threat, humans ventured into the newly formed dungeons, seeking resources and treasures. Countries poured their efforts into nurturing these Awakened, establishing systems where everyone, upon reaching the age of 18, could undergo an awakening ceremony to discover their potential. Today is the day our protagonist, Zhong Chen, turns 18 and participates in the awakening ceremony. Failing to awaken an ability 7 times results in becoming a social outcast. As students line up to touch the massive awakening stone, an announcement echoes: Wang Wei from Class 3 to 2, 7th awakening failure, followed by Liu Yu from Class 3 to 2, successfully awakened to combat type, swordsman. Awakened abilities are generally categorized into 3 types: combat, support, and survival. Combat types are the most coveted, while survival types, often deemed weak and incapable of direct combat, are looked down upon. Each awakened ability also possesses a rarity level: common, rare, hidden, and the rarest of all, God level. God level abilities are exceptionally rare, appearing only once in a century, often accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. Suddenly, the entire ceremony erupts in chaos as everyone turns their attention towards Zhong Chen as he touches the awakening stone. A colossal tree manifests in the sky, enveloping the entire city. This is no ordinary awakening, it's a sign of something extraordinary. Despite the spectacle, Zhong Chen remains calm and composed, as if this outcome was always within his grasp. After all, Zhong Chen is not just academically gifted but also physically strong, having trained in combat from a young age. Principal Wang, beaming with pride, approaches Zhong Chen. Excellent work, you've made our school proud. I knew you'd awaken a combat type ability, but to think it would be God level. Tell me, what is your awakened profession? Zhong Chen smiles faintly and replies, my awakened profession isn't a combat type. Principal Wang's face falls. What? Don't tell me it's a support type. Zhong Chen then reveals his hands, infused with a strange energy. What I awakened is a survival type, God level beast tamer. Principal Wang is devastated. No. A survival type, even if it's God level, it's useless without combat capabilities. A teacher standing beside Principal Wang tries to console Zhong Chen. Don't be disheartened. While you may not excel in combat, at least you'll be safe. As a beast tamer, you can focus on research and territory management. Besides, yours is a God level ability. I know a researcher who might be interested in your talents. Zhong Chen smiles and replies, thank you, teacher. I'll give it serious consideration. With that, he turns and leaves, ignoring the whispers and mocking laughter around him. What a letdown. Such a grand spectacle, and it turns out to be a useless survival type. He's always been at the top of his class, but what good is it if he's stuck with a useless ability? Lin Huafeng, who's always been second to him, awakened a hidden combat type ability. Now that's impressive. Zhong Chen smirks, unfazed by their taunts. Let them laugh. They'll soon learn that even a survival type can be formidable. As Zhong Chen walks away, he summons his newly awakened system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening your talent and activating the insect swarm system. Reminder, you have successfully awakened your profession. God level beast tamer, the insect swarm system is ready for activation. The initial insect queen has been unlocked. Would you like to initiate the summoning process? Zhong Chen recalls his past life, where he died and was reborn into this world filled with dungeons and monsters. He had been orphaned and worked tirelessly to earn his place in this world, believing he had to rely on his own strength. But a month ago, the system awakened within him. After you awaken and connect to the insect swarm system, strive to become stronger, the system had instructed. This race, once responsible for nearly destroying humanity during the Dark Ages, possesses extraordinary power. It's said that 9 out of 12 human kings sacrificed themselves to seal them away. Zhong Chen knows that in this world, power reigns supreme. If I can control this powerful race, who cares about anything else? He thinks, with newfound determination, he decides to activate the system. Activating system, immediately, Zhong Chen is transported to a strange new dimension. He finds himself standing on water, surrounded by an endless expanse. This must be my mental realm, he realizes. Before him stands a colossal tree, its canopy covering the entirety of his mental realm. The tree pulsates with an otherworldly light. Ding. Analyzing awakened profession talents. Talent 1. Evolution of all things, requires sacrifice, can be activated once every 10 days. Each target can only be used once. Talent 2. Fruit of all things. By killing, you can accumulate progress towards the growth of the fruit and randomly obtain special fruits. Talent 3. Accelerated growth, increases the growth rate of creatures. Currently, it has increased by 10%. The cooldown time is 8 hours. Zhong Chen is impressed. The system not only analyzes his talents, but also explains their uses. While these talents don't seem to offer any direct combat capabilities, they appear perfectly suited for his insect swarm system. System check complete. Host, would you like to begin summoning the insect queen? Yes. Summon the insect queen. Reminder, summoning insect queen. A black vortex appears before Zhong Chen, its powerful energy forcing him to step back. What incredible power, he thinks. Ding, summoning successful. You have summoned the catastrophe-level insect queen, 9-winged calamity. Current nurturing value of the insect queen is 0%, loyalty is 100%. Please nurture and breed as soon as possible to rebuild your swarm, unlock skills. Before him stands a monstrous creature, its massive form covered in chitinous plates, each of its legs ending in razor-sharp purple claws. Its eyes burn with an intense purple flame as it gazes at Zhong Chen, 9-winged calamity, the harbinger of death from the abyss. It once brought about a calamity-level disaster and vanished during the Third Era. Its current nurturing value is 0%. Loyalty is 100%. Please nurture and breed as soon as possible to rebuild the swarm and unlock skills. Holy. Zhong Chen stares in awe. The sheer size and power of the insect queen are beyond anything he could have imagined. The insect queen shuffles closer to Zhong Chen, its voice a low, rumbling growl. Master, Xiaoju likes master. Master, Xiaoju hungry, wants to eat vicious beasts. Ding, current growth rate increased by 10% due to talent. Accelerated growth. Sacrifice can be used on the target. The initial upgrade does not consume a sacrifice. No sacrifice is needed for the first upgrade. Zhong Chen thinks excitedly, time to level up. It seems the only way to strengthen this monstrous creature is through feeding it. Initial upgrade in progress. A green vortex engulfs the insect queen, its energy intensifying rapidly. Zhong Chen has to brace himself against the sheer force emanating from the creature. What incredible power! Suddenly, two glowing purple eyes pierce through the vortex. The monstrous insect queen is gone, replaced by a humanoid figure. While it still retains some monstrous features, its overall appearance is strikingly beautiful. Ding, congratulations! 9-winged calamity has completed its metamorphosis and gained new abilities. Nourishment shares 10 times the experience gained with the host. Toxic miasma transforms into a poisonous miasma, corroding everything it touches. Resonance increases all of the host's attributes by 20%. The humanoid insect queen approaches Zhong Chen and, before he can react, leaps into his arms, hugging him tightly. Master, Xiaoju evolved, she says happily. Zhong Chen is taken aback. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine his monstrous insect queen could evolve into such a beautiful form. He checks 9-winged calamity's status screen. She now possesses 4 skills: nourishment, toxic miasma, berserk, and resonance. Devour, No limit. Note, after reaches max level, the insect queen can begin breeding offspring. Passive experience gain takes effect. Passive attribute enhancement takes effect. Profession talent accelerated growth takes effect. Shaju rubs her head against John Chen affectionately. Master, Shaju wants to devour flesh and blood, she exclaims. John Chen ponders his situation. His beast tamer talent can accelerate the insect queen's consumption and experience gain, further increasing her growth rate. Her resonance ability can also boost his attributes by 20%, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. It seems his chosen profession perfectly complements the insect swarm system. Who needs combat-type abilities when you have this? John Chen extends his hand, summoning toxic miasma. A swirling cloud of poisonous gas envelops him. It seems as long as I hunt monsters and keep her well fed, it won't be long before I have an entire army of insects at my command. However, he also remembers the system's warning about the insect swarm's devastating past. If anyone were to discover the true nature of his powers, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. For now, he needs to maintain his cover as a survival-type beast tamer, utilizing toxic miasma and his insect queen's abilities discreetly. But John Chen is not one to shy away from a challenge. I will grow stronger, he vows, strong enough to show the world the true potential of my abilities. Suddenly, his mental realm begins to tremble. What's this? John Chen wonders aloud. Shaju leaps to her feet, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Master, I sense it. A powerful presence is approaching. John Chen exits his mental realm and opens his eyes. Standing before him is a middle-aged man, his stern features, scarred eye, and imposing presence suggesting immense strength. This is no ordinary person. This is someone with power far beyond his own. Young man, the man begins, his voice deep and commanding. The phenomenon that occurred throughout the city just now. The awakening was it your doing? John Chen's heart races. This man is at least at the grandmother level. Why is he seeking me out? He thinks nervously. The man standing before John Chen deliberately releases his powerful aura, drawing the attention of everyone around them. They gather, whispering and speculating about the identity and strength of this imposing figure. His aura is so strong, I can feel it from here. What level of awakened could he be? He seems to be focused on John Chen. I wonder if there's a conflict brewing. John Chen, observing the man closely, can't shake off a strange feeling. This man has been exuding pressure on him from the very beginning, but he hasn't spoken a word. Could it be that he's trying to probe his abilities? Suddenly, Axio Jayu's voice echoes in his mind. Master, this man's power, it smells delicious. Shaju wants to devour him. John Chen is caught off guard. Not good, he thinks. System warning, the insect queen senses a threat from the target. The target can provide high devour value. The insect queen is about to initiate devouring. Lacking experience, John Chen struggles to restrain Shaju. A chilling aura explodes outward from him, pressing down on everyone nearby. Everyone except the mysterious man stumbles back in shock. What a dark and terrifying aura. He's going to attack. John Chen realizes that the lower the insect queen's devour value, the stronger her urge to attack becomes. He needs to find her stronger prey, and fast. You have temporarily suppressed the insect queen. The insect queen's current devour value is low. Host, please begin breeding and feeding the insect queen as soon as possible. The upper limit of devour value is 10,000. The oppressive aura around John Chen dissipates. The man, seemingly satisfied with John Chen's display, chuckles softly. Good boy. You've only just awakened, yet you can withstand my pressure and even fight back. As expected of a god-level awakened, your potential is limitless. Relieved that his secret is still safe, John Chen replies modestly, You overestimate me. The man extends his hand. I am Ji Gang, commander of the Night Watch. To cut to the chase, I'm very interested in your abilities. Would you consider joining our ranks? John Chen is stunned. The Night Watch, he thinks. The Night Watch is an elite organization in the Great Xia Empire tasked with combating monsters and dimensional rifts. Whenever a new rift appears or a monster surge occurs, the Night Watch is the first line of defense. Because of their dangerous duties, their casualty rate is incredibly high, and most people avoid them like the plague. But for Zhong Chen, the Night Watch presents a unique opportunity. His insect queen needs to constantly devour monsters to gain devour points and reproduce. Joining the Night Watch would provide him with ample opportunities to face powerful enemies and level up his swarm. Furthermore, once the insect queen's devour value reaches its maximum, she begins laying eggs. The wilderness would be the ideal breeding ground, away from prying eyes. By joining the Night Watch, he could conceal his activities and ensure the safety of his swarm. Zhong Chen gazes at Ji Gang's outstretched hand, his eyes filled with growing excitement. As he contemplates, the surrounding crowd begins to murmur about the dangers of joining the Night Watch, discouraging him from accepting the offer. Ji Gang senses their hesitation and speaks quickly. "Young man, you may have heard rumors about the Night Watch, but those are all in the past. As long as you agree to join, we'll provide you with comprehensive training and resources. With your god-level potential, you'll surely..." Before Ji Gang can finish, Zhong Chen firmly grasps his hand, interrupting him. "Commander Ji, you needn't say more. Our duty is to reclaim the glory of the Night Watch. I accept your offer." As a stunned Ji Gang tries to process the situation, Zhong Chen thinks to himself, "My swarm is counting on you." Ji Gang stares blankly for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. "I thought it would be a difficult task, but it seems I worried for nothing. What a strange talent that boy possesses, I forgot to ask." Two men, one old and one middle-aged, descend from the sky and land beside Ji Gang. "Commander Ji." The old man exclaims, barely catching his breath, "Where's the god-level survival type awakened?" Ji Gang, with a playful smirk, asks, well, isn't this the 8th elder of the Martial Academy? Are you here to poach my recruit? You're too late." However, Ji Gang suddenly recalls the elder's words and freezes. "What do you mean, survival type? What are you talking about?" The 8th elder replies gravely, "Ji Gang, you wouldn't let a god-level survival type awaken join the Night Watch, would you? Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" Ji Gang calmly replies, "Hold on, you mean that boy just now was god-level survival type?" Meanwhile, Zhong Chen arrives at a dungeon gate located in the heart of the city. He shares the story of his awakening with his close friends. A god-level survival type, Uncle Wong, his neighbor, exclaims in surprise. "So the strange phenomenon earlier was caused by you?" The purple-haired girl scolds Uncle Wong, "Keep your voice down, will you? What if someone overhears us and causes trouble?" Zhong Chen chuckles. "It's all right, Uncle Wong. It's not something to be ashamed of." Uncle Wong tries to console him. "Don't worry, Zhong Chen, even if a survival type can't fight directly, I heard those spirit food cultivation companies are always looking for talented survival type awakened. If your parents were still here, they'd be so proud of you." Zhong Chen nods. "Thank you for everything you've done for me all these years. I won't forget your kindness." "Don't mention it, Zhong Chen," Uncle Wong replies. "Anyway, you came at the perfect time. We were just about to enter a dungeon. Why don't you join us? We'll help you level up." Zhong Chen accepts enthusiastically. "Great, thanks, Uncle Wong." System notification. Team formed. Gazing at the swirling portal before him, Zhong Chen steps through. System notification. You have entered the dungeon. This is Zhong Chen's first time inside a dungeon, and he can't help but marvel at the strange and wonderful surroundings. "So this is the inside of a dungeon," he murmurs, taking in the sights. Suddenly, torches along the corridor ignite, illuminating the path ahead. System notification. Connection to the dungeon complete. Level C dungeon, Necropolis Temple activated. This dungeon has a 100% chance of dropping equipment and items. Dungeon experience will be calculated upon completion. If you choose to leave prematurely, you will forfeit all experience and loot. Uncle Wong stares at the skeletal figures that emerge from the shadows, his face pale with sweat. "They're necromancer soldiers. Why would the system connect us to a god-level dungeon?" From his reaction, Zhong Chen can tell that this dungeon is far from ordinary. The purple-haired girl gasps, "I knew it. It must be because Zhong Chen is a god-level awakened. The system is trying to balance the difficulty." Uncle Wong draws his sword. Don't worry, it's not unusual to encounter a high-level dungeon every now and then. We won't know what we're up against until we try. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and find some amazing loot. The necromancer soldiers let out a chilling roar in unison. Uncle Wong charges forward, sword raised. Stay back, Zhong Chen, he shouts over his shoulder. These necromancer soldiers are much tougher than regular goat-level monsters. Stay behind us while we clear a path to the dungeon's court. With a swift strike, Uncle Wong brings his sword down on a necromancer soldier's head. However, his attack lacks the power to kill its Zhao. He calls out, enhancement. Without hesitation, Xi channels her support abilities, sending a surge of energy towards Uncle Wong. His eyes glow with a sudden intensity, and his strength increases exponentially. With a single blow, he cleaves the necromancer soldier in two. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Chen feels a surge of gratitude and understanding. Uncle Wong and his team risk their lives battling these creatures daily. No wonder they always return with injuries. He remembers how Zhao, to afford treatment for her younger brother's eyes, she had no choice but to become an awakened warrior, even though she disliked fighting. She had always been kind to him. I need to get stronger, Zhong Chen vows silently, strong enough to repay their kindness. Xiaju, catching the scent of monsters, tugs at his mind. Master, there are so many monsters here, so much blood, Xiaju wants to devour them all. It seems she's caught their scent. Zhong Chen thinks, all right, let's see what you can do. He extends his hand and activates Toxic Miasma Level 1, Corrosion. Go, Xiaju, those monsters are all yours. A black mist streams from his hand. Thank you, Master. A horrifying scene unfolds as the black mist, composed of millions of tiny insects, envelops the corpse of a nearby monster, devouring it within seconds. Incredible, Zhong Chen watches in awe. The moment his toxic miasma touches a monster, it begins to corrode their flesh and bone. Xiaoju's venom is terrifyingly potent. However, the monster's low level means their contribution to the devour value is minimal. It seems he'll need to find much stronger prey to satisfy Xiaoju's hunger and accelerate her growth. Uncle Wong and his team, a well-coordinated unit after years of working together, managed to fight their way deep into the dungeon. However, Zhong Chen realizes his toxic miasma, a ranged attack, is too dangerous to use recklessly. He still lacks the control to precisely target enemies and could easily injure his allies. For now, he decides to follow behind, cleaning up the remaining monsters after they've been dealt with. Suddenly, Xiaju cries out, Master, I sense more fresh blood. From beneath the floor behind him, a new wave of creatures emerges. Shadow Lurkers, Level 10. Zhong Chen's eyes widen. These creatures, known for their stealth and ambush tactics, usually prey on the weak and lost. The fact that their names are highlighted in red indicates their level is significantly higher than his own. However, in terms of individual strength, these shadow lurkers are no match for him after the attribute boost from resonance. This is the perfect opportunity to test his skills. Xiaju, transform into toxic miasma. Leave it to me, Master. Xiaju replies, her form dissolving into a cloud of poisonous gas. They're all mine. The shadow lurkers, their eyes fixated on Zhong Chen, charge toward him. Come and get me, he challenges, a confident smirk on his face. Thanks to his superior speed, Zhong Chen effortlessly dodges their attacks, unleashing toxic miasma upon each one. He doesn't bother attacking directly. Once all the creatures are sufficiently poisoned, he retreats to a safe distance and watches as his toxic miasma takes its gruesome effect. The poisoned monsters clutch at their bodies, confused and disoriented as the insects eat away at them from the inside out. Ding, plus 50 devour points. Ding, plus 50 devour points. Ding, plus 50 devour points. Zhong Chen smiles, satisfied. As expected, these monsters are no match for me. His devour points are steadily increasing. Master, Xiaju calls out, more blood, more prey. From beneath the floor behind him, yet another wave of monsters bursts forth. Zhong Chen frowns. This dungeon, there's something strange about the number of monsters here. Something's not right. I need to warn Uncle Wong and the others. Xiaju, can you handle these creatures? Xiaju, her form shifting back into her humanoid appearance, flashes him a confident smile. "Don't worry, Master. Leave them to me. They're all just food for me." As Zhong Chen feared, the sheer number of monsters within the dungeon was overwhelming. Uncle Wong and his companions were struggling to hold their own. "Uncle Wong," a voice cried out, "you're hurt." The trio found themselves surrounded by hundreds of necromancer soldiers. Despite his injury, Uncle Wong tried to sound optimistic. "I'm a combat type. This is nothing," he declared, but inwardly, he was starting to panic. The monsters just kept coming, and their situation was growing more dire by the second. "Zhao," Uncle Wong ordered, "get to Zhong Chen." "Regroup and retreat." "Understood." XI yelled back. "Be careful, Uncle Wong," but it was too late. Distracted for a moment, Uncle Wong didn't notice the necromancer soldier creeping up behind him. "Look out!" Just as the creature was about to strike, a black mist enveloped it, corroding it into dust. Zhong Chen had arrived just in the nick of time. "Uncle Wong, are you all right?" he asked, rushing to their side. Uncle Wong stared at him in shock. "Zhong Chen. But you're a survival type. How?" He gestured to the pile of dust that was once a necromancer soldier. "I have my secrets," Zhong Chen replied with a confident grin. "Your wound looks serious, Uncle Wong. XI Shaoli, help him back." "I'll hold them off, but it's too dangerous." Uncle Wong protested, but Zhao stopped him. "He's right, Uncle Wong, we need to retreat." "Let's trust Zhong Chen, he can handle this." Uncle Wong reluctantly handed Zhong Chen his sword. "Here, take this, and make sure you return it to me in one piece." "Don't worry, Uncle Wong," Zhong Chen chuckled, accepting the weapon. "You'll get it back." System notification. Item received. Beginner's Conqueror Sword. Speed plus 25. Strength plus 30. Attack speed plus 2. Skill. Resonance. Activated. Perfect timing. Zhong Chen thought. "This sword will make spreading my toxic miasma even more efficient." With a battle cry, he charged into the heart of the Conqueror Sword. Thanks to his enhanced speed and the Conqueror Sword's bonuses, he cut through the necromancer soldiers like a hot knife through butter. Each swing of his blade left a trail of deadly black mist, corroding everything in its path. It was a one-sided slaughter. The monsters were utterly outmatched, unable to land a single blow on him. But Zhong Chen's swordsmanship wasn't a fluke. He had secretly been practicing swordsmanship for years and was ranked among the best in his school. Suddenly, a colossal figure dropped from the ceiling, swinging a massive spiked mace directly at Zhong Chen. His keen reflexes, honed by years of sword training, saved him at the last second. He leapt back, narrowly avoiding the attack. The creature, unfazed by its near miss, immediately adjusted its aim and swung again. Zhong Chen raised Uncle Wang's sword to block, but the weapon, unable to withstand the force of the blow, shattered into a dozen pieces. The impact sent him flying backward. "That's the dungeon boss," he thought, his eyes widening in alarm. "And I just broke Uncle Wang's sword." He scrambled to his feet just in time to see the monster, a towering necromancer king LV-15, charging towards him. Seeing an opening, the creature raised its spiked mace for the final blow. Knowing he couldn't hold back any longer, Zhong Chen summoned his strongest ally Shaju. In a flash of purple light, Shaju materialized between them, catching the necromancer king's mace with her bare hand. "Master, can I kill them all?" she asked, her eyes glowing with excitement. "Go ahead," Zhong Chen grinned. "It's all yours." With a roar, Shaju crushed the necromancer king's mace with a single hand and unleashed a fury of blows upon the stunned creature. The necromancer king fought back, but it was no match for XII's monstrous strength and speed. Within moments, its limbs were severed, and its body lay broken on the ground. Holding the creature's head aloft, Shaju turned to Zhong Chen with a triumphant grin. "Was that good, Master?" "Amazing, Shaju," Zhong Chen breathed, awestruck by her power. "That was incredible." He had a feeling this dungeon was far from over. As if to confirm his suspicions, a bright blue light emanated from the necromancer king's remains. The light pulsed and swirled, pulling in the corpses of the fallen monsters around it. The light intensified, taking the shape of a colossal, skeletal figure. "Necromancer Tyrant LV-20 it reformed," Zhong Chen gasped. "That blue crystal. Is it the boss's true form, Xiaoju? He shouted, "We need to destroy that crystal." Seizing the opportunity, the necromancer tyrant swung its massive, bone-crushing fist at Xiaoju. She dodged the attack with inhuman speed, darting around the giant creature, searching for an opening. The necromancer tyrant slammed its fist into the ground, creating a massive fissure. Xiaoju seized the moment, launching herself into the air and raining down a barrage of razor-sharp spines at the exposed crystal. However, the necromancer tyrant, despite its size, possessed surprising agility. It effortlessly dodged her attacks, its movements fluid and precise. Zhong Chen, watching from the sidelines, couldn't believe his eyes. How can something that big move so quickly? His gaze darted around the chamber, landing on a pile of broken tree trunks and branches scattered across the floor. An idea began to form in his mind. He had an idea, a risky one, but it just might work. This was his chance to test the true potential of his abilities. Just as Zhong Chen suspected, the necromancer tyrant was incredibly fast for its size. Each attack carried devastating force, slamming into the ground like a runaway behemoth. However, Zhong Chen had noticed a weakness. The creature was relentless in its assault on Xiaoju, chasing her relentlessly and unleashing a constant barrage of attacks. Each time it got close, it would spin its spiked mace, creating a deadly whirlwind around itself. Xiaoju was fast enough to dodge, but she couldn't find an opening to counterattack. Zhong Chen's eyes darted around the chamber. He could sense the network of thick, gnarled roots pulsing beneath the dungeon floor. If he could just activate his beast tamer talent at the right moment, he might be able to momentarily trap the creature. The necromancer tyrant, distracted by Xiaoju, lumbered closer to Zhong Chen now. He thought. Zhong Chen activated evolution of all things. A green sigil appeared on his outstretched hand, pulsing with energy. Tiny green sparks shot from his fingers, striking the network of roots beneath the floor. The effect was instantaneous. Massive roots erupted from the ground, growing at an alarming rate as if possessed by a force beyond nature. They shot toward the necromancer tyrant, wrapping around its legs and torso, holding it fast. Xiaoju, now, Zhong Chen yelled. "Yes, master," she responded, understanding instantly. With a surge of her monstrous strength, she leapt high into the air and slammed her fist down on the necromancer tyrant's skull, crushing it into 1,000 pieces. "Yes, we did it." Zhong Chen pumped his fist in the air, elated. His gamble had paid off. Even without direct combat abilities, his beast tamer talents could be incredibly potent if used strategically. System notification. Skill, evolution of all things entering cooldown phase, cooldown time, 8 hours. The blue crystal, however, remained intact, rising from the necromancer tyrant's shattered remains and beginning to glow once more. Zhong Chen, recognizing the pattern, wasn't about to let it reform. He darted forward and snatched the crystal out of the air, crushing it in his hand. System notification. Congratulations, you have cleared Abyss Level C Dungeon, Necropolis Temple. Calculating contributions. Zhong Chen, Beast Tamer, S-rank contribution. Level 12, Wang Yi, Swordsman, B-rank contribution. Level 11, Liu Ying, Spellcaster, A-rank contribution. Level 10, Yi Jian, Scroll Master, B-rank contribution. Level 9 System announcement. Equipment rewards have been generated. Please make your selections. A holographic interface appeared before Zhong Chen, displaying 5 different weapons. He picked up a wickedly sharp dagger, testing its weight in his hand. Shadow Stalker's Fang, Rarity, D-rank. Plus 50 attack, plus 5% speed, passive, swordsmanship proficiency plus 2 perfect, he thought. This will be a good replacement for Uncle Wang's sword. He continued to browse the interface, but while there were many powerful weapons, none of them seemed particularly suited for a beast tamer curious. He picked up a massive warhammer. It was so heavy it slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the floor and cracking the stone beneath it. Tyrant's Warhammer, Rarity, C-rank, plus 100 strength, minus 100 agility. Passive, 10% chance to trigger a 5 by critical hit. As Zhong Chen struggled to lift the warhammer, he felt a sudden surge of power coursing through his veins. This is a level up. System notification. Dungeon experience awarded, level up, John Chen is now level 6. Thanks to his Insect Queen's passive experience share and the Resonance skill's 20% attribute boost, he had shot up 5 levels in an instant. His combat potential had increased significantly. While he was reveling in his newfound strength, he felt a tug on his shirt. Xiaju was staring at him, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Master, are those rewards?" she asked, pointing to the holographic interface. "Can I eat them?" Zhong Chen chuckled. "No, Xiaju, you can't eat those. We'll trade them for money later. Besides, those aren't good for your tummy." Xiaju pouted, then her eyes landed on the Necromancer Tyrant's remains. "Then, can I eat that?" Zhong Chen's eyes widened. "Of course, I almost forgot. That's even better than any reward." The boss's corpse was a goldmine of devour points, too valuable to waste. "Go ahead, Xiaju," he said with a grin, "it's all yours." However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. The Necromancer Tyrant was massive. Would Xiaju even be able to consume something that large? Xiaju approached the monstrous corpse and stopped before it, spreading her arms wide and opening her jaw. "I'm going to eat now." Then, with a deafening shriek, she transformed. Her body expanded, growing larger and more monstrous by the second, dwarfing even the Necromancer Tyrant's remains. Zhong Chen could only stare in speechless awe, so that's how she devoured her prey. Xiaju leaned down, her newly formed teeth bared, and took a massive bite out of the Necromancer Tyrant, creating a vortex of wind that nearly knocked Zhong Chen off his feet. He barely managed to grab hold of the Tyrant's warhammer to steady himself. "Good thing we're in a dungeon," he thought, his ears ringing. "If we were in the city, that sound would have been heard for miles." Ding, plus 100 devour points. Ding, plus 100 devour points. Ding, plus 100 devour points. The notifications came so fast they were almost overlapping. The boss's essence was on a completely different level. Suddenly, Zhong Chen heard footsteps approaching from outside the chamber. Uncle Wong and the others, he thought, panic surging through him. Fortunately, Xiaju had just finished devouring the Necromancer Tyrant, wiping her mouth with a satisfied burp. Current devour value, 8,876, 10,000 XIOJIU. Return to your human form and get back in my mental realm, quick. "Yes, master." She shrunk back down to her humanoid form and vanished into his mental realm. Zhong Chen cursed his luck, so close to 10,000 devour points. He had a feeling something big was about to happen once she reached that threshold. Uncle Wong and the others entered the chamber, their jaws dropping as they saw the pile of bones that was once the Necromancer Tyrant. "Zhong Chen," Uncle Wong exclaimed, "you actually cleared it. You even managed to defeat the boss." "Oh yeah," Zhong Chen replied sheepishly. "About your sword, Uncle Wong, I kind of broke it. Don't worry about that." Uncle Wong laughed, accepting a replacement dagger from Zhong Chen. "This is a rare find. Consider it compensation for your troubles." "This necklace is a rare item too," the purple-haired girl exclaimed, holding up a necklace she had found. "We'll be rich." "But," Zhong Chen shallowly asked, her eyes wide with disbelief, "how did you manage to defeat the boss all by yourself?" Zhong Chen rubbed the back of his head. "It seems my poison is particularly effective against these types of creatures." Everyone marveled at his luck. As they made their way out of the now empty dungeon, Zhong Chen couldn't shake the feeling of disappointment. He had been so close to reaching 10,000 devour points. "It seems I'll have to venture into the wilderness if I want to find more powerful prey for Xiaju," he thought. As if reading his mind, Uncle Wong clapped him on the shoulder. "You know, it's a shame you're so set on research," he said. "With your talent, you could be a force to be reckoned with as an awakened. Imagine how powerful you'll be once you level up even further." "Actually, Uncle Wong," Zhong Chen began, a mischievous glint in his eye, "I haven't told you this before, but I've decided to join the Night Watch." Uncle Wong choked on his own spit. "The Night Watch? That's right," Zhong Chen said with a grin. "In fact, I've already arranged to meet with Commander G at their headquarters in 3 days. But before then, I need to get stronger. I'm heading to the wilderness." "The wilderness?" everyone exclaimed in unison. "But it's so dangerous out there. Are you sure about this, Zhongchen? Don't worry about me, he chuckled. If anything, those monsters should be worried about me. With a final wave, Zhongchen boarded the transport heading towards the vast and dangerous wilderness. The transport rumbled to a stop outside the ruined city, a once thriving metropolis now reduced to rubble after years of monster attacks and dimensional rifts. Final destination, outskirts. Please disembark the vehicle. Zhongchen pulled his dark cloak tighter around himself and stepped off the transport, his eyes scanning the desolate landscape. The wilderness, he murmured, taking in the sight. Despite its reputation for danger, there was still plenty of awakened willing to risk their lives out here, hunting monsters for experience and loot. Zhongchen pulled out a piece of bread from his bag, his stomach growling. Ever since he had awakened his system, his appetite had become almost insatiable. Interestingly enough, he had noticed that even eating regular food seemed to slightly increase Xiaojia's devour value. Ding, +1 devour point, ding, +1 devour point. This food is so bland, Master, Xiaojiu complained from within his mind. Zhongchen grinned and pulled out a detailed map of the wilderness. Don't worry, I'll find us something tastier soon. Uncle Wong had been incredibly generous, gifting him not only a sizable portion of the dungeon loot, but also a spatial ring and several valuable maps. The wilderness is a chaotic place, Uncle Wong had explained. Due to the will of heaven's influence, most electronic devices malfunction out there. It's almost like being back in the Dark Ages. Monster nests are constantly on the move, so these maps, while rare and expensive, are essential for survival. Without up-to-date information, you'll be lucky to find a single monster, let alone a boss. He pointed out several locations on the map. The Firebird and Thunder RIC nests are crawling with Awakened right now. Far too risky, even for a group, and whatever you do, avoid the area marked with the question mark. That place is bad news, even for experienced teams. After careful consideration, Zhongchen decided his best bet was the Goblin Grotto. It was a low-level dungeon, but the goblins were plentiful, and there was less competition from other Awakened. With this map, it shouldn't be too hard to find, he muttered to himself, tracing a path with his finger. Hey, you there, stop, a gruff voice boomed from behind him. I've been calling you for ages, are you deaf? Zhongchen turned around to see a burly man with a menacing scar across his face glaring at him. I said, have you seen a woman with long black hair around here? Zhongchen met his gaze, his eyes flashing with a faint purple light. No, he replied coldly, and you might want to work on your manners. As if on cue, the man's hand, which had been resting on Zhongchen's shoulder, started to smoke. The toxic miasma, seeping through his armor, was rapidly eating away at his flesh. What the poison? The man sputtered, his eyes widening in alarm. How? You look barely level 10. How can you possibly hurt me with my level of defense? Go find a healer, Zhongchen said, brushing past him. That poison isn't going to cure itself, and you might want to get your brain checked while you're at it. You little, the man roared, clutching his smoldering hand. You dare attack someone from the esteemed Z family, you'll regret this. Zhongchen froze. The Z family, as if to confirm his suspicions, the man roared with fury and threw a punch, shattering the stone pavement where Zhongchen had been standing a moment earlier. Who are these Z people, anyway? Zhongchen wondered, narrowly dodging another blow. You're fast, the man bellowed, but you can't run forever. Zhongchen stopped running. He'd had enough of this. Chaju, he called out, summoning his insect queen's powers. No more holding back. A wave of chilling energy erupted from his body, swirling around him like a dark vortex. Chaju materialized beside him, her eyes glowing with a menacing purple light, ready to unleash her toxic miasma. The thug's bravado wavered. He recognized that deadly black mist. His earlier confidence drained away, replaced by a flicker of fear. You think I'm afraid of that pathetic trick, he blustered, but his voice trembled. Suddenly, another voice cut through the air, silencing the thug's bravado. The change in the man's demeanor was instant. His bravado dissolved into fear, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. I told you to be discreet. A young man strode out from the shadows, his gaze fixed on the cowering thug. A single, icy glare from him was enough to silence the man completely. "What are you doing here causing trouble?" the newcomer demanded, his voice cold and sharp. The thug stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. The newcomer, ignoring the man's pathetic display, turned his attention to Zhong Chen, his gaze swept over him, lingering on the faint traces of toxic miasma swirling around his hands. "My apologies for my subordinate's behavior," he said smoothly, a hint of amusement in his voice. "It seems my dog has a habit of barking up the wrong." He gestured to the whimpering thug. "Would you like me to compensate you for the inconvenience?" "No need," Zhong Chen replied coolly. "I appreciate the offer." The man chuckled, his interest piqued. "You're an interesting one. Heading into the wilderness, are you? Why don't we travel together? Safety in numbers, as they say." Zhong Chen turned away, rejecting the offer. "I prefer to be alone." As Zhong Chen walked away, the young man watched him go, a smirk playing on his lips. "A god-level survival type, you say?" He mused, intriguing. "Young master," the thug whimpered, "about your order I failed." The young man rolled his eyes. "By the time you complete one of my tasks, it's already too late. I've found the trail. She's headed for the transfer station, trying to cross the wilderness. Don't let her reach it alive." He turned to his cowering entourage. "Alert the others, fan out and search the perimeter." "We're going hunting, yes, young master," they replied. Zhong Chen ventured deeper into the wilderness, his senses on high alert. Humanity had once dominated this planet, building cities that stretched across continents. But the arrival of the awakened era, with its influx of monsters, dungeons, and dimensional rifts, had reshaped the world. The once great cities had fallen into ruin, claimed by nature and overrun by powerful creatures. Only the strongest awakened dared to venture into these desolate lands, seeking glory, fortune, and the thrill of battle. Zhong Chen consulted his map, following the path Uncle Wong had marked. But as the sun began to set, he realized he was lost. "I'm sure the Goblin Grotto was around here somewhere," he muttered, frowning. "It's getting late, and I haven't encountered a single monster worth fighting. Those low-level creatures barely give any devour points. I need to find a boss if I want to make any real progress before meeting with the Night Watch." Suddenly, the sky erupted in a deafening clap of thunder. Rain lashed down, heavy and cold, soaking him to the bone. "This rain, it feels charged," Zhong Chen noted, his senses tingling. "Like mana, I must be close to a monster nest." His heart leapt. Even if it wasn't the Goblin Grotto, any monster nest was better than nothing. I needed to reach 10,000 devour points and trigger Shaju's first breeding cycle as soon as possible. He sensed it then, a faint but unmistakable feeling of being watched. Whirling around, his eyes darted toward the source of his unease. High above him, clinging to a towering tree trunk, was a creature straight out of his nightmares. Master Xiaoju's voice whispered in his mind. "Want me to take care of it?" "Not yet," he replied, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the creature. It was a gigantic spider, easily the size of a small car, its 8 eyes gleaming menacingly in the fading light. The creature lunged, its massive fangs bared. Despite its size, it was surprisingly fast. However, Zhong Chen was faster. He sidestepped the attack with ease, his enhanced reflexes and agility making him a blur of motion. He channeled his enhanced strength into his fist and delivered a thunderous uppercut, connecting with the creature's jaw. The impact echoed through the forest. The giant spider let out a shrill screech as it crashed to the ground, lifeless. Zhong Chen barely had time to catch his breath before Shaju spoke again, her voice laced with excitement. "Master, more of them." He spun around, his eyes widening as he saw them. Hundreds of giant spiders, some even larger than the one he had just killed, were emerging from the shadows, their eyes fixated on him with predatory hunger. Zhong Chen grinned, a thrill of adrenaline surging through him. He drew his new dagger, coating the blade in a layer of toxic miasma. "Looks like you're having dinner early tonight, Shaju," he said, his voice echoing through the forest. "Let's dance." He became a whirlwind of death. His movements were a blur as he darted between the gigantic spiders, his poisoned dagger reaping a bloody harvest with every swing. Limbs flew, ichor splattered, and the air filled with the hiss and sizzle of corroding flesh. Within minutes, The clearing was littered with the corpses of his enemies. Good work, Xiaoju. Zhong Chen said, panting slightly from the exertion. Devour. His insect queen, her eyes gleaming with delight, rushed towards the feast he had laid out before her. Master, you're the best, she chirped happily. Suddenly, her head snapped up. Master, I smell more, she said, her voice filled with a strange mix of hunger and curiosity. Over there a very fragrant meat. Zhong Chen followed her gaze. Whatever Xiaoju had sensed, it was powerful enough to pique her interest, and that meant only one thing, a boss. He approached cautiously, wary of walking into an ambush. His instincts screamed at him to be careful. He was still relatively low level, and fighting a powerful boss in the wilderness was a risky proposition. Gathering his energy, he channeled toxic miasma into his hand and fired a concentrated blast of black mist in the direction Xiaoju had indicated, hoping to get a sense of what he was dealing with. But instead of a roar, all he heard was a scream, a human scream. Help! Someone! Please! Confused and alarmed, Zhong Chen rushed forward, and then he saw her. A young woman, lying unconscious on the floor. Her clothes were torn, her body covered in scratches and bruises. He stared at her, his mind reeling. What kind of monster is this? After what seemed like an eternity, the woman stirred, slowly regaining consciousness. She sat up, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? She murmured, her voice weak and disoriented. Before she could finish her thought, she found herself face to face with Zhong Chen. You're awake, he said simply. The woman let out a startled cry and scrambled backward, her eyes wide with fear. Who are you? She stammered, clutching at her chest. Calm down, Zhong Chen said, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. I'm just an awakened, out here hunting monsters. I mean you no harm, you attacked me, she accused, her voice trembling. Zhong Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Apologies, you looked like a monster, the woman's face flushed crimson. What kind of person calls a girl a monster? She huffed. How rude. She patted herself down, as if to make sure she was still all in one piece. Still got a nose, still got ears, still got everything. She mumbled. Zhong Chen raised an eyebrow. She took a direct hit from my attack and walked away unscathed. How did she even get here? He wondered, as if on cue, a faint glow emanated from the woman's wrist. She glanced down at her watch, her expression changing from relief to panic in an instant. No, she muttered. I wasted too much time. They'll catch me. She turned to leave, but Zhong Chen stopped her. What are you running from? He asked, his curiosity piqued. The woman hesitated, then forced a smile. Oh, it's nothing, really, she replied, her voice unconvincingly nonchalant. Just some monsters. I'm not much of a fighter, so I'm heading back. If you're looking for a challenge, be my guest. That's all I know. Good luck. With that, she turned and fled, disappearing into the rain-soaked forest. Zhong Chen watched her go, unconvinced by her flimsy excuse. She was a terrible liar. He glanced at the darkening sky. The rain was coming down even harder now. If she's running towards monsters, then she's heading in the right direction, he mused. He could always use the extra devour points, but then he hesitated. There was something about her fear that didn't sit right with him. While he was confident in his own abilities, he knew that most awakened wouldn't stand a chance against the creatures that lurked in the wilderness. And the wilderness was a lawless place, where people often preyed on the weak. Should I follow her? He wondered. What if she's in trouble, master? Xiaoju's voice whispered in his mind. Something's coming. What is it? He asked, his hand instinctively moving towards his dagger. More monsters. Lots of them. Zhong Chen turned towards the direction Xiaoju was sensing. He froze. Emerging from the thick undergrowth, their multiple eyes glowing with malice, were hundreds, maybe even thousands, of giant spiders. They ranged in size from the size of a dog to the size of a small truck, and they were all heading straight for him. Well, he murmured, a thrill of excitement running through him. It seems dinner has arrived. The spiders surged forward, their mandibles clicking and hissing. But Zhong Chen was ready for them. Xiaoju, toxic miasma, yes, master. The clearing erupted in a symphony of death. Zhong Chen moved with a speed and ferocity that belied his age and appearance. His poison daggers became a blur of motion, slicing through chitin and flesh, each strike leaving a trail of corrosive black mist in its wake. However, he quickly realized that these spiders were different from the ones he had encountered earlier. They were faster, more aggressive, and their movements seemed coordinated. He whirled around just in time to block a surprise attack from behind, his daggers meeting the creature's fangs in a shower of sparks. His attacker, cleaved in two, dissolved into a puddle of corrosive goo. They're working together, he realized. That boss, it's controlling them. He was facing an army of thousands, all acting as one under the command of a single, terrifying intelligence. It was no wonder this part of the wilderness was shunned, even by experienced awakened. I need to find a way to get through to the boss, he thought, his mind racing. But how could he possibly break through such a relentless and well-coordinated assault? Master, Xiaojia's voice chirped in his mind. I think I understand what they're saying. You do? Zhong Chen asked, surprised. They're boasting, she replied, her voice filled with indignation. They think they can defeat you. Enraged, Xiaoju unleashed a surge of her aura, a wave of raw, primal energy that washed over the battlefield. The effect was instantaneous. The spiders froze, their movements becoming erratic and disjointed. They're confused. Zhong Chen watched in amazement as the coordinated assault dissolved into chaos. Wait a minute, he mused. Spiders are technically insects, right? Xiaoju broke their connection. His insect queen announced proudly. I see, Zhong Chen grinned. So her skill could disrupt the boss's control over its minions. This just got a whole lot easier. Excellent work, Xiaoju. Now let's finish this. That oversized spider is mine. Yes, master. With a battle cry, Zhong Chen charged into the heart of the disarrayed spider horde, his daggers reaping a bloody harvest. Without their leader's guidance, the spiders were easy prey, their numbers no match for his speed, skill, and deadly poison. He tore through their ranks like a whirlwind, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Within minutes, he had carved a path straight to the boss, and what a boss it was. The monstrous spider towered over him, its legs as thick as tree trunks, its fangs dripping venom. Even hiding behind its minions, it was easily twice the size of the transport he had arrived in. It reared back, letting out an ear-splitting screech, its 8 eyes burning with hatred. But in Zhong Chen's eyes, it wasn't a terrifying monster. It was a mountain of experience points, a goldmine of devour value. He dashed forward, his movements a blur, and plunged his poison dagger deep into the creature's skull. The giant spider shuddered once, then collapsed, its massive body dissolving into dust. Zhong Chen stood over the creature's remains, his heart pounding with exhilaration. Time to make some babies, he murmured, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Zhong Chen let out a sigh of relief, see the massive spider's dissolving corpse. Finally, I thought that thing would never go down. System notification. Level up, you are now level 14 combat power. 127 passive skills and attribute enhancements are still in effect. Zhong Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surge of raw power coursing through his veins. 127, he mused. Looks like my combat power alone is already on par with a level 25 combat type awakened. And that's without Xiaojia's help. He glanced around at the remaining spiders, now scattering in terror. Smart creatures, they can sense a lost cause when they see one. He had bigger things to worry about than a few fleeing spiders. Time to focus on the main objective. Breeding, he said, summoning Xiaoju. This time, he called on her true form. The massive, insect-like queen materialized beside him, her eyes glowing with anticipation. This one's all yours, Xiaoju, he said, gesturing to the boss spider's remains. Thank you, master, she chirped happily, pouncing on the corpse and beginning to devour it with gusto. Devour value increasing rapidly. Elite-level monsters really are different, Zhong Chen murmured, watching as the devour value climbed at an unprecedented rate. If I want to accelerate Xiaoju's growth, I need to make a habit of hunting these down. System notification. Devour value full. Would you like to initiate the first breeding cycle already? Zhong Chen stared at the notification, his jaw dropping. He hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Xiaoju, having finished her gruesome feast, scuttled over to Zhang Chen and lowered her head respectfully. "Master, I am ready to breed. Please, grant me the power to create a swarm worthy of serving you." Zhang Chen smiled. "Go ahead, Xiaoju. Begin the breeding cycle." System notification. Breeding cycle initiated. First generation swarm in progress. Talent. Accelerated growth is now active. Breeding rate increased. Oh, Zhang Chen thought. My beast tamer talent affects her breeding rate as well. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the exclusive skill, Hive Mind Max level. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the exclusive skill, Domination level 1. Breeding cycle at 99%, 8 seconds remaining. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. He looked down at his hand in surprise. A glowing mark, shaped like a stylized version of Xiaoju, had appeared on the back of his hand. What's this? The sensation intensified as the mark pulsed with warmth. He could sense something, an entire network of consciousness, buzzing with excitement and anticipation, and then he saw it. Emerging from the pulsing mark on his hand, their iridescent wings catching the fading light, were thousands upon thousands of insects. They swarmed around him, a buzzing, chittering cloud of razor-sharp wings and venomous stingers. System notification. Congratulations, host. First generation swarm breeding complete. Current swarm size, 2,309 winged wasps. 2,300. Zhang Chen stared in awe at the sheer number of insects buzzing around him. His insect queen had produced over 2,000 offspring in a single breeding cycle. He shuddered to think how many she'd be able to create after a few more levels. He couldn't wait to see what they were capable of. Reaching out, he gently touched one of the wasps. It buzzed affectionately against his hand, its stinger retracted. He noticed they were slightly different from Xiaoju, their forms sleeker and their wings a brilliant shade of iridescent. He accessed their status screen. 9 winged wasp, skill 1. Toxic miasma, skill 2. Camouflage can use wing scales for optical camouflage and sound dampening, skill 3. Berserk. Consumes devour value to temporarily boost speed and attack power, skill 4. Self-destruct detonates, inflicting massive poison damage in a small area, camouflage. And self-destruct, he mused, those could be useful. Xiaoju, having successfully birthed her first brood, flew towards Zhang Chen and hugged him tightly. "Master," she said softly. "You did well, Xiaoju," Zhang Chen said, gently stroking her head. "Master, breeding, tiring." Xiaoju mumbled, her eyelids drooping. "Tired? What do you mean?" Before he could finish his question, Xiaoju's form dissolved into a swirling mass of purple light, flowing into the mark on the back of his hand. He stared at his hand, a slow grin spreading across his face. It seemed his hive mind skill acted as a pocket dimension, a place where his swarm could reside and recover. "This is too perfect," he chuckled. "I can keep them hidden here and no one will be the wiser. A safe haven for my swarm and a trump card against any enemy." "Master," you called. Xiaoju's voice echoed in his mind, a hint of sleepiness in her tone. "It's all right, Xiaoju, get some rest. You've earned it," he replied. He had a feeling she was going to need all the energy she could get, especially after he put his new domination skill to the test. "Time to see what this baby can do," he murmured, activating the skill, exclusive skill, domination activated. A jolt of energy shot through his body, connecting him to the minds of his swarm. It was intoxicating. He could sense each individual wasp as clearly as if it were an extension of his own body. He could see through their thousands of eyes, feel the world through their sensitive antennae, smell the intoxicating aroma of the monsters. Everywhere he looked, he saw monsters. His wasps, their predatory instincts ignited, buzzed with eagerness, their tiny minds filled with the primal urge to hunt and kill. "Eager, are we?" Zhang Chen chuckled, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "Very well, let's hunt." He marched towards the largest concentration of monsters he could sense, his swarm following closely behind. It was time to put on a show. With a thought, he directed a small group of wasps to attack, their stingers finding their marks with deadly accuracy. The creatures roared in pain and surprise, their cries attracting the attention of nearby monsters. A wave of reptilian creatures, drawn by the commotion, charged towards him, their claws bared, their eyes burning with primal fury. "Come and get me," Zhong Chen taunted, a dark aura swirling around him. He unleashed his toxic miasma, the range and potency amplified by his increased level and his swarm's presence. The black mist spread like wildfire, engulfing the oncoming horde, burning and melting flesh on contact. The air filled with the screams of dying monsters, their bodies dissolving into puddles of corrosive goo. Zhong Chen didn't even need to lift a finger. He simply stood there, a conductor orchestrating a symphony of death, his swarm an extension of his will, his toxic miasma their deadly instrument. "This is incredible," he thought, reveling in the power coursing through him. He could feel the devour value increasing with each passing second, fueling Shaju's growth, bringing him closer to the next breeding cycle, the next level of power. "It won't be long now," he muttered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Soon, I will have a swarm large enough to shake the very foundations of this world." He paused, a thought occurring to him. Wait a minute. How much devour value do I need for the next level, anyway? He accessed the system interface and his jaw dropped. "You're kidding me, right?" Somewhere in the wilderness, a gruff voice boomed, "Big bro, you're back. Why did it take so long? What happened at the spider nest?" A nervous voice replied, "The entire nest is gone. Wiped out. Not a single spider left alive." "It was terrifying. You're sure about that?" the leader asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "Absolutely. We saw it with our own eyes. It was a massacre." The leader's face darkened. "Gone. But how? Could it be the Night Watch?" He pondered for a moment, shaking his head. "No, this doesn't match their style. Maybe a hidden family or a secret organization. Who else could have the power to pull this off? Damn it. And to think, we couldn't even get our hands on a single Earthwolf spider venom sac. We'll have to search the town for it instead." Suddenly, one of his men tensed. "Someone's coming." Zhong Chen stepped into the clearing, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Oh, finally. Other awakened. Don't worry. I'm just here to level up. I was hoping to trade some supplies." The leader's eyes narrowed. "Only one person. And he dares to approach us so casually," he thought, a dangerous glint in his eye. "Food, you say?" he asked, forcing a smile. "We can always use more provisions. But we don't accept charity. What do you have to trade?" Hearing the word trade, the other men's eyes lit up with greed. They exchanged knowing glances, their hands moving towards their weapons. "Let's see what this little brat has to offer," one of them sneered. Zhong Chen, unfazed by their hostility, simply smiled. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a mountain of spider corpses from his spatial ring, dumping them unceremoniously on the ground. "What do you think?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Good quality, right?" The group stared at the gruesome pile of spider remains, their bravado evaporating as a wave of icy terror washed over them. "Earthwolf spiders," one of them whispered, his voice trembling. "But I thought that nest was wiped out." They exchanged panicked glances. Could he be the one who did this? Zhong Chen turned to face them, a predatory smirk playing on his lips. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking," he said, his voice dangerously low. He had reached level 17, and his aura, amplified by his swarm's presence, pressed down on them like a physical force. "Now, hand over your supplies, and get lost." The group, their faces pale with fear, hastily emptied their bags, throwing their food rations at Zhong Chen before scrambling away. "Sorry, boss, we'll be going now." Zhong Chen, his eyes still fixed on their retreating figures, extended his hand. Two wisps of black mist detached themselves from his swirling aura, forming into miniature versions of his wasps. "Keep an eye on them," he ordered. The tiny wasps buzzed in acknowledgement and vanished into the surrounding forest. Settling down on a nearby boulder, Zhong Chen pulled out a bowl of instant noodles and dug in, his brow furrowed in thought. "I'm getting hungry more often," he muttered between bites. He had noticed his increased appetite ever since Shaju had joined him, but now, after using his domination skill, it was becoming almost insatiable. System notification. Current devour value, 2,768, 1 million. Please nurture and breed the insect queen, 1 million. He stared at the notification in disbelief. I thought the devour value requirement would just double for the next breeding cycle, but it increased 100-fold. Even an elite-level boss barely made a dent in that number now. Even if he hunted every monster in the wilderness surrounding Zhong City, it wouldn't be enough for the next breeding cycle. Uncle Wong mentioned something about uncharted monster realms controlled by the Night Watch, he mused. It seemed joining them was his only option if he wanted to keep up with his swarm's growing needs. Shaju's still asleep, he murmured, glancing at the mark on his hand. It seems breeding takes a lot out of her. Suddenly, he stiffened, he sensed someone approaching. That aura, it's him again. What is he doing back here? He could smell blood. And he could sense multiple auras, all radiating hostility. Something was wrong, I needed to leave, now. As he was about to make his escape, something slammed into him from behind, knocking him to the ground. Ouch, what the? It was the girl from earlier, her eyes wide with fear, her body trembling. She had deactivated her camouflage ability and tripped over him. You're the one from the spider nest, she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet. Please, don't tell them you saw me, I beg you. Zhong Chen stared at her, bewildered. How did she get so close without me noticing? He wondered, then, a chilling realization dawned on him. Those hostile auras, they were after her. And now, thanks to her clumsiness, they had found him as well. Before he could react, a familiar voice echoed from the edge of the clearing. Well, fancy meeting you here. Zishao, the arrogant young master from before, stepped into the clearing, a cruel smile on his lips. His entourage followed close behind, their weapons drawn, their eyes filled with malice. You. The thug from before snarled, recognizing Zhong Chen. Hold it, Zishao said, stopping his subordinate with a wave of his hand. He strolled towards Zhong Chen, his gaze sharp and calculating. You're leveling up quite quickly, I see, he remarked. Level 16 already. I'm impressed. You've piqued my interest. He pointed his sword at Zhong Chen's throat, but I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. He leaned closer, his voice dangerously low, so tell me. Have you seen a young woman with black hair come through here? Zhong Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This man's aura was overwhelming, far more powerful than he had anticipated, level 30, at least. How did he know my level, he wondered, his mind racing. He must have some sort of detection device. Thinking fast, he pointed towards the far end of the clearing. I saw a figure heading that way, he said, trying to sound nonchalant, but I couldn't get a clear look, so I can't be sure if it's who you're looking for. Zishao straightened up, his eyes narrowing. Very well, I'll trust you. For now, he said, his voice dripping with menace. But I suggest you choose your words carefully. If I find out you're helping her, the Z family will make you regret it. With a final glare, he turned and led his men away, the thug casting a venomous look over his shoulder at Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen let out a sigh of relief as they disappeared into the forest. The Z family, he murmured, his brow furrowed. The Z family was ancient and powerful clans, their roots stretching back to the very foundation of the empire. They were shrouded in secrecy, only emerging from their seclusion when the nation was in peril. Their power was legendary, their warriors capable of feats that defied comprehension. This guy, he's more than I bargained for, Zhong Chen thought, a shiver running down his spine. He had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, the girl, who had been hiding behind a nearby tree, emerged from her camouflage, her shoulders slumping in relief. Thank goodness, I thought they had me. Zhong Chen grabbed her arm before she could run, his eyes burning with anger. You're coming with me, he growled, pulling her towards him. You almost got me killed back there, and now I've helped you twice. Start talking. What did you do to those people? The girl looked at him, her eyes pleading. My family runs a transport company, she stammered. That man. He wanted to steal the goods we were transporting and kill everyone. I barely managed to escape, but he's been hunting me ever since. He wants to silence me. Please, help me, I promise. I'll reward you handsomely. Zhong Chen snorted and let go of her arm. Yeah, right, reward me. Who wants to get involved with your mess? He muttered, turning to leave. Suddenly, he froze. Something was wrong. Very wrong, it's too late, the girl whispered, her voice filled with dread. I know, someone just cast a barrier spell. "We've been detected," she said, her eyes wide with terror. A familiar voice echoed from the edge of the clearing. Come out, wherever you are." Zishao, his eyes gleaming with malice, stepped into the clearing, his entourage close behind. They had returned. "That little brat," he snarled, his gaze fixed on Zhongchen. "I knew you were lying." He turned to his men. "Take them both." The girl gasped, her face draining of color. Panic welled up inside her, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "You already stole our caravan's goods. You murdered everyone, and now you want to silence me." Zishao's expression remained unchanged. He simply smirked, his eyes cold and cruel. "And what are you going to do about it? You dare kill me?" The girl shouted, her voice trembling with rage and fear. "The Luo family will not let you get away with this. We will hunt you down." Zishao burst into laughter. "The Luo family? A second-rate clan with a bit of money. Do you really think you're someone important? A few hundred years ago, if it wasn't for my Z ancestors protecting you, your entire insect-ridden clan would have been wiped out already to us. You're nothing but livestock. Hunt me down? What a joke. What could you possibly do to me?" Zhongchen's blood boiled as he listened to Zshao's arrogant pronouncements. He, too, knew the sting of being looked down upon, dismissed as nothing because of his lack of wealth and power. He kept his face impassive, however, his gaze fixed on Zishao, his mind racing. He needed to act fast. Xiao pulled out a talisman, igniting it with a snap of his fingers. The talisman burst into flames, transforming into a shimmering red mist that quickly spread throughout the clearing. "No," the girl cried out. "That's the Z family's dragon imprisonment formation. We're trapped." A vast, shimmering barrier materialized around them, sealing them in. Zhongchen's eyes narrowed as he inspected the barrier. It was solid, powerful, and radiated with an oppressive energy that made his skin crawl. "This guy, he's prepared for everything," he thought grimly. "Looks like we can't avoid a fight this time." "Listen well," the bodyguard barked at his men. "You know the rules, no survivors, understood?" They roared in unison, but Xiao raised his hand, stopping them. "Hold on," he turned to Zhongchen, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "While those Luo insects are expendable, this boy, he's a different story. A god-level survival type, a rare find indeed. Others might not recognize your true value, boy, but I do. I'm going to give you a chance to rise above your lowly station. Capture that woman and hand her over to me, and I'll spare your life. I'll even let you serve the esteemed Z family." "What do you say?" Zhongchen's lips curled into a mocking smile. The girl stared at him, her eyes wide with fear and betrayal. "Is he going to turn me in?" But the amusement in Zhongchen's eyes vanished as quickly as it had appeared. His expression hardened, his gaze locking with Xiao's. "You think you can buy me?" he asked, his voice laced with ice. "I refuse your offer. If you want to fight, then fight." Zishao's face darkened, his aura flared, a wave of icy killing intent washing over the clearing. "Kill them both," he commanded coldly. "Get them." The thugs roared, charging towards Zhongchen and the girl. "Don't underestimate him," the bodyguard shouted. Remembering his encounter with Zhongchen, he uses poison. "Don't engage him directly." Zhongchen stood his ground, his expression calm, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I'm not just a one-trick pony," he said softly, his voice barely audible above the roar of the approaching thugs. He extended his hand, activating his evolution of all things talent. A torrent of green energy erupted from his palm, scattering across the clearing. The air crackled with power as massive vines and thorny brambles shot up from the ground, their growth accelerated by his beast-tamer powers. "What the?" the thugs cried out in surprise as the vines lashed out, wrapping around them, constricting their limbs and pulling them off their feet. Even the bodyguard struggled to break free, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and effort. "Damn it! What is this?" he roared, slashing at the vines with his sword. "These plants are weaker. Cut them down." But Xiao, who was also struggling to free himself from the thorny embrace of Zhongchen's botanical assault, yelled, "You fool! This is just a distraction. He's about to attack." Zhongchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Too late," he whispered. With a wave of his hand, He summoned hundreds of 9-winged wasps from his hive mind, directing them to attack. The wasps, their stingers glowing with venom, descended upon the trapped thugs, their speed and ferocity overwhelming. The bodyguard, despite his strength and experience, could barely hold them back. His sword clashed against their chitinous bodies, creating a shower of sparks, but their numbers were too great. Tiny cracks began to appear on his blade, spreading like spiderwebs across the once pristine metal. This isn't poison, he realized, his eyes widening in horror. He's controlling those insects. This boy, he's a beast tamer. Suddenly, the toxic miasma swirling around his head shifted and morphed, taking the form of a miniature wasp. It darted towards him, its stinger aimed for his exposed eye. He disguised his summoned beasts as poison. He gasped, "There's no escaping this." Zhong Chen, focusing his will, directed the wasp's attack, adding its venomous sting to the onslaught. "Got you." Seeing his bodyguard overwhelmed, Xiao Shao roared with fury and kicked the man aside, using his momentum to launch himself towards Zhong Chen. "Get out of my way, you useless waste of space." He slashed through the remaining vines, his sword blazing with energy. 9 forms of the unsheathed blade. First form, Zhong Chen's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the young master to be this fast, this powerful. His attack was too swift, too precise. There was no time to dodge. Z family's secret technique, Dragon Cleaver. A blinding golden light erupted from his sword, taking the shape of a roaring dragon. The ground trembled as the dragon-shaped energy blast hurtled towards Zhong Chen, its power threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Zishao smirked, his confidence returning. "Foolish boy. Your power is impressive, but you're simply too slow. One strike, that's all it took." But as the dust settled, his smirk vanished, his eyes widened in disbelief. His dragon cleaver attack had missed. Standing between him and Zhong Chen, her body trembling with exertion, was the girl. Her arms were outstretched, her palms glowing with a faint, earthy light. A massive, shimmering shield, cracked and fractured, but still intact, hung in the air before them. "The earth shield," she gasped, blood trickling down her chin. Zhong Chen stared at her, his mind reeling. "She's a defensive type," he thought, his eyes wide with surprise. "I had completely misjudged her, that bitch." Zishao roared, his rage boiling over. "I'll kill her first." Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Chen unleashed another wave of wasps, directing them to swarm Zishao from all sides. "Young master, behind you," the bodyguard cried out, his voice strained with pain. But Xiao Shao, his eyes blazing with fury, simply grabbed the bodyguard and yanked him forward, using the man's body as a shield against the wasp's venomous stings. Then, with a roar of rage, he flung the bodyguard aside and unleashed a storm of sword strikes, decimating the wasps. He staggered back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The effort had clearly taken its toll. "You cunning bastard," Zhong Chen said, his voice laced with admiration. "To think you'd use your own man as a shield." The bodyguard lay on the ground, his body pierced by countless stingers, his life fading fast. "Young master," he croaked, his voice barely a whisper. Zishao glanced down at him, his expression cold and unforgiving. "At least you're good for something," he said coldly, turning away. He looked at Zhong Chen, his eyes burning with renewed hatred. "You're stronger than I thought," he said, his voice low and menacing, "but you forced me." He pulled out a small, shimmering pill from his pocket and swallowed it in a single gulp. Dragon origin pill. His aura exploded outwards, the air around him crackling with power. The ground shook as his strength surged, his eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity, and veins bulged on his forehead. The sheer force of his presence sent a chill down Zhong Chen's spine. He was far more powerful now, at least twice as strong as before. Zishao pointed his sword at Zhong Chen, his voice cold and deadly. "One strike," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "That's all it will take." Zhong Chen met his gaze, his expression calm, his mind racing. He had a bad feeling about this. After consuming the pill, Zishao's aura erupted with renewed intensity. A draconic aura, more potent and menacing than before, coiled around him. He channeled his amplified power into his sword, his eyes blazing with manic energy. "This time, you're dead for sure," he roared. 9 forms of the unsheathed blade, second form, descending dragon slash. He swung his sword, unleashing a devastating arc of golden energy that took the form of a roaring dragon. The dragon-shaped energy blast tore through the air, radiating a ferocious power that promised annihilation. The girl trembled, her face pale, but she stood her ground. Facing this overwhelming attack, she chanted a series of arcane words, her hands glowing with an earthy light. Earth's protective shield, amplify, the shimmering barrier surrounding them surged with renewed power, its color deepening, its defenses reinforced. With a defiant cry, she braced herself against the incoming dragon, her shield meeting the energy blast head-on. The impact was deafening. The clearing trembled, trees swayed, and a shockwave of energy rippled outward. To her surprise, her reinforced shield held. The dragon-shaped energy dissipated, leaving behind a trail of scorching heat and shimmering particles. However, the effort had taken its toll. She staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. Damn it, he consumed a Z family secret pill. His power has increased several times over, she gasped, her voice laced with panic. My shield can't withstand another attack like that, we're done for. Zhong Chen watched in terror as Zi Shao, fueled by the pill's power, unleashed a barrage of descending dragon slashes. Each attack was a deadly masterpiece of swordsmanship, its power amplified by the drug coursing through his veins. Every single attack is a killing blow, Zhong Chen thought, his heart pounding. I knew that last sword technique was powerful, but I never imagined he could reach this level of strength. This is insane, the girl's shield was failing. Cracks were spreading across its surface, and it was only a matter of time before it shattered completely. Zhong Chen knew he couldn't hide any longer, he had to act, and he had to act now. He's too smart, too dangerous, he thought, his gaze hardening. I can't afford to hold back against someone like him. He raised his right hand, the hive mind mark glowing with a faint purple light. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of 9-winged wasps poured forth from the mark on his hand, their wings buzzing like 1,000 tiny thunderclaps. They swarmed around him, a living, venomous storm, their eyes fixed on Zi Shao with unwavering hostility. Even Xiao Shao, fueled by his rage and the dragon origin pill, couldn't hide his shock. What, he can control monsters like this? The girl, weakened by her shield's efforts, collapsed to her knees, her eyes wide with disbelief. This man, he's truly a survival type awakened. She whispered, her mind struggling to comprehend what she was seeing. Zhong Chen's eyes, now glowing with a faint purple light, locked onto Xiao Shao attack. He commanded, his voice cold and emotionless. The wasp surged forward, a venomous tide crashing against Zshao's defenses. He roared in defiance, his sword flashing as he deflected their attacks, his movements becoming increasingly desperate. There's so many of them, he shouted, his voice laced with panic. But they're just insects. They can't possibly. Are you sure about that? Zhong Chen asked, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He focused his will, directing his wasps with pinpoint accuracy, their attacks becoming more coordinated, more relentless. As each wasp was destroyed by Zi Shao's sword strikes, it would dissolve into a cloud of toxic miasma, only to reform moments later, its venom replenished, its body whole. What? They can regenerate? Xiao Shao gasped, his eyes widening in horror. His attacks, while still powerful, were becoming slower, less precise. The strain was starting to show, his aura flickering as his energy reserves dwindled. How long can you hold out? Zhong Chen taunted, his voice dripping with menace. Even the girl, despite her fear, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer scale and power of Zhong Chen's swarm. Zi Shao, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, continued to fight, his sword flashing as he desperately tried to hold back the tide of insects. But his attacks were becoming weaker, his energy depleted. The wasps, their stingers glowing with venom, were relentless, their attacks growing bolder, their numbers seemingly endless. Finally, one of the wasps, taking advantage of a momentary lapse in Zishao's defenses, plunged its stinger into his right hand. He screamed, his sword clattering to the ground, "Poison, my hand, I can't." Desperately, he reached into his robes and pulled out a small, crimson orb, holding it aloft. Life-protecting jade, activate. A pulse of energy erupted from the orb, throwing back the wasps and enveloping Xiao in a shimmering red barrier. You think you can defeat me with these pathetic insects? He roared, his confidence returning. You're dreaming. This is the Z family's ancestral treasure, the life-protecting jade. It can deflect any attack. You can't harm me. He glared at Zhong Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. To think I had to resort to using this treasure, he said, his voice laced with contempt. You're surprisingly strong, boy. But it's over. Your attacks are useless against me. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me, and I'll allow you to join the Z family. I'll even grant you the honor of bearing the Z name. This is an opportunity millions dream of. You're truly blessed. Your blessings. Zhong Chen snarled, his anger boiling over. You're delusional. Can't you see how pathetic you are? You dare mock me. Zishao roared, his face contorting with rage. Fine. Even if I can't kill you today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after that? Do you really think you can resist the might of the Z family forever? Zhong Chen's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on Zishao, his voice cold and deadly. You said it yourself, he replied softly. If you want to hunt someone, you need a target, right? Suddenly, a massive, clawed hand slammed into the ground beside Zishao, sending a tremor through the clearing master. Zishao spun around, his eyes widening in terror as he saw it. A monstrous figure, its eyes glowing with a baleful purple light, its body radiating an aura of death and decay, stood before him. His mind reeled. This was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Xiaoju, Zhong Chen said, his voice calm and chilling. He's all yours. Thank you, master, Xiaoju replied, her voice a rumbling growl. I'm starving, she gazed at Xiao, her eyes filled with predatory hunger. Xiaoju raised a clawed hand, its razor-sharp tips gleaming in the fading light. No, how? He stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably. What kind of insect is this? Consider her a gift, Zhong Chen replied, his voice as cold as ice. Your body and that jade. They'll make a fine meal for my Xiaoju. Even the girl, cowering behind Zhong Chen, couldn't help but gasp in horror as Xiaoju's hand slammed down on Xiao, pinning him to the ground. Impossible, he screamed. How can you break through my defenses? The Z family's life-protecting jade is invincible. But Xiaoju, ignoring his protests, slammed her hand down again, her claws tearing through his flesh, her strength overwhelming. No, it can't be. The jade. The clearing erupted in a blinding flash of light as Xiaoju's claws shattered the life-protecting jade. It's broken. Xiao's voice was filled with disbelief and terror. He didn't even have time to scream as Xiaoju's final blow landed, crushing him into a bloody pulp. Zhong Chen watched the carnage unfold, his expression cold and emotionless. He said softly, Here we come, Xiaoju, come back, Z family. Let's go and see. Yes, master. Xiaoju scuttled over to him, nuzzling against his leg affectionately. The girl, her eyes wide with horror, scrambled backward. This is too much. He's a monster, she thought, her heart pounding in her chest. He knows my secret. He's going to kill me too. Zhong Chen, his expression unchanged, took a step toward her. Oh right, he said, his voice as cold as the grave. There's still you. The girl froze, her breath catching in her throat, her body trembling with terror. She met his gaze, her eyes filled with despair. Zhong Chen walked towards the girl, his eyes cold and menacing. He spoke softly, his voice laced with a chilling calm. What should I do with you? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you. Behind him, thousands of wasps buzzed impatiently, their multifaceted eyes fixed on the girl, their stingers dripping venom. She could practically feel their hunger, their eagerness to tear her apart. She stumbled back, fear constricting her throat. Desperate, she pulled off all the spatial rings she was wearing and offered them to Zhong Chen, her voice trembling. Here, take everything, it's worth millions, everything I have. She knew that anything less than complete submission would seal her fate. Those hungry wasps were only a thought away from tearing her to shreds. Zhong Chen's expression softened slightly. At least you're showing some sincerity, he said. But it's not enough, you know too much, and you're a liar. The girl stood up, her eyes wide with desperation. She raised her hand and swore a solemn oath. I'm Luo Sandao, I swear to the heavens. If I utter a single lie to my benefactor, may I be struck down by lightning. Zhong Chen stared at her, his eyebrows raised. Luo Sandao, he repeated, unable to hide his amusement. Seriously, you couldn't come up with a better lie. Without missing a beat, she pulled out her identification papers and thrust them at him. It's true, I don't know what my parents were thinking, but I swear I'm not lying. Look, here's my ID. Zhong Chen snatched the papers from her hand, his eyes scanning the information. He looked up at her, a skeptical expression on his face. You sure you're the person in this picture? Luo Sandao grabbed 2 strands of her hair and pulled them forward, framing her face. See, same face, this picture was taken 2 years ago. Before I hit puberty, before I lost weight. Zhong Chen couldn't help but chuckle. She stared at him, confused. Suddenly, his laughter died down. His expression hardened, his eyes turning cold. But that doesn't guarantee your silence, he said, his voice flat and emotionless. After all, only the dead can keep secrets. Luo Sandao's eyes widened in terror. Frantically, she searched through her spatial ring and pulled out a scroll. Don't worry, benefactor, she exclaimed, holding up the scroll. I have just the thing. What is that? It's a silence scroll, she explained, her voice trembling. Once you write a secret on it and someone breaks the oath, they die instantly. She unfurled the scroll, revealing a blank space. With shaking hands, she carefully inscribed the following words. Luo Sandao will keep Zhong Chen's combat secrets safe until death. If this oath is broken, death will be swift and merciless. There, she said, her voice small and shaky. I'm terrified of death, so I would never. Zhong Chen took the scroll from her, examining it closely. He had never seen anything like it before. Interesting, he mused. All right, since you've signed this silence scroll, I'll let you live for now. Thank you, benefactor, thank you, Luo Sandao gushed, her relief palpable. Wait a minute, Zhong Chen said, his eyes narrowing. How much did this scroll cost? About $1 million. She replied sheepishly, $1 million. Zhong Chen glared at her. You're telling me. My parents will reimburse you, I promise, she blurted out, cutting him off. We're very wealthy. Zhong Chen sighed. He needed to get going. He had a meeting with the night watch, and he was already running late. I'll deal with this later, I need to go, he said, turning to leave. Wait, Luo Sandao called out, benefactor. Take me closer to the night watchman's place. My house is very close to there. My house has a spatial teleportation station. I guarantee you'll be on time, benefactor. Wait for me, then. They had already appeared in front of the Luo family's house. As he entered, an angry voice shouted, How dare they? Robbing our resources and even trying to kill someone. The Z family is bullying people too much. It turned out that this voice belonged to Luo Sandao's mother. The subordinates said in unison, Mistress, please calm down. We are to blame. We deserve to die for letting the young miss suffer. The mother stroked her daughter's head, comforting her. It's all right, I must. Before she could finish, Luo Sandao's father came over and tried to calm her down. Honey, calm down. The most important thing is that our Sandao has returned safely. The Z family is a state protector family, not some merchant family we can mess with. Zhong Chen thought, damn, it really is Luo Sandao. The father continued, Zhong Chen, right? Thank you very much for saving our Sandao. Please don't refuse this black card. The mother added, yes, benefactor, I've prepared breakfast. Please eat before using the teleportation. It'll be very quick. Zhong Chen's face brightened. I won't be polite about the black card. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach rumbled loudly. He was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear. He quickly tried to save the situation. I'll eat a little bit. The 2 parents laughed heartily. Then we'll go and arrange it right away. This is the first time our future son-in-law has visited, and he's already given us such a surprise. The amount of food he ate could be measured in buildings, not plates. He looked at the chef's face and thought to himself, the more races I control, the greater my consumption. The 2 parents exchanged glances. Is this what he calls eating a little bit? To ease the awkward atmosphere, Luo Sandao spoke up. Benefactor, don't rush, eat a little more. Luo Sandao looked at him adoringly as he ate. The mother whispered to her husband, although our daughter said he's a survival system, he's also at the god level. He's so young, yet he can save someone from the Z family's hands. The husband replied, yes, although our daughter wouldn't say it, this person's strength is definitely not as simple as his appearance suggests. Moreover, he's also very handsome. The two parents looked at each other and thought, if he can help us resist the Z family, if he can protect our daughter for life, as expected of a married couple, they were on the same wavelength. The mother began to praise her daughter, John Chen. Do you have a girlfriend yet? Our Sandao doesn't have a boyfriend either. Our Sandao's unique hidden profession isn't bad, and she's also good at business. She can manage the family's assets. The husband added, most importantly, our Sandao has a fiery figure, 9-6092 standing with you. You'd be a perfect match. Luo Sandao's face turned bright red. Dad? Zhong Chen, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out. He was sweating profusely. She quickly said, Mom, Dad, you're going to 5? After finishing his meal, Zhong Chen ran away as fast as he could, but not before saying, thank you for the hospitality. I'm full and have urgent matters to attend to. The mother was apologetic. The father called out, hey, Zhong Chen, stay a little longer. The father persuaded Luo Sandao, Sandao, your husband is gone. Why aren't you seeing him off? The mother came up with a plan. Sandao, don't worry. The black card your father gave him has a tracker. Wherever he goes, you can follow. Luo Sandao blushed. Mom, Dad, stop it. Although she liked him very much, she was also very scared. She thought to herself, Zhong Chen, although he's very handsome and strong, he's also very scary. Meanwhile, at the Z family estate, a furious man paced back and forth, his voice booming with rage. Damn it, XIO Xiao's life-protecting jade, it's broken. Find out who did this, now, yes, master. Z Yuanshan, the patriarch of the Z family, trembled with fury. A young man, his face etched with arrogance, entered the room. Grandfather, you shouldn't be so upset, he said dismissively. That cousin of mine. He was already over 20 and barely reached level 30. Even after 2 class advancements, he was still a weakling. His death is no great loss. XIO Yuanshan glared at him. While it's true that XIO Xiao's talent was mediocre compared to yours, but his death is still an insult. Someone dared to kill a member of the Z family, right under my nose. Do they think they can defy the Z family with impunity? Don't worry, grandfather, Z Baihan said, his eyes gleaming with ambition. I'll take care of this. After I join the Heavenly Pride Battalion, I'll find out who dared to defy our family. I'll crush them like an insect. At the Night Watch headquarters, a group of Awakened stood in a spacious training room, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. He's here, Ji Gang, the Night Watch commander, exclaimed, his face beaming with pride. Zhong Chen entered the room, his eyes widening as he saw the assembled group. Wow, he murmured, taken aback by the sheer number of powerful auras in the room. This is quite the welcoming committee. Ji Gang chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. Welcome, Zhong Chen, we've been waiting for you. He turned to the group. Allow me to introduce you to the newest member of the Night Watch. He gestured to a petite woman with bright green hair and a mischievous glint in her eye. This is Yan Zhake, level 45, to class advancements, support type. She used to be our youngest member, but you've stolen her title. He's cute, Yan Zhake exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. It's not often we get to work with someone so handsome. Ji Gang cleared his throat and moved on, gesturing to a tall, brooding man with a meticulously styled beard and a pair of silver pistols strapped to his hips. Duan Feng, level 49, to class advancements, marksman type. A man of few words, but deadly accurate with his shots. Looking forward to working with you, Duan Feng said, offering a curt nod. Next, Ji Gang introduced a short, muscular man with a mischievous grin and a seemingly endless supply of energy. Chibulang, level 49, to class advancements, tank type. Don't let his size fool you, this guy's tougher than he looks. That's right, Chibulang exclaimed, flexing his biceps. I get to work with a god-level awakened. This is going to be awesome. Finally, Jigang gestured to a stern-looking woman with silver hair pulled back into a tight bun, her eyes sharp and intelligent. Tongjin, level 61 grandmother, 3 class advancements, elemental mage. She's also our vice commander. And an excellent cook, I might add. Don't worry, Zhongchen, Tongjin said, her voice surprisingly gentle. Stick with me, and you'll never go hungry. Zhongchen, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the warm reception, smiled sheepishly. Thank you, everyone. I'm not sure what a survival type like me can contribute, he said, his voice trailing off. He was surprised by their enthusiasm. Even though he was a god-level awakened, a survival type was still considered the weakest and least desirable class. Nonsense, Jigang said, clapping him on the shoulder again. God level is God level. Don't listen to those fools who say otherwise. We are glad to have you on board, especially after you chose to join us over those other stuck-up organizations. The others nodded in agreement. He's right, Zhongchen. Welcome to the Night Watch. You're one of us now. Zhongchen felt a twinge of guilt. He had only intended to use the Night Watch for resources and protection, but seeing their genuine acceptance, he couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging. All right, enough chit-chat, Jigang said, clapping his hands together. Let's get down to business. We were planning to nominate you for the Heavenly Pride training camp, starting in 3 days. It's a great opportunity to gain experience and resources. But there's a catch. You need to be at least level 20 to participate. How close are you? I'm level 17 right now, Zhongchen replied. Jigang's jaw dropped. Level 17. You only awakened 3 days ago? He burst into laughter. Excellent. I knew I didn't misjudge you. As expected, a god-level awakened. Reaching level 20 in 3 days shouldn't be a problem for you. Suddenly, the room fell silent. A palpable tension filled the air as each member of the Night Watch felt it. A powerful, unseen presence was observing them. Jigang frowned. Zhongchen, he asked, his voice low and serious. Have you made any powerful enemies lately? There's a grandmother level awakened, possibly 3 class advancements, monitoring your movements. Their identity is unknown. Zhongchen's heart skipped a beat. A grandmother, could it be? He had a sinking feeling he knew exactly who was behind this. The Z family wouldn't give up so easily. Yun Zhake, sensing the presence of the intruder, immediately activated her powers, a soothing wave of energy spreading throughout the room. I'll handle this, she said calmly. Creating a soundproof barrier to prevent further eavesdropping. Please, continue your conversation. A shimmering barrier enveloped the room, effectively blocking any further attempts at spying. Jigang turned to Zhongchen, his expression grave. Tell us what's going on, Zhongchen. We're all in this together. Don't keep secrets from us. Zhongchen hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Yesterday, I killed Xiao Shao of the Z family, he admitted, his voice low. I destroyed the body and erased any traces of my presence, but I'm not sure if they have other ways of tracking me. The room erupted in gasps of surprise and alarm. The Z family? Tongjin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Zi Shao, Jigang asked, his face darkening. You mean the grandson of Xiao Yuanshan, the Zhenguo 8 transformation's grandmother? Zhongchen nodded sheepishly. I think so. I might have caused a bit of trouble. Jigang chuckled, clapping Zhongchen on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, Zhongchen. Everyone knows the Z family is full of arrogant bullies. Those young brats have been causing trouble for years. You did a good deed by taking one of them down. He paused, his expression thoughtful. The Zhenguo 8 transformations. Now that's a force to be reckoned with. But from what I've heard, that Xiao Shao wasn't exactly the brightest bulb in the family, nor the most beloved. I doubt old man Xiao Yuanshan will not personally intervene for such a useless grandson. He might send someone else, Tongjin pointed out, but the Night Watch isn't going to stand idle by and let them harm one of our own. Zhongchen felt a warm feeling spread through his chest. He had been an orphan all his life, raised by kind neighbors, but this was the first time he felt a true sense of belonging, of family. Jigang suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening in realization. Wait a minute, Xiao Shao, even if he was a good-for-nothing, was probably at least a 2-time advancement awakened, right? He grabbed Zhong Chen's shoulders, his voice filled with excitement and disbelief. Tell me, Zhong Chen, he asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. How did a level 17 survival type like you manage to kill a level 30, 2-time advancement combat type awakened? Zhong Chen, flustered by Ji Gang's sudden enthusiasm, stammered, well, I had help. Help, Ji Gang pressed. From who? Zhong Chen rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Luo Sandao of the Luo family, she's a unique hidden class defender. The room erupted in a chorus of gasps and excited chatter. Luo Sandao of the Luo family, isn't she their only daughter? They're the wealthiest merchants in the entire region. Ji Gang let out a sigh of relief, a broad grin spreading across his face. Excellent, excellent. The Luo family may not be a combat-oriented family, but they're richer than God. If you're ever in trouble, they'll definitely have your back. He paused, his eyes widening as a thought occurred to him. Wait a minute, Luo Sandao, she's a defender, you say? No offensive abilities, so then he stared at Zhong Chen, his expression a mixture of disbelief and awe. Zhong Chen, seeing their curiosity, extended his hand, summoning a small cloud of toxic miasma. It seems I'm a dual class awakened. My hidden class is Poison Master. Ji Gang, unable to contain his excitement, reached out to touch the toxic miasma, his eyes sparkling with childlike glee. Fascinating, the more skills you have, the better. Tell me, what other secrets are you hiding? Zhong Chen quickly pulled his hand back, a wry smile on his face. Commander Ji, it's quite potent. I wouldn't want you to. Ji Gang, ignoring his warning, grabbed Zhong Chen's hand, his fingers brushing against the toxic miasma. Zhong Chen, you underestimate your old uncle. My defenses are impenetrable. He cut himself off with a yelp of pain, quickly retracting his hand. Zhong Chen winced, looking at Ji Gang's contorted expression with a mixture of amusement and sympathy. Commander, your defenses, they're broken. Chu Bulin, staring at Ji Gang's rapidly swelling hand, which was now turning a sickly shade of green, let out a nervous chuckle. Jacquet, get over here, quick, he needs healing. Young Jacquet, who was still trying to suppress her laughter, hurried over to Ji Gang, her hands glowing with a soft, healing light. Coming, Commander, you should have listened to him, you know. He said it was potent. Ji Gang, wincing as young Jacquet treated his poisoned hand, glared at Zhong Chen playfully. Excellent poison, Zhong Chen, excellent. The more skills you have, the happier I am. However, his expression turned serious. With the Z family involved, we can't risk sending you to the Heavenly Pride training camp. It's a valuable opportunity for training and resources, but I'm sure the Z family will send their own representatives. It's too dangerous. What kind of resources? Zhong Chen asked, his curiosity piqued. Ji Gang explained, rare materials, powerful weapons, beast essence, you name it. And if you rank among the top participants, you can even win prizes like rare fruits, secret dungeon scrolls, and even access to restricted areas. Zhong Chen's eyes widened. Those were exactly the kind of resources he needed to further develop his swarm. He had a feeling the resources at the training camp were far superior to anything he could find by hunting monsters on his own. Maybe, just maybe, if he could get his hands on those resources, he'd be able to trigger Shaju's next breeding cycle. Commander Ji, I need to participate, he said, his voice firm. I'm not afraid of the danger. I can handle myself, Ji Gang sighed. Let me think about it. Meanwhile, at the Z family's secluded training grounds by the lake, a young man stood by the water's edge, his sword drawn. With a single, graceful stroke, he cleaved through the surface of the lake, splitting it in two, creating a chasm that seemed to plunge into the very depths of the earth. It was Z Baihan, the Z family's most promising prodigy. Young Master Z, a voice said from behind him, filled with admiration. You're truly worthy of being the strongest member of the Heavenly Pride Battalion. Your strength has reached new heights. Z Baihan turned, his expression cold and arrogant. Spare me the flattery. What did you find out? The man, the leader of his personal guard, bowed his head respectfully. Young Master, I've discovered Zi Xiao had a conflict with a woman named Luo Sandao before his demise. She was also seen traveling with a young man named Zhong Chen. Zi Baihan frowned. Luo Sandao, I know her, she's nothing special. What about this Zhong Chen? He awakened a god-level survival type talent and has joined the Night Watch. We've also learned that both he and Luo Sandao have registered for the Heavenly Pride training camp. However, we have no concrete evidence connecting them to Xiao Shao's death, only suspicion. Zi Baihan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Suspicion is enough. A god-level survival type, interesting. If they're going to the training camp, then I won't even need to make a special trip to eliminate them. 3 days at the Heavenly Pride training camp, I'll take care of them myself. Back at the Night Watch headquarters, Ji Gang paced back and forth, his brow furrowed. Zhong Chen, he said, his voice heavy with concern. While I've registered you for the training camp, I'm still not comfortable with the risk. As a precaution, I've found you a valuable ally among the participants. He chuckled nervously. She's, well, let's just say she's quite influential. It's the 7 Transformations Grandmaster's granddaughter, Mua Hankyu. He turned to Zhong Chen, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Before we depart, you'll be entering a dungeon with her. It's a good opportunity for you to level up and build a strong relationship. He winked. I've heard she's not only breathtakingly beautiful but also your age. Use your charm, boy. Make this old man proud. Zhong Chen stared at Ji Gang, his face contorting into a grimace. This is really not my style. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. They're here. The door opened, and a young woman, her beauty as striking as Ji Gang had described, strode into the room, followed by an elderly man with a stern expression. Ji Gang, the woman said, her voice cool and sharp. I thought you said you needed to borrow my dungeon scroll for training. Oh, Hankyu, Ji Gang exclaimed, his face beaming with a forced cheerfulness. My dear girl, you're even more stunning in person. Your grandfather must be so proud. Cut the crap, Ji Gang, why the sudden change of heart? Well, you see. Ji Gang slung an arm around Zhong Chen's shoulders and gave him a nudge. There were certain conditions attached to my agreement. This fine young man comes as part of the package deal, you see. What do you think? He's a real catch, isn't he? Mua Hankyu glared at him. I'm offering you a level 30 dungeon scroll for free, and you're still trying to haggle. Come now, Hankyu, we both have needs. You know you're only interested because that dungeon has a level restriction. Only those below level 50 can enter, right? And you need someone reliable and experienced to help you clear it. That's where our Zhong Chen comes in. Mua Hankyu stepped closer to Zhong Chen, her eyes scrutinizing him. Well, what's your combat power? She asked, her voice skeptical. Level 17 survival type, he replied. She stared at him in disbelief, her finger pointing accusingly at his face. A level 17 survival type. Are you kidding me? You're practically useless. You're just here to leech off of us? Ji Gang bristled. What did you just say? You little brat, show some respect. Zhong Chen here is a god-level dual-class awakened. You don't know what you're talking about. The elderly man stepped forward. Calm down, old G. She's just going through a bit of a rough patch. She doesn't mean anything by it. Mua Hankyu groaned. Uncle, please, just let it go. Fine, I agree to take him. Ji Gang exchanged a knowing glance with Tong Jin. So that was it. They teleported to the entrance of the beautiful village dungeon, a level 30 dungeon with a maximum capacity of 5 participants and a level restriction of 50. All right, listen up. Duan Feng said, his voice commanding. I'll be leading this operation. Remember, if you find yourself separated from the group or in danger, immediately return to the designated teleportation point. The chances of a dungeon mutation are low, but if anything unexpected happens, retreat is our priority. Hey, Zhong Chen, Chu Buleng said, do you know how much that level 30 dungeon scroll is worth? At least 100 million. Mua Hankyu rolled her eyes, her gaze fixed on Zhong Chen. Don't go crying for your mommy the moment we enter, newbie, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Try not to get in our way. Zhong Chen frowned. What's with her attitude, he thought. A level 30 dungeon for some reason. I have a bad feeling about this. Chu Buleng clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Zhong Chen, I got your back. Stepping into the dungeon, the group found themselves on a mountain slope, overlooking a sprawling village nestled in the valley below. This village, it's massive, Duan Feng observed, his eyes scanning the seemingly deserted streets and buildings. There's no sign of any monsters, and our objective is to clear out the village. There's only one explanation. They're all hiding inside. He turned to his team. We'll proceed cautiously, clearing each house one by one. Chubulang, you draw their attention. I'll handle the attacks. Zhou Zhong Chen, stay close behind and provide support. As they approached the village entrance, they noticed a large stone tablet engraved with the words, Bright Light Village. Deep scratches marred the surface of the tablet, as if clawed by some unseen beast. This stone tablet, something's not right, Ton Jin said, her voice laced with unease. There's a strange energy emanating from this village. It feels oppressive, like a dark presence lurking beneath the surface. She raised her staff, a gentle light emanating from its tip. I'm casting a purification spell. It will enhance your senses and boost your agility and energy reserves. Stay vigilant. This feels amazing. Zhong Chen exclaimed, flexing his arms. I feel so light and energized. Suddenly, the air grew heavy, and the sky darkened, turning a sickly shade of crimson. Rows of blood-red lanterns flickered to life, illuminating the village streets with an eerie glow. Retreat, Duan Feng shouted, his voice laced with urgency. It's a mutation, but before he could finish his warning, a wave of dark energy swept over them, pulling him towards the heart of the village. Duan Feng, Yun Zhaokei cried out, reaching for him, but it was too late. He was gone. System notification. Level 30 dungeon, beautiful village, has undergone a mutation. Dungeon renamed. Necropolis Village, new objective. Purge the darkness from Necropolis Village. Slay the dungeon boss, explanation. When light fades, darkness flourishes. The gates to the Necropolis realm have opened. Zhong Chen found himself alone, standing in a narrow alleyway, surrounded by dilapidated buildings and flickering red lanterns. Necropolis Village, he murmured, his eyes scanning his surroundings. The dungeon, it mutated from a normal-level dungeon to a nightmare-level dungeon. The air was thick with a chilling energy that made his skin crawl. He could feel the presence of countless unseen eyes watching him, their malice palpable. He realized his teammates had been scattered throughout the village, their communication cut off by the sudden transformation. A level 30 nightmare dungeon, he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. Fighting alone at my level, that's suicide. He remembered Duan Feng's instructions. If you find yourself separated from the group or in danger, immediately return to the designated teleportation point. I need to get out of here, he decided. He kicked open a nearby door, hoping to find a way out of the village. But the sight that greeted him made his blood run cold. The room was filled with coffins, stacked from floor to ceiling, their surfaces covered in strange symbols and carvings. Coffins, he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. At the far end of the room, hanging on the wall above a makeshift altar, was a large portrait of a man with a chillingly serene smile. The red lanterns cast an eerie glow on the portrait, making it seem as if the man's eyes were following him. Am I seeing things? He wondered, his gaze fixed on the portrait. That picture, it looks like it's smiling at me. Suddenly, a faint scratching sound echoed from within one of the coffins. Then another, and another. The coffins began to tremble, their lids creaking open. One by one, skeletal figures, draped in tattered black robes, emerged from their resting places. Their eye sockets glowed with an eerie blue flame, and their bony hands clutched rusty swords. Necromancer, level 30 skills, charge, slash, decaying touch, special trait, immune to conventional physical attacks. Immune to physical attacks, Zhong Chen muttered, his mind racing. He summoned a cloud of toxic miasma, directing it towards the nearest necromancer. Maybe poison will work. But the necromancer, enveloped in the corrosive mist, remained unharmed. Damn it. Zhong Chen cursed, leaping back and scrambling onto the roof of a nearby building. My toxic miasma is considered a physical attack. It's useless against these things. I need to find Zhaokei. She's the only one with any light-based abilities that might work against these undead monstrosities. Master, fire, fire, Shao Ju's voice chirped in his mind, her tone laced with excitement. Eat, eat, tasty, tasty. Shaju, you can eat these things, he asked, his brow furrowed. But it wouldn't that also be a physical attack? Shaju strong, she chirped confidently. They are food. Before he could stop her, she swooped down from the rooftop, her massive mandibles snapping shut around a necromancer. To his surprise, the creature offered no resistance. It vanished into Xiaju's maw, leaving behind only a faint puff of dust. Delicious, happy, more, eat, eat. Zhong Chen's eyes whitened in realization. He had forgotten that Shaju, born of the abyss, shared a similar nature with these undead creatures. They were both creatures of darkness. And after her divine evolution, Shaju had become the abyssal queen, her power far surpassing these low-level necromancers. If you can eat them, he grinned, a dangerous glint in his eye. Then let's give the rest of the swarm a feast. He spread his arms wide, summoning his army of 9 winged wasps. The clearing erupted in a buzzing, chittering cloud of venomous insects. Spread out, he commanded, avoid any humans. Find those necromancers and devour them. The wasps obeyed instantly, their wings humming as they dispersed throughout the village, their predatory instincts taking over. System notification. Your pet has slain a level 30 necromancer. You have gained 5007 experience points. System notification. Your pet has slain a level 30 necromancer. You have gained 5007 experience points. System notification. Your pet has slain a level 30 necromancer. You have gained 5007 experience points. Shaju's nourishment skill activated. You have gained 2301 experience points. System notification. Level up. You are now level 18. This is insane. Zhong Chen thought, his eyes widening in amazement. He was gaining levels at an unprecedented rate. In less than a minute, he had gained 500,000 experience points. This dungeon, it's like it was made for me. He turned his attention back to the strange portrait. Now that the necromancers were dealt with, he could get a closer look. Hey, buddy, he said, approaching the portrait and tapping it lightly. Why aren't you smiling anymore, master? Outside, all clean. Shaju announced, returning to his side. Good work, Shaju, he said, patting her head. Come here, let's see if this thing is edible. As if sensing danger, the figure in the portrait began to tremble. Suddenly, the portrait shattered. System notification. You have startled the level 35 elite necromancer guard to death. You have gained 8701 experience points. What the hell? Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Guan Feng was battling for his life. Damn it, to think I'd have to resort to close combat, he muttered, his face grim. As a marksman, he was most effective at range, but the necromancer's relentless attacks and their immunity to physical weapons had forced him to abandon his usual tactics. He was thankful for the enchanted bow he always carried as a backup weapon. Without it, he would have been overwhelmed already. I wonder how the others are doing, he thought, his brow furrowed with worrying. Especially Zhong Chen, he's still so low level. If anything happened to him, I don't know how I'd face Ji Gang. Suddenly, a series of system notifications popped up. Your teammate has slain a level 30 necromancer. You have gained 4,133 experience points. Your teammate has slain a level 30 necromancer. You have gained 4,133 experience points. Your teammate has slain a level 35 elite necromancer guard. You have gained 8,024 experience points. What? Guan Feng stared at the notifications, his jaw dropping. Someone's killing those necromancers, but who? It couldn't be Chibulan. His physical attacks were useless against them. And while Jacquet's light-based abilities were effective, she wasn't powerful enough to rack up so many kills so quickly. As for Zhong Chen, it can't be him, can it? He wondered. He's too low level, and both his Poison Master and Beast Tamer abilities are ineffective against undead creatures. Could it be Hanqi? Is she really that strong? Whoever it was, their efforts were buying him valuable time. I needed to find the others, especially Zhong Chen. Hold on, Zhong Chen? I'm coming, he muttered, his eyes scanning the surrounding buildings. In another part of the village, a young woman, her body covered in wounds, her clothes torn and blooded, stumbled through the narrow alleyways. her face contorted in terror. It was Muhankyu, her pride and confidence shattered. I can't die here, she thought desperately, her breath coming in ragged gasps. I'm a unique hidden class. I have to participate in the Heavenly Pride training camp. I have to bring honor to my family. She could feel her energy reserves dwindling, her speed waning. The necromancers were relentless, their glowing eyes fixed on her, their footsteps echoing through the deserted streets. No, I want to go home. I don't want to die. Suddenly, she saw a figure standing at the end of the alleyway. The necromancers pursuing her were scattering, their movements erratic and confused. Could it be one of my teammates, the one who's killing those necromancers? They're so strong, so powerful. Hope surged through her. She pushed herself forward, ignoring the pain, her eyes fixed on the figure standing in the fading light. Please, just a little further. She reached out, her voice a broken whisper, help me. As she stumbled towards her savior, her eyes met theirs, her mind reeled. It can't be, she thought, her vision blurring. It was Zhong Chen. Muhankyu, surrounded by necromancers, reached out to Zhong Chen with a desperate plea. Zhong Chen, help me. Without hesitation, Zhong Chen grabbed her hand, pulling her away from the grasping claws of the undead horde. Move, he growled, shoving her aside. Don't get in my way. Muhankyu stumbled, falling hard onto the cobblestone street. That was rude, she muttered, wincing in pain as she got to her feet. But as she watched Zhong Chen's swarm of wasps tear through the necromancers, her anger quickly dissolved into a mixture of awe and something else. He's so handsome, she thought, her cheeks flushing. This is the useless survival type they were talking about. Ji Gang said he was a dual-class awakened, a poison master. This is the real him. Suddenly, her heart began to race. Oh no, she thought, her eyes widening in alarm. I think I've been poisoned. Half an hour later, Duan Feng, Chu Bulan, and Yan Zhake had regrouped at the village square. Those necromancers, they're incredibly strong, Chu Bulan exclaimed, panting heavily, his armor dented and scratched. Agreed, Duan Feng said, his expression grim. But something strange is happening. Ever since I escaped from that initial attack, I haven't encountered another necromancer. Could it be that HANQIU's powers are effective against them? Or maybe she has some sort of artifact that repels them. It's our only lucky break so far. What about Zhong Chen? Yan Zhake asked, her voice filled with worrying. Do you think he's all right? Over there, Duan Feng said, pointing towards a narrow alleyway. There are signs of a recent battle. It must have ended just a few minutes ago. They rushed towards the alleyway, their eyes scanning the area. Look, Yan Zhake exclaimed, pointing to a pile of shattered bones. Necromancer remains. We have to find Zhong Chen. Duan Feng said, his voice laced with urgency. If anything happened to him, we're all in deep trouble. They searched frantically, but their efforts seemed futile. Suddenly, Duan Feng and Yan Zhake exchanged stunned glances. Is that? Sitting on the steps of a nearby building, his back to them, was Zhong Chen, and behind him, gently massaging his shoulders, was Muhankyu. Duan Feng, is that Zhong Chen? Chu Bulan asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. It's definitely him, Yan Zhake confirmed. Duan Feng frowned. Something's not right. Why would Muhankyu be acting like a servant, giving Zhong Chen a shoulder massage? He narrowed his eyes. They could be dungeon boss mimics. Stay alert. Zhong Chen, hearing their voices, turned around. Duan Feng, you're here. The three newcomers instantly drew their weapons, their expressions wary. Don't move, Duan Feng shouted. Answer my questions first. Yan Zhake demanded, her staff raised. Muhankyu, seeing their hostile stance, leapt to her feet and stood protectively in front of Zhong Chen, her arms outstretched. What do you think you're doing? She shouted, her voice filled with righteous indignation. If you want to hurt him, you'll have to go through me. Zhong Chen gently pushed her aside. It's all right, Hankyu, he said, his voice reassuring. I'll handle this. He turned to his teammates, a wry smile on his face. I know what you're thinking. I'm not a monster. I just have a certain charm, I guess, he winked. Don't you remember? Our commander, Ji Gang, has excellent taste, and Tong Jin's cooking is amazing. The three newcomers stared at him, their mouths agape. It's really you, Zhong Chen. Chu Bulan exclaimed, rushing forward and engulfing him in a bear hug. You're all right, thank goodness. Are you hurt? Yun Zhaokei asked, her eyes filled with concern as she scanned him for injuries. Suddenly, Zhong Chen turned to Mu Hankyu, his expression stern. Explain yourself, he said, his voice cold. No more games. Mu Hankyu blushed and lowered her gaze. I'm sorry, she mumbled, I'll behave. Duen Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Our little Zhong Chen is quite the charmer, isn't he? Unbelievable, Chu Bulan exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. I've got to learn how to do that. Zhong Chen glared at them, his cheeks flushing. That's enough, you two. Are we going to deal with the boss or not? The three newcomers, their expressions now a mixture of amusement and relief, snapped to attention. Right, let's go. A few minutes later, Zhong Chen kicked open a set of double doors, leading them into a large, dimly lit chamber. Standing in the center of the chamber, its blood-red eyes fixed on them, was a colossal necromancer, its skeletal body draped in tattered robes, its bony hand clutching a massive, glowing axe. Necromancer Commander, Level 40, Dungeon Boss. The group stared at the creature, their expressions a mixture of awe and fear. That's the boss, Duan Feng said, his voice low. Level 40, be careful, everyone. I'll draw its attention, Hankyu. Keep Zhong Chen safe. Zhaokei, maintain the purification spell. We need those buffs. And for God's sake, dodge its attacks, don't get cocky. Stay safe, maximize our damage output, and for the love of all that is holy, be careful. This is not a drill, I repeat, be careful, it's moving. Chu Bulan shouted, spread out. Suddenly, the boss kneeled. The group stared at the creature, their confusion growing. What's it doing? Duan Feng asked, his brow furrowed. Is it begging for mercy? Before anyone could react, Zhong Chen stepped forward. Leave this one to me, he said calmly. You're all injured. A swirling cloud of toxic miasma erupted from his body, enveloping the chamber in a thick, black fog. He silently summoned Xiaoju, her true form towering over him. Go ahead, Xiaoju, he whispered, dinner is served. Xiaoju, her eyes gleaming with delight, lunged towards the kneeling boss, her massive mandibles snapping shut. Eat, eat, eat. System notification. You have slain the level 40 Necromancer Commander. You have gained 76,690 experience points. Xiaoju's nourishment skill activated. You have gained 31,220 for experience points. System notification. Level up. You are now level 26. The fog dissipated, revealing the Necromancer Commander's remains, a pile of dust and shattered bone. It's dead. Duan Feng stared at the remains, his mouth agape. Just like that, Yun Zhaokei turned to Zhong Chen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did you kill all those necromancers by yourself? Zhong Chen scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Oh, well, it seems my poison is particularly effective against these types of creatures. System notification. Congratulations. You have defeated the final boss and cleared the Necropolis village dungeon. Calculating rewards. That was incredibly easy, Chu Bulan said, scratching his head in bewilderment. Unbelievable, Duan Feng exclaimed. I've never seen such a smooth dungeon run. Thank you, Zhong Chen. Yun Zhaokei said, her eyes shining with gratitude. Mu Hankyu simply stared at Zhong Chen, her expression unreadable. As Zhong Chen examined his rewards, he couldn't help but be impressed. This level 30 dungeon had been incredibly generous, showering him with rare materials, powerful weapons, and valuable artifacts. He estimated the total value of his loot to be in the hundreds of millions. One item, in particular, caught his eye, a dark cloak with impressive attribute bonuses and a unique ability. Shadow Cloak, Agility plus 80, Strength plus 50 special ability, Shadow Meld become invisible for 3 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours. This could be useful, he thought. A cloak that grants invisibility perfect for stealth operations. He decided to keep the cloak and a few other items that suited his needs and sell the rest to purchase more resources for his swarm. Dungeon notification. Due to the dungeon's mutation and the completion of your objectives, the Necropolis village will soon collapse. Please prepare to depart. My devour value has increased significantly, Zhong Chen thought. With a few more boss kills, I might be able to trigger the next breeding cycle. It's time to head back. Back at the Night Watch headquarters, Jigang paced back and forth, his face a mask of disbelief. A dungeon mutation. You're telling me Zhongchen conquered Muhanqiu's heart? Not only that, Commander, Tong Jin said, unable to contain her amusement. He led the team to a flawless victory. Jigang took a deep breath, composing himself. All right, everyone, you're dismissed. I need to speak with Zhongchen privately. Yes, Commander. Zhongchen, his heart pounding in his chest, watched as his teammates left the room. Jigang turned to him, his expression stern. Confession will be met with leniency, resistance will be punished severely. Zhongchen gulped. Confession, about what? Jigang's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing. Poison that can affect necromancers. That's a nice story, Zhongchen. It even fooled Duanfeng and the others. But don't insult my intelligence. Such a poison, it doesn't exist. A dark aura emanated from Jigang, his eyes glowing with an unsettling red light. Tell me the truth, Zhongchen. What else are you hiding? Zhongchen's blood ran cold. He thought, his mind racing. He knows about my swarm. What am I going to do? They're an ancient calamity. Will they accept me if they know the truth? Jigang, his expression hardening, closed the distance between them. Tell me, he demanded, his voice laced with an icy chill. Zhongchen stammered. Uncle Ji. Jigang paused, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Then, he burst into laughter, clapping Zhongchen on the shoulder. So you do know how to be afraid, he exclaimed, his laughter echoing through the room. Where's all that bravado you showed during the dungeon mutation? Zhongchen wiped the sweat from his brow, his apprehension fading into confusion. Uncle Ji, are you messing with me? Jigang settled into a nearby chair, his expression softening. Not entirely, he admitted, his voice calming. But if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. The more cards you have up your sleeve, the better, as far as I'm concerned. The Night Watch needs people like you, people who can shake things up, achieve the impossible. Zhongchen puffed out his chest, a confident grin spreading across his face. Don't worry, Uncle Ji, you can count on me. I'll get you at least one epic-level equipment set, Jigang chuckled. I appreciate the sentiment, but an epic-level set is no small feat, you know. I'm serious, Zhongchen insisted. All right, Jigang said, raising his hands in mock surrender. He closed his eyes, focusing his energy, and with a wave of his hand, conjured a swirling golden vortex. Zhongchen, it's good that you have secrets. It means you're resourceful, adaptable, but there are some things I need to warn you about. Suddenly, 3 bodies dropped from the vortex, landing on the floor with a sickening thud. Zhongchen stared at the corpses, his blood running cold. Uncle Ji, what is this? Jigang walked over to the bodies, his expression grim. These people, the weakest among them was a level 60 grandmother, 3 class advancements. 2 of them were level 90 grandmasters, for class advancements. Don't underestimate them, even I wouldn't stand a chance against any of them. He paused, his gaze meeting Zhongchen's. I found their bodies right outside your apartment. Zhongchen's heart pounded in his chest. They were trying to kill me. Jigang watched him carefully. You're afraid, he observed, but you're not afraid of them. What are you so worried about? They weren't there to kill you, he continued, his voice softening. They were sent to assassinate Muhanqiu. Her secret guards intercepted them. Muhanqiu, but why? Jigang pulled out a scroll, handing it to Zhongchen. Take a look at this. Zhongchen unfurled the scroll, his eyes widening in surprise. It was a hit list. Great, their Heavenly Pride elimination list. The names on the list were unfamiliar to him, each entry accompanied by a level, a brief description, and a reward for their elimination. Rank 1, Yingzon, descendant of the Invincible from the Jingcheng War Zone, level 46, reward, 3 heavenly grade items of choice. Rank 2, Ji Zhuanyuan, descendant of the Invincible from the Modu War Zone, level 46, reward, 3 heavenly grade items of choice. Rank 3, Zhong Wushuang, descendant of the Invincible from the Zhongnan War Zone, level 45, reward, 3 heavenly grade items of choice. Rank 12, Xiao Baihan, descendant of the Zhenguo from the Zhongnan War Zone, level 41, reward, to heavenly grade items of choice. Zhong Chen's eyes narrowed. Wait a minute. Zi Baihan. Is that the Z family? Ji Gang nodded. That's right. These are all top-ranking talents from across the Great Xia Empire. Zi Baihan is among them. They'll be participating in the Heavenly Pride tournament, representing their respective war zones. Yu and X, Io Baihan will both be representing the Zhongnan War Zone. 7 transformations grandmasters are known as Feng Wang, 8 transformations are Zhenguo, and 9 transformations are invincible. This list contains the top 100 most promising individuals in the entire empire, and the lowest ranking among them is a Feng Wang descendant. Mu Hankyu, one of the 12 Feng Wang descendants from the Zhongnan War Zone, is ranked 77th. He paused, his expression thoughtful. Even with her relatively low ranking, there have been several attempts on her life, all intercepted by her secret guards. Imagine the power backing those ranked higher. Zhong Chen's gaze scanned the list until he found Mu Hankyu's entry. Rank 77, Mu Hankyu, descendant of the Feng Wang from the Zhongnan War Zone, level 35. Reward, 1 profound grade item of choice. Ji Gang continued, if a Feng Wang descendant commands such loyalty and protection, imagine the power the Z family wields. And Zi Baihan is considered one of their most promising talents. Zhong Chen returned the scroll to Ji Gang, his expression thoughtful. You're showing me this because you want me to keep a low profile at the tournament, right? Exactly, Ji Gang replied. Your potential is immense, Zhong Chen, but so is the danger you face. Don't expose your true abilities unless absolutely necessary, he sighed, his gaze dropping. Those top-ranking talents are all backed by powerful forces. I'm just a commander, my strength is limited. I'm not sure I could protect you if they decided to target you. Zhong Chen nodded. I understand, Uncle Ji, I'll be careful. But inwardly, he was deeply touched by Ji Gang's concern. Not only was he not reprimanding him for keeping secrets, but he was genuinely worried about his safety. Good, Ji Gang said, a wry smile appearing on his face. And by the way, I've heard rumors about your performance in that dungeon. If they're true, your ranking on that list is about to skyrocket. You'll be ranked higher than Mu Hankyu, but strangely enough, she hasn't revealed anything about your true abilities. She's keeping your secret. He narrowed his eyes playfully. Tell me, Zhong Chen, what did you do to her? Don't tell me, you actually have a thing for those necromancer types. Your tastes are unique, to say the least, Zhong Chen shuddered, his face flushing crimson. He quickly turned and fled, waving goodbye over his shoulder. Good night, Uncle Ji, get some rest. Ji Gang chuckled, shaking his head. That boy, he muttered to himself. He doesn't know what he's missing. Back in his room at the Night Watch headquarters, Zhong Chen spread his loot out on the floor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 33 jars of rank 3 beast essence, 14 jars of rank 4 beast essence. He murmured, his hands trembling as he caressed the smooth, cool surface of the jars. He had sold most of his dungeon loot to acquire these precious resources. This should be enough to trigger the next generation of wasps. He poured a jar of rank 3 beast essence into a large bowl, a giddy smile spreading across his face. Dinner time, my little darlings. This essence, extracted from the blood of powerful beasts, was equivalent to the energy possessed by a level 60 grandmother, 3 class advancements. Each jar required the essence of over 100 monsters to refine. His father had truly spared no expense. Master, Xiaoju wants to eat too. She materialized beside him, her eyes fixed on the bowl of crimson liquid, her mandibles clicking. Be patient, Xiaoju, Zhong Chen said, gently pushing her away. You've already eaten your fill, the next breeding cycle is still a long way off. Xiaoju pouted and crying bitterly, Zhong Chen sighed, fine, have some. He tossed her a jar of rank 3 beast essence. Thank you, master. She chirped happily, grabbing the jar and draining it in a single gulp. Zhong Chen chuckled, then poured a jar of shimmering purple liquid into the bowl. Time for the good stuff. This was rank 4 beast essence, equivalent to the energy of a level 90 grandmother for class advancements. He watched as Xiaoju, her eyes glowing with delight, savored every drop of the precious liquid. System notification. Level up, you are now level 19. His wasps swarmed the bowl, their tiny bodies buzzing with excitement as they feasted on the essence. System notification. New generation of 9-winged wasps breeding in progress. Each wasp can produce 40 to 60 offspring. Breeding time accelerated by talent. Accelerated growth. Within minutes, the bowl was a writhing mass of insect larvae, their tiny bodies consuming the essence, growing larger by the second. System notification. New generation of 9-winged wasps breeding complete. Current swarm size, 100,000. Zhong Chen stared in awe as a thick black cloud of wasps, their numbers exceeding his wildest expectations, rose from the bowl, their wings humming like 1,000 tiny thunderclaps. They flew towards the hive mind mark on his hand, their bodies dissolving into swirling mists of toxic miasma, attempting to enter his mental realm. He gasped, his arm tingling with a strange energy as he struggled to maintain control. Too many, I can't control them all. He thought, his mind reeling, get back in the hive. He commanded, his voice strained with effort, don't even think about leaving. With a Herculean effort, he managed to force most of the wasps back into his mental realm, but as he looked around his room, now covered in a layer of corrosive goo, he shuddered. They're getting stronger, more aggressive, he thought. What have I unleashed? He glanced at Xiaoju, who was still happily lapping up the last drops of rank for beast essence, oblivious to the chaos she had wrought. Typical, he muttered, all she cares about is eating. She's not even trying to help me control these new wasps, he sighed, then accessed his status screen. Name, Zhong Chen level, 26 title, Insect Swarm Overlord class, God level Beast Tamer talents, Evolution of all things level 1, Divinely bestowed evolution level 1, World Tree passive, Insect Queen, XIAGIU level 21 species, 9-winged calamity offspring, 9-winged wasps 100,000 combat power, 197,197. He exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight. This is amazing. I'm practically leveling up at the speed of light. I must be as strong as a regular grandmother, 3 class advancements, by now. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. Everything's falling into place, he thought, a confident grin spreading across his face. Tomorrow, at the Heavenly Pride tournament, I'll reach level 30 and complete my 2nd class advancement. And then, maybe just maybe, Xiaoju will be ready for the next breeding cycle. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, a conversation was taking place that would change Zhong Chen's life forever. What? Tong Jin's voice was filled with disbelief. You want to contact the Grand Ancestor, the Heavenly Blade King. For Zhong Chen, isn't this a bit extreme? Ji Gang's expression was grim. It's just a precaution. He's going up against one of the Z family's most promising talents, Z Baihan, and besides. He paused, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. There's something about Zhong Chen that unsettles me. I can't shake this feeling that he's hiding something big, something dangerous. What do you mean? The power he wields? It's unnatural. It's like something out of those ancient legends. He shuddered. I'm afraid. What if he's a Forbidden's class? Tong Jin gasped, her eyes widening in horror. A Forbidden's class? But that's impossible. If he were a Forbidden's class, his true nature would have been revealed during his awakening. You're being paranoid, Ji Gang. The Great Xia Empire, after the devastation caused by the Devourer 600 years ago, had established a strict list of Forbidden's classes. Awakened who possessed these Forbidden's powers were deemed dangerous, too unpredictable, and were to be eliminated immediately. Ji Gang sighed. Tong Jin, I hope you're right. The next day, Zhong Chen made his way through a dense forest, heading towards the Heavenly Pride tournament grounds. He consulted the map Ji Gang had given him, his brow furrowed in confusion. Which way do I go? He muttered, scratching his head. I hope I'm not lost again. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoed through the trees. Help! Someone! Please! Zhong Chen spun around, his eyes scanning the surrounding forest. Perched precariously on a high branch, clinging to the trunk for dear life, was an elderly man, his face pale with terror. Help me! I'm afraid of heights, he wailed. Zhong Chen stared at him, dumbfounded. Seriously, he thought, He's afraid of heights, yet he climbed that high to get a bird's nest. This had to be the legendary mischievous old man he had heard stories about. Without hesitation, Zhong Chen activated his evolution of all things talent, directing his energy into the ground beneath the tree. Massive vines shot up from the earth, their growth accelerated by his powers, their tendrils wrapping around the terrified old man and gently lowering him to the ground. The man collapsed onto the soft earth, his body trembling. "Oh, thank heavens, I thought I was going to die." Zhong Chen looked at him, his curiosity piqued. He's afraid of heights, yet he climbed a tree to get a bird's nest. The man, seemingly recovered from his ordeal, stood up, brushing the dirt from his clothes. He grinned, extending a hand towards Zhong Chen. "You saved my life, young man. How can I repay you? Do you know the way to the Heavenly Pride tournament grounds?" Zhong Chen asked without hesitation. The man chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "As a matter of fact, I do. I was just heading that way myself. Come with me." Zhong Chen, relieved, smiled and nodded. "Thank you, sir." He followed the man, a nagging suspicion forming in his mind. "You're an awakened, right?" he asked, eyeing the large, ornate saber strapped to the man's back. "Why aren't you storing your weapon in your spatial ring?" The man chuckled. "I'm not an awakened. I'm just a bladesman." He paused, his gaze turning distant. "I wasn't blessed with any talent. I failed the awakening ceremony 7 times. After 15 years of struggling, I couldn't even afford a decent apartment in the city. I was lost, hopeless, so I came to the mountains, seeking an end. But then, I found a small hut, abandoned by a hunter, and this saber." He patted the weapon affectionately. "I've been practicing ever since. 25 years of drawing and sheathing, 35 years of honing my blade, and then, one day, it all clicked." He looked at Zhong Chen, his eyes twinkling. "Amazing, isn't it?" "It is," Zhong Chen replied, impressed by the man's dedication. "You know," the man said, his hand resting on his saber, "you have a good foundation. Perhaps you'd like to learn some swordsmanship from me? I've only mastered a single technique, but it's called—" "Maybe another time," Zhong Chen said quickly, cutting him off. He didn't want to be late for the tournament. The man laughed, nodding understandingly. Right, I got a little carried away. Perhaps another time, when you're ready." They continued walking, the forest path opening up into a wide clearing. Zhong Chen's eyes widened as he saw it. "Old man, look!" he exclaimed, pointing towards the clearing. "Is that the Heavenly Pride tournament grounds?" He waited for the man's response, but there was only silence. He turned around, his brow furrowed. "Old man," but the man was gone. What the? He was starting to think that old man was truly strange. At the Heavenly Pride tournament grounds, hundreds of young awakens stood in long lines, their excitement palpable. A booming voice echoed across the vast training field. "Attention, all participants. Before entering the tournament grounds, please proceed to the registration booths. You will receive an identification bracelet. Do not remove this bracelet unless you are eliminated from the tournament." After waiting in line for what seemed like an eternity, Zhong Chen finally reached the registration booth. "Name and city of origin," the official demanded, his gaze sweeping over Zhong Chen. "Zhong Chen, Zhong City," he replied, handing over his identification papers. The official scanned his documents, then handed him a silver bracelet. "Welcome to the Heavenly Pride tournament, Zhong Chen. Please wait for further instructions." Zhong Chen took the bracelet and walked away, his eyes scanning the crowd. "Zhong Chen." He turned around and saw Luo Sandao and Muhanqi waving at him, their faces beaming with smiles. "Benefactor, master." Zhong Chen stared at them, bewildered. "What? Benefactor?" Muhanqi giggled. "Master. What's going on here?" They glared at each other, sparks flying between them. "You're still calling him benefactor? I've told you 1,000 times to stop reading those ridiculous novels. Your imagination is running wild." "Maybe you're right," Luo Sandar said, her eyes gleaming with a newfound intensity. "I think I've finally discovered what true love feels like, and you're nothing compared to him." "Oh, it's on." Shaju, munching on a bag of popcorn, watched the drama unfold with amusement. "This is getting good," she thought, her mandibles clicking. Zhong Chen sighed. This is too much information. If you're going to fawn over him, why are you still clinging to me? Luo Sandao asked, her voice laced with mock jealousy. Mu Hankyu blushed, her arm tightening around Zhong Chen's, clinging to you. Don't flatter yourself, she huffed. I said master because. She glanced at Zhong Chen, her cheeks turning crimson. Because he's my master now, see? I told you. Luo Sandao crowed triumphantly. You wouldn't believe me. Mu Hanqiu, her voice barely a whisper, admitted, he's really quite captivating. Luo Sandao squealed, throwing her arms around Mu Hankyu. So we're still best friends, right? I think we're more like frenemies now, Mu Hankyu replied, her cheeks still flushed. Best friends and rivals in love, Zhong Chen groaned, shaking his head. Girls, he muttered, they're so complicated. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed across the training field, followed by a chorus of gasps and shouts. What's going on over there? Zhong Chen asked, his eyes scanning the crowd. Looks like a fight, Luo Sandao replied, her voice laced with excitement. As they watched, a burly man with a stern expression and a badge that identified him as a tournament official stormed towards a group of young awakened who were brawling in the middle of the field. Break it up, you delinquents, he roared. Do you want to get disqualified before the tournament even begins? Zhong Chen's eyes narrowed as he assessed the official. He's a level 60 grandmother, 3 class advancements, he noted, impressive, but his admiration was short-lived. The official was sent flying backward, crashing into a nearby tent with a sickening thud. Damn it, he groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Those brats, they hit hard. He struggled to his feet, his voice strained with pain. Someone call for backup. It's those freaks, a level 60 grandmother, taken down in a single blow. Luo Sandao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Who are they? Only the strongest in the Zhong non-war zone, Mu Hankyu replied, her voice tinged with awe. She pointed towards a group of 4 figures standing in the middle of the training field, surrounded by a circle of awestruck and terrified onlookers. That girl with the short black hair and the cold eyes. Her name is Tong Ying, she's an assassin, and she's terrifyingly strong. The youngest gold-ranked assassin in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Rumor has it she recently assassinated a level 90, 4-time advancement grandmother. And that red-haired guy with the cocky grin, his name is Bai Feng. They call him the Little God of Slaughter. He's a disciple of the Eastern Sea Defense Line's Commander-in-Chief and the most promising talent in the entire military region. But he has a bit of a temper, prone to losing control. And that arrogant-looking guy with the blue hair and the fancy sword, that's Zi Baihan. His grandfather is one of the 7 Zhenguo Grandmasters of the Great Xia Empire. His awakened class is the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. They say his power rivals even God-level awakened. Luo Sandao glared at him, her voice laced with anger. That bastard, I recognize that sword, he stole it from my family. Zhong Chen's gaze fixed on Zi Baihan, so that's him, Zi Baihan. He's definitely living up to his reputation. Zi Baihan's aura was potent, far surpassing that of his deceased cousin, Zi Shao. Zhong Chen couldn't help but wonder if his swarm would be enough to defeat someone like him. But who are they ganging up on? He asked, his eyes scanning the crowd. Standing in the center of the circle, facing off against the 3 prodigies with an air of calm confidence, was a young man with piercing blue eyes and a muscular build. He punched the ground, sending a shockwave of energy that forced his attackers back. Zhong Wuxuan, the Invincible's descendant, Mu Hankyu said, her voice filled with awe. They say he's a triple class awakened, and all 3 of his classes are unique hidden classes. He's unbelievably strong, even the 3 of them together can't defeat him. Zhong Chen watched in amazement as Zhong Wuxuan effortlessly deflected their attacks. That's Zhong Wuxuan, the 3rd-ranked talent on the Great Xia Heavenly Pride list, Luo Sandao explained. No wonder he's so powerful. Zhong Chen couldn't help but wonder if his swarm could stand a chance against someone like that. Suddenly, Zi Baihan was sent flying through the air, crashing into the ground near Zhong Chen and the girls. Look out, Zhong Chen shouted, grabbing Luo Sandao and pulling her out of the way. Zi Baihan, his sword embedded in the ground, skidded to a halt, his expression grim. That damn wind blast almost knocked me off my feet, he muttered, brushing the dirt from his clothes. He looked up and saw Zhong Wushwang standing over him, his expression calm and composed. Zibaihan, Zhong Wushwang said, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. You, Zibaihan's eyes narrowed as he recognized Zhong Chen, is it? I hear my cousin, Zishao, met his end at your hands. He raised his sword, his aura flaring. I never liked that pathetic waste, but you'll still pay for what you did. I was planning to eliminate Zhong Wushwang first, then deal with an insignificant ant like you. But since you're here, I might as well get rid of you now. Zhong Chen met his gaze, his own aura, laced with a chilling darkness, flaring in response. He summoned a cloud of toxic miasma, his hand hovering over his daggers. You're just as arrogant as your cousin, he sneered. Strength may vary, but the Z family arrogance, that's a constant. He had promised Jigang he would keep a low profile, but he couldn't back down now. Luo Sandao watched the confrontation unfold, her heart pounding in her chest. They're going to fight? Just as Zibaihan and Zhong Chen were about to clash, a blinding wave of energy, sharp and precise like a surgeon's scalpel, sliced through the air, separating them. Stand down, a commanding voice boomed. Anyone who dares to fight before the official start of the tournament will answer to my blade. Zibaihan froze, his eyes widening in shock, the Heavenly Blade King. Standing between them, his aura radiating an overwhelming power that dwarfed even the four prodigies combined, was the Heavenly Blade King, the tournament's chief instructor. He was the one who had stopped their fight with a single wave of his hand. Anyone who wishes to cause trouble will answer to my blade. He repeated, his voice echoing across the training field. Zhong Chen stared at the Heavenly Blade King, his heart skipping a beat, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. That old man, it's him, he thought, his mind reeling. The strange old man I met in the forest, he's the Heavenly Blade King. The Heavenly Blade King's aura pressed down on them, a tangible force that made it difficult to even breathe. Even Zhong Chen's swarm of wasps, sensing the overwhelming power, retreated into the safety of his mental realm, their instincts screaming at them to hide. At this moment, Deputy Commander Yongguan, who was standing behind him, said, Senior Gu, the 300 heavens chosen have all arrived. Please prepare to go to the stage to preside over the opening ceremony. He slowly walked up, and the people below were discussing among themselves, oh my God, the heavens chosen battalion of the Zhong non-war zone has never had a Wind King level figure to guard it before. This is terrifying, even if you stand dozens of meters away. The aura of the Heavenly Saber King is enough to lock us down. But it's strange, didn't everyone say that the old master has already gone into seclusion? Why is he coming out of the mountain now? I just heard that it seems like the old master volunteered to come. Could it be that he wants to accept disciples? Then I have to perform well. Don't even think about it for people like us. If he accepts disciples, he will choose from the outstanding candidates. Oh my God, I've finally met a living legend. After the opening ceremony, I must defeat Zhong Wushwang and leave a good impression on the old master. Zhong Wushwang thought excitedly, I didn't expect to invite this person. This time, I must successfully become his disciple. Zhong Chen pointed at him and asked Luo Sandao and Muhanqiu, do you to know how powerful this old master is? Luo Sandao replied excitedly, of course. I've heard about his legendary story since I was a child. Mueche Nqiu's eyes lit up with admiration. Luo Sandao continued, he's not a job changer, but he can suppress a group of 7-turn Wind Kings and become the #1 Wind King below the State Protector level. His strength can even match that of an 8-turn State Protector. He once killed a dragon with a single slash. Muhanqiu rubbed his chin and said, that's right. Although they are all at the Wind King level, Senior Heavenly Saber King is the person my grandfather respects the most. My grandfather once wanted me to become his disciple, but he was tactfully rejected by the senior. I was very disappointed at first, but then I heard that many descendants of State Protectors and Invincibles were also rejected outside the door. Zhong Chen blinked in surprise. Are you sure it's very difficult to become his disciple? Muhanqiu looked at him and explained, Master, you're joking. As far as I know, Zhong Wushwang, Bai Feng, and the others have all been rejected by Senior Heavenly Saber King. You've just seen the strength of Zhong Wushwang and the others. You can imagine how difficult it is to become his disciple. Luo Sandao added. That's right. You may not know this, but the old master has only accepted 2 disciples in his entire life, and that was more than 20 years ago. Zhong Chen recalled the scene from this morning and couldn't believe it. Is the Heavenly Saber King that you guys are talking about really that strange old man who climbed trees to catch birds? It doesn't feel like the same person. He looked at the 2 of them and smiled awkwardly. Then why is he on the stage? Coughing once, he began to speak. I am the commander-in-chief of this Heaven's Chosen Battalion, Bucation. As everyone knows, the Heaven's Chosen Battalion of the Zhong non-war zone has been mediocre in recent years. This is because the battles here are all about fancy moves. No one dares to risk their lives on the real battlefield. They can only die without a place to be buried. The world is changing more and more, faster and faster. We need more Heavens Chosen who can fight in real battles. Therefore, in order to better demonstrate and the strength of the Heavens Chosen, to make a better selection. He lowered his face and said in a deep voice, this year, the Heavens Chosen Battalion of the Zhong non-war zone has set a new rule, a death quota. A man behind him was scared and worried. Senior Gu, before he could finish speaking, he waved his hand and interrupted him. I'll make the decision here. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. He thought in panic, death quota, it wasn't mentioned before. The previous Heavens Chosen battalions didn't have it either. The people below are all Heavens Chosen with power and influence. Aren't you afraid of causing chaos by doing this? He continued to declare loudly, 100 people will die in each round of assessment. Now, anyone who wants to leave can go. The people below were worried and scared. Although they were very afraid, they couldn't retreat. Otherwise, their entire family would be humiliated and wouldn't know where to hide their faces. But I don't want to die. Zhong Wushwang looked at him with excitement in his heart. As expected of Senior Heavenly Saber King, the Heavens Chosen Battalion of the Zhong non-war zone should have done this a long time ago. Zibaihan looked at Zhong Chen. This is like making a pair of shoes for me. I can complete the 2 quotas for the old man in advance. Zhong Chen also looked back and thought to himself, with this quota, even if the conflict escalates in the future, if I accidentally kill Zibaihan and end them, they won't have to worry too much. He observed for a while before continuing to announce, no one is leaving. Good, very good. It seems that everyone has some pride in their hearts. I declare that the entrance assessment for the battalion officially begins. In the first round, 300 people will be eliminated. 150 promotion flags are randomly hidden throughout the battalion. I don't care what methods you use. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will tally up who has the promotion flags. Feel free to fight and kill. You can fight alone, form alliances, or even destroy the entire battalion. At this point, he drew his saber and slashed down with great force. In short, let me see your boiling blood. He shouted loudly, disperse now. The official assessment begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people below ran away in a panic, shouting, run? With our strength, the best way is to find the flag and hide. Don't confront those perverts, that's right. This way, we can definitely get promoted. At this moment, Zibaihan smiled. He slowly drew his sword and walked towards Zhong Chen and the other 2. Zhong Chen stepped forward and raised his hand to shield the 2 of them. He then instructed them, you to go and search around here for the promotion flag. I'll deal with Zibaihan. Muhankyu was worried, but, before she could finish speaking, Zhong Chen said loudly, this is an order. Go now. Muhankyu obeyed and the 2 of them quickly left. Zibaihan saw this and smiled mockingly. With a weakling like you who hasn't even reached to turns, you're still trying to act like a hero here. Zhong Chen looked at him for a while and thought, Zibaihan's sword energy is indeed strong, completely not on the same level as Aisha, although I'm much stronger than I was back then. I can't reveal my swarm, then I'll just use poison to deal with him. He created a cloud of poisonous miasma on his hand and said, don't talk nonsense. Zibaihan immediately released a sword energy towards him. I should also talk to a dead man. Suddenly, many hidden weapons flew over and broke Zibaihan's sword energy. A voice called out, "Zibaihan." The one who called out was Tong Ying. Zibaihan turned around angrily and said in confusion, "Tong Ying, what do you mean?" He looked in her direction and was a little surprised. Is that the female assassin? She approached Zibaihan and loudly accused him. "Zibaihan, you can't have forgotten the agreement between the three of us and Bai Feng, right? We said that we would join forces to kill Zhang Wuxuan first. You left the group several times to do trivial things." "No, I didn't mean to blame you for these things. Actually, you're afraid of Zhang Wuxuan." Zibaihan shouted, "Who's afraid of him?" Then, angrily, he followed Tong Ying, saying, "Where's Zhang Wuxuan? I'll go eliminate him with you first, then deal with the small fry later." Tong Ying replied, "He's in the forest over there," and Bai Feng followed him. Zhong Chen watched them leave, confused. He thought, this is really complicated. And about Tong Ying, I don't know if it's my imagination, but I feel like she's trying to help me. Is that really true? But why? We don't know each other at all at this moment. Tong Ying looked back at Zhong Chen, smiled, and winked. It turned out she was Tong Jin's niece. She remembered Tong Jin's words and thought, she asked me to look after Zhong Chen in the Heaven's Chosen Battalion. But with my strength, it's not convenient to directly confront Zibaihan. I can only use Zhang Wuxuan's name to try and stall for time. Meanwhile, Huang Yongchao, the descendant of a six-stern venerable, knelt before Xio Baihan and offered him promotion flags. "Young Master Z, my father is Master Xio's subordinate. These 3 promotion flags are a token of respect." Zibaihan looked at him with disdain. "No need. If you really want to show respect, do something for me." Huang Yongchao quickly agreed, "Yes, I'm willing to do my best." Tong Ying was worried. This is bad. Zhong Chen has to rely on himself this time. I hope Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao can protect him. Luo Sandao excitedly showed off the promotion flags she found. "Benefactor, I found them. There are 2 promotion flags." She quickly placed them on the table. Zhong Chen calmly said, "You to take them first, I'll go look elsewhere." Luo Sandao immediately replied, "We'll help you too." Suddenly, a hidden weapon flew from the sky towards the 3 of them. They were startled. Zhong Chen quickly warned, "Be careful." He flipped the table to block the attack. The table shattered into pieces. Mu Hanqiu immediately grabbed her sword and stood in front of the other 2, while Luo Sandao hid fearfully behind Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen shouted, "Who is it?" Coming to steal the flags, a figure was flying in the air, aiming a bow and arrow at them. He calmly replied, "Not stealing flags, stealing lives." After observing for a moment, Mu Hanqiu recognized him as Huang Yongchao. Huang Yongchao, hidden profession, sun-chasing archer, extreme flame, level 39. His father is a 6-stern venerable, a subordinate of Xio Yuanshan. I wonder if my earth protection shield can. Huang Yongchao released an arrow straight towards them. Zhong Chen hurriedly told the 2 to get back, then rushed forward, gathering poisonous miasma in his hands with a murderous look in his eyes. He shouted, "I can tolerate anything else, but if you're here to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless." After all, the old man's death quota needs someone to fulfill it. Zhong Chen created a poisonous miasma explosion, causing smoke to spread around him. At the same time, he shot a series of poisonous miasma rays towards Huang Yongchao. Huang Yongchao looked at the palm strike coming towards him and was filled with fear and confusion. Poison system, didn't it say that he belongs to the survival system? Huang Yongchao hurriedly dropped his bow and arrow. "Don't hide anymore. If you're capable, come out and fight." As soon as he finished speaking, the poisonous miasma wrapped around his body. Huang Yongchao let out an extremely miserable cry. The poisonous miasma quickly formed a giant sphere, enveloping him. The people following him were also terrified and panicked when they saw this. "Run, the hidden poison system is really terrifying. Huang Yongchao is a long-range archer, but he can't even deal with it. What more us, who are close combat fighters? Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have become food for the poison." At this moment, in the observation room, Heavenly Saber King praised, "Good job, kid." Yongguang was filled with surprise when he saw this. He couldn't say anything. Gukation was filled with doubt, God-level survival system and the only hidden poison system. Yongguang's face was filled with confusion. He took down a two-turn heavens chosen so quickly. This John Chen is truly defying. On the side of the night watchmen, they didn't see any report. Why? Gukation glanced at him and instructed Yongguang, go and inform them immediately. Also, send a few more grandmasters of the space system here. In case of an emergency, we can transfer them away immediately to prevent these kids from killing too much. He broke out in a cold sweat and received the order. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I'll go right away. Yongguang hurriedly ran away, thinking to himself, I have to hurry while the old master hasn't changed his mind. To avoid the heavens chosen from really starting a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Heavenly Saber King stroked his chin and thought for a moment before calling out, wait, he turned around. Yes, sir, however, he thought to himself, is this old master regretting it? Gukation stroked his beard and said, prepare 10 peak 3-star fierce beasts and release them. Scatter the flags on the backs of the fierce beasts. Yongguang sighed slightly when he heard this. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, he secretly admired his move. This way, those evil people will go and fight for the flags first, avoiding causing trouble for the ordinary people. At this moment, in an empty courtyard, Tong Ying, Zi Baihen, and Bai Feng surrounded Zhong Wuxuan. The three of them had been forced back by him. He looked at the three of them and said with disdain, I've already said that even if you join forces, you won't be able to defeat me. Are you forcing me to kill you? Besides, even if you really win, will you feel honored? Zi Baihen looked at him and said, even if it's a fluke, it's not glorious. But I have to admit that I'm really not interested in fighting others. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Kodo 9-1, Huang Yongchao, has been eliminated due to death. Eliminator, Zhong Chen. The four of them were filled with surprise. What? He was the first to be taken down. Zhong Chen and Zi Baihen thought about it carefully. Although Huang Yongchao's strength isn't very strong, he's still a decent two-turn heavens chosen. At the very least, he's in the top 50 of the heavens chosen battalion. He's much stronger than Xiao Shao, yet he was taken down in such a short amount of time. Tong Ying couldn't believe it. That's not right. Antong, that Zhong Chen is only a level 26 survival system. How could he take down a level 39 combat system? Even I'm not sure if I can take down Huang Yongchao that quickly. Bai Feng thought to himself, it seems like the Heavens Chosen Battalion is really a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are hidden. Zhong Wuxuan said excitedly, let's see if you guys are really capable. Let's meet. The announcement continued to ring out. 10 peak 3-star fierce beasts will be released. There are 3 flags on the back of each beast. The person who holds the flag will receive additional ranking points. The last 10 people in the top 10 will receive a first-place reward of 100 million. The others will receive 10 million less. The other 3 didn't hesitate and rushed off to find the fierce beasts. Zhong Wuxuan stood there and laughed excitedly. It seems like Heavenly Saber King has given us a new toy. That's good. If we want to compete, then we'll use the flags to compete. Zhong Chen couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. We are only in the first round, and the first place is already worth 100 million. This Heaven's Chosen Battalion is really generous. If I can get first place this time, plus the other resources, won't I be able to develop very quickly? Suddenly, a heavy sound came over. Zhong Chen also looked up vigilantly. The fierce beast stared at Zhong Chen and the others. Luo Sandar said, the first fierce beast has fallen into our hands. Zhong Chen observed for a while and then asked, this is a peak 3-star fierce beast. Mu Hankyu looked a little worried. She reminded everyone, be careful. It's equivalent to a 3-turn grandmother, level 80 to level 90. The fierce beast seems to have just been stunned. Luo Sandar saw this and said, Zhong Chen, this fierce beast seems to still be in a state of paralysis. Should we take this opportunity? Of course, you guys stay away. Zhong Chen immediately gathered poisonous miasma on his hand and charged towards the fierce beast. Suddenly, a sword energy struck him, forcing him to retreat and dodge. Zhong Chen was filled with confusion. Who is it? The person who had just slashed out the sword energy was Zibai. He stood on the head of the fierce beast and said calmly, Zhong Chen, you're quite good. Not only did you take down Huang Yongchao, but you also dared to snatch the flag. In the past, I might have underestimated you. Today, I must deal with you first. Zhong Chen shot poisonous miasma towards him and said, Zibai, let's fight first and talk less nonsense. Zibai flew up and unleashed a move called Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon Slash, directly striking the ground. The rocks below shattered, and the poisonous miasma split into two halves. Zibai said calmly, as expected, you're so arrogant because you have a hidden poison system. People say that the poison system is difficult to deal with, but it's nothing in front of my sword. Manhwa was filled with whirring. Oh no. The wind system can restrain the poison system. Master will be in danger. We have to go and help. Luo Sandao hurriedly reached out to stop her. Don't. Benefactor's poison isn't ordinary poison. If we go, we'll only add to the chaos. Zhong Chen summoned a group of poisonous miasma and used the move Poison Mist Dragon Transformation. The poisonous miasma formed a giant dragon that emitted a deadly aura and charged towards Zibai. He immediately slashed his sword at the dragon. Zibai was filled with surprise. This poisonous miasma can't be dispersed, then try this. He raised his sword and gathered his strength. He used the forbidden spell, Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. A giant lotus sword energy appeared in the sky and immediately enveloped the poisonous dragon within the Azure Lotus. Zibai was filled with satisfaction. Let's see how your poisonous miasma can consume my sword energy. Zhong Chen's eyes lit up with killing intent. Really? I have to say that with your sword energy blocking my vision, it's even easier to devour. At this moment, inside the Azure Lotus, Shaju opened her adorable mouth and happily devoured the sword energy. The sword energy is so delicious. The announcement continuously appeared. Devour value plus 1,000. Devour value plus 1,000. Zhong Chen looked up and said, if you're full, then let me break the Azure Lotus. The Azure Lotus suddenly exploded, and poisonous miasma spread out. Zibai was sent flying backward by a palm strike and spat out a mouthful of blood. He shouted in pain, poison miasma. Zibai fell backward, spitting blood. The poisonous miasma formed a giant dragon. Zibai sat on the ground, trembling. How is this possible? What kind of poison can devour sword energy? As soon as he finished speaking, the poisonous miasma continued to attack. He took out a jade pendant and shouted, Life Jade Protection. A pink sphere of light enveloped Zibai. He looked at Zhong Chen and said, it seems your poison can't break through my life jade. You're dead for sure. Zhong Chen observed from outside, thinking, the Z family's history is repeating itself. Unfortunately, this battlefield is covered in surveillance cameras. I can't let the bugs reveal their true form directly. Zhong Chen turned to Luo Sandao. Luo Sandao, create an opaque earth shield to cover this area. Can you do it? Luo Sandao stretched out her hand, determined, I'll try. Immediately, she used her skill, shouting, Great Earth Protection Shield. Zibai still didn't understand what was happening. He looked at Zhong Chen and asked, what the hell are you doing? Zhong Chen gathered poisonous miasma in his palm, his eyes sharp. Zibai, how do you think Aisha died? Beside him, Luo Sandao was panting heavily after using her skill. Zibai said sarcastically, you dare to compare that useless person's life jade with mine? You're too naive. Zhong Chen laughed disdainfully. Compare the current me with the past me. You're the one who's truly naive. After saying that, he summoned Shaju and ordered, Xiaojiu, smash him for me. Shaju didn't hesitate and rushed forward. Yes, master then. Shaju smash. Zibai was slightly stunned. He continuously defended against the attacks from Shaju. Zhong Chen stood and observed, thinking to himself, body protecting sword energy. I didn't expect Zibai to still have such strength at this time. Suddenly, the fierce beast woke up and charged towards the two of them. The beast has also woken up. I can only go all out. He started to create a ball of poisonous miasma in his hand. Poison Mist Dragon Transformation, corrode Zibaihan's sword energy and protect Shaju, my little bugs, the fierce beast meat is the most delicious. First come, first served, a stream of poisonous miasma transformed into a dragon and charged forward. The poisonous miasma immediately wrapped around Zibaihan's life jade. He was secretly terrified. Damn it, my sword energy has been corroded and can't cause any damage. The fierce beast was also entangled by the swarm of bugs and was being torn apart. At this moment, Shaju continuously attacked the life jade. Zhongchen stood and pondered. It seems like Ziyuanshan is really like him. Zibaihan's life jade is indeed much tougher than Zishao's, but no matter how tough it is, Shaju only needs time to smash it. If it took 3 seconds before, now it will only take 3 minutes at most. Zibaihan's life jade started to crack. At this moment, in the observation room, Yongguang silently observed. He said, "Damn it, Zibaihan seems to have fallen into a disadvantage just now." Now Zhongchen is blocking the surveillance screen. Fang Qingyuan, check Zibaihan's mental state. If the situation isn't good, immediately transfer him away. Yes, Deputy Commander-in-Chief. This man was a 4-turn grandmother of the space system. Fang Qingyuan. Heavenly Saber King sat cross-legged and said, "So the State Protector's grandson can't be injured or die." Yongguang turned around and said cautiously, "Senior Gu, you're not wrong. But what if he's really injured or dead? Are you really prepared for a battle with Ziyuanshan? Does the command of our Zhongnan war zone know about this? Although you ordered that no information is allowed to be leaked from the Heaven's Chosen Battalion, once it ends, the outside world will definitely know." Lucation didn't say anything after hearing this. He observed the surveillance screen and thought to himself, Zibaihan's strength is considered top-notch. Does Zhongchen really have the ability to kill him? And what about that brat Zhongchen? What is he trying to do by having someone create a barrier? The fierce beast suddenly exploded. Zhongchen looked happy. Although this fierce beast is strong, it's really met its nemesis when it encounters my bugs. At this moment, Zibaihan was extremely panicked. What is this? How could my life jade? Zhongchen looked at the crack on the life jade and said, Zibaihan probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Suddenly, a voice came into Zhongchen's mind. "Kid, don't go too far." The space grandmother, Fang Qingyuan, had arrived. He was stunned and panicked. Damn it, there's a grandmother sending a mental warning. Zhongchen hurriedly shouted, "Shaju, come back. I have to end the battle quickly, otherwise I'll definitely be exposed." One self-destructs to destroy the life jade, the rest turn into poison, and one bug pierces the life jade and self-destructs. Zibaihan broke out in a cold sweat. What is this? The life jade started to explode. The explosion directly shattered Luo Sandao's earth protection shield. The surrounding rocks shattered, and dust and poison mixed together. Luo Sandao collapsed, and Muhankyu quickly went to support her. Sandao, the dust gradually settled, and an arm and a sword appeared on the ground. There were 3 more flags in the distance. Zhongchen walked over and picked up the sword. Only an arm is left. Was he saved by a grandmother? Then this arm can be considered as profit. I'll have a chance to recover the capital later. He threw the sword towards Luo Sandao. Sandao, your family's sword, take it. She happily took it. Great, thank you, benefactor. Muhankyu picked up the flags and ran back. Master, 3 flags. You've entered the top 10, the 3 of us, each with 1 flag. No, I have the sword, that's enough, I don't need it. Master, you take more. I want to see you surpass Zhong Wushuang and take first place. At this moment, a hand slammed on the table. Yongguang reprimanded Fang Qingyuan. How did you do your job? Why couldn't you transfer Zibaihan in time? Fang Qingyuan explained, I didn't want this to happen either, but the poisonous miasma was too strong. My mental power had just probed it and hadn't even seen anything clearly when it was corroded. Immediately after that, I heard an explosion. I used all my strength to transfer him away, but it was too late. Yongguang angrily scolded, how is this possible? How can poison corrode the spirit? Don't shift the blame to others. Bukaishan opened his mouth and shouted, shut up, Yongguan, he turned to him and stammered, "Senior." Wukaishan stared at him and said, "Yongguan, do you know why you've been stuck at the peak of the 5th turn? It's because you're a flatterer and can't pass the test of your conscience. Just now, you mentioned State Protector General and the consequences. I didn't even bother to pay attention to you. Now I'll tell you, I dare to take responsibility for my actions. On the battlefield of hell, even a 9-turn invincible can die. He's just a XIO Baihan. What is he?" Yongguan continued, "But senior, let's not talk about Ziyuanshan first. Just the commander of the Zhongnan War Zone, Heavenly Saber King." Gukaishan turned and left, but didn't forget to inform the people in the battalion first, but block the news outside. Before the end of the entrance assessment at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, no one who has been eliminated is allowed to leave, including Zibaihan. I'll go to the Zhongnan War Zone command to inform them." An announcement appeared. Entrance number 03, Zibaihan, has been eliminated. Eliminator, John Chen. Everyone was stunned when they read it. They were filled with surprise. What? Zibaihan, the beloved grandson of State Protector General. I must be hearing things. At this moment, on the other side, Tong Ying and Bai Feng took down a fierce beast. She was stunned. Zhong Chen eliminated Zibaihan. Bai Feng broke out in a cold sweat. This is really unexpected. A fierce beast also fell. Zhong Wushwang sat on top of it with his arms crossed, filled with excitement. "Oh, this is interesting." A teacup was lifted. "Old Gu, you rushed here like this. Have you found some talented seedling?" This person was the commander-in-chief of the Zhongnan War Zone, Duan Xinghai. Gukaishan snapped his fingers, and a red energy spread out, forming a barrier. The energy enveloped the surroundings, creating a secure and confidential area. Only then did Gukaishan sit down. Duan Xinghai immediately spoke. "Why the need for such caution? It seems like this is no ordinary seedling. Old Duan, you're knowledgeable and a theorist. I want to ask you something." Gukaishan continued seriously. "Can poison corrode mental power?" Duan Xinghai calmly replied, "Theoretically, it's possible, but very difficult. Bone poison or poisonous gas all act on physical entities, but mental power is different. Mental power is a type of thought energy formed from one's own primordial spirit and soul, combined with thinking. To corrode it, the toxicity, I can't estimate it." Gukaishan asked, after hearing this, "Then have you ever seen it before?" Duan Xinghai stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Never seen it, but I know a peak 4-turn poison king. At least he can't do that. Could it be that an extremely terrifying poison type Heaven's Chosen has appeared in the Heaven's Chosen battalion? If it can really corrode mental power, then it's a powerful weapon." Gukaishan shook his head and said, "We can't draw any conclusions for now. Old Gu, ever since you volunteered to join the Heaven's Chosen battalion, I've never asked you a single question out of respect for you. Why are you still not willing to tell me the truth?" Gukaishan hesitated. "Old Duan, what do you think? Is it possible for poisonous gas to have its own consciousness?" Duan Xinghai raised his hand and explained, "Old Gu, are you kidding? How can poison have consciousness unless it's not poison at all, but just a camouflage form?" Gukaishan was surprised. "Camouflage form?" He continued, "Wait a minute, I remember now. I seem to have seen a record in Ruin Zero. There's a type of natural disaster insect called the 9 Abyss miasma that can transform into a bone poison form. The 9 Abyss miasma was born from the 9 netherworlds in a certain era and caused a world-destroying catastrophe." Gukaishan said cautiously, "The 9 Abyss miasma, an ancient natural disaster. Are you scared?" Duan Xinghai immediately laughed and explained, "This type of natural disaster has long been extinct. It can't exist now." Gukaishan rolled his eyes after hearing this. This guy really knows how to scare people. He turned and left. As expected of the commander-in-chief, "You can explain everything clearly. I've learned a lot today. The tasks in the Heaven's Chosen battalion are very busy. I'll take my leave first." Duan Xinghai was surprised and didn't understand. He reached out to stop him. "Wait a minute, you haven't told me which talented seedling. This cunning old man is really tight-lipped." Heavenly Saber King stepped into a spatial rift. As he walked, he said to himself, "The 9 Abyss miasma natural disaster. That's right. Zhong Chen, a god-level all things growth is enough for you to top the kill list. Moreover, you have a forbidden profession. This is a capital offense in the Great Xia. Ji Gang, that unfilial disciple, dared to trick me again. He recalled that day when Ji Gang came to plead with him. Teacher, there's an invincible talented seedling on my side, but he hasn't matured yet. He offended the Z family before. I hope teacher can take care of him more in the Heaven's Chosen Battalion. Of course, if you can take him as your disciple, that would be even better. Back in reality, he snorted, that brat Ji Gang, he said he wanted me to take care of him, but he actually wanted me to cover for him, right? Fine, what's wrong with a forbidden profession? A knife can kill, but it can also protect. Buddha and demon are all in the heart. Since I said I would take him as my disciple, I will protect that brat Zhong Chen to the end. Natural disasters cannot be underestimated. To prevent mistakes, let Hong Jia go and confirm it carefully just in case. Education throughout a sound transmission talisman. Hong Jia, go to Ruin Zero for me and investigate the 9 Abyss miasma natural disaster. This matter is related to your junior brother. You must be careful. At this moment, he returned to the observation room. Yongguang, how's the entrance assessment going? He turned around and reported, it's almost over. The ordinary Heavens Chosen are all competing for the promotion flags. 9 of the peak Heavens Chosen fierce beasts have been released. The remaining one, Lazy and Liu Lazy teamed up to kill one. The person attacking is Wan Yaqing's Lazy, and the other is Wu Dang's Liu Lazy. Tong Ying and Bai Feng are working together to kill the second one. Zhong Wushwang killed 3 fierce beasts alone. Now he seems to be heading towards Zhong Chen. Gu Kaishan asked, after hearing this, where's Zhong Chen? Yongguang immediately replied, Zhong Chen killed 2 fierce beasts before and after. We just released the 9th fierce beast near him. At this moment, outside, a fierce beast approached and attacked the 3 of them. He looked up and thought to himself, great, another one, it's time to eat again. After saying that, he gathered a ball of poisonous miasma in his hand and immediately released it towards the fierce beast. The poisonous miasma immediately wrapped around the fierce beast. At this moment, within the poisonous miasma, Shaju appeared and happily chewed it. Eat, eat, grow, grow, grow. The system continuously announced, devour value plus 1000, devour value plus 1000. The fierce beast fell with cracking sounds, slowly being devoured. Shaju leveled up from level 21 to level 22. Zhong Chen couldn't help but be happy when he saw this. Shaju leveled up again. Suddenly, a punch was thrown from somewhere. The 3 of them looked towards the distance, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Mu Hankyu rushed forward and shielded him. Master, someone is attacking, be careful. Luo Sandao also stepped forward and used her ability. Earth Protection Shield, open. Zhong Chen originally wanted to stop them. Wait a minute, this power is Zhong Wushwang. Immediately, a wave of pressure struck, causing cracks to appear on Luo Sandao's shield. She couldn't help but be surprised and scared. The shield shattered, and the 2 of them were sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhong Chen reacted quickly and released a wave of poisonous miasma to block it. The overwhelming power forced Zhong Chen to retreat. The poisonous miasma slowly devoured the power. Zhong Wushwang slowly walked forward. This poison, it can even devour my fist wind. As expected of the poison demon that the Heavens Chosen talk about, Zhong Chen looked at him cautiously. You're also worthy of being the 3rd-ranked Heavens Chosen in the Great Xia. This punch is quite powerful. Zhong Chen gathered a ball of poisonous miasma in his hand and said, Zhong Wushwang, are you here to snatch the fierce beast from me? Zhong Wushwang continued to walk forward and said, this fierce beast has been corroded by your poison. There's only a shell left. What's there to snatch? Zhong Chen looked at him with cold eyes. Then what do you mean? Zhong Wushwang's body emitted a wave of power, and he clapped his hands together excitedly. He said excitedly, don't misunderstand, I'm just curious, I wanted to meet you. Zhong Chen gathered a ball of poisonous miasma in his hand. What did you say? You want to fight me, but you have to bet your life. Zhong Wushwang raised his fist excitedly. That's right. At least you have to give it your all, so, come on. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Chen spat a stream of poisonous miasma towards him. Zhong Wuxuan clenched his fist, and a powerful pressure emanated from him. Without hesitation, he unleashed his skill, Azure Sky-Splitting Fist. The force of the punch instantly pierced through the poisonous miasma. Zhong Chen was stunned as he watched this scene. The force struck him directly, causing him to stumble backward. Zhong Chen slid on the ground before regaining his balance. His fist wind is too powerful and fierce. My poison is penetrating too slowly, should you worried inside, master. Zhong Chen wiped the blood from his mouth and thought to himself, Xio, with this amount of flesh and blood, if you swallow it, you can quickly level up by several levels. Xiaoju hesitated in his subconscious. Eat, grow. But that person? Xiaoju can't beat him, but Xiaoju is willing to die for master. Zhong Chen was surprised when he heard this. What? This is the first time I've seen Xiaoju so scared. Could it be that the only option left is to use the self-destruction move? If you can't beat him, then run away. I have other ways, yes, master. I will listen to master. No matter what, I can't let Xiaoju die. Otherwise, everything will be over. Outside, Zhong Wuxuan slowly walked over. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? You can't even fight back. This isn't like the person who defeated Zibaihan at all. Zhong Chen sat down and immediately used all things growth. Vines pierced through the ground and quickly gathered, forming a giant sphere. Zhong Wuxuan looked at this scene and said excitedly, "This is your god-level talent. Interesting. Are you trying to cover everyone's eyes by wrapping yourself up like this? It seems like Zibaihan also lost inside a shell like this, right?" Yongguang looked at the surveillance screen and hurriedly turned to Bukaishan. "Senior, Zhong Chen is hiding from our surveillance again. This kid," he immediately ordered, Fang Chenyuan, "prepare to rescue him." "Yes, Senior," Yongguang asked in confusion. "Senior, based on the battle situation just now, Zhong Wuxuan shouldn't have any problems. There's no need to rescue him. I'm talking about rescuing that kid Zhong Chen, Senior. Don't you think you're being a bit biased? Nonsense. Zhong Wuxuan is level 46, and Zhong Chen is only level 26. They can't be compared at all." "Understand, but in reality," Bukaishan thought to himself, "he's my disciple. I just want to protect him a little." Outside, Zhong Chen raised his hand and released the swarm of bugs. "Come out." A black aura erupted from his hand, and the swarm of bugs quickly took shape. They looked at Zhong Wuxuan with hostile eyes. He was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. "So this is your true ability." The swarm of bugs charged towards Zhong Wuxuan and attacked. He unleashed his skill, overturn mountains and seas. He repelled the swarm of bugs. Zhong Chen continued to control the swarm, surrounding Zhong Wuxuan with black aura. He snorted coldly. Layered butterfly formation, his fists were enveloped in a glowing power. Zhong Wuxuan continuously punched the ground, causing it to crack. Pillars of power erupted from the ground, sending all the surrounding bugs flying into the sky, shattering them. Zhong Chen didn't give up. He continued to control the swarm of bugs to fly towards Zhong Wuxuan. Zhong Wuxuan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Zhong Chen clenched his fist. Explode. The bugs surrounding Zhong Wuxuan suddenly exploded, creating a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, Zhong Chen was surprised. Zhong Wuxuan jumped out of the smoke and looked down at him. "I finally understand how Zibaihan lost Mount Tai Crushing Peak." Zhong Wuxuan unleashed a continuous barrage of fist wind. Zhong Chen braced himself below, but the power of the fist wind was too strong, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The surroundings also shattered. Zhong Chen trembled and thought to himself, "This fist wind is several times stronger than before. Is this the power of an invincible descendant?" Two self-destructions only managed to blow up the fist wind and didn't injure him at all. Do I have to self-destruct dozens or even hundreds? My bugs were born with great difficulty. Since it's come to this, there's no other way. 10 bugs self-destruct at the same time. 10 bugs self-destructed simultaneously, creating a bizarre purple explosion. Zhong Wuxuan was blown backward. Zhong Chen continued to use all things growth. Vines sprouted from the ground and attacked Zhong Wushwang. He just flicked his hand and easily destroyed the vines. No need, the battle is over. Zhong Chen was surprised when he heard this. What do you mean? Zhong Chen, I admit that you're worthy of being my opponent. You're only at the first turn, but you've already forced me to use 80% of my strength. I'm looking forward to fighting you when you're stronger. So what you said about betting your life was just to force me to give it my all, just to find a worthy opponent. Suddenly, Zhong Wushwang yawned. I'm sleepy again, I'll go to sleep first. Can you handle the last fierce beast? Zhong Chen looked at him suspiciously. Are you giving me the first place? I don't have that intention, I'm just sleepy, go ahead. I want to find a place to sleep. Zhong Chen was furious. What are you pretending for? I'll tell you, I'm not the kind of person who's blinded by pride. As long as it's beneficial, I'll take it. Zhong Wushwang left, thinking to himself, Humph, I didn't misjudge you. You're truly an interesting opponent. Lu Kaichen continued to watch the battle and commented, he doesn't bully the weak. This is the true invincible descendant. Zhong Wushwang has truly changed my perspective. Yang Guang was worried about Fang Chengyuan. He was foaming at the mouth because he was poisoned by Zhong Chen now. Throw the 10th fierce beast to Zhong Chen and let him win the championship. A centipede-shaped fierce beast quickly charged towards Zhong Chen. In a mysterious and eerie ruin, a brown-haired girl, Nian Hongyao, a 7-turn Wind King and the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Saber King, also Jigang's senior sister, stood on a rock, observing and muttering, this place is truly creepy. Perhaps those below 6 turns wouldn't be able to enter. Countless undead surrounded her. Hongyao leapt into the depths with a bright red saber in her hand. For my junior brother, I will endure. With a single strike, she easily wiped out the surrounding undead. Deeper inside, a stone tablet emitted an extremely airy aura. Hongyao shivered as she looked at it. The stone tablet ahead emitting that terrifying aura must be it. What kind of existence is it that the aura remaining after hundreds of years is still so powerful? As she approached, she was surprised. This is the Ruin Information Library. The 2 words Insect Palace on the stone tablet are airy and constantly emitting a gloomy aura that sends chills down my spine. Activate Divine Sense. Her eyes glowed bright red as her Divine Sense slowly infiltrated the stone tablet. Inside the tablet, a massive amount of information appeared before her eyes. Countless documents floated around her. Hongyao was stunned. This information is all related to strange ancient insects. Her eyes lit up again as she expanded her divine sense and quickly browsed through the information. She quickly scanned through the information and grabbed one that had an image of the 9 Abyss miasma printed on it. Found it. She broke out in a cold sweat as she read, 9 Abyss miasma. A bizarre ancient disaster born from the depths of the 9 netherworlds. It once caused a world-destroying catastrophe in the 4th century and is now extinct. Its entire body is purple-black with 9 wings on its back, carrying a terrifying toxicity that can transform into a bone-poison state. The toxicity can corrode all things, even the void and spirit. In the dark night, she quickly left. Oh my god, he actually has the Forbidden's profession. That's amazing. I have to quickly inform Master. Meanwhile, the beast-shaped fierce beast was being attacked by the swarm of bugs. Its entire body made terrifying cracking sounds as it was slowly devoured. Zhong Chen watched this scene and thought to himself, continuous devouring of for fierce beasts, plus Huang Yongchao. The devour value has increased again. After I receive the champion reward in the entrance assessment, I will definitely complete the 2nd turn soon. These 10 flags are enough for me to take first place. The extra 2 flags, 1 for each of you. At least you'll be in the top 10. He gave each girl a flag. Luo Sandao and Muhankyu happily said, thank you, Master, this time we can win just by lying down. On the other side, Tong Ying lay exhausted next to the corpse of the fierce beast. She said weakly, finally, I've taken it down. Bai Feng also sighed, the entrance assessment is almost over. Zhong Wushwang will definitely be first, right? Suddenly, an announcement rang out, attracting Bai Feng's attention. The entrance assessment has ended. Those with promotion flags immediately gather at the square. Those who have been eliminated Immediately leave the Heaven's Chosen Battalion within 3 minutes. Violators will be killed without mercy. Zhong Chen also heard the announcement repeated again. The entrance assessment has ended. Those with promotion flags immediately gather at the square. Those who have been eliminated immediately leave the Heaven's Chosen Battalion within 3 minutes. Violators will be killed without mercy. Zhong Chen thought to himself, it's over. Then doesn't that mean all 10 fierce beasts on the field have been killed? A thought came to him, leftovers are still food. Zhong Chen released the swarm of bugs in their bone-poisoned state. He secretly ordered, go find other fierce beasts, devour as much as you can. Hurry up and try to stay away from humans. Zi Baihan lay on a hospital bed with his right arm severed and bandaged. He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, I can finally go out. Zhong Chen, just you wait until I return to the Zi family. Let's see how Grandpa will deal with you. Someone slowly walked onto the platform. Gucation crossed his arms and announced loudly, all those with promotion flags, follow me to the Forbidden Zone for training. The people below discussed among themselves. Training in the Forbidden Zone, there was no mention of this before. The 8 Forbidden Zones of the Great Sea are all treasure lands, but they are also extremely dangerous places. What's there to be afraid of? With Senior Heavenly Saber King leading us, we'll definitely be fine. But I heard that the Forbidden Zones are not easy to enter. How can so many of us go? Gucation slowly drew the saber from his back and started to form hand seals. His entire body glowed as power flowed into the saber in his hand. Gucation thought to himself, according to Hongya's investigation, that brat Zhong Chen does indeed have the 9 Abyss Miasma Forbidden's profession. He shouted, Heaven-splitting saber. It's almost dawn, those people will arrive soon. Gucation continuously slashed out waves of saber energy. Finally, he threw the saber into the air and formed hand seals. The people below looked up, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the ground was cut, causing tremors. Gucation thought to himself, I have to prepare in advance. Only by doing this will I be able to make it in time. Rumbling sounds shook the vast land. The Heaven's Chosen Battalion was cut off from the ground by Gucation and lifted into the air. He continued to form hand seals. Saber flight. The saber suddenly grew larger and supported the land above, heading towards the Zhongnon Cloud Dream Swamp Forbidden Zone. The land was flying in the air. The people standing on it were amazed. Oh my God, is he going to move the entire Heaven's Chosen Battalion to the Cloud Dream Swamp? In this world, perhaps only Senior Heavenly Saber King can do such a thing. Is this the power of the #1 Wind King of the Great Sea? It's amazing. Zhong Chen looked at the 2 girls and asked, what do you know about the Cloud Dream Swamp Forbidden Zone? Luo Sandao immediately said, I don't know much. Mu Hankyu continued, I've heard Grandpa mention the danger level of the Cloud Dream Swamp. Although it's ranked last among the 8 Forbidden Zones of the Great Sea, its scariness doesn't lie in the hidden dangers here, but in the distortion of time and space. There are countless spatial fragments in this area, like bubbles connected to each other. The space within these fragments is sometimes even larger than the blue star. These fragments are constantly moving, chaotic, and without any order. Therefore, it's easy to get lost and wander around. Zhong Chen continued to ask, so that means the space in the Cloud Dream Swamp is very chaotic. What about time? Mu Hankyu said, time is probably completely different from the outside world. I heard that 100 years ago, a job changer with ordinary talent took a risk and went to the Cloud Dream Swamp. In just 2 short hours, he became a 7-turn Wind King, but according to him, he spent 200 years inside. My grandfather also explored this place. He was lost for 3 days, but 3 years had passed outside. Zhong Chen said cautiously after hearing this, in other words, getting lost and finding opportunities in the Cloud Dream Swamp are both random. Luo Sandao immediately reassured Zhong Chen, Benefactor, don't worry. Since Senior Heavenly Saber King dared to lead everyone inside, he must know the safe route. He turned and said, I hope so. However, he thought to himself, it sounds like the Cloud Dream Swamp is very dangerous, but it's actually a good place for me. But why did Senior Heavenly Saber King do this? I feel like it's because of me. Gucation thought to himself, at this rate, Huang Yao will definitely discover the 9 abyss miasma. Ziyu Anshan will also quickly find out. Then the entire Great Xia won't be able to keep this secret anymore. I just hope that I can use the time in the Cloud Dream Swamp to find allies outside. At this moment, dawn had broken. A group of people stood on the cliff, looking down in surprise. A large piece of land has been dug out. Heavenly Saber King really took the entire Heaven's Chosen battalion away. Are you serious? That's the entire future generation of elites of our Zhongnan war zone. Is he planning to rebel? Commander Duan still hasn't arrived. A figure rushed over. Duan Xinghai quickly approached, cursing, "Gu Keishan, you damn old man. You want me to risk my life with you?" Gu Keishan used his saber to transmit a message. 2 minutes ago, Brother Duan, the situation was urgent. I took the kids to the Forbidden Zone for training and selection. 7 Heavens Chosen will return. You just follow the usual procedure. I will take responsibility for the consequences. The people above saw Duan Xinghai arrive and said, "Commander Duan is here." Duan Xinghai looked at this scene and was furious. "Humph, you're so carefree, leaving me with a mess." Someone immediately said, "Commander Duan, we are late. I'm afraid we can't catch up." Another person questioned, "My son is still up there. What if something happens?" Duan Xinghai's face darkened, and he couldn't speak. He waved his hand and said, "Quiet down. Didn't they say they were going for training and would return on the selection day? What's there to panic about?" He looked at the entire Heaven's Chosen battalion that had been dug out and thought to himself, "Old Gu, even if it's for that powerful seedling, do you need to rush to the Forbidden Zone like this? Or are you trying to hide or avoid something? That's not right." Old Gu mentioned it before. He recalled the scene that day. Gu Keishan had said, "Old Duan, what do you think? Is it possible for poisonous gas to have its own consciousness?" Only then did Duan Xinghai suddenly remember. Is it the 9 abyss miasma? A huge message arrow arrived. Ji Gang looked suspicious. "There's a very important taboo on Zhongchen, so I'll take him to the Forbidden Zone to hide for now. You try to find a Wind King ally outside. When I return, there might be a fierce battle." Ji Gang was speechless, his face a mixture of complex emotions. That kid, he killed a royal Heaven's Chosen, cut off Zi Baihan's arm, and is now suspected of harboring a taboo. This kind of predicament, it's hard to deal with. Tong Jin patted Ji Gang comfortingly. Every difficulty can be overcome. If you've decided to protect John Chen at all costs, then let's just look ahead and not think about what's behind us. I've already told my father that he's ready to side with us. Right now, we have the Heavenly Saber King, your senior sister, my father, and Commander Duan, for Wind King level figures, can withstand any storm. Ji Gang stood up, agreeing, "You're right. Senior sister has already followed master. I'll immediately go to the Mu family and the Luo family. Even if it's a lie, I have to win more allies for Zhongchen. Now the big problem is, I'll have to show the same determination I had when I went to the Z family to snatch the bride and fight them." Tong Jin smiled happily. "It's been so many years since I've seen such spirit." The scene changed. "Hong Yao, what do you think we should do after we return? 9 abyss miasma of Zhongchen is so cool. I want to raise one too." She then switched to a sweet and adorable tone. "The Great Seer doesn't tolerate taboos. Doesn't mean people don't know about it. Right, if you can't do anything, what can I do? Master, can you kill a state protector general with 1/ you idiot?" He flicked her forehead. "Watch your words, Ach. Arch my reputation. Why did I take on such strange disciples like you? Nyan Hongyao, fighting and killing, heartless and shameless. Ji Gang, stubborn and stiff-necked, just a lump of meat. Zhong Chen, god-level talent, loves to play with taboos. Master, why do you have to protect Zhong Chen? Why? Back then, when I took you as my disciple, I felt happy just seeing you in red armor. Taking Ji Gang was even more casual. I saw him standing in front of the association, and he even treated me like a guest. Back then, the Z family's eldest grandson wanted to force Tong Jin to marry him. Ji Gang snatched her back. At that time, he risked his life to protect her. Do these things need a reason? Just do what you think is right. Now it's the same with Zhongchen. I saw him and felt he was to my liking, just like Jigang, since he's my disciple. Why wouldn't I protect him? I know you're the best master in the world, but also the most stubborn and conservative. Tone it down, master. If you want to protect little junior brother, there's only one way. Oh, what way? One of the three invincible figures of the Great Xia, the supreme commander of the Great Xia army, Zhong Wuxuan's grandfather, the god of war, Zhong Zhuangji. The scene shifted to the Earth Abyss battlefield. Suddenly, a punch descended from the sky. The pressure from the punch was suffocating, causing hearts to race. The punch landed on the ground, creating a massive explosion. Rocks shattered, and smoke and dust filled the air, blowing away everyone nearby. A figure slowly emerged from the smoke, his fists still clenched. You vile alien races, if you dare to invade the Great Xia, you will die without a burial place. He was the invincible god of war, Zhong Zhuangji. One punch could solve everything. After this battle, the alien races can rest for a while. Guard the entrance to the Earth Abyss carefully. Everyone shouted in unison, yes, god of war. Isn't Wuxuan at the Heaven's Chosen Battalion? What does he want from me now? Greetings, god of war Zhong, long time no see. Heavenly Saber King, did you contact me through Wuxuan? Did Wuxuan cause trouble in the camp? No, he performed very well. I'm looking for you to make a deal. Then don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. Well, I have a new disciple named Zhongchen. He's a god-level survival type, but he has the 9 Abyss Miasma taboo. I want to ask you to save his life. 9 Abyss Miasma, that ancient natural disaster. You must be joking. With taboos, the Great Xia has always preferred to kill by mistake than to let one go. Do you think the god of war is omnipotent? Oh, is that not the case? Tell me your conditions first. Have you heard of the Taisu Palace in the Cloud Dream Swamp? I'm the only one in the Great Xia who knows the way there, and I can take Zhong Wuxuan there and give him a fortuitous encounter. Taisu Palace, I remember, that's the legendary heavenly Dao treasure. If Wuxuan can enter, his cultivation will definitely greatly improve. I can agree to your condition, but the prerequisite is that Zhongchen cannot use the 9 Abyss Miasma in the Heaven's Chosen competition again. Moreover, if he can't take first place in the Great Xia Heaven's Chosen ranking, I'll throw him into the alien race battlefield to fend for himself. If you really want to protect his life, there's no other way. All right, throwing him back into the battlefield is better than having him killed by Ziyuanshan's people. When he returns, 9 Abyss Miasma, an ancient variant insect. Nowadays, this kind can't cause large-scale natural disasters. Moreover, this year, a total of 3 god-level individuals were born in the Great Xia. Zhongchen can only rank 4th, and he's a life system. If he doesn't use the taboo, he can't even surpass Wuxuan. There's no way he can achieve first place. Even if he can create a huge wave, as the god of war, I can obliterate all the evil creatures in the world in a matter of seconds. At this time, Ducation's group was slowly flying on a sword into a strange space. Zhongchen was surprised by the scene in front of him. The girls beside him were also wide-eyed with astonishment. Are we officially in the Cloud Dream Swamp now? Do you remember the way we came? In these constantly moving fragments, it's impossible to remember the route. Senior Heavenly Saber King relies on his aura to find the way. It is said that the Cloud Dream Swamp has a total of 10 levels. The outermost levels, 1 to 9, are relatively safe. The deeper you go, the easier it is to get lost. My grandfather went missing on the 7th level. I feel like I'm lost. Since our eyes and brains can't remember the route, it's best if we calmly meditate and let our divine sense guide us. The 2 girls agreed and obediently focused on meditating. Oh, there's no wind in the sea of consciousness. The myriad things origin tree is flying in that direction. Could that be the right way? Or is there something ahead that the myriad things origin tree desires? Is this the fruit of the myriad things origin tree? Suddenly, a ding sound rang out. You have received the red fruit ability. Copy, ability description 1. After use, it can randomly copy a certain ability of the target and integrate it into itself. Ability description 2. There is no profession limit to the copied ability itself. Ability Description 3. During the copying process, there is a certain chance of variation, which may result in a downgrade or upgrade. Note: please complete the copy within 3 hours, otherwise it will expire. Unexpectedly, it's a copy ability, and there's no profession limit. In the Heaven's Chosen competition, everyone is an outstanding Heaven's Chosen. Doesn't this mean I can choose freely? Of course, the most worthy of copying are Zhongwish Wang, Bai Feng, and Tong Ying. No, the ability copy is random. Maybe it's a useless skill. He continued to close his eyes and cultivate, thinking, this is not an easy choice. I only have 3 hours. Do I have to gamble? After a while, Ducation came out and said, little ones, we've arrived at the 6th level of the Cloud Dream Swamp. This is called the Taisu Realm. Further ahead is the Taisu Palace. This time, I'll take you all there, everyone. Get ready. Hearing this, Zhongshen's eyes widened as he remembered something. That's right. There's still the old man. The old man once said, I only know one style. Are you willing to learn saber from me? But the old man only knows one style. He also said he would take me as his disciple. Then I just need to copy it, and then I'll have the right to learn it first. What a bargain. In the distance stood a majestic ancient temple. This was the Taisu Palace, with thousands of seemingly endless steps leading up to it. Below were the Heaven's Chosen participating in the Heaven's Chosen battalion. They looked at the scene in awe and discussed amongst themselves, we're rich this time. Previously, a legendary Wind King achieved his breakthrough right here, in one step. Don't even mention Wind King, even Grand Dreamer, one of the 3 invincibles of the Great Seer, attained enlightenment here. Ducation stepped forward and announced, the Taisu Palace trial has 3 parts. First, the 1008 steps. Each step you climb has a chance to receive a heavenly Dao reward. Second, the Taisu tablet. I've never touched it before. Only Grand Dreamer from the capital has reached it. As for the third part, it's probably inside the Taisu Palace. No one has ever entered it. The Taisu Palace steps are your final test. 150 people will be selected based on the number of steps climbed. The top 10 will represent the Zhongnon War Zone in the Great Seer Heaven's Chosen Grand Finals. The Taisu Palace trial begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heaven's Chosen excitedly rushed forward. Luo Sandao also excitedly tried to rush forward, but Zhongshen stopped her. What's the rush? The Taisu Palace isn't going anywhere. He looked at Bai Feng and Tong Ying's group and continued, look, they're all adjusting their state. Luo Sandao agreed, Benefactor, you're right. She sat down to cultivate with the others. Muhankyu added, that's right. A miraculous place like the Taisu Palace can only be climbed once. We have to adjust our state to the peak. Ducation and Hongyao looked down from above and praised. These little guys below are quite composed. Not bad, not bad, Zhongshen thought to himself, adjusting my state as a cover. First, I'll copy the old man's heaven-splitting saber, then we'll see. To prevent the copy card from expiring, I hope the old man didn't lie to me. A notification appeared. Ability copy card. Copy target selected. Ducation, note. During the copying process, there is a certain chance of variation, which may result in a downgrade or upgrade of the ability. Begin. Without hesitation, Zhongshen's eyes were filled with determination. All right, start copying. I hope my luck is good. I don't need an upgrade, just no downgrade. A notification rang out. Copying heaven-splitting saber. Beginning, he was a little surprised. The old man didn't trick me, he really only has this one move. Immediately, Zhongshen's consciousness was transported to another place. The scene before him stunned him. Wait, this is... The copying progress is slowly increasing, 1%, 3%, 5%. Before his eyes was a scene of someone wielding a saber. He widened his eyes. This power. Old Gu is practicing his saber technique. But he felt as if he was the one practicing. No, this is me practicing the saber technique. 10 years, Zhongshen effortlessly cut a leaf. 20 years, I've learned the basic techniques of saber arts. 40 years, I've become a mature middle-aged man. More time passed, a saber was raised, heaven-splitting saber. A powerful saber energy shot out, as if to split the earth in two. The ground below shattered, and the saber energy split a mountain in half. Human Dao, Earth Dao, Heaven Dao, Zhong Chen had become an old man with white hair, concluding a long and arduous saber practice. The copying information continued to update. Copying progress, 120%. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, Human Saber Intent. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, Earth Saber Intent. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, Heaven Saber Intent. Congratulations, you have obtained the divine ability, Great Dao Saber Intent. Zhong Chen was still meditating to adjust his state of mind. He thought to himself, amazing luck. Not only did I copy it, but I also separated the heaven-splitting saber into 4 forms. Hongyao watched Zhong Chen impatiently. Zhong Wushuang and the others have started climbing. He's the only one left here. Did something happen to him? Don't tell me he fell asleep. Ducation also looked at him and replied, it's a bit strange. Adjusting one stage shouldn't take that long. Suddenly, Hongyao's saber trembled, causing her to exclaim, Master, my saber heart is resonating with an aura emanating from Zhong Chen. Ducation was extremely surprised. His saber also trembled violently. Not just your saber, my saber heart is resonating too. Hongyao was shocked. Could it be that junior brother succeeded? He was considered a rare genius back then, but he was single-mindedly obsessed with deciphering the heaven-splitting saber, saying it could be divided into 4 moves, which resulted in his cultivation being stuck at the 3rd turn grandmother level for many years. Has he finally broken through? Gucation replied, maybe. Either Ji Gang succeeded, or, he thought to himself, Zhong Chen, this kid's aura just flashed and disappeared. It's very familiar. No way. Absolutely impossible. Maybe it's just an illusion created by the Taisu Palace. Hongyao interrupted Gucation's thoughts. Master, look, little junior brother is going. I wonder how many steps little junior brother can climb. Back then, I barely made it to 301. Junior brother is even worse. Only 298. I don't know how Grand Dreamer reached the top. It's terrifying. Zhong Chen stood before the thousands of steps. A notification appeared. Invincible Descendant Zhong Wushuang, level 289, Istsi Little Killing God by Fun. Level 253, Heavenly Tower Assassin Tong Ying. Level 248, 10,000 Demon Cities Lazy. Level 211, Wudangs. Little Taoist Liu Piazi. Level 208, Wind King Descendant Muhon. Level 199, Shangguan Luo Families Luo Sandao. Level 170. As he continued forward, he encountered a group of people coming down, sighing and complaining. If I had known we were coming to the Taisu Palace, I would have prepared mental resistance potions. The first 100 steps are all illusion trials. I'm an artillery master, completely countered. The later steps are even harder, with gravity increasing. Every step is like carrying several mountains. Look, Zhong Chen is about to start climbing. He's probably another Zhong Wushuang. Zhong Chen slowly stepped onto the first step, thinking, first is the illusion trial. With my mental strength, it shouldn't be a big problem. As soon as his foot touched the step, Zhong Chen was extremely surprised. What is this? He entered an illusion. Ziyuanshan appeared, quickly drawing his sword and shouting, Zhong Chen, you brat! You dare to touch my Z family's grandson. Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Zhong Chen was terrified. You're Ziyuanshan. Before he could finish, Xia Yuanshan slashed at him. Zhong Chen immediately counterattacked with poisonous insects, but the difference in strength was significant, and he was knocked back. My insects can't resist him. The Nightwalker squad appeared in front of him. Young master, we'll block him, run. But with his power, Ziyuanshan instantly obliterated them. Anyone who stops me will die. Blood splattered onto Zhong Chen's face, causing him to shout, no. In reality, Zhong Chen stood on the first step, tears streaming down his face, his body trembling with veins bulging. Hongyao was surprised. Little junior brother is stuck on the first step. Gucation said, this staircase tests mental strength, physique, agility, and power. All the geniuses here have been trained with treasures since childhood, but only Zhong Chen took the wild path. In this trial, I'm afraid Zhong Chen will suffer a great disadvantage. Hongya was worried. No way. Then the bet you made with the god of war, wouldn't little junior brother be sent to the battlefield? Inside the illusion, Zhong Chen knelt before Ziyuanshan in despair. Just kill me, I've killed everyone, I don't want to live anymore. A leaf fell before Zhong Chen, and the surrounding scenery began to change. The trees gradually erased Ziyuanshan's image, myriad things origin tree. He woke up. This is an illusion. Zhong Chen returned to reality. Damn it, I just fell into an illusion. It felt so real. Uncle Jia and the others were killed, but I didn't fight for my life, but asked for death. This fragile mentality is especially humiliating. Angered and motivated, he stepped onto the next step, cursing, I think this illusion is purely a joke, screw it. Just as Zhong Chen was about to step onto the second step, a notification popped up. Essence Fragment X100 fragments can be combined into a complete essence. When upgrading skills from level 1 to 3, 10 essences are required per level. When upgrading skills from level 4 to 6, 100 essences are required per level. Reading the notification, Zhong Chen smiled. Essence fragments. A single fragment is worth tens of millions on the market. The rewards are so generous right from the start. Using this to upgrade skills isn't suitable for me, but if I sell them, it'll definitely be enough to feed my bugs for a long time. Zhong Chen stepped onto the second step, surprised. Why isn't there an illusion attack on the second level? Just then, the branches above swayed, and the illusionary energy dissipated like smoke. Zhong Chen chuckled. So the myriad things origin tree directly blocked the illusion. I'm awesome. Behind him, the others watched him stand motionless on the second step, mocking him. What's wrong with Zhong Chen? On the first level, he was crying and raging, stuck for so long. Now on the second level, he's laughing maniacally. Judging by his expression, he's probably about to be defeated on the second level. If that's the case, he's the weakest in the entire competition. Hearing their taunts, Zhong Chen thought, next, I'll show you what crushing dominance looks like. He glanced over and saw Gukaishan and Hongya watching him. Wait, the old man is also watching. Should I pretend a bit? He looked at the seemingly endless steps and sighed. Pretend what? Zhong Wuxuan is about to reach the 300th step. I have to at least surpass him first. Hongya turned to Gukaishan, puzzled. Master, something's wrong with little junior brother. He's stuck on the second level again. It seems like he might not even make it past the 10th level. However, Gukaishan looked at Zhong Chen with surprise. Wait, look. Zhong Chen was now ascending the steps, casually strolling and humming a tune. The sun rises, I climb Taisu, reach the palace peak, and sing a song. The people behind him were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Was his performance on the first and second levels because he liked the illusions there? What's going on now? He's singing a song and suddenly reached the 100th step. Zhong Chen is completely unpredictable. In a short time, Zhong Chen surpassed Luo Sandao and Muhanqiu. He continued his leisurely ascent, singing, This song is for my little sister. I heard she reached the 300th step without fear. Muhanqiu was excited. Wow, master is singing to encourage me. Even if I have to give it my all, I have to reach the 300th step. Luo Sandao was a bit embarrassed. My savior is truly talented, but his singing is really embarrassing. Hongya looked at him suspiciously. Master, I wonder if the Taisu Palace's test has malfunctioned. Little junior brother has quickly reached over to 100 levels and shows no signs of slowing down. Gukaishan was also unsure what was happening. This situation, even master has never seen before. Zhong Chen surpassed Lazy and Liu Lisi. The two looked at him in surprise. Oh my god, is this guy Zhong Chen climbing the same level as us? Or am I in an illusion? Zhong Chen also saw Zhong Wuxuan's group. Why are they all stopped at the 299th step, not moving? Gukaishan and Hongya chatted. Every 300 steps is a critical point. Even geniuses find it difficult to overcome. That's right, back then, I had to use all my strength to get through. After that, each level has increasingly difficult challenges. I wonder who will be the first to overcome this critical point. Zhong Chen caught up to Zhong Wuxuan's group. Zhong Wuxuan turned around, looking pleased. Zhong Chen, you made it here. You really didn't disappoint me. Tong Ying was happy. Zhong Chen, you caught up so quickly. Bai Feng looked back with a cold snort. Suddenly, Zhong Wuxuan radiated power, and chains appeared behind him. He said coldly, but I'll be going first. Tong Ying was surprised. Zhong Chen was also curious. My saint-level talent, spiritual resonance, is resonating with Zhong Wuxuan. Could he also be saint-level? But I've never heard of this before. Could these chains be concealing his strength? Each chain suddenly broke, and a powerful force emanated from Zhong Wuxuan. He gritted his teeth and stepped onto the 300th step. A powerful aura surged into him. Zhong Wuxuan relaxed and absorbed it. Bai Feng was stunned. Is this aura the reward for the 300th level? Tong Ying was equally surprised, as expected of Zhong Wuxuan. After a while, Zhong Wuxuan turned around and said, the Taisu Palace has a total of 1008 levels. Every 300 levels is a critical point. After overcoming the critical point, there will be great opportunities. This level seems to be testing willpower, but it's actually testing the strength of the soul. Zhong Chen, your background isn't good. You weren't nurtured by treasures since childhood. Compared to us, your foundation is much weaker. As your stepping stone, I advise you to take it one step at a time. Don't rush to break through, and slowly search. Before Zhong Wuxuan could finish, Zhong Chen casually stepped onto the 300th step. The three were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Zhong Chen turned to Zhong Wuxuan and said calmly, Dude, why do I feel like you're joking with me? Is this really that difficult? A notification immediately appeared. Congratulations on passing the 300th level test of the Taisu Palace. Reward: Primordial Crystal. Zhong Chen held the crystal in his hand, secretly delighted. Primordial Crystal, this reward is amazing. Although my bugs can't use it, I heard Uncle Ji has been stuck at the 3rd turn for many years. This is definitely much better than the epic equipment I promised him. Xiaoju seemed to have sensed something and shouted excitedly, Master, climb faster, we want to eat the stone tablet. Zhong Chen was confused. Eat the stone tablet. Is that the Taisu tablet above? Xiaoju quickly replied, Yes, eat the stone tablet. A force emanated from Xiaoju, propelling Zhong Chen towards the Taisu Palace. He thought helplessly, even if you want to eat it that much, you don't have to force me up like this. Zhong Wuxuan's group watched in astonishment. Zhong Wuxuan felt even more frustrated at being surpassed. He exerted all his strength and rushed forward. You can't surpass me. He activated his 8-armed form and climbed upwards. Bai Feng was surprised. He refined the war god physique of the war god Zhong. He also gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it, Zhong Chen, Zhong Wuxuan, you guys are really annoying. You all deserve to die. Kill. Blood demon possession. A powerful red aura erupted from him, and he chased after Zhong Wuxuan, pursuing Zhong Chen. Lazy and Liu Lizhi also approached the 300th level. They looked at this scene in fear. Oh my god, are they all this monstrous? Tong Ying was also considered monstrous. Hearing this, Tong Ying turned around and said, What are you talking about? I'm just an assassin. I can't compare to them. Lazy sighed. That's good. I thought only I and him were the worst. In the blink of an eye, Tong Ying transformed into a black snake and shot forward. The two behind them could only hug each other and cry. The outside world is really scary, and they even lie. He was almost tricked into becoming the leader. These four are all unparalleled geniuses, admirable, especially Zhong Chen. He's so calm, it's truly terrifying. Hong Yao couldn't hide her surprise. What's going on? Zhong Wuxuan grew 8 arms. Bai Feng went berserk and wants to kill. Tong Ying isn't pretending to be cool anymore. Little junior brother is so powerful, he's causing everyone's mentality to collapse just by his own strength. Du Caishan laughed proudly, as expected of my disciple. Hong Yao continued, Oh my god, isn't that right? In the blink of an eye, little junior brother is about to reach the top, the second person in history. In the distance, Zhong Chen was frantically rushing towards the Taisu Palace. After a while, he reached the top and shouted, "Reach the top." Zhong Chen's body was like a magnet, drawn to the stone tablet. He stood near the tablet with the words Taisu and shouted, "Everyone, come out. Take what you want." He raised his hand and released all his bugs. The entire space seemed to darken. Hongyao was a little scared. Wait, what is little junior brother trying to do? The bugs swarmed the Taisu tablet, covering it in a black mass. Hongyao stared in disbelief. That's the nine-winged insect king, isn't it? He released all of them to cover the Taisu tablet. What is he trying to do? How divine is the Taisu tablet? Even the invincible Grand Dreamer only managed to comprehend the Tao on it. In a short time, the tablet was engulfed in a purple miasma. Hongyao exclaimed, "Damn it, the Taisu tablet." Ducation watched in disbelief. He absorbed the Taisu tablet. How did he do that? Zhong Wushwang arrived just in time to see Zhong Chen standing at the summit, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Zhong Chen, I lost this time. But during the Great Xia Heaven's chosen competition, I will go all out." He then turned and left. Bai Feng and Tong Ying, who was still climbing, felt discouraged. Even Zhong Wushwang gave up. "We should retreat too. We've climbed this far and are almost dead. Going further will definitely damage our foundation. The losses outweigh the gains." Meanwhile, Mu Hankyu looked up in admiration. "Master is so powerful. But thankfully, we've completed our mission." The ranking notification appeared. Zhong Chen, level 1082. Zhong Wushwang, level 623 3. Bai Feng, level 609 4. Tong Ying, level 605 Lei. Zi and Liu Piaozi, level 346. Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu, level 300. Looking at the rankings, Ducation said, "Without Zhong Chen, these kids would have had a hard time reaching this level." Hongyao agreed. "That's right. Little junior brother is too monstrous. This new generation is much stronger than us." She then looked at Zhong Chen, puzzled. "Everyone's here. Why is little junior brother still dazed up there?" Inside Zhong Chen's consciousness, Xiaoju was hugging the Taisu tablet affectionately. Xiaoju's information updated. Xiaoju, level 25, devouring value plus 10,000 and continued to increase. Zhong Chen smiled. So when Xiaoju said eat the tablet, she meant transferring it to the insect nest. She looks very satisfied, even leveling up several times. The bug's devouring value is also rapidly increasing. At this rate, they'll soon be able to produce the third generation. Could this tablet have some connection to the nine-winged insect king? A notification appeared. The Taisu tablet was originally the abyssal stone, located at the bottom of the abyss. It is a relic belonging to the origin abyss. Zhong Chen gradually understood. The Taisu tablet comes from the abyss, and Xiaoju is the abyssal lord. No wonder. More information appeared. Taisu Realm Master, recognized as the sole owner of the Taisu Realm. Regardless of location, one can teleport to the Taisu Realm with a single thought. The gate of the Taisu Palace can only be opened by the owner. Zhong Chen was stunned. Taisu Realm Master. Could the Taisu tablet be the key to the Taisu Realm? Teleport at any time. No one can open the Taisu Palace. This could totally be my ultimate trump card. I won't enter the palace yet. I'll go back and assess the situation first. Just then, Ducation flew up and grabbed his hand. Zhong Chen, come with me. Zhong Chen was still confused. Below, everyone watched and gossiped. The Saber King caught Zhong Chen, probably because of the Taisu tablet incident. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant? Ducation said. Even Grand Dreamer, one of the three invincibles of the Great Xia, could only observe and comprehend the Tao on the Taisu tablet. Tell me, how did you use the nine-winged insect king to absorb the Taisu tablet? Zhong Chen was worried. Damn it, he knows about the nine-winged insect king. Is he going to kill me now? Seeing him silent, Ducation continued. Brat, you don't really think turning the nine-winged insect king into poison can fool me, do you? Looking at Zhong Chen's expression, Hongyao chuckled. Little junior brother's silly expression is so cute. Zhong Chen thought, they don't look like they want to kill me, so I'll tell the truth, he explained. Because the nine-winged insect king and the Tai Su tablet both originate from the abyss, they share the same origin. Or rather, the Tai Su tablet originally belonged to the nine-winged insect king. Gukation's expression turned serious. So that's it. You should know Great Seer's attitude towards taboos. You have two choices. Either stay in the cloud dream swamp forever as an exile and keep your life, or come back with me and risk being hunted by countless people, even invincible level and nation protecting level experts. Zhong Chen pondered. So it wasn't my imagination? The old man came to the cloud dream swamp to find a way out for me. But why? We only met once before. Seeing him motionless, Hongyao urged, "What are you thinking about? Master is asking you." Zhong Chen replied, "Although I carry a taboo, I only killed bad people. I don't think I did anything wrong. If my conscience is clear, why should I run?" Gukation laughed loudly, as expected of my disciple. "My heart is the heart of heaven. I did nothing wrong. Why should I accept exile? Jigang back then wasn't as good as you." Zhong Chen was puzzled. What happened to Uncle Ji? Hongyao explained, "Remember, I'm your senior sister. Your Uncle Ji is your senior brother." Gukation recounted, "Back then, your Uncle Ji went to the Z family to steal their treasure and was almost killed by Ziyuanshan. I told him he had just arrived and was afraid of implicating me, so he ended up exiled in Sujiang City. So Uncle Ji also has a grudge against the Z family. Past events don't need to be mentioned. Whether they're invincible or nation-protecting, as long as our hearts are resolute, Master will support us. This time, when we return to Zhongnan, my saber will pave the way for you." Zhong Chen knelt down. "Master, please accept my disciple's greeting." The scene shifted to a meeting of the Zhongnan War Zone's commanders. Commander Duan Xinghai announced, "The 12 Wind Kings of Zhongnan, excluding Gukation and Nian Hongyao, are all present. I won't beat around the bush. According to investigations, Zhong Chen's poison does indeed come from the nine-winged insect king. Based on the first article of the Great Seer Taboo Law, anyone who awakens a taboo profession or controls a taboo must be killed without mercy." "What are your thoughts?" Muhanqiu's grandfather, Muhinian, spoke up. "The nine-winged insect king did cause a great calamity in the past, but it's unlikely to reach that scale again. Therefore, I believe that as long as we monitor Zhong Chen, there won't be a major problem. We can just collect and destroy the nine-winged insect king. There's no need to take his life." Tong Jin's father, Tong Wangchuan, added, "I agree with Senior Mu. The Great Seer Taboo Law was enacted 500 years ago when Great Seer was weak. Now that Great Seer is strong, we can completely change the taboo law." As soon as Tong Wangchuan finished speaking, two people across from him sneered. "Oh, the collusion with Zhong Chen is revealed right from the start. Muhinian, I heard your granddaughter is in the Heaven's Chosen Battalion with Zhong Chen. Their relationship is unclear." "Zhong Chen is with Ji Gang. Tong Wangchuan, your daughter, Tong Jin, is messing around with Ji Gang. Aren't you ashamed?" Tong Wangchuan slammed the table angrily. Just then, a beam of light flew in. Ziyuanshan entered, sword in hand. He boomed, "Zhong Chen must die. Anyone who speaks for him will have to answer to my sword." Someone said fearfully, "General Z, old Gu, if it weren't for a nation-protecting general stepping in, I might have been able to mediate for you. But now, you can only pray for yourself. I hope you won't blindly shield him this time." The scene shifted to the outskirts of the city. Someone said, "Boss, Xiao Yuanshan has mobilized the Heavenly Punishment Squad and they're all ambushed on the mountainside." Another person replied, "With such a big battle, those brats should be coming back soon. If they make a move, Tong Jin and I will also draw our sabers. New grudges and old debts, let's settle them together. Guarding Sujiang City will be your responsibility from now on." A frightened person waved his hands. "No, I stole their treasure back then. Now I can barely handle myself." "Give it to someone else," the others chimed in. "Get lost. I love excitement. How can I miss this kind of thing? Don't look at me. You need someone with big breasts." "Oh gee, we're all family. Don't worry about this." A girl pointed at the sky. "Look, is that them in the distance? Target acquired. Heavenly Punishment Squad, prepare the divine crossbows." Hongyao said, This battle is similar to Junior Brother's previous bride kidnapping incident. I didn't get to fight enough last time. Gukashin added, "What are you doing? So many people are watching. We have to at least pretend to be civilized, otherwise, people will think our lineage is a bunch of hooligans." Hongya stepped forward and said loudly, "You're clearly biased towards your disciple, aren't you?" Like master, like disciple, she turned to Zhong Chen. "What do you think, Junior Brother?" Seeing Zhong Chen motionless and unresponsive, she asked, "Are you spacing out again?" Zhong Chen was focused on his bugs within his consciousness. The information panel displayed, 9-winged insect king 3rd generation breeding complete. Number bred, 5 million, queen, XIAJIU level 27. 9-winged insect king level, heaven extinction. 9-winged insect king offspring, 5.11 million. Reading the information, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent." Before this battle, I bred 5 million 3rd generation 9-winged insect kings. Even if I can't defeat a state protector, he won't have an easy time either. After a while, seeing Zhong Chen still silent, Hongya patted his shoulder. "Junior Brother, although their battle isn't small, don't be afraid. Master and I are here," he pointed forward. "I'm not afraid, senior sister, it's just, I think I saw Uncle Ji and the others on that mountain just now. I want to go over there first. I have something to give them." Then, Zhong Chen flew off. Hongyao called out, "Go ahead, we'll be passing by anyway later." Zhong Wuxuan's group watched him leave, each with their own thoughts. "I haven't had enough of fighting him yet. I hope he can. So it's a taboo? No wonder he could kill Zibihan before. What a pity. He's the second person in Great Xia history to climb the entire Taisu staircase." Luo Sandao and Muhankyu looked up worriedly. "Master, he doesn't know that my grandfather is here and can help, does he?" "Worrying is useless. This level of battle isn't something we can help with. It's best if we don't interfere." After a while, Zhong Chen arrived at Uncle Ji's location. "Uncle Ji, it's Zhong Chen." He took out an item. "Uncle Ji, I couldn't get you a set of epic equipment like I said before, but I think this is just as good." Ji Gang was startled. "This is a primordial crystal?" He thought, with this, it's equivalent to having the key to the 7th turn. Zhong Chen continued handing out items. "Anton, this silk scarf feels very suitable for your temperament. Duan Feng, your bow isn't good enough. This one is for you. Bulong, I'll trade you a gold-level hidden weapon. No need to be moved. And Jacquet, this is a platinum equipment set. The key is that it looks good." The group chatted happily. Elsewhere, Ziyuanshan seemed to have sensed Zhong Chen's aura. "Zhong Chen seems to be out. Heavenly Punishment Squad, listen up." Duan Xinghai interrupted, "General Z, wait. More than 100 Heavens Chosen from the Heavens Chosen Battalion are with Gukashin. We can't afford any mishaps." Ziyuanshan replied, "All right, if Gukashin doesn't know his place, I'll kill him." Duan Xinghai called up, "Old Gu, hand over Zhong Chen. Don't make a mistake," he thought regretfully. "Old Gu, I'm sorry. Both you and Xio Yuanshan are powerful figures in Zhongnon. If you fight, Zhongnon will suffer heavy losses. It's better to sacrifice Zhong Chen alone." Gukashin replied from above, "Mistake. I've never done anything to shame Zhongnon or the Great Xia. How could I be mistaken? Old man, I've brought back all 150 Heavens Chosen from the Zhongnon war zone. Not only that, but I also took them to the Taisu Palace." Hearing this, some of Xia Yuanshan's men murmured, "The Taisu Palace? That miraculous place that many experts couldn't find." Unexpectedly, the Saber King has a way. Our children are going to have a bright future. Such a great favor, we definitely can't accept it for nothing. Although we can't guarantee Zhong Chen's safety, we definitely won't side with the Z family. Duan Xinghai continued to persuade the others. The 150 Heavens Chosen who went to the Taisu Palace will all be promoted very quickly. Zhongnon's situation will improve as a result. This is a great contribution. Just then, Ziyuanshan appeared. He said coldly, "Enough talk." He created a gigantic water column that threatened to engulf everything. Standing amidst the water column, sword in hand, he declared, "Zhong Chen possesses a taboo. According to the Great Seer law, he must die. Ducation is defying the law by protecting him. Seal the examiners of the Heaven's Chosen camp. What nonsense about contributions. He basically led the Heaven's Chosen camp into danger without permission. The people below were shocked, walking on the sea and causing celestial phenomena. Is this the might of a state protector? I can't move. It's terrifying, uncle. Let's remain neutral. Ducation immediately ordered, John Chen, come here. Hongyao, you handle the Heaven's Chosen camp's flight. Hongyao replied, yes, master. Hearing Ducation's order, Zhong Chen immediately turned back and shouted, sorry, Uncle G, everyone. Please stay inside the barrier and watch the show for now. Uncle G's group only then realized what was happening. Zhong Chen, when did you set up the barrier? He replied, if I really can't handle it, you can save me then. Ducation commanded his saber to fly back into his hand. Ziyuanshan, do you really want to draw your sword against me? Ziyuanshan replied, why are you afraid, great general? You wield a dozen water-type taboo spells, and I only know one saber technique. What are you afraid of? Suddenly, a wall of ice appeared, creating a shield in front of the two. When Xinghai called up, both of you, calm down. If you really fight, not only will this Heaven's Chosen camp be affected, but even the nearby Zhongnon base will be impacted. For the sake of everyone's livelihood, before he could finish, Zi Baihan spoke up from behind, for the sake of everyone's livelihood, why don't Zhong Chen and I have a life-or-death duel, one-on-one? Duan Xinghai turned around and recognized the familiar voice. Zi Baihan immediately flew up, looking at his new arm. He cut off my arm that day today. I will personally end him. He stood on his sword and flew towards Zhong Chen. Duan Xinghai said from afar, that's the best solution. The grudges of the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation. The older generation shouldn't interfere. Zhong Chen turned to Zi Baihan. Zi Baihan, are you really that kind? I don't believe it. What are your conditions? Tell me quickly. Zi Baihan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Smart. The condition is that you can't use your taboo, the Nine-Winged Insect King. Xia Yuanshan laughed. As expected of my grandson, for the peace of the Zhongnon base, for the people's livelihood, does anyone have any objections? Hearing the condition, Ducation was furious. Forget it. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're standing on a moral high ground. Old Zi, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. If you have the guts, don't bully a child. Let's fight. Zhong Chen immediately ran to stop him, pulling on Ducation. Master, calm down. Don't let others think we're unreasonable. He proposed a solution. Isn't it just not using the taboo? I have a way to deal with him. Ducation was surprised. How? What way? He replied, didn't you want to teach me the heaven-splitting saber? Teach me now. Ducation was taken aback. Learn it now? Are you serious? Hongyao, who was flying on her sword, also asked in surprise. Huh? Little junior brother, what are you joking about? It took me 5 years to comprehend it. Junior brother has only learned the first so far. Zi Baihan sneered. You want me to wait 5 years, 8 years, dream on? Zhong Chen smiled mysteriously. No need, give me 5 minutes. Ducation immediately scolded him. You brat, what are you saying? Is my heaven-splitting saber a low-level saber technique? Hearing his scolding, Zi Baihan became even more arrogant. Idiot! Zhong Chen immediately grabbed Ducation's saber. Master, please instruct me. Ducation seemed to sense the fluctuation on his saber and was surprised. Is this saber resonance? He looked at Zhong Chen and seemed to have realized something. The resonance of my saber heart back at the Taisu Palace was caused by Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen whispered something to Ducation. The master then announced loudly, all right, I'll teach you now. Since this is a life-or-death battle, I'll set up a heaven and earth arena, except for Zi Baihan and Zhong Chen. No one is allowed to interfere. He turned to Zhong Chen. I'll wait for you. Hurry up and learn. Last time, you relied on your taboo. This time, I'll let everyone see how you're defeated by me. In another barrier, Jigang continuously slashed at the barrier. Zhong Chen, don't fight him. Master, why did you agree? Zhong Chen, calm down. He definitely won't do anything reckless. It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked Zhong Chen to join that meaningless Heaven's Chosen camp, this wouldn't have happened. Du Caishan began instructing Zhong Chen. He focused his energy, gripping his saber tightly. Remember, the heaven-splitting saber is the saber of will. It breaks through attachments, liberates from life and death, recognizes one's true heart, and acts without thinking. He shouted, "Did you see that clearly, brat?" He swung the heaven-splitting saber. Is that saber aimed at me, activating full defense? Does he really think he can do anything to me? Old Gu, you're being unreasonable. We agreed on a duel, and you're completely disregarding the rules. Wait, that saber isn't aimed at General Z. That's saber energy. The saber energy struck the barrier above, causing cracks to appear. Suddenly, a black dragon, or rather a serpent with legs, emerged from the crack. It had been cut by Du Caishan's attack and roared in pain. Du Caishan, you old bastard, I'll be back for you. It's the black dragon from the bottom of the Changjiang River. It was hiding nearby. How dangerous. Everyone's attention was focused on the duel, except for Du Caishan. That dragon was probably aiming for Zhong Chen's nine-winged insect king. As for its cultivation, it should be at the mid-stage Overlord realm. This old Gu is really something. How was that? Was Master's first move cool? Yes, very cool, Du Caishan grinned. I also think it was very cool, so, have you grasped it yet? Zhong Chen pointed to Ji Gang. Uncle Ji, can I borrow your saber for a moment? Why not use Master's saber? Why look for something far away when you have something close by? Master, you'll understand in a moment. Just watch. My saber draw will definitely be very cool too. This brat, Master, what are you doing? Aren't you sending little junior brother to his death? And that war god John, taking advantage without doing any work. Invincible, no way. You have to take little junior brother away. I can't move. In this life or death duel, only the two of them can enter. War god Zhong is here, just in a different space, not yet appeared. A single aura can trap state protectors and wind kings in place. Is this the power of an invincible? Did I just speak ill of him? Did I? I don't think so. War god Zhong wants to maintain the big picture and doesn't want to see Zhong Non in chaos. For the big picture, Zhong Chen must be sacrificed. Who said Zhong Chen has to be sacrificed? I just taught him how to use the heaven-splitting saber. Are you all crazy? The heaven-splitting saber is something you can use just by looking at it once. Is this a joke? You'll know if he tries it, showing off. I want to see how you'll fight me without the nine-winged insect king. Zi Baihan's entire body was ablaze with fighting spirit as he prepared his heaven-splitting sword. Outside, Zhong Wuxuan watched. Do you think he can win if he uses the nine-winged insect king, let alone Zi Baihan? Even I would have a hard time winning, but the rule is that he can't use it. Zhong Chen is dead for sure. Zi Baihan, having experienced defeat, had once again focused his spirit on martial arts, becoming stronger than before. Moreover, the sword in his hand was Moon Splitter, ranked second on the Great Zier's divine weapon list. Come on, you can make the first move. With that tattered saber of yours, it would be your honor to die by Moon Splitter. Cut the crap. Zhong Chen raised his saber to the sky. Master, please guide me on this strike, he shouted. Heaven-splitting saber, human force. A massive saber beam shot toward Zi Baihan. My eyes. He shielded his eyes. Nian Hongya rushed forward and created a barrier to protect the onlookers. Those with weak souls, close your eyes immediately. Oh my God! Little junior brother, Du Caishan's eyes widened. This brat actually learned it. Zi Baihan was unharmed. He flicked his sword, deflecting the saber energy. He snorted, even if this move can only target the soul and memory. He stared at Zhong Chen. Is this what you call the heaven-splitting saber? Your skills are still unrefined, only attacking the soul. Don't you know that my Z family is famous for its strong souls? He leapt into the air and used his technique, Full Moon Brilliance, Moon Splitter. Zhong Chen felt nothing. He prepared his next attack, saying to Ji Gang, Uncle Ji, that last move was called Human Saber. The next one won't attack the soul, but directly at him. Zi Baihan was struck, spitting out blood. His pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? Guan Xinghai looked up in astonishment. Not good. The life and death arena is about to collapse. How can someone at the second turn do this? Cracks spread across the arena floor, threatening to shatter it. Zi Baihan struggled against Zhong Chen's saber energy, thinking, I have to block this, or I'll die. He frowned at Zhong Chen, then chanted an incantation, looking towards the northwest. Clouds drift across the sky for 10,000 miles, guided by the long sword. A supreme taboo technique activated, causing the swords of the surrounding heavens chosen to fly uncontrollably into the air. My sword, I can't control it anymore. What kind of evil taboo is this? The swords coalesced into a massive blade above Zi Baihan. He slammed his own sword into the ground. Divine weapon, moon splitter, 10,000 swords convergence, obliterate saber beam. The swords rained down on Zhong Chen. Guan Xinghai and the others struggled to maintain the barrier, worried. Damn it, these two brats are crazy. Quickly get some ice element users to reinforce this. Otherwise, the headquarters will collapse. Zi Baihan, sword in hand, looked confidently at Zhong Chen. You lose, you lose. So what if you're at the god level? So what if you learned the heaven-splitting saber? Without your taboo, you're nothing. Be crushed by my taboo. Zhong Chen, defending against the onslaught, retorted, Who are you looking down on? How do you know I don't have any other tricks? He swung his saber upwards, heaven saber slash, evil suppression. The swords controlled by Zi Baihan shattered into pieces. Zi Baihan, hit by the attack, began to dissolve. He could only utter, No, impossible. Zi Yuanshan cried out in horror. Baihan. Jigang knelt down, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Human saber, earth saber, heaven saber, this is the dream I couldn't achieve back then. Zhong Chen, he did it. Hong Yao watched in astonishment. 5 minutes. Little junior brother really learned the heaven-splitting saber. Ducation added, although his energy isn't sufficient, he truly learned it. Not only did he learn it, but he also improved upon it. What Jigang couldn't do back then, he did. Zhong Wushuang and the others looked up in admiration. Zhong Chen might be the most formidable opponent among my peers. We studied for years without mastering it, but he learned it in 5 minutes. Too strong, Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandao hugged each other excitedly. Master 1, Benefactor is truly powerful. 2 figures observed the battle from afar. One said, This disciple of the Saber King is quite interesting. I won't kill him yet, but I'll take him for the heavens chosen as a whetstone. Oh. But judging by the current situation, even if you don't act, Zi Yuanshan won't let him off, will he? One is the invincible sword god, Jilin Kui, and the other is the invincible war god, Zhong Zhuangji. Zi Yuanshan seemed to sense an aura and turned, War god Zhong, please withdraw your aura. Don't interfere, my grandson died tragically. I must seek justice for him. Jilin Kui looked at Zhong Zhuangji. All right, I've said it before, you can clean up your own mess. I'm just passing by to watch the fun. Zhong Zhuangji slowly descended. Zi Yuanshan, you're old but don't understand the rules. Accept defeat after losing a bet. Zi Yuanshan, looking aggrieved, was about to speak when Zhong Chen flew over and shouted, Master, how was my 4th move? This move is for you, Uncle Ji, and Aunt Ton. It's for the sake of justice. He flew towards Zi Yuanshan, sword in hand. Lu Keishan panicked. Stop, stop. What are you doing? You're attacking a state protector. Hong Yao was also worried. Little junior brother is attacking Zi Yuanshan. Jilin Kui and Zhong Zhuangji remained calm. Zhong Zhuangji said, Overestimating one's capabilities invites self-destruction. This kid isn't wise. Jilin Kui smiled. Oh, now you don't have a chance to protect him anymore. Zi Yuanshan manipulated water elements, summoning huge waves. He stood atop them, furious, courting death. A mere second turnout dares to draw his sword against me. What a joke. Zhong Chen swung his saber. Great Dao saber, upholding righteousness, eradicating evil. To cross-shaped saber energies shot towards Zi Yuanshan, unfazed, Zhong Chen continued his attack. Myriad things growth, snow moon saber, black and white impermanence. Zhong Wushuang and the others gasped. Such powerful potential, why is he courting death? This attack is comparable to a full-powered strike from a 5th turn mountain and sea realm expert. Zhong Chen is defying the heavens. If he were in the 10,000 demon city, Lord Yuan would definitely like him. Zhong Chen, this move is like the righteous path. This person should join my sect. Ziyuanshan frowned at Zhong Chen. I don't even take your master seriously, let alone you, a newbie. He flicked his finger, and a huge wave intercepted Zhong Chen's attack. With just that, you dare too. Ziyuanshan's expression suddenly changed. That's the 9-winged insect king. Zhong Chen, manipulating his poisonous insects, said, You think I didn't know? That wasn't meant to kill you, it was just a container. After all, we didn't say taboos were forbidden in this fight. 100,000 9-winged insect kings. Ziyuanshan was shocked as poisonous insects swarmed him. Zhong Chen, with a sinister expression, extended his hand. Explode! A massive explosion rocked Ziyuanshan's location. However, he remained unharmed. Not enough. Again. Duan Xinghai and the others below fled. Run away. Ziyuanshan, now truly enraged, glared at Zhong Chen. This kid must be eliminated, or there will be endless trouble. He used a taboo technique, blood explosion. A streak of blood shot out, piercing Zhong Chen. He was enveloped in a red circle covered in strange symbols. Is this a taboo technique? Blood began to flow uncontrollably from his body. I'm done for. My blood is being controlled by Ziyuanshan. Zhong Chen's body continued to bleed profusely. Ziyuanshan, eyes bloodshot and fists clenched, shouted, Compress. Zhong Chen's body contorted, blood spurting from his orifices as he screamed in agony. Seeing Zhong Chen suffer, Jigang cursed, Damn it. This cursed barrier. Gucation and Hongyao rushed forward. Little junior brother, disciple. Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao also rushed forward too, benefactor, master, but they were restrained by red threads. The 2 men said, In this situation, you still dare to run out and seek death. Father, grandfather, please save Zhong Chen. Do we have any magical treasures that can save benefactor? I'm sorry, my daughter, we don't have anything for blood explosion. Once hit by this taboo, you can only wait for death. Moreover, it was cast by a state protector. The Saber King and the others are over there. We can only see if they can force Ziyuanshan to relent and spare Zhong Chen. Gucation, enraged, drew his saber. You dog, stop. Hongyao beside him cursed at Ziyuanshan, old scoundrel. Release my junior brother. Ziyuanshan glanced at them. Release him. It's too late. Zhong Chen is about to explode. This farce is finally coming to an end. Heaven-splitting saber, you're courting death. Gucation and Hongyao attacked with their strongest moves. Ziyuanshan effortlessly deflected them with a gentle technique. Gucation, your saber skills are not bad, but do you really think you can hurt me? I want to see how many of your attacks I can withstand. Master, let's cut this bastard to pieces today. Zhong Chen, meanwhile, was writhing in pain. Blood flowed from his orifices. Little junior brother, Zhong Chen. Ziyuanshan smirked. Your disciple is at his limit. Why not just die already? He tightened his grip. Blood explosion. The blood sphere contracted and exploded with a deafening roar. Zhong Chen's screams ceased. No, little junior brother, Zhong Chen, this can't be. Benefactor must be joking with us. Yes, he never plays by the rules. This must be another trick. Ziyuanshan laughed triumphantly. Baihan, your revenge has been taken. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will kill you. Master and disciple united, strike down the villain. Gucation and Hongyao attacked Ziyuanshan with renewed fury. It seems we must fight today. Senior War God, if you don't intervene, Zhongnan will suffer countless casualties. Stop, damn it, I can't move. Gucation was immobilized by a taboo. Suddenly, a familiar voice replied, stunning Ziyuanshan, Ziyuanshan, even if you want to fight, do it somewhere else. Before him stood Zhong Chen, alive and well. Gucation and Hongyao stared in disbelief. Zhong Chen walked forward. Old Z, did you think I would die so easily? Let me tell you, my trump card is far beyond your imagination. Zi Yuanshan's face darkened. How is this possible? I saw him die with my own eyes. Zhong Wushwang was equally surprised. Zhong Chen, what's going on? He died and came back to life. The two women embraced and wept with joy. He was just joking with us, master. The young man and woman were also overjoyed and surprised. He has the aura of a death spirit. It's the effect of the death spirit medallion. Yes, the medallion we obtained in the death spirit village secret realm. It has a death-defying effect. Zhong Chen gathered poisonous insects in his hand. If you can't kill me, then it's my turn. 1,000 days of raising an army, used in a single hour. 100,000 nine-winged insect kings, a swarm of insects, like a dark cloud of death, surged towards Zi Yuanshan. How dare he? Zi Yuanshan thought. The two observers were amazed. This number is unbelievable. I heard he just advanced not long ago. How did he cultivate so many so quickly? What are you going to do now? It seems you've made your decision. It seems I underestimated him before. I miscalculated. Zhong Chen shouted. Even if it means wagering all my 9-winged insect kings, I will fight to the death with you today. Turn this old geezer into dust. Zi Yuanshan's eyes turned completely black. He activated a taboo. I can't move. The war god sealed me. Why? A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing everything in a cloud of dust. Muhankyu stared in shock. Strange. Why did the war god help benefactor? Her grandfather replied. The reason is simple. Our Da sect has a lending business. Let me check. This guy owes us 100,000. If someone doesn't pay back a small debt, we send people to deal with them. If they owe 100 million, even if we want a big stick, we also offer a sweet date. If they owe billions or trillions, we treat them like ancestors and worship them. But what does this have to do with the war god capturing Zi Yuanshan? Think about it. Ordinary taboo users who enter dangerous situations in the Great Zia are killed directly. Taboo users who can learn the heaven-splitting saber are protected by the Great Zia, but strictly controlled. I understand now. But Zhong Chen cultivated hundreds of thousands of 9-winged insect kings in such a short time. This kind of talent is enough to break free from the rules. He will be nurtured. So, Master's actions weren't reckless, but intentional, correct? Zi Yuanshan, trapped in the swarm of poisonous insects. Cursed. You're all going to die. Everyone in the Great Zia will die. Don't think you can kill me like this. I still have a trump card. He had nothing left to lose and prepared for a final showdown with Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen's 9-winged insect kings continued their relentless assault. Exploding against Zi Yuanshan, he struggled against Zhong Xuanyi's control, thinking, Zhong Xuanyi's appearance is just an illusion. If I use all my cultivation, I might be able to break free. Facing death, I don't need to save face. I'll break out and escape from Great Zia. He unleashed a taboo technique, soul shifting, his body surging outwards, enveloped in a crimson aura. He roared, Die, brat! Zhong Chen surprised, this is troublesome. I didn't expect him to break free from the war god's seal and my insect explosions. Suddenly, a streak of green energy pierced Zi Yuanshan, causing him to collapse before Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen was puzzled by the sudden attack. Zi Yuanshan coughed up blood, the attack clearly devastating. A voice echoed, Zi Yuanshan, your end has come. If you move again, your head and soul will be obliterated. Zi Yuanshan, helpless, managed to utter, Invincible sword god Jilinkui, is that you? But Jilinkui didn't answer him. Seeing his chance, Zhong Chen commanded his insects, 9-winged insect kings, explode. The insects swarmed Zi Yuanshan, detonating in a blinding flash. No, you can't do this to me. I'm a state protector. I've risked my life for Great Zia. I suppressed the beast tide, defeated the ancient god cult. I'm a pillar of Great Zia. As his words faded, so did his body. Zhong Chen began recalling his insects, and Zi Yuanshan's soul appeared, mutilated, limbs missing, and a hole in his chest where Jilinkyu's sword had pierced him. Zi Yuanshan said, Zhong Chen, you really dare to kill me. Zhong Chen chuckled. You let your physical body dissipate, leaving only your soul, and you still ask such a stupid question. Zi Yuanshan pleaded, I was wrong. I'll compensate you, my entire Z family. Anything you want, I'll give it to you. Please spare my life. Zhong Chen turned to his master and senior brother. Master, Uncle Ji, what do you think? The three hesitated, avoiding Ziyuanshan's gaze. Ziyuanshan turned to beg, War God Zhong, please save me. If I can live, I'm willing to fight in the Abyssal Palace. Zhong Zhuanyi looked down at him sternly and listed Ziyuanshan and his family's crimes. Ziyuanshan, as a state protector, you indulged your family, abusing your power to bully and plunder. Do you confess? I confess. I confess to everything. Considering your past contributions to Great Xia, your merits and demerits offset each other. All your family's assets will be confiscated. As for you, your soul will be marked, and you will be exiled to the Abyssal Palace as a vanguard, fighting until death. Do you accept this judgment? I accept. I accept. Zhong Zhuanyi waved his hand, a beam of light striking Ziyuanshan's back, causing him to cry out in pain. It was a soul mark. If you try to escape, your soul will be obliterated. Zhong Chen thought, this is one of the three invincibles of Great Xia. Just an illusion exerts such pressure. My goal has been achieved. Time to withdraw. Suddenly, Zhong Zhuanyi appeared behind Zhong Chen, startling him. Young man, are you satisfied with this judgment? Zhong Chen turned. War God, your judgment is wise. Of course, I'm satisfied. Actually, I wasn't that angry, just putting on a show. Not only are you talented, but you also know when to advance and retreat, understanding moderation. These 2 points alone make my trip worthwhile today. Thank you, War God, for your praise. Duan Xinghai, worried, approached Zhong Zhuanyi. War God, this poison won't dissipate easily. This place might become a deep abyssal pollution zone. Zhong Zhuanyi snapped his fingers. It's just a small matter. With a technique called purification, he eradicated Zhong Chen's poison. Zhong Chen was shocked. My poison was dispelled with a wave of his hand. A 9th turn invincible is truly terrifying. Having finished his task, Zhong Zhuanyi flew up and instructed, as everyone can see, we can now suppress everything. I hereby issue a national order. From today onwards, the taboo restrictions of Great Xia are abolished. Any tabooed individuals who are loyal to the country are friends. Conversely, even those who are not tabooed can be enemies. Take Ziyuanshan as an example. Tung Wanchuan looked up, puzzled. What about Zhong Chen? Mu Hinian stepped forward, putting his arm around Zhong Chen's shoulders and loudly proclaimed, War God is wise. Young friend Zhong Chen rose from humble beginnings, is chivalrous and courageous, with a heart of gold. Even though he carries the taboo of the 9-winged insect king, he will not do anything detrimental to Great Xia. I'm Mu Hinian. On behalf of the Mu family, I am willing to fully guarantee it. Immediately after, other powers and families also pledged their guarantees. I, Tung Wanchuan, on behalf of the Tung family, I am also willing to guarantee it. The Zhong non-war zone is willing to guarantee it, and we welcome young friend Zhong to join the army. We have abundant resources. The Zhong non-martial arts academy also guarantees it. Young friend Zhong, no matter what you want to cultivate, the academy's system is the strongest. Luo Sandao pushed her father forward. Dad, look, they've already started fighting over him. Hurry up and state your position. Her father, embarrassed, could only follow her instructions and shouted, Me too? Luo Sandao, ashamed, covered her face, thinking, my useless father, suffering because of his lack of culture. Meanwhile, Hongya and Gu Kaishan observed from above. Hongya said, the war god not only intervened, but even abolished the taboo restrictions. The wine kings and elders all spoke up for Zhong Chen. It's like a dream. Gu Kaishan replied, perhaps Zhong Chen had already anticipated this, which is why he deliberately drew his saber against a state protector. Hongya was surprised. What, little junior brother is that calculating? Gu Kaishan continued, the evil deeds of Ziyuanshan. It's not like the war god just found out. Perhaps Zhong Chen had already anticipated this, which is why he deliberately drew his saber against a state protector. If he hadn't seen Zhong Chen's great potential, he probably wouldn't have acted so quickly. Hongya replied, I understand now. The 9-winged insect king has been exposed. If he kept hiding, he would have become a target of public criticism. It's better to take the initiative and fully demonstrate his potential, Gukashin agreed. That's right. After all, this kind of calamity like the nine-winged insect king, not only humans, but even the myriad races in the Earth Abyss are afraid of. Hongya sighed. It's just a pity that little junior brothers nine-winged insect kings have all exploded this time. Gukashin replied, if they've exploded, he can just raise more. With Zhongchen's intelligence, he must have kept a mother insect. On this side, the pledges of guarantees continued to ring out. The disciple of the Saber King, Zhong Non-Wind King, the Chen family is also willing to guarantee it. The Wind King Che family is also willing to guarantee it. Zhong Chen, standing to the side, thought to himself, this scene is exactly what I wanted. If I have to show my hand, I have to do it in a big way. Zhong Zhuanyi then spoke, since everyone has expressed their stance and are in agreement, then there's nothing more to say, Zhong Chen. I hope you know what to do. Make good use of the taboo, Zhong Chen bowed. Yes, War God, I will remember afterward, Zhong Zhuanyi announced. In 10 days, the Great Xia Heavens Chosen competition will be held. Right here, I will add some rewards. The first place in this season's Heavens Chosen will become the first divine child of Great Xia, equivalent to the authority, resources, and 8th turn state protector. This reward is too great, but in the Heavens Chosen competition, the nine-winged insect king cannot be used. Zhong Chen looked up, puzzled. He thought to himself, this war god, isn't he doing this for Zhong Wuxuan? No, that's not right. If the war god was only doing this for Zhong Wuxuan, he could have not abolished the taboo restrictions. I can't use the heart of a petty person to speculate on his vision. After a moment, Zhong Chen replied, yes, war god, in the Heavens Chosen competition, I will not use the nine-winged insect king. Zhong Zhuanyi replied, good, this child is teachable. Zhong Chen's eyes were thoughtful. Not using the nine-winged insect king is fine. As long as I complete the task, I can get a new mother insect. Wait a minute, isn't the war god trying to test my potential in the Heavens Chosen competition by restricting the nine-winged insect king? Very well, then I definitely won't disappoint everyone. Zhong Zhuanyi then extended his hand, summoning power. All right, it's time to clean up the aftermath. Great Dream Master, get to work. Everyone was puzzled. Even the terrifying polluted abyss has been eliminated. What else needs to be cleaned up? The Great Dream Master. The commander of the Great Xia Night's Watch. One of the 3 invincibles of Great Xia. At this moment, a girl appeared, holding a stuffed rabbit, yawning, so sleepy, so sleepy. Amidst the thick clouds and a grey sky that stretched like a gloomy curtain, the Great Dream Master hovered in mid-air, looking down at the bustling scene below. She sighed, too many people, and so many 6th turns, this job is a bit much. Zhong Zhuanyi, with his all-seeing eyes, said, tempting reward, just handle the memories of those below Wind King regarding the number of 9-winged insect kings. After this, you can sleep for a year. Her eyes lit up with excitement. With her playful nature, she tilted her head and smiled. Really? That's great. But this commander of the night watch thing is too troublesome. Give it to someone else. I want to sleep. I'm so sleepy. He looked at her, exasperated by her blatant opportunism. I'll think about it, but first, deal with the matter at hand. After their agreement, she returned to her task with a calmness that belied her youthful face. With a snap of her fingers, a powerful force spread out. Everyone's memories of the 9-winged insect kings were altered into a dream about butterflies. They watched strange, sparkling lights like falling stars, and a gentle drowsiness washed over them, their eyelids growing heavy. One by one, they fell asleep. Nyan Hongyao, watching the scene, asked her master, why do they need to do this? To protect Zhong Chen and prevent any potential disasters. After all, Great Xia isn't peaceful. He explained further, there are also 8 unpredictable forbidden zones, quite terrifying. 3 great abyssal caves, with myriad races watching us like tigers, stalking their prey. And the internal tumor, the ancient god cult, a grand yet challenging picture of Great Xia seemed to appear in Nyan Hongyao's mind. I understand, but why seal little junior brother's memories? The Great Dream Master answered, it's not a seal, but a reinforcement of his soul, preventing remote assassinations through techniques like curses. After all, his cultivation isn't strong enough, and his soul foundation is too shallow. So it's all to protect little junior brother. A silence settled. The great Dream Master stared at Zhong Chen lying on the ground. That brat, he's immune to my ability, how? Surprise propelled her towards him. In a flash, she was behind him, realizing he was feigning sleep. Damn it. Zhong Chen maintained his feigned composure, eyes closed. There was an energy fluctuation that made me sleepy, but the world tree repelled it. Everyone below Wind King is asleep. I should pretend to give the great Dream Master some face. After all, she's Uncle G's superior. Inside his space, Xiaoju was dejected. Zhong Chen felt guilty. I'm sorry. But Xiaoju's sadness was quickly replaced by excitement. She looked at the space before her and smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. Xiaoju is about to reach rank 3, then I can have babies. Zhong Chen was taken aback by her swift mood change. The great Dream Master spoke. Little guy, stop pretending. I know you're not asleep. Wake up. Exposed. Zhong Chen sat up, scratching his head. Sister. The great Dream Master beamed at Zhong Zhuanyi. Did you hear? He called me sister. That's great. Zhong Zhuanyi, though wanting to tease, replied, yes, very good, lest she become enraged. Before Zhong Chen could understand what was happening, the great Dream Master pinched his cheeks, fixing his bewildered face in place. From now on, in Great Zia, sister will protect you. If you're bullied, call my name in your dreams. She examined his soul. Your soul is strong enough now. No need for sister to strengthen it. She left, giving him a protective ring that could block all probing, detection, curses, and illusions related to the mind and soul. Nian Hongyao and Zhong Chen were stunned. Just by calling her sister, he became the great Dream Master's little brother. Nian Hongyao felt a pang of regret. Is it too late for me to call her sister now? Back to the main issue. Zhong Zhuanyi addressed Zhong Chen. 10 days later, the heavens chosen competition. If you can win first place without using the 9-winged insect kings, it will prove you are truly worthy of being nurtured by the nation. A new era is about to begin. You don't have much time. Thank you, Zhong Zhuanyi. No need to thank me. You earned it yourself. Jilin Kui also left with Jing Zhuanyi. All right, I've seen enough excitement. Time to deal with that black dragon in the Changjiang River. Tang Wangchuan, half-jokingly, introduced his daughter. My daughter is your Aunt Tang's niece. Why don't you and Tong Ying get married so we can become in-laws? Luo Sandao's father and Muhnqiu's grandfather chimed in. Cousin, you're late. Luo Sandao is the rightful match. My Luo Treasure Pavilion offers 20% of its shares as a betrothal gift. You have nothing. My Zithu is pregnant with Zhong Chen's child. Zhong Chen, flustered by the marriage proposals, stood silently, feeling incredibly awkward. Nian Hongyao exclaimed, Master, is there any chance for me? Lu Caishan, exasperated, knocked her on the head. It wasn't until late at night that he finally managed to escape the crowd and return home. He leaned against the door, sighing finally, I can focus on Xiaoju's reproduction and my advancement. Inside his space, Zhong Chen focused his power. Divine bestowment, accelerated reproduction. A magical energy enveloped Xiaoju, waves of power washing over her. She was thrilled at the prospect of having many babies. This upgrade shortened the reproduction time to 1 hour, with 5,009 winged insect kings per batch. His profession level also increased to 30, his battle power to 237 stars, and a new advancement quest unlocked, the Mado Heavenly Tower. The quest required him to solo the boss on the 50th floor and obtain its sword within 1 day. He scrolled through his inventory, instructing the system to sell billions worth of equipment and exchange it for ferocious beast essence blood to support the next generation of insects. He pondered his plan for tomorrow's quest, armed with tens of thousands of insect kings. He glanced at the world tree and plucked a phantom revealing fruit, which could penetrate illusions and reveal hidden information, but at the cost of continuous mental energy consumption. Upon using the fruit, he saw Tong Ying, her information displayed clearly, name, occupation, strength, identity, even her easily embarrassed personality. She paced back and forth in front of his house, composing a message to him. He quickly turned off the lights and pretended to sleep to avoid her. The next day, sunlight bathed the Meido Heavenly Tower battle zone. Inside the hall, the crowd buzzed as a notice appeared on the central plaza announcing Di Huanyu, Great Xia's second-ranked Heaven's Chosen, whose strength surpassed even Zhong Wuxuan, holding all ascension and advancement records. Zhong Chen looked forward to meeting her in the competition. A prompt asked if he wanted to enter the Heavenly Tower. Surprised by the lack of obstacles, he took a deep breath and chose to enter. He was transported to the first floor, where monster strength scaled with the participant's power. He stared into the surrounding darkness. Activating the phantom revealing fruit, the monster's information appeared. Level 40, 42-star battle power. If it's like this at the start, won't the 50th floor have level 90 monsters? No wonder even a Heaven's Chosen like Di Huanyu could only reach the 40th floor. The relentless battles and magical traps were challenging, but the real obstacle was mental exhaustion. The trials targeted not just the body, but also the mind. Monsters weren't just terrifying creatures, they conjured illusions, forcing warriors to confront their deepest fears. Those lacking fortitude easily succumbed. Zhong Chen's eyes shone with confidence. He smiled, unworried. Summoning Xiaoju, he allowed her to feast on the monsters. To him, this wasn't a trial, but an all-you-can-eat buffet for Xiaoju. Within the dark mountain cave, Yingzon, the #1 Heaven's Chosen, sat in quiet meditation. The only sound was the gentle dripping of water from the stone walls. He closed his eyes, embracing the stillness that permeated the air. Suddenly, a hurried voice broke the silence. Yingzon, latest news, you must see this. He remained seated, eyes still closed, seemingly undisturbed. His calm voice echoed through the cave. Uncle Fang, there's no need to show me information about Zhong Wuxuan or Ji Huanyu. Even though they are God-level professions, there are vast differences between God levels. This isn't about them, it's about Gu Keishan's new disciple, Zhong Chen, the God-level pharmacist. He finally spoke, a hint of amusement in his tone. Uncle Fang, are you joking? A support profession is worthy of my attention. He killed Zi Baihen. And he's suspected of drawing his saber against a state protector and surviving. Yingzon finally moved, rising slowly from his meditative posture. A faint light from the cave entrance flickered on the dark red water, creating ripples. He took the information with a spark of interest. Oh, is that so? From within the water, a colossal figure emerged, scales shimmering like red jade, eyes blazing with majesty and fury. The blood dragon rumbled, each word like a thunderclap. Nine-winged insect king, heaven-splitting saber, for sabers, overlord realm, state protector. War god Zhong. Yingzon listened, intrigued, interesting. A hint of regret flashed across his face. It's a pity he can't use the nine-winged insect king in the Heaven's Chosen competition. Otherwise, he might have been a worthy opponent. Elsewhere, in a vast training ground, monsters fell one after another. Ji Huanyu, the second-ranked Heaven's Chosen, clad in simple training attire, moved with effortless agility. She raised her bow, eyes fixed on her target. In a blink, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing a charging monster. Before it could fall, another arrow followed, felling another. Each shot was precise, powerful, and filled with unwavering focus. Guards watching from afar marveled at her skill. She's terrifying. Comparable to top grandmasters, grandmother. Old Li, you underestimate her. Zhong Wuxuan, as the third-ranked Heaven's Chosen, can fight fifth-turn experts. Our lady is a rank above him, so she's definitely fifth-turn level as well. Ji Huanyu paid no attention to their praise, focused solely on the monsters before her. She moved through them with fluid grace. The invincible archer is now practicing close combat. Is it to counter Zhong Wuxuan? Zhong Wuxuan is nothing. He's not even as good as Yingzon in the capital, let alone Our Lady. A gentle voice, accompanied by a sweet meow, called out, "Good girl, take a break." The guards immediately saluted, "Greetings, Patriarch." It was Ji Hongyin, Ji Huanyu's father. She stopped, her sharp gaze softening. "Father." She rushed towards him, her voice as gentle as the orange cat he held. "Look how much I've improved today." Ji Hongyin looked at her with heartache. "Do you need to work so hard? The Heaven's Chosen ranking." What's the point of being first? You should learn from me. If you can lie down, just lie down, she pouted. Do you even believe what you're saying? You laid down for 30 years and became the commander of the Mado War Zone, one of Great Zea's Wind Kings. Is that what you call lying down? He sighed. All right. Even though I did lie down to get here, I can't argue with you. He handed her a document. Back to business. You wanted information on the heavens chosen. I got it. Study it carefully, especially about Zhong Chen. She studied the document intently. So, are you confident? She pondered. Zhong Chen is very strong and strange. I'm afraid he might be even stronger than Yingzhong. Indeed, that brat is terrifying. His expression turned thoughtful, as if her words triggered a memory. He looked into the distance, recalling the warning from sword god Jilin Kui, her grandfather. Your grandfather also sent me a message, telling you to be wary of him during the Heavens Chosen competition. Despite the warnings, her eyes blazed with determination. Father, I'm going to the Heavenly Tower. If I can clear 50 floors, my chances of getting first place will be much higher. Ji Hongyan looked at his daughter, his heart heavy. He couldn't stop her, but he worried. My good girl, aren't you tired of being so ambitious? Just then, a servant reported, Lady, your previous record for clearing the first 10 floors has been broken by Zhong Chen. My previous time was around 1 minute 13 seconds. Did Zhong Chen take 1 minute 12 seconds or 1 minute 11 seconds? The servant continued, Zhong Chen only took 37 seconds. She was stunned. Impossible. With my profession level, it should take at least a minute to clear those floors. Before she could process this, the guard updated her with more news. He just broke your record for the 20th floor. Ji Wanyu erupted in anger. What, is he provoking me? To win the Heavens Chosen competition, he's deliberately trying to undermine my confidence. She stormed out of the training area, each step radiating power and determination. Let's go, to the Heavenly Tower. I must compete with him, Ji Hongyan sighed. How did a laid-back person like me give birth to such an ambitious daughter? Within the Heavenly Tower's darkness, announcements echoed like the rhythmic beat of a giant machine, relaying news of ongoing challenges. Zhong Chen has renewed the record for clearing the 20th floor. Rewards, Fairy Arrow level 40, access to related professions, and a treasure map fragment. Collect 16 fragments to unlock a special secret realm. Zhong Chen stood in the shadows, listening to the announcements. The Heavenly Tower rewards are plentiful, but mostly useless to me. The treasure map fragment is decent. Hopefully, I can collect them all. The 21st floor is now open. Do you wish to continue? Zhong Chen showed no surprise or joy, simply straightening up, his gaze cold and determined. He walked forward, each step firm and unwavering. Outside the Heavenly Tower, the atmosphere was buzzing. Impressive. He surpassed Lady Ji by so much. Where did this Zhong Chen come from? He's a monster. If I remember correctly, the 20th floor boss is level 50, right? In her room, Luo Sandao was playing on her phone when a news alert flashed across the screen, catching her attention. Shocking. Mado goddess Ji Wanyu repeatedly crushed by mysterious youth. Luo Sandao stared, incredulous. Ji Wanyu, is this a live stream? She looked closer, realizing it was clickbait. Damn bastards. Sensationalizing headlines. It's just the Heavenly Tower rankings. As she scrolled through the rankings, a name caught her eye, constantly updating. Zhong Chen. She scrolled down to the comments, each one a stab to her heart. Zhong Chen from Zhongnan War Zone dares to act recklessly in Mado War Zone. Zhong Chen, get out of Mado. Don't bully our goddess. I'll bring people to deal with him. Zhongnan War Zone has no good people. Luo Sandao's eyes blazed with fury. Those bastards in Mado dare to insult benefactor. She turned, her gaze sharp with determination. Muhankyu, get into the livestream. Benefactor told us to attack those Mado bastards. I'll call people to curse them back. If that doesn't work, we'll go to Mado ourselves. Ji Wanyu entered the Heavenly Tower, her expression cold, like a fierce wind. Her pace was unhurried, but each step commanded silence and respect. Behind her, a crowd of admirers chanted, the Heavenly Tower rankings cannot be occupied by outsiders. The glory of our war zone cannot be taken by Zhang Non, Lady Ji. Defeat Zhang Chen. Ji Huanyu said with a determined expression, I will reclaim my position in the Heavenly Tower rankings. She entered the first floor, completing the transfer. Facing the horde of monsters, she thought, last time I was only at second turn, my strength is far greater now. She drew her bow, now upgraded with new skills. Reclaiming my ranking won't be a problem. 2 minutes later, she reached the 10th floor. After defeating the scorpion-like monster, the announcement came, 10th floor cleared time, 59 seconds. She was tense, sweat beading on her forehead, 59 seconds, impossible. I used my full strength. How did it take so long? Zhang Chen only took over 30 seconds. How? She concluded, it's the profession. I'm a god-level sun-extinguishing archer, a ranged class. In the first 10 floors with so many monsters, I can't compare to him. I must go directly to the 40th floor and continue from there. After the 40th floor, there are only single high-level bosses, no hordes. Zhang Chen won't have an advantage then. She was certain that on the higher floors, she would prevail. She reached the 40th floor. A giant octopus emerged from the darkness, its tentacles writhing like the arms of death. With a practiced motion, she drew her bow and fired, the arrow piercing a tentacle. The monster roared in pain and was defeated. Time, 5 minutes 29 seconds, she trembled, collapsing in relief. Finally, twice as fast as my previous time, Maddo's glory is protected. No matter how hard you try, Zhang Chen, you can't surpass this record. This is the first time you've lost to me, but not the last. In the Heaven's Chosen competition, you will lose again. Despite her victory, exhaustion and tension clung to her. Meanwhile, on the 50th floor, Zhang Chen perused the detailed information on the octopus monster Ji Huanyu had just fought. After my insects finish eating this level 50 beast's flesh, they can produce 3 more generations. He was pleased. Clear the 50th floor, get the short sword, complete the second turn advancement, and my second insect mother will be ready. Xiaoju wants to eat too, good girl. Let the little ones eat first. When we get back, I'll sell the loot and buy you something even tastier. Outside, after Ji Huanyu emerged, the crowd's strange silence made her uneasy. I just renewed the 50th floor record. Shouldn't there be cheers? Why do they look like that? She turned to the ranking board, Zhang Chen's name shown at the top, for minutes 9 seconds. She froze, fury and frustration burning in her eyes. Zhang Chen is faster than me by a minute. I have to do it again. No matter how tired I am, I can't let him win. No matter how many times she failed, she would rise again, refusing to be defeated by mere numbers or fleeting seconds. She looked at the enhancement pill in her hand. Even if it depletes my essence, I can't worry about that now. Inside, Zhang Chen relaxed on the 50th floor, watching his insects feast and reproduce. I cleared the floor, but where's the short sword? The reward for clearing this floor is a random epic equipment piece, either armor or a sword. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth. Damn system. I have to redo floors 41 to 50. He turned to Xiaoju. Xiaoju, come eat. Unconcerned about having to redo the floors, Xiaoju was delighted. Finally, I get to eat. Ji Huanyu, determined to reclaim her record, once again reached the 50th floor. With her ultimate move, Gemstone Burst, she finished off the boss in 3 minutes 7 seconds, a new record. Exhausted but triumphant, she thought, finally, I'm back in first place. This time, I'm more than a minute ahead of Zhang Chen. He can't possibly beat this. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was playfully interacting with Xiaoju on the 50th floor. This little guy has so many legs, so fun to play with. He chuckled, then gently urged, all right, enough playing. Finish eating so daddy can make another one. Xiaoju's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a pout and teary eyes. Another one? Master doesn't need another one. Is Xiaoju not enough? Zhang Chen was flustered. Where did you learn to say that? Don't worry. Even with a second one, you're still the eldest. If you don't like them, just bully them. Think about it. You were born earlier, you're stronger, and you have many descendants. Xiaoju's eyes lit up. Another one to bully. She devoured the octopus monster in one gulp. With the monster consumed, Xiaoju leveled up from 35 to 37. Back in the main hall, Ji Huanyu's name shown at the top of the Meido Glory ranking board. Hua Yunfei, the Meido Second Heaven's chosen and Ji Huanyu's biggest fan, cheered. Zhongchen lost. Our goddess is number one. Luo Sandao and Muhankyu, standing beside him, scoffed. Zhongchen was just doing his advancement quest. He wasn't even taking it seriously. Master was just playing around. He wasn't trying his best. Ding, a new record. Zhong Chen's 50th floor clear time, 2 minutes 58 seconds. Hua Yunfei was shocked, while Luo Sandao gloated. What did we say? Even this isn't Master's limit. Crushing Ji Huanyu was just a coincidence. Ji Huanyu felt the weight of that name pressing down on her. Why did he surpass me? Exhausted but stubborn, she reached for another pill, determined to try again. I can't lose. I have to do it again. She convinced herself that she could still win. Ding, ding. Zhongchen, 2 minutes 55 seconds. 2 minutes 49 seconds, 2 minutes 47 seconds. Each announcement chipped away at Ji Huanyu's pride, draining her remaining energy. She sat motionless, eyes wide and unfocused, staring at the screen. Then, she collapsed, sobbing openly in the hall, her image as a proud heaven's chosen forgotten. Her fans watched in stunned silence. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone down from a high window, like the sun breaking through dark clouds, illuminating Ji Huanyu. It was her father, Ji Hongyan. The air around him crackled with power, the hall seeming to shrink under his presence. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd. Who made my little princess cry? I'll deal with them. Ji Huanyu, feeling her father's support, felt a burden lift. Zhongchen, she sobbed. Ji Hongyan's heart ached. That Zhongchen is too much. Don't worry, my girl. I'll deal with him, he pondered. Does an advancement quest require constant record breaking? Or did he discover the Heavenly Tower's secret mission, searching for the 9 cauldrons treasure? Impossible. There are only 12 cauldrons, each fragmented. Our Ji family has searched for years and only found for maps. Zhongchen couldn't possibly have a complete map in such a short time. Inside the tower, Zhongchen studied the map fragments. Turns out you have to complete hidden missions based on your profession, level and clear time limits to collect them. The fragments slowly assembled, forming a complete map. 9 Cauldrons Treasure Map. Divine Emperor's Amber Saber. Information about the powerful 9 Cauldrons clan, later splintered into the human race, appeared. This map led to the Divine Emperor's weapon, a warning, extremely dangerous. Zhongchen paused, imagining wielding the divine weapon. The Amber Saber suits me well, but the map emphasizes danger. I shouldn't risk it yet, he suppressed his desire. I have the materials for my advancement, I'll prioritize that. He instructed the system to proceed with the advancement to God-level pharmacist. He received 100 free attribute points and an upgraded world tree, which now produced opportunity fruits. I'll wait and see what those do. A large crack appeared in his space, glowing with mysterious light. You have completed your advancement. You can now draw random insect mother. Congratulations. You have received the calamity level insect mother, Crimson Armored Beetle. A description appeared, a heavily armored insect, nearly extinct, dwelling in eternal hell, feeding on human emotions, reproducing through fission. Every time it advanced, Zhongchen could draw a new ability. He extended his hand to receive the Crimson Armored Beetle, a tiny, fingernail-sized insect. The description says it's on par with Xiaoju, but much smaller and more abstract-looking. The world tree shone with divine light, evolution bestowment. The beetle transformed into a bipedal form. Upon seeing Zhongchen, it bowed respectfully. Father, Zhongchen was pleased. Seems more mature and composed than Xiaoju. From now on, you'll be colored Xiaoju. I didn't expect an insect son this time. But it makes sense. Fission reproduction has no gender. The evolved form is random. A detailed description of Xiaoju appeared, highlighting its abilities: invulnerability, colossal impact, berserk, titanic strength, monster pincer, devil wings, and hell furnace. Zhongchen was overwhelmed. So many abilities. Especially that hell furnace. If I can draw that ability, I could become invincible just by eating. As if sensing his desire, Xiaojia's eyes gleamed. Father, if you help me complete my first advancement, I can unlock my first ability. I only need 10 drops of God and devil blood. Zhongchen looked at Xiaojia, bewildered. Are you hungry? Just born and you want to eat gods and devils? Go meet your sister in the insect nest first. I'll ask Master about the god and devil blood later. Knowing his father was worried about him overeating, Xiaojia agreed to wait. Meanwhile, seeing the escalating situation, Duan Xinghai frantically urged Gukaishan, hurry. We need to teleport to the Meido Heavenly Tower. Gukaishan, calmly sipping his tea, replied, it's just an advancement quest. Why such a big fuss? I just saw the live stream. Ji Huanyu is crying, that flat-chested. Before he could finish, Gukaishan jumped up. Someone made my daughter cry, let's go. They opened a portal and rushed off. At the Heavenly Tower, Zhongchen's arrival caused a commotion. Zhongchen is here. The show is about to begin. Finally, Ji Hongyan glared at him. Zhongchen, you brat. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Ji Huanyu panicked. Father, that's not right. Zhongchen is still innocent. He hasn't caught up with the situation yet. Suddenly, Gukaishan and Duan Xinghai appeared beside Zhongchen, their expressions grave. What are you looking at me for? The atmosphere became tense. Ji Hongyan unleashed a powerful palm strike, aimed directly at them. Duan Xinghai, don't you run. People from Zhongnon made my daughter cry, and now you want to escape. I'll give 3 of Zhongnon's largest dungeons to Meido. I'll rename them Huanyu's Descent. Duan Xinghai, with nimble movements, created a thick ice shield to block the attack. Gukaishan, shielded, shouted, what? Let me tell you, Zhongnon is rising. In this year's Heaven's Chosen competition, Meido better yield to us. They vanished. Ji Hongyan, furious, roared, they ran. Huanyu, wait here. I'm going to Zhongnon to vent my anger. Even if they kneel and apologize, it won't be enough. That Zhongchen brat must marry into our Ji family and be tormented day and night. Ji Huanyu blushed crimson. Father, what nonsense are you saying? Seeing her father's murderous intent, she forgot her own distress and pleaded, forget it, let's go home, I've thought about it. It's good that Zhongchen is here. He can motivate me to improve and become stronger to protect Meido. After much effort, she finally managed to drag her father home, only to find Zhongchen, Gukaishan, and Duan Xinghai already there. Ji Hongyan sneered, am I mistaken? This is our house? What are you 3 doing here? Gukaishan, swallowing his pride, said, we came to visit. Actually, I have a request. Zhongchen thought, Xiaojia, for your first meal, even Master has to lower himself. If it's Saber King's request, just say it, our Ji family will definitely help. My disciple's advancement requires 10 drops of God and devil blood, which only your Ji family possesses. Duan Xinghai added, our conflict shouldn't involve the children. Zhongchen needs this for his advancement. In return, we are willing to exchange the Heavenly Dragon River for it. Ji Hongyan's anger flared again. What's the Heavenly Dragon River? It's not worth a single drop of God and devil blood. For 10 drops, considering Saber King's face, our Ji family can provide it. But I have one condition. That Zhongchen brat must marry into our Ji family and marry Huanyu. Hearing her father say that, Ji Huanyu's face turned red. The room erupted in chaos. My dear daughter, think about it. Having Zhongchen by your side will motivate you, won't it? Seeing his face every day will give you unlimited drive to improve and become stronger to protect Meido. Amidst the chaos, Ji Huanyu maintained her composure. Father, what nonsense are you talking about again? It sounds reasonable, but something feels wrong. Duan Xinghai was stunned. You flat-chested schemer. You really know how to calculate. Believe it or not, I'll tell Mu Hinian and Tong Wangchuan about this condition. Let's see if they'll join forces to deal with you. Zhongchen sighed inwardly. Here we go again? Seeing the volatile situation, Gukaishan intervened, cautiously reminding Ji Hongyan, Patriarch Ji, be careful with your words. Ji Hongyan feigned deafness, continuing his matchmaking attempt. Even if they don't marry immediately, becoming in-laws beforehand isn't bad, right? Ji Hwanyu, mortified, her face flushed crimson, stammered, "Father, you really came here for my marriage. I disagree. If you want to get married, do it yourself." "I absolutely won't," Ji Hongyan soothed her with a gentle tone. "My dear daughter, romantic feelings can develop gradually. Isn't love after marriage very popular among young people nowadays?" Ji Hwanyu bit her lip, exasperated. "You handle it yourself." She stomped her foot and turned away, her heart filled with unspoken resentment. Ji Hongyan reached out as if to call her back, but her figure had already disappeared behind the door. Turning to Zhong Chen's group, he smiled warmly, breaking the tension. "In short, young friend John, why don't you stay at our house for a few days and see how things go? If it doesn't work out, then so be it." His sincere gaze offered both invitation and an out, displaying the demeanor of a calm and understanding elder. Zhong Chen hesitated, though not entirely satisfied with the situation. He couldn't refuse Ji Hongyan's sincere invitation. "All right, I'll follow your arrangements, Uncle Ji." Despite his outward compliance, he had his own plans. "Ji Hwanyu doesn't like me. Staying here for a few days won't hurt. It's better to give him some face so I can get the god and devil blood sooner." Later, in their residence, Ji Hongyan presented Zhong Chen with 10 vials of god and devil blood. This is extremely potent. Drinking it can instantly grant an ordinary person Wind King cultivation. Of course, the price is the complete destruction of the body and soul. This blood contains a terrifying will. Be extremely careful. I understand. "Thank you, Uncle Ji." Zhong Chen was elated, the god and devil blood finally in his possession. A confident smirk played on his lips. Without hesitation, he summoned Shajia. Shajia appeared in a faint light, looking unusually listless, as if drained of energy. Zhong Chen frowned, concerned. "What's wrong? You look unwell." Shajia looked up at Zhong Chen with teary eyes. "Shaju doesn't like me. She wants to kick me out of the insect nest." "Did she hurt you?" "No, I wouldn't fight a female insect." "As if you could win against her." Shajia turned away shyly. "Actually, that's true," he admitted it so readily. "Something's not right. He's a terrifying being from eternal hell, yet he has no fighting spirit." This strange feeling puzzled Zhong Chen. "I'll let the children handle their own affairs." He brushed aside his concerns, his mood brightening again. "All right, time to eat." He opened the vials of god and devil blood, a powerful aura filling the room. The transparent vials, containing the crimson blood, shimmered, making the air heavy with the scent of arcane power. Despite his earlier weakness, Shajia swiftly and decisively absorbed the blood. A powerful aura erupted from him, compressing the surrounding space, as if the might of eternal hell was pouring into his small body. Crimson Armored Beetle advancement complete, beginning ability extraction. Zhong Chen watched with bright eyes, a smug smile spreading across his face as Shajia successfully advanced. "Time to gamble on my luck. Hopefully, I get Hell Furnace." A crimson light enveloped him. Reward: Hell Prison Idol Special Form. This was the evolved version of Hell Furnace. Zhong Chen was ecstatic. "This is too powerful. If I can produce a second generation in a few days, I can definitely compete with Zhong Wushwang." He was even more excited to learn that Shajia could merge with him, instantly boosting his strength and eliminating the need to compete with Shaju for nest space. "Perfect." Shajia appeared on his shoulder and said, "Father, I'm hungry. I want to eat some god and devil flesh." Zhong Chen noticed something odd. "You can talk now. And you're repeating words. You weren't like this before." Shajia, once intelligent and sharp, now spoke in repetitive phrases, unsettling Zhong Chen. Shajia looked at Zhong Chen with a hint of sadness and embarrassment. "I learned it from Xiaojiu, so she would accept me." In a temple of the ancient god cult in Zhongnon, cloaked figures listened to a man seated on a high chair. "Any news from the judgment, 7th Lord? Zhong Chen of the Zhongnon War Zone has indeed learned the heaven-splitting saber and developed for moves. The last one, called Great Tao, might be god level. However, some events between him and the state protector were deliberately concealed. Our people couldn't find any information, even through soul searching. They even suffered backlash and died." The 7th Lord rose slowly, It must be the Great Dream Master. No need to investigate further, adjust the Great Zia Assassin list. The top 3 remain unchanged. Put Zhong Chen in 4th place, increase the reward for these 4. Whoever kills any of them will receive a divine cleansing and directly advance to 6th turn-star level, he sighed. Since the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th were killed by Jilin Kui, our ancient god cult has been quiet for too long. Thanks to the divine grace, we now have a divine opportunity. It's time we did something for the ancient god. He entered a realm where a monstrous creature with countless red eyes stared out from its grotesque face, its gaze piercing, compelling honesty. Greetings, Venerable Spider Emperor. I am the 7th of the ancient god cult. I've come to discuss an alliance. Within the dark cave, webs glistened like traps. The Spider Emperor showed little interest. I don't trust humans. Or rather, although we have the filthy bodies of humans, he bowed lower, showing absolute reverence. Our souls have long been offered to the ancient god. You can call us envoys of the ancient god. The power behind you is one of the top existences among the abyssal races. You must have also received the order to ally with us. After all, our goals are the same. The Spider Emperor grew impatient. Get to the point. The 7th Lord straightened, his eyes filled with fanaticism and ambition. He gestured grandly. I invite you, at the opening of the Great Zia Heaven's chosen ranking competition, to launch a beast tied to destroy Zhongnan City. We will offer Zhujiang City as a sacrifice to summon an ancient god. Then, Venerable Spider Emperor, you can ask for anything you desire. The next day, at the Ji residence, Ji Wanyu banged on Zhong Chen's door. Hey, Zhong Chen, are you up yet? The door opened, revealing Zhong Chen, radiating confidence and vitality. The light from behind him accentuated his presence. Ji Wanyu blushed, flustered. Where are we going? He asked. Not on a date. To my training grounds. Is that too fast for you? She turned away, hiding her blushing face. Follow me, my father has something planned. At the Ji family training grounds, the usual energetic atmosphere was replaced by an unusual sight. Ji Hongyan reclined on a lounge chair under a large parasol, looking more like he was on vacation than training. Zhong Chen thought, this Lion King truly lives up to his name. Already lying down this early, my team here are all geniuses from the Meido War Zone. In a few days, they'll all be your enemies. He introduced them one by one, starting with Hua Yunfei. Unique hidden profession, spirit sacrifice. Hua Yunfei looked bewildered. Commander Ji, Father, why are you revealing this to the enemy? This is practically treason. Ji Hongyan snapped out of it. Oh, sorry. Just woke up. Wasn't paying attention. Zhong Chen smirked. This Lion King really doesn't treat me as an outsider. But I have the eye of nothingness, so I don't need his introductions. There are 8 days left until the Great Zia Heaven's chosen ranking competition. To help you all advance further, I've ordered the opening of an ancient god's secret realm for you to train in. The young Heaven's chosen reacted differently. Ji Wanyu was surprised. Father, isn't this a huge investment? The others were excited about the top-tier secret realm. Zhong Chen, however, was suspicious. He called me here just to say this. Is he trying to lure me into risking my life? What's the catch? The ancient god's secret realm is actually the corpse of a colossal ancient god. Even its corpse exudes a mysterious aura. You'll be training inside its body. Although 80% has been explored, it's still extremely dangerous, especially the head. Absolutely do not enter there, or you will certainly die. Father, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. God corpse sounds delicious. Shajia's whiny voice echoed in Zhong Chen's mind. First, using language like this doesn't suit you. Stop learning from Shaju. Second, whether you can go or not depends on what the Lion King wants in return. All right, everyone, follow me. Ji Hongyan finally stood up. Seeing Zhong Chen still standing there, he urged, why are you still standing there? Don't you want to go? Of course I do. Zhong Chen whispered. Shajia, you're getting a meal. Just waiting for dinner, Shajia chirped. Hua Yunfei, unable to contain his dissatisfaction, stepped forward. Commander Ji, Zhong Chen is an outsider. Why can he enter the secret realm too? He's an outsider now, but he might be an insider later. He winked at his daughter. Zhong Chen, You must protect Wonyu in the secret realm. You two must support each other to go further and see more beautiful scenery. Father, be quiet. Who's protecting whom is still uncertain. Unlike the relatively harmonious atmosphere, a barren, desolate space echoed with urgent warnings. This place is dangerous. Leave immediately. The warning resonated like a high monk's chant before a wall of Sanskrit, meant for those about to trespass. In the dark and barren forest, only the sound of the wind whistling through the bare trees could be heard. Ji Hongyan stood respectfully, greeting the mysterious man. Family head Ji Hongyan has brought the juniors to visit. Senior, please open the door. The senior's voice echoed. Family head Ji, please come in. Zhong Chen stood silently, his gaze deep, observing Ji Hongyan's every move. Ji Hongyan's cautious and respectful attitude towards the mysterious man made Zhong Chen ponder. Even the powerful Ji family is cautious of the 9 cauldrons. I can't underestimate it. I'll use this opportunity to familiarize myself with the Ji family and then study my own. A brilliant red light from a staff illuminated the area, dispelling the thick darkness in the barren forest. Zhong Chen squinted at the sudden brightness, feeling a strange power spread, causing the ground to tremble. He wondered, what is this? The energy flow is so strange. Seeing the puzzled looks of Zhong Chen and the other juniors after the tremor, Ji Hongyan slowly explained, the phenomenon just now came from 20% of the unexplored ancient god's corpse. He also didn't forget to warn the eager young heavens chosen, it might have mutated over there. You must not try to enter to be safe. Everyone prepare a teleportation flag. If you encounter danger, immediately teleport out. Zhong Chen bowed his head slightly, his eyes seemingly sparkling with gratitude for Ji Hongyan's explanation, as if his doubts had been resolved. But just as the tense atmosphere relaxed, a gentle yet firm voice rang out. Father, we understand. You should go back. Everyone, follow me. Moving closer, Ji Wonyu waved her hand, signaling the group to enter the ancient god's secret realm. They entered a bizarre space where red muscle fibers intertwined like a spider's web, covering every nook and cranny. As they observed, Ji Wonyu calmly explained, this is the calf muscle area of the ancient god's corpse. The path we're on is its meridian. I've been here many times. There's almost no danger. Just be careful of blood beasts. Killing them not only grants high experience, but also strengthens the body. Zhong Chen looked up at the massive muscle fibers, unable to see their ends. He thought, this place is tens of meters high and tens of meters wide, and it's just one meridian of the corpse. How big is the complete ancient god's corpse? Shajia couldn't wait any longer and popped its head out, exclaiming to Zhong Chen, Father, is this the food you prepared for me? An ancient god's corpse, you're so great. Zhong Chen had to suppress a laugh, teasing Shajia, for food, you've even learned to flatter. He looked at everyone continuing to move forward without paying attention to him, then said to Shajia, be careful, don't get discovered. You can eat as much as you want. Shajia happily agreed, okay, Father. Suddenly, a monster with a crimson body and eyes that glowed like fire leapt out from the intertwined muscle layers, heating the surrounding air. Someone immediately shouted, it's a blood beast. Drops of the ancient god's blood condensed into more and more blood beasts. Seeing some people starting to panic, Ji Wonyu reassured them, the level of blood beasts here is manageable. It's level 35 with area of effect attacks and blood arrows. Before Ji Wonyu could finish explaining, Hua Yunfei excitedly gathered energy and rushed towards the blood beasts. While everyone was busy with their tasks and battles, Zhong Chen leisurely worried about his young son. The level of blood beasts here is manageable, but why did Shajia fly off somewhere else? It doesn't seem interested. Hua Yunfei focused all his energy into his hand, where a golden aura gradually formed, creating his spirit energy attack, instantly killing a group of blood beasts. After showing off, he didn't forget to provoke Zhong Chen. I can kill a dozen blood beasts in an instant. What about you? Zhong Chen reluctantly gave a thumbs up, praising him like a child. Brother Hua is amazing. He also had to admit that he had finally met a heavens chosen with low intelligence. Ji Wonyu looked at Hua Yunfei's smug face and reminded him, it's nothing to brag about. Hua Yunfei wasn't angry, but bowed to her. Yes, my goddess. Whatever you say is right. Ji Huanyu glanced at Hua Yunfei, silently cursing, still an idiot. After eliminating all the blood beasts in the area, Ji Huanyu led everyone to the heart of the ancient god's corpse. There are more blood beasts there, and it's also suitable for training. It's just that the ancient god's corpse has a different structure from ours. It has 3 hearts. Just as she finished speaking, Xiaojie spoke in Zhong Chen's mind. Father, don't listen to her nonsense. Actually, the 9 cauldrons ancient god has 4 hearts. As long as one heart isn't destroyed, it can survive. Zhong Chen was surprised by this new, unreleased information. What? The ancient god is still alive. Before he could fully digest the information, Xiaojie reported that it had found the hidden 4th heart and that it was indeed still intact. Zhong Chen, seeing that Xiaojie was only interested in eating and not considering the dangers, felt uneasy. He turned, his voice serious but filled with concern. Xiaojie, come back immediately. Xiaojie was still whining. Father, I'm thinking of a way to eat this heart. Can you wait a bit? He coaxed but remained firm. No. Father will take you to an all-you-can-eat buffet next time. I guarantee you'll be full. Hearing that he would get to eat his fill at a buffet, Xiaojie reluctantly gave up on the heart and returned to Zhong Chen's side. Having dealt with his gluttonous son, Zhong Chen had to warn his overconfident teammates. There's danger here. Don't go any further. Everyone, hold your teleportation flags tightly. We'll teleport out immediately. Unsurprisingly, everyone laughed, assuming Zhong Chen was referring to the blood beasts. With Hua Yunfei's competitive nature, he wouldn't miss a chance to humiliate Zhong Chen. You dare to come here with that kind of guts? Zhong Chen, are you serious? Zhong Chen stood silently for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the overconfident heavens chosen. His eyes hardened, looking at Hua Yunfei. You idiot, I can only sacrifice you this time. If I injure you, everyone will have no choice but to leave to get you treated. Without further hesitation, Zhong Chen attacked, striking Hua Yunfei in the face, sending him flying several meters and crashing to the ground in pain. Everyone else was too stunned to react. Seeing the situation was out of control, Ji Huanyu questioned Zhong Chen. What are you doing? He simply replied, I was itching for a fight. Hua Yunfei, recovering from the blow, cursed, damn it. I knew you were trouble. You dare to attack first. Are you looking to die? He poured all his rage into his spirit energy attack, the green energy gathering even larger than before, tearing through space towards Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen, on the other hand, calmly remarked, so big. Too exaggerated, as if sensing it was time to fight, Xiaojie rushed back to Zhong Chen's side. Seeing the spirit energy attack approaching, he felt this was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the Hell Prison idol. Zhong Chen's eyes suddenly turned crimson, like to burning flames, emitting an overwhelming aura that made everyone around him instinctively retreat. His hands radiated intense energy, and in an instant, it exploded, blocking Hua Yunfei's attack. The shockwave threatened to shatter space, terrifying his opponent. Those observing the battle were stunned, their eyes wide, fixated on Zhong Chen, muttering, just a slap. Is he a monster? How is this possible? As the dust settled, Hua Yunfei felt an intense pressure from the front. Before he could react, Zhong Chen appeared before him with a lightning-fast punch. The blow sent Hua Yunfei flying dozens of meters, crashing into a wall and creating a deep groove. Seeing Hua Yunfei lying motionless, eyes wide open, his body stiff, unable to fight, Ji Huanyu snapped out of her daze. What are you doing? Those who had witnessed Hua Yunfei's defeat and Ji Huanyu's intervention gradually regained their senses, their eyes still filled with shock and disbelief. My God, Zhong Chen didn't use a saber or his insect. He knocked out Hua Yunfei with one punch. Hua Yunfei's injuries aren't life-threatening, but if he doesn't get out of here and receive treatment in time, there will be lasting consequences. He won't be able to participate in the upcoming Heaven's Chosen competition. Zhong Chen, were you scared and wanted to get out, so you injured Hua Yunfei? Seeing Ji Huanyu still trying to reason with him, Zhong Chen said, if you keep talking, he might really be crippled. The Heaven's Chosen immediately became agitated. There's no other way, we can't beat him, we have to go. They took out their teleportation flags, accepting defeat. After everyone decided to activate the teleportation flags to leave the dangerous place, they gathered and carefully activated the runes on the flags. But after a while, the space remained completely silent. There was no teleportation, light, or any sign that they were about to be transported. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes shifting from hope to worrying and panic. Someone said, their voice trembling, "What's going on? We can't teleport out. How is this possible? We're done for." Zhong Chen thought to himself, could it be that Xiaojia discovered that heart, and the opponent also detected Xiaojia and set up a formation to block the teleportation flags? That's right, it's an ancient god. Master said that above 9th turn could be a true god. Zhong Chen's expression turned serious. So, the enemy we're facing might be a 10th turn existence or higher. If that's the case, aren't we all going to die here today? Zhong Chen looked at the large group of people lost in the secret realm, his back drenched in cold sweat. No, I have to calm down. He silently held the teleportation flag in his hand, finding a loophole. It's only sealing the space, not directly killing us. This means the opponent is restricted and can't act directly. There's still a chance. Before it can act, I have to kill it. Having made up his mind, Zhong Chen told Xiaojia, lead the way, destroy that heart. Without wasting time explaining to the others, he left behind the questioning. Zhong Chen, did you discover something earlier? So you used this method to force us to leave? Answer me. But Ji Wanyu didn't hear Zhong Chen's reply. She ordered the group, follow closely. Something might have happened here. Let's follow Zhong Chen for now. Liu Fei, carry Hui Yunfei, Zhong Hon, treat him on the way. Suddenly, both the front and back paths were blocked by blood beasts, twice as many as before. Someone boldly speculated, we're done for. Now there are level 120 blood beasts. There must be 150 behind us. Instantly, Zhong Chen called out to Xiaoju, who had been bored in the nest. Summon the insect swarm, block the blood beasts in front. Seeing that Zhong Chen still remembered her, Xiaoju happily rushed towards the delicious meal, replying, eat. Eat. Zhong Chen then seriously ordered Ji Wanyu, you lead everyone to block the blood beasts behind us. After making arrangements for everyone, Zhong Chen knew he had to break through and find a way out. He said to Ji Wanyu, I'm going to break a hole here to solve the problem. She shouted, no, this is the ancient god's meridian, you can't break it. She didn't want him to take risks without any results. But in this life or death moment, Zhong Chen had made up his mind. You hold on here, just wait for me to return, and we can all get out alive. After saying that, he rushed to the flesh wall of the ancient god and unleashed a powerful punch with his heaven-suppressing idol body. The flesh wall, after taking the punch, immediately healed itself. Ji Wanyu, standing behind him, shouted, it's useless. Even if you can break it, the ancient god's body will recover at an extremely fast rate. Zhong Chen, still undeterred, replied to Ji Wanyu, even so, I still have to try. Then he continued to punch forward, as if using all his strength. He continued, if we can't break through its meridians, then we definitely can't break through the strongest defense at the outer exit. Now, compared to breaking through to the outside, breaking through to the inside is the best way. After that all-out blow, smoke and dust billowed. Returning to the flesh wall of the ancient god, a large hole had appeared. Zhong Chen shouted, it's open, this is the moment. Then, Zhong Chen took the opportunity to crawl inside through the hole he had just created, simultaneously saying, survive and wait for me here. Ji Wanyu heard this and turned to reply loudly, Zhong Chen, be careful. But all she got back was the flesh wall of the ancient god, almost completely healed as if nothing had happened. She then turned and ordered her subordinates, Liu Fei, Song Yuming, you to have tank classes, stand on the left side at all costs. You must hold on, the two nodded in agreement. Ji Wanyu continued to assign tasks to the remaining people. Simongmon, Ningbo, Zhong Sujing, you are responsible for attacking on the left, Su Jiao and I will handle the right side. With that, the group moved closer together, creating shields to defend and attack. Ji Wanyu continued, whether we survive or not depends entirely on us. The only thing I can tell you is that my great-grandfather, Ji Lingqi, will definitely come to save us immediately. Everyone, upon hearing her, responded in unison, understood. Shifting to Ji Hongyan's office, he suddenly stood up and asked loudly, "When did we lose contact?" The hidden senior replied, 3 minutes ago. A previously unseen energy fluctuation suddenly appeared inside. I went to the hidden god's chamber to check, but I found that the ancient god's corpse was completely sealed off, completely isolated from the outside world. The senior's face was serious as he continued, "The strange thing is that the ancient god's corpse hasn't disappeared. It's still in its original space. The connection point in the calf muscle is still within the range of our formation." Ji Hongyan fell silent after hearing this. Then he sat down in his chair, frowning and worrying. It took the Ji family over 100 years to barely open a path to this calf muscle. Now, relying on our strength to forcibly break through the ancient god's defenses from the outside is impossible. Inform the old master to return now. We can only rely on him. Also, inform Gukashin in Zhongnon back inside the ancient god's body. Zhongchen was attacking the blood beasts with all his might. Wherever he swung, heads would fly. When his hands got tired, he used his saber, human saber, earth saber, heaven saber, to kill. Blood beasts lay scattered all over the path he took. Shajia was also attacking. He struck while disdainfully saying, "I can't eat this kind of junk food now. After all, there's a feast waiting for me ahead. It's like a year-end banquet. Why would I need to eat breakfast, right?" Somewhere, someone was observing Zhong Chen dealing with the blood beasts. That person fell into deep thought for a long time, then exclaimed in admiration. The white-haired man with a dark complexion said to the dragon man beside him, "Brother Man Long, I didn't expect a young man with such powerful talent to appear among humans." The dragon man named Man Long replied, "That's right, Brother Duan's you, that year, because of the heavenly tribulation, you faked your death to deceive the heavens, hiding your heart and waiting for the new era. For hundreds of years, no one discovered it. Now, you've been found by an unknown young man by chance." Old Duan Xiu pointed at the image of Xiaju, "Brother Man Long, he's no ordinary young man. Look at the insects he released. Those are all Calamity Level 9 winged insect kings. Looking at his moves, he's also not an ordinary person," Man Long replied. "So what? Now that space is sealed, isn't he just waiting for death?" Duan Yu said worriedly, "There are more and more strange things about this young man. I'm worried he might actually reach my heart. Currently, I can only create blood beasts, but it seems they can't stop him. If he really destroys my heart, I won't be able to hold you back. I'm afraid we'll both turn to dust." It turns out these two close brothers are each guarding their own interests. Man Long, hearing his friend's words, reassured him, "Brother Duan Yu, don't worry. Although my original essence isn't much," he said, conjuring a sinister green flame in his hand, "it's still not a problem to curse this young man." Back to our protagonist, he stood among the corpses of the blood beasts he had just killed, panting. These blood beasts are getting stronger. There are even level 151s behind. These blood beasts keep coming in waves, trying to stop me from reaching that hidden heart. He wiped his mouth and continued, "I'm afraid things aren't going well for Ji Huanyu either. I have to hurry, otherwise, something big might really happen." Shajia, seeing that the path to the heart was getting shorter, reported to Zhongchen, "Father, we just need to get past the bend ahead, and we'll be there." Zhongchen rushed forward, replying, "That's great." Zhongchen, having learned the location of the heart, exclaimed, "This ancient god really knows how to hide. It actually hid its heart at the Hukou spot. This position on the human body is in the web between the thumb and index finger, also known as the Hagu acupoint. Pressing this point can help relieve stomach pain, shoulder and neck pain, and so on. You can learn more after watching this video." Returning to Zhongchen, he rushed forward, thinking to himself, "Why did the blood beasts in front suddenly run away? That's not right. There's definitely something wrong with this abnormality." Suddenly, something appeared in his consciousness, shocking him into stopping. Why did my sea of consciousness suddenly turn dark? Even the world tree can't be seen anymore. Then he turned around and saw something, his eyes widening in surprise. This is a dragon. It was a dragon in spirit form, lunging at him with its claws. He ran, puzzled. What is this? How did it get into my sea of consciousness? Before he could wait long, the dragon's spirit grabbed him, squeezing tightly, causing him immense pain. What is this thing? Man Long said confidently. This brat is done for. Zhong Chen encountered an extremely powerful opponent. He was tightly held, unable to move, his mind filled with questions. Why can't I resist at all? It's so cold, I just want to sleep. Outside, Xiaojie saw him standing still, frozen, and ran back and forth, shouting, "Father, what's wrong? Father, father, say something." Zhong Chen, as if his acupuncture points had been sealed, couldn't speak. He could only think, "Xiaojie, unfortunately, I can't make a sound anymore." Suddenly, the ring that the Great Dream Master had given him earlier glowed. It helped him break free from the shackles on his consciousness. While he was still in shock, the system popped up with a reminder. You have suffered a curse attack from an unidentified spirit, but it was blocked by the Heart of Spirit. Your Heart of Spirit has suffered severe damage and is currently in a damaged state. Having just escaped, he grabbed his saber and rushed towards the dragon's spirit, saying, "Heart of Spirit, is that the ring the Great Dream Master gave me earlier? I was just cursed. It targeted my soul's origin, even bypassing the world tree. This ring saved my life. It seems calling her sister earlier wasn't a waste." With that, he furiously gathered his strength and let out a sinister laugh. Then he slowly walked towards the dragon's spirit, gritting his teeth. Even a divine grade, 9th turn invincible equipment was almost destroyed. It seems the opponent is really strong, but if you couldn't kill me, now it's my turn. Shifting back to the two close friends, Duen Xiu urged Man Long, "Hurry up and do it again." "I don't believe he can avoid a second curse." Man Long knelt down in pain, coughing. Then he looked at Zhong Chen and Xiaojie. "Impossible. That curse earlier far exceeded my expectations. My soul's origin, in order to resist the passing years, has been depleted too much. If I continue to cast curses, I will definitely fall into eternal sleep." With that, he turned to his friend and asked, "Duanzu, when that time comes, will you wake me up, or will you devour me?" But all he got back was an unfriendly look. Then Duen Xiu grinned sinisterly, making Man Long fearful. "What do you want to do?" Duanzu gritted his teeth and replied, "If that's the case, you should just die now." With that, countless strange entities controlled by Duen Xiu rushed at Man Long, biting and tearing at him. "No, how can you control these monsters? No, don't kill me, I'll help you." In response to his friend's pleas, Duanzu sneered, "It's too late, I have a better plan." So, without Zhong Chen's help, one of them had already kicked the bucket. Duen Xiu's true colors were now revealed. He laughed sinisterly, absorbing Man Long's remaining power, confidently saying, "Brat, it doesn't matter if you destroy my last heart. I will use Man Long's remaining essence to plant a seed of karma in your soul, leading you here. When that time comes, you will become me, the ancient God's Heart Sutra." Finally, Zhong Chen and Xiaojie reached their destination. As soon as he arrived, he asked, "Xiaojie, how long will it take to break the seal?" Xiaojie replied, "Father, this is very easy for me. Wait a moment, it will be done very soon." With that, Xiaojie transformed into a beetle and split into multiple bodies, rushing towards the heart. The blood vessels were bitten and torn apart by Xiaojie. The seal was about to be broken. Suddenly, Zhong Chen felt uncomfortable again. He clutched his chest, wondering, "Why do I feel like my heartbeat is synchronized with the ancient God's heart? Is this just an illusion caused by the shock?" Xiaojie grinned, ready to pounce. "Father, I'm starting." Swish, swish, swish. Xiaojie rushed in to bite and tear at the heart. Zhong Chen, looking up, fell into deep thought. What's going on? What is this strange feeling? Zhong Chen's entire body emitted a strange black aura. He clutched his chest, hunched over in pain, thinking to himself, the ancient God's heart is about to stop beating. But why do I feel like my own heart is about to stop too? A while later, the black aura gradually faded. Zhong Chen was still clutching his chest in pain. In his mind, a voice continuously urged him, "Enter the brain domain. Enter the brain domain. The brain domain of the ancient god has great opportunities. In the shadows, Shajia finally finished dealing with the heart, successfully causing it to stop beating. Zhongchen looked up and said to himself, "My heart seems to be fine now, but why does my mind have the thought of wanting to enter the ancient god's brain domain? Is this the guidance of the heavenly Tao? Is there really a great opportunity?" The black aura was no longer clinging to him. It seemed his reason had pushed it back. "No, I must calm down. First, not to mention the danger of the brain domain, even if I go, I must think of a way to get Ji Huanyu and the others out first." Shajia had returned, holding its stomach, respectfully bowing and happily saying to Zhongchen, "Father, I really can't eat anymore." Zhongchen also responded to Shajia, "Well." Without waiting for Zhongchen to ask, Shajia continued, "I have refined the remaining parts into blood essence that can be packed and taken away." Zhongchen looked at it happily, thinking to himself, "That's great. Shajia has quickly reached level 30 and can directly reproduce 3 times. It's a pity that time is pressing now. I still have to go meet up with Ji Huanyu's group." Shifting to the central nervous system of the ancient god, Duanzhu sneered, "The seed of karma has been planted. You can't escape." Then he turned grim, squeezing the remaining green flame of Manlong in his hand, and said resentfully, "But if you still have something to worry about, I'll stay and play with you for a while longer. Anyway, you'll come to the brain domain to find me." Shifting to Ji Huanyu's group, they were still struggling to resist the waves of blood beast attacks. Some were exhausted, clutching their wounds and resting. The rest was still trying to create a shield to protect Ji Huanyu as she attacked with all her might. She shot arrows while shouting, "Arrows of the sun god, everyone, hold on. There's a group of 5th turn blood beasts coming from the left." She glanced at those who were exhausted, crying out in her heart, "No good, I'm exhausted. Not to mention killing them, even injuring them is very difficult." In this situation, she frowned helplessly at Shaju, thinking, "It seems that the 9-winged insect king is also taking care of itself and basically can't come to the rescue." Suddenly, a blood beast broke through the encirclement and rushed towards them. Ji Huanyu looked up helplessly, saying, "Is this the end for us in Meido?" She could only stand there, unable to resist because she was completely exhausted. Before Ji Huanyu and the viewers could worry further, Zhongchen appeared, delivering an all-out punch to the blood beast. His punch was not unlike Zhong Wushuang's. The blood beast was sent flying, crashing to the ground a distance away, causing the other blood beasts that were about to rush forward to hesitate and retreat. Ji Huanyu, hearing the noise, slowly opened her eyes and saw Zhongchen. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Zhongchen, you're alive." "That's great." Zhongchen heard this and turned to reply, "Yes, sorry I'm late." Then he waved the ring in his hand. The blessing of the stars, he thought to himself, this ring can't resist damage, but the healing function should still work. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was restored to their full state. They exclaimed in unison, "What is this? It's so comfortable." The pain in their bodies gradually recovered. After helping everyone, he turned to communicate with Shaju and the insect swarm through telepathy. "Shaju, insect swarm, come back." Then he silently blamed himself. "This time, I've really exhausted them." Hearing the order, Xiaojiu rushed to him, hugging him and crying, "Father, why did you take that stinky younger brother to play and not Shaju? Shaju is tired from fighting and injured and some babies died too. I want a hug." Hearing Xiaojiu's long list of complaints, Zhongchen broke out in a sweat. He turned to it, trying to coax it. "Xiaojiu, you've worked hard. Didn't father come back to get you? Quickly go to the void pier to recover." Shaju was still angry on the surface, but in her heart, she was still furious. She looked at her younger brother and telepathically threatened, "Stinky younger brother, I will definitely beat you to death." This made Shajia so scared it hid, crying, "So scary." After a while, once the team was stabilized, Zhongchen turned to ask everyone, simultaneously planning their escape, "Are you all better? The blood beasts are about to attack again. I'll open a hole in the meridian here. Everyone follow me, and we must act quickly. Defensive mages, please hold on a little longer." The others responded in unison, we'll follow your orders. With that, he ordered Shajir, merge, heaven-suppressing idol body. Shajir obeyed, yes, father. Shajir immediately merged with him. He then punched the ancient god's flesh wall with all his might, trying to find a way out. As a result, a large chunk of flesh was blasted away. He held it up, urging, quickly, go through, go through. Ji Huanyu was extremely surprised by his strength. She thought to herself, before Zhong Chen needed dozens of punches to break open the meridian. But now, he only needs one punch. Zhong Chen continued to urge, all right, mages. Hurry up too. What are you waiting for, Ji Huanyu, in this short time? What happened? Seeing her still standing there, Zhong Chen rushed over, picked her up in a princess carry, and shouted, Ji Huanyu, why are you spacing out? If you don't go, the hole will close. Ji Huanyu finally snapped out of it, blushing as Zhong Chen carried her, okay. After he and Ji Huanyu passed through, the hole immediately healed, completely restored. The blood beasts couldn't enter. Ji Huanyu thanked him, thank you for this time. Zhong Chen ran with all his might towards the gap ahead, saying, hurry, while the blood beasts haven't arrived, follow me into the gap ahead. Ji Huanyu, seeing that she had been carried for a while, shouted, quickly put me down. I'm just saving people out of instinct. There are no personal feelings involved. He dropped Ji Huanyu to the ground with a thud, then sighed, phew, we should be temporarily safe now. Ji Huanyu was dropped roughly, but she didn't blame him. Instead, she showed an embarrassed expression, like a young maiden in love. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. I almost thought I was going to die. Let's rest here for a bit and recover some energy. Zhong Chen sat down and asked Ji Huanyu, which area here is connected to the Ji family's formation. Ji Huanyu pointed to her right. That's the junction of the formation. If we can really break through to the outside, then ahead is the hidden god's chamber. But the outer defenses are much stronger than this meridian. Hearing this, Zhong Chen fell into a meditative state. It won't be easy, but I'll break through first, then we'll see. Ji Huanyu was surprised. Oh. Entering Zhong Chen's consciousness, he spoke to Shajir, go out and reproduce. Shajir respectfully replied, yes, father. Shajir, seeing Zhong Chen send Shajir in, pouted and said, father, this is my territory. As soon as Shajir came out, it immediately ran and hid. Zhong Chen helplessly soothed Shaju, I'm just borrowing it for a bit. Your younger brother will leave immediately after he's done, okay. Shajir, feeling wronged, asked Zhong Chen, father, why don't I have my own house? Zhong Chen was speechless. Wait until father gets out, and I'll buy you one, okay. Shajir was happy to hear this, okay, then I'll start reproducing now. As soon as Shajir finished speaking, it started reproducing. Zhong Chen immediately shouted, myriad things growth, accelerate. Instantly, notification panels appeared. Hell Crimson Armored Beetle, first reproduction, number of offspring, 108. Reproduction time after divine bestowment, 30 minutes. Hell Crimson Armored Beetle, second reproduction. Number of offspring, 108. Reproduction time after divine bestowment, 30 minutes. Hell Crimson Armored Beetle, third reproduction. Number of offspring, 108. Reproduction time after divine bestowment, 30 minutes. Finally done, he looked at the swarms of crimson armored beetles flying around, exclaiming, in just a short time, over 300 have been produced. This ancient god's corpse is truly a good place. Just one heart can do this, so wouldn't the brain domain be even better? Suddenly, Shajir's cry for help pulled him back, father, save me. Shaju had transformed into a giant insect and was biting Shajir's leg, dragging it away. Zhong Chen was exhausted. He raised his hand, signaling Shaju to stop, and shouted, Shaju, let go. A few seconds later, Shaju, not listening, got a big bump on its head. She cried out in pain, father is biased towards my younger brother. You favor boys over girls. Zhong Chen didn't give in. He shouted sternly, Shaju, I'm getting a headache. What kind of sister wants to eat her younger brother? Shaju was still stubborn. I don't care. Zhong Chen then seriously ordered, all crimson armored beetles, enter my body. Hearing his order, All the crimson armored beetles, along with Shajir, merged with him. He silently assessed, merging with the power of over 300 crimson armored beetles, this body density, this feeling of power. I can definitely have a match with Zhong Wuxuan now. Back outside, Zhong Chen was now brimming with power. He gathered his energy, took a stance, and prepared to strike, saying, "Now I'll try to see if I can break through. Everyone, get ready. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, we must seize it." Everyone behind him stood up and shouted in unison, "Understood." Shifting to the outside of the entrance, Ji Hongyan had brought Ji Lingqi and Gu Keishan here. Ji Lingqi, understanding the situation, said, "Now that the entrance is closed, trying to cut through the god's body from the outside in a short time is basically impossible. Unless it's broken from the inside. But with the abilities of those young ones inside, it's probably very difficult." Ji Hongyan was extremely worried about his daughter. He asked his grandfather, "Then what should we do?" Ji Lingqi, although old, was still quite handsome. He frowned seriously and replied to Ji Hongyan, "Prepare for the worst. If anything unusual happens, immediately destroy the hidden god's chamber and throw the space containing the ancient god's corpse into eternal chaos." Ji Hongyan's face turned pale, but grandfather, Wan Yu is still inside. Ji Lingqi, known as the Sword God, one of the three strongest in Great Xie, carried a heavy responsibility. He turned to his grandson, helpless. Wan Yu alone is as important as millions of people in Great Xie. If the things inside the ancient god's corpse escape, it will be a disaster. Gu Keishan, hearing this, gathered his energy, drawing his saber. Sword God is truly for the country and the people, but I'm just an old 8th turn, or maybe 9th turn, whatever. Whoever dares to touch my disciple, I'll fight them to the death. Ji Lingqi tried to restrain him. Gu Keishan, I advise you not to harm yourself. Gu Keishan stepped forward aggressively. Harm myself, facing you, that might be true. But I ask myself, at least I won't disappoint my disciple calling me master. Ji Lingqi also gathered his energy, not letting Gu Keishan break the gate. Boom! A small explosion came from inside, along with a powerful energy surge. The three were surprised and turned to look. Ji Hongyan exclaimed, "This is Gu Keishan sensed his disciple's power." "It's Zhong Chen." Ji Lingqi was shocked. "How is this possible?" Gu Keishan was extremely anxious. He shouted, "Quick, don't just stand there. Hurry up and join me in responding to them." Inside the ancient god's body, boom, boom, boom. Zhong Chen continuously unleashed attacks, trying to break through and create an escape route for everyone. Heaven suppressing idol, break. The shockwaves from his blows were intense, forcing Ji Wanyu and the others to shield their eyes. Ji Wanyu looked over and exclaimed, "The recoil is too strong." She then turned to the others and told them to retreat. "Hurry, back up. Don't let him be unable to break through the defense while you all get crushed to death." After a while, Zhong Chen managed to punch a hole in the flesh wall, but it was healing several times faster than the previous meridian walls. Seeing progress, those behind him shouted, "Hurry up, take advantage of this." In less than 5 seconds, the flesh had already healed. Those behind him, seeing this, continued, "No, the healing speed is too fast. That's right, it's not enough time at all." Zhong Chen didn't give up. He shouted back, "Then we'll do it again." He then summoned Shaju to help Shaju. "Send out a swarm of insects to help your father." Explode another wave, boom, boom. His punches, combined with the insect explosions, created even stronger shockwaves. Smoke and dust billowed out. Those inside shouted, "It's open. Hurry up." Ji Wanyu saw the problem clearly. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "No, these wounds will heal immediately." And indeed, the ancient god's flesh wall healed even faster this time. Those inside saw this and exclaimed, "Damn it, the healing speed is even faster." Suddenly, two crossed sword beams appeared where Zhong Chen had just punched, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Then, a loud whoosh ripped open a large section of the flesh wall. Zhong Chen quickly dodged to the side. Those behind him, seeing the strange event, shouted, "What is this? Is this the light of a saber or a sword?" It's Gu Keishan and Ji Lingqi. Taking advantage of the wall's recovery, the two combined their saber and sword to break through the gate and rescue everyone. Zhong Chen and Ji Huanyu, seeing their relatives, shouted in unison, "Master!" Great-grandfather, Ji Lingqi outside, urged, "Hurry, come out." The people from Meido finally escaped, exhausted and drained. They said to each other, "We're finally saved. I thought I was going to die in there." Ji Hongyan, not seeing his daughter and Zhong Chen among the crowd, shouted, "Where are Huanyu and Zhong Chen?" Inside, the thick flesh wall was slowly closing. Those remaining ran, worriedly saying, "It's healing again." "Run." Zhong Chen also urged Ji Huanyu, "You too. Hurry and leave." She ran out just as the flesh closed in, barely grabbing Zhong Chen, trying to pull him out with her. "Zhong Chen, let's go out together," he turned to reply. "The passage can't fit two people anymore." "You go first." Ji Huanyu was still stubborn. "No." Zhong Chen clicked his tongue, thinking, "Damn it. Women, when they're stubborn, are really troublesome." Then he shouted, "Summon." Roots of the world tree, myriad things growth. Immediately, green roots appeared, wrapping around Ji Huanyu and pulling her out. She was still worried about him, shouting, "Zhong Chen?" Responding to her was his cold voice, "Get the hell out." Ji Huanyu looked at the gradually closing wall and Zhong Chen's figure, extremely worried. "No, Zhong Chen." Finally, she was pulled out. Ji Hongyan rushed over, worried. "Huanyu." Ducation, not seeing his disciple, angrily shouted, "Damn it." It closed again. Zhong Chen is still inside. Ji Hongyan helped his daughter up, concerned. "Huanyu, are you okay?" "That's great." Ji Huanyu was still worried about Zhong Chen. She sobbed, "Father, Zhong Chen is still in there." "Save him," Ji Hongyan said. "Don't worry. As long as Zhong Chen and your great-grandfather cooperate from the inside, he'll definitely get out immediately." Ji Lingqi and Gucation prepared to act again. Ji Lingqi gathered his energy and said to Gucation, "Gucation, prepare to do it again." Gucation was still angry that his disciple hadn't come out, so he replied irritably, "Do I need you to tell me that?" Suddenly, the flesh wall in front of them radiated a strange energy, and veins popped out as if it were bracing for a fight. Before they could strike, both exclaimed in unison, "This is not good. The ancient god's body's defenses have been strengthened." Ji Lingqi continued, "Moreover, it's not passive but active." Gucation asked, "What do you mean?" Ji Lingqi frowned. "What I mean is that there's something inside the ancient god's corpse that's awakening. It can control a portion of the body's power. Now, I'm afraid no matter how we cooperate, we can't break through." Gucation didn't believe Ji Lingqi's words and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. I don't believe you." With that, Gucation swung his saber at the wall, simultaneously shouting, "Heaven-splitting saber." But just as Ji Lingqi said, Gucation's powerful blow only left a scratch. Ji Lingqi tried to dissuade him, "Don't waste your energy. The ancient god's corpse's mutation is a major event. Continue with the original decision." Then he turned and said, "Once any abnormalities spread out, immediately seal it permanently." Gucation could only helplessly click his tongue. Damn it, he had never felt so powerless. He could only lower his head, unable to say anything more. Ji Lingqi, after walking a distance, said back to Gucation, "Don't do anything stupid." Ji Huanyu was worried about Zhong Chen. Hua Yunfei looked at the ancient god's corpse and gratefully said, "Zhong Chen risked his life to save us." Someone beside him also said gratefully, "That's right. We all owe him our lives." Back to Zhong Chen. He was brimming with energy, his entire body radiating a powerful green aura. He walked forward, saying, "Don't rush out first. Let's go to the ancient god's brain domain. There's a great opportunity waiting for me there." The ancient god's brain domain, a great opportunity. Inside the brain domain, Duanzhu was observing Zhong Chen through an energy orb, laughing sinisterly. He's coming, the fish has finally taken the bait. With this new body, I will immediately revive and leave this place. Come quickly and meet me, let us merge as one." After a while, Zhong Chen arrived before a large door. Above it was some words, "Ji family disciples, enter at your own risk. Trespassers will die." In short, Anyone who enters this door will die. Zhong Chen approached and looked up, exclaiming, "These sword marks. These words are over 100 years old, right? But the sword intent is still overwhelming, striking fear into people. This must be the mark left by the sword god senior when he first entered this place." Without further hesitation, he pushed open the door and entered. Behind this door must be the brain domain. He immediately ordered Xiaoju and Xiaoju, hide carefully first. "You're my trump cards, don't come out unless I call you." The two obediently replied in unison, "Understood." As soon as he entered, countless strange energy currents rushed towards him, emitting strange sounds. Creak, rustle. He clutched his head in discomfort. "What is this sound? It's like many people whispering in my head." He knelt down in pain, shouting, "Shut up, it's so noisy." The whispers continued to invade his mind. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to a different, quieter space. Above him, Duanzhu was slowly descending. He spoke, startling Zhong Chen, "You've finally come. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Zhong Chen, as if trapped in a high-level illusion, looked up blankly. "This feeling, it's so warm, who are you?" Duanzhu had already approached him. "I am the ancient god, Duanzhu. At the same time, I am also you." Zhong Chen, puzzled, asked, "Hey, you are me. What do you mean?" Duanzhu transformed into Zhong Chen's appearance. Duanzhu was trying to seize his body, so he replied, "That's right." Then he slowly approached, extending his hand towards Zhong Chen, alluring, saying, "I am you. You are me, come, let us merge as one." Zhong Chen's eyes widened in surprise at the person before him who looked exactly like him. "Exactly like me." Immediately after, he swung his saber at Duanzhu, simultaneously shouting, "You imposter!" Great saber, Duanxiu, struck by the blow, reverted to his original form. Seeing that sweetness wouldn't work, he resorted to force to suppress Zhong Chen. He grabbed the sword energy Zhong Chen had just unleashed, simultaneously clicking his tongue. "What an interesting saber. I didn't expect the martial arts of the new era's humans to have developed to this extent." Zhong Chen, seeing his opponent catch his sword energy, exclaimed in his mind, "He actually caught my sword energy." Duanzhu angrily crushed the sword energy in his hand, simultaneously saying, "My original essence is almost depleted. You're making me waste more. How truly damnable." With that, he flew up and summoned the flying dragon monsters from Manlong. "If it weren't for the usefulness of your body, I would have used the most brutal method to deal with you." Zhong Chen looked around in surprise, wondering, "What is this?" These monsters are at least at the 6th turn realm. There are even 5 or 6 at the 9th turn. No wonder even the sword god almost died here back then. This is bad. Even if I release all my insect swarms, even though he knew it was difficult, he still had no other choice. "I have to risk it. Xiaoju, all the insect swarms, come out." But after giving the order, he didn't hear his 2 children respond. He was stunned. "This is bad. Our connection has been severed." In the blink of an eye, Duanxiu had grabbed him. He laughed sinisterly, "Got you. Let's end it all here." Zhong Chen, helpless, lay within the giant hand Duanxiu had created. Then, Duanzhu used his magic, tightly gripping Zhong Chen, wanting to seize his body. Zhong Chen, in pain and powerless, widened his eyes and screamed, "I..." Duanzhu laughed with delight. "Don't worry. I'll help you live a better life." Suddenly, Zhong Chen's great world tree appeared again. It emitted a crackle and a blinding light, surprising Duanzhu. On the tree, a vibrant, 7-colored fruit had grown. It turns out Zhong Chen had been attacked by Duanxiu's mental attack. He was in his own sea of consciousness. Thanks to the great world tree bearing fruit, he escaped with his life. He sat on the ground, looking up at the great world tree, wondering, "I'm in my sea of consciousness. Wasn't I just being possessed by the ancient god? What's going on?" Then, looking at the newly bloomed 7-colored fruit, he exclaimed, "The world tree has borne fruit again, and it's a multicolored fruit." After a while, he calmed down and seriously considered, logically speaking, with the current level of the world tree, it shouldn't be able to produce a multicolored fruit. Seeing his confusion, the system explained, "Fruit is not yet ripe, Information is unclear. Explanation. Formed by using an extremely powerful divine soul as a substrate, the fruit contains its original divine essence. Note: remember to water it frequently to ripen the fruit. To water it, you need the divine souls of all living things. Zhang Chen, after reading this, was a bit excited. He rubbed his chin, happily exclaiming, "So this is actually the divine soul of the ancient god." He wanted to possess me, but unexpectedly, he was turned into a fruit by the world tree. How interesting. Although the world tree can't resist curse abilities, when it comes to the divine soul and divine consciousness, it's really domineering. However, this fruit needs the divine souls of all living things to water it. This condition is too harsh. While he was lost in thought, Xiaoji's voice suddenly called out to him, "Father, are you all right?" He was a bit surprised, looking over to see Xiaojia. Xiaoji's call coincidentally pulled him back to reality. His eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen something that shocked him. It was Xiaojia riding on the head of a monster 100 times its size. Xiaojia continued speaking to him, "Father, I've dealt with these monsters." He was still in a daze, just letting out a surprise. Xiaojia happily showed off to Zhang Chen, "Father, look at my mount, isn't it imposing?" Zhang Chen, standing below, said in a low voice, "Xiaojia is riding a 9th turn monster. These monsters, even Jilin couldn't deal with them before, how could it be this easy?" Zhang Chen looked over and saw Xiaojia's insect swarm surrounding the remaining monsters. He continued to exclaim, "Not only that, the other divine consciousness monsters are also surrounded by Xiaojia." Xiaojia's voice continued, "Father, Father." Then it flew down, pulling his hand up, saying, "Father, this mount is very obedient. Even though Xiaojia doesn't like it, you definitely will. Want to try sitting on it?" Zhang Chen was a bit reluctant. He asked Xiaojia, "Wait a minute, you can control this thing." Xiaojia finally pulled him up. It happily sat upright and replied, "That's right." He was still very puzzled by this and continued to ask, "What happened?" Xiaojia controlled the giant monster, standing up and slowly explaining for him to understand. "This kind of monster is called a nether demon. According to my inherited memories, there are many of them in the eternal hell, but they are naturally suppressed by our race. As long as you mark them, they can be used as mounts. Very convenient." Zhang Chen heard these words like a thunderclap. He was shocked, but could only exclaim in his mind, 9th turn nether demons, naturally suppressed, and also very convenient. After thinking, he turned to ask Xiaojia, "Can this thing be taken outside?" Xiaojia replied, "Yes, but if you expose it for too long outside, it will be purged by the heavenly Tao." Zhang Chen continued, "This kind of monster originally only existed deep in the eternal hell. I didn't expect them to be born in the ancient god's sea of consciousness. But it's a pity they can't be exposed for too long. But even for a short time, in a critical moment, it can be the strongest trump card." Suddenly remembering something, he asked Xiaojia, "By the way, if I remember correctly, there were 4 or 5 9th turn nether demons here, right? But why don't I see them here?" Xiaojia, hearing this, suddenly felt a little guilty. After a while, Xiaojia hesitantly confessed, "I ate the others." Zhang Chen was surprised. "Didn't you just eat their hearts? Weren't you full?" Xiaojia continued, "I just finished reproducing, so I was hungry again." The nether demon being ridden below heard the conversation and broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Chen, after hearing this, lowered his head, patted Xiaojia's shoulder, and said haltingly, "You did very well. Let's go down, I need some quiet time." Xiaojia, hearing his father's slightly strange tone, glanced at him, puzzled. He jumped down, walking while clutching his face, crying and comforting himself, "It's okay, it's okay. The child is just being a little naughty." Looking on the bright side, at least one was left. As a person, the most important thing is to be content. He left Xiaojia staring after him, not knowing what was wrong with his father. The sound of Gukaishan's heaven-splitting saber echoed from outside, catching his attention. He looked out. Its master, the ancient god's soul, has been sealed, and the nether demons have been captured. The outer defenses should be about to disappear. Then he looked at Xiaojia, thinking, "Master and the Ji family should be arriving soon." Having thought this, he shouted to Shajia, tell the insect swarm to eat quickly. If you can't finish, pack it up. We're about to retreat. Hurry up. Shajia, seeing his father urging him, turned to ask, if we can't finish this time, can we come back and eat again next time? Zhang Chen, standing below, shouted up, you want to come back here again? Do you think this is a buffet? There's no next time? This is someone else's treasure vault. After saying that, he lowered his head, thinking of Ji Lingqi. Ji Lingqi could become a 9th turn sword guard, definitely not without a connection to the opportunities here. If he comes in here and sees this scene, he'll definitely kill me. After a while, Shajia had packed up the nether demon and the other monsters. It pushed the ball containing the monsters, saying to Zhang Chen, Father, for now, I can only drain them and compress them. As for storage, Zhang Chen, standing to the side, replied, quickly give it to your sister to hold temporarily. Shifting to Shaju's location, she looked at the mess in front of her, extremely annoyed. In front of her was the mess sent by Shajia. She looked up, furious, shouting, what is this? A lump of crap. It stinks. I can't stand it anymore. You damn brat. What kind of good deed did you do this time? Back to Zhang Chen. After cleaning out someone else's treasure vault, he hurried towards Gucation, simultaneously telling Shajia, all right Shajia, come back now. I'm going to call Master, and then we'll retreat quickly. Outside, Gucation had already slashed open a section of the ancient god's flesh. He sheathed his saber, confidently saying, who said it couldn't be broken? Isn't it broken now? And it's not even healing. Ji Lingqi was extremely surprised by this. He looked at the situation and made a judgment. The ancient god's body's defenses are weakening, and it seems they're about to disappear. Gucation prepared to enter. Go, let's go in and see. Zhang Chen, Master is coming to save you. Ji Lingqi also wanted to enter. He stepped closer and said, I'm going to. Zhang Chen had already rushed out. As soon as he appeared, he said, Master, take me away. Gucation and Ji Lingqi were still not reacting to this situation. We were coming in to save him, but why did he come out? Both called out his name, Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen. Before he could do anything, Ji Wanyu suddenly jumped forward and hugged him tightly, startling him. Gucation, beside them, said, Zhang Chen, it's good that you're okay. Zhang Chen, seeing Ji Wanyu's strong reaction, whispered, you shouldn't be like this at a time like this. With that, he pushed Ji Wanyu away, saying, move aside, there's no time. Ji Wanyu, abruptly pushed away, was a little taken aback. She asked, Zhang Chen, what's wrong? What do you mean there's no time? Zhang Chen didn't answer but went closer and whispered to Gucation, Master, hurry up, if we don't go, we'll die. Hearing him say that, Gucation also turned pale. Immediately after, Gucation used his saber to carry him away. Zhang Chen turned and shouted to those below, the green mountains will not change, the green waters will flow forever. I won't stay in this damn place for another second, everyone, farewell. Hearing those parting words, Ji Wanyu teared up. Zhang Chen, are you so disgusted with me? Ji Hongyan roared, you damn brat, I gave you the god and devil blood, and you don't even appreciate it. Ji Wanyu had already fallen for Zhang Chen. Hearing her father scold him, she turned and rebuked him. Father, why are you scolding Zhang Chen like that? He risked his life to save me in a desperate situation, Ji Hongyan just then remembered. He scratched his head and replied, oh, right, I forgot. Ji Wanyu continued to be infatuated, recalling Zhang Chen's parting words, there's no time, and her heart fluttered. That's right, he risked his life to save me. That means he cares about me. But if he cares about me, why did he say those words? Could it be because of the Heaven's Chosen competition? He's afraid of affecting me, so he deliberately acted like that. After a moment, she stabilized and resolutely declared, Zhang Chen, I won't disappoint you. In the Heaven's Chosen competition, I will show you the perfect Ji Wanyu. Ji Hongyan, hearing these words, couldn't help but sigh, my daughter. The two didn't notice Ji Lingqi's suspicions. He frowned, thinking to himself, but Zhang Chen's reaction is a bit strange, I have to go in and see. Jilin Kui had just taken a step closer when he noticed something was wrong. My treasure vault has been emptied. Before, the sea of consciousness was full of monsters. Now, there's not a single one left. He then remembered Zhong Chen's hasty departure and clutched his head, clicking his tongue. Zhong Chen, he was in such a hurry to leave, he must be feeling guilty. He definitely cleaned it out to avoid me. You damn brat, you should have at least left me some. Then, he suddenly had a realization, remembering his own past confrontation with the nether demons. He thought, wait a minute, how did he do that? Those ninth turn monsters, even I had a hard time escaping. How did he deal with them so easily? He walked unconsciously into his empty garden. This brat is really not simple. Oh well, if this is related to the future, it's worth taking a loss. You damn brat, I'll show you that you completely underestimated my vision. Jilin Kui knew he had been tricked. On this side, Ducation was also being told everything by Zhong Chen. He was extremely surprised, turning to shout, "You mean you really cleaned out the sword god's treasure vault?" Zhong Chen scratched his head, embarrassed. You could say that. Ducation was utterly helpless. He closed his eyes, thinking, my whole life, I have always been law-abiding, but look at the disciples I've taken in. The eldest proclaims himself the Blood Saber King, causing chaos in the entire Qinglan war zone. The second went to steal the state protector's bride. And the third, it's hard to even put into words. Zhong Chen, excited, leaned in and asked Ducation, Master, there are 3 days left until the Heaven's Chosen Finals. With my current strength, what are my chances of winning against Zhong Wushwang and Ji Wanyu? Ducation, hearing the question, didn't answer immediately. He used all his strength to retreat, avoiding Jilin Kui. Then he answered the question. Based on this time, you shouldn't have a problem dealing with Ji Wanyu. But Zhong Wushwang, I'm not sure. I heard he's also made great progress. His 8th turn war god body can't be underestimated. As for Yingzon, the scene shifted to where Yingzon was training. Ducation continued, I only know that he's not only the #1 Heaven's Chosen among your generation, but his talent is also considered the first in 800 years of Great Xia. Ordinary people have to be 18 years old for their divine consciousness to develop before they can start their initial profession. He's different. He started at 3 years old. At 7, he was recognized by the human Emperor Sword. At 12, he entered the Forbidden Zone. At 15, he returned. In the 3 years since then, he's only been in seclusion in the Jingdu military region. Zhong Chen asked further, Master, but if he awakened so early, why isn't his level at 3rd turn yet? The scene showed Yingzon standing under a swarm of ferocious blood dragons. Ducation replied, that's because, in addition to the profession system, he's also cultivating a top-tier cultivation technique of the myriad races. Zhong Chen exclaimed, Yingzon and a top-tier cultivation technique of the myriad races. At the same time, Yingzon turned, wiping the blood from his face, and asked someone, is my blood fiend body about to be completed? Is there any news about Zhong Chen? Zhong Chen, hearing his master talk about Yingzon, immediately leaned forward, asking his master for his opinion. Master, I can practice the cultivation methods of all the myriad races, right? Ducation, hearing this, frowned, replying seriously, I'm not sure. This path hasn't been walked by anyone before, but most are unable to succeed. Those cultivation methods seem to clash with the heavenly Tao, but Yingzon, he succeeded. In the Great Xia over the past few hundred years, there's only one person like him. Moreover, even if you are also an exception, I also don't have the ability to obtain the cultivation methods of the myriad races in the Earth Palace for you. After all, Yingzon is also a descendant of the human emperor of the Great Xia in the past. Zhong Chen, standing behind, listened attentively. Ducation continued, the human emperor in the past once led troops to counterattack the myriad races, seizing those cultivation methods. It's not like now even Martial God Kong Hien-si only takes on the task of guarding the entrance to the myriad races, focusing on defense as the main thing. The two masters and disciples continued to rush forward. Ducation added, aiming to encourage Zhong Chen, but if you can top the Heaven's Chosen list, perhaps you will have the authority to transfer a few cultivation methods from Jingdu. Zhong Chen immediately replied, "Disciple understands." Shifting to the building where Zhong Chen was staying, as soon as he arrived home, he raised his hand, covered in a faint red aura, exclaiming, "The journey to the ancient god's body, eating and taking, is truly full of harvest." Tonight, the second batch of the nine-winged insect king and the scarlet armor elephant beetle can continue to reproduce. Suddenly, the ancestral tree appeared behind him, surprising him. My consciousness senses something. The ancestral tree is bearing fruit. This time, it's a green fruit. The outer skin is a bit similar to the guava that we often eat. Zhong Chen, seeing the fruit, exclaimed, "The myriad things ancestral tree is bearing fruit again. Is it because the insect swarm is growing exponentially?" He raised his hand to receive it, simultaneously continuing, "Green fortune fruit." The system panel immediately appeared, helping him to understand. Received green fruit, lightning sea elephant. Awakened hidden unique profession, Thunder Lord. Received talent, origin lightning flash level 1 red, can transform into a current of electricity, moving instantly within the range of one's own electric field, ignoring all obstacles. Current electric field range, 50 meters. Lightning fusion level 1 red, can absorb any lightning energy, storing it in one's own cells for use in launching attacks. God of Wealth level 1 purple, transforms the hand into a source of lightning, releasing an extremely strong high-voltage current instantly. Zhong Chen, reading this, happily said, "A second profession. Spirit Medicine Master, God level, and Lightning System. Now I'm truly dual system." The system panel continued to announce, "The second batch of scarlet armor elephant beetles has finished reproducing. Number of births, 30,000. The second batch of nine-winged insect kings has finished reproducing. Number of births, 12 million. Zhong Chen, enjoying his joy, didn't notice Shaju physically interacting with little armor and its swarm. Shaju fiercely scolded, "After you're done pressing, get out quickly." Zhong Chen focused on sensing his body, strengthened by little armor's swarm. The power of these 30,000 is truly too strong. The system panel appeared, showing his current stats. Name, Zhong Chen. Rank, second transition level 36. Identity, Insect Race Lord. Profession, God level Spirit Medicine Master. God level Thunder Lord. Hidden unique profession. Talent 1, Myriad Things Growth 5 Colored Divine Pattern Evolution. 5 Colored Myriad Things Ancestral Tree. Talent 2, Lightning Flash Red, Lightning Fusion Red, God of Wealth Purple. Skill, Human Saber Purple, Earth Saber Purple, Heaven Saber Gold, Great Tao Saber 5 Colored. Zhong Chen's entire body, at this moment, was like a rainbow sherbet. All the powers appeared around him. He looked down at the system panel, continuing to exclaim, "Adding the insect swarm reproduction plus the Thunder Lord, my combat power has soared." The system panel below showed the information of Little Armor and Shaju, Queen Insect XIAJRU, level 36, Nine-Winged Insect King, Calamity level. Number, 12 million, Queen Insect Little Armor, level 32, Scarlet Armor Elephant Beetle, Heaven Talent level. Number, 30,000, Total Strength, 409, Agility, 428, Spirit, 379, Constitution, 498, Combat Power Rating, 41 stars. Zhong Chen continued, "Thanks to the attributes of the Scarlet Armor Elephant Beetle, my constitution has almost doubled compared to before." After reading all his stats, he waved his hand, testing this new power. His entire body was covered in a layer of Scarlet Armor Elephant Beetles, and his hands were constantly radiating lightning bolts along with purple saber energy. He confidently said loudly, "Even if I can't use the Nine-Winged Insect King in the Heaven's Chosen competition, I can just rely on my electric fists and electric saber techniques. I can also sweep through an area. If that's not enough, then at most I'll reveal Little Armor and the 9 Revolutions Underworld Demon." Shifting the scene to the Kingline War Zone. Deep in the Kindling Mountains, a blue dragon was flying in the night sky. The man riding the dragon, as soon as he arrived, spoke, "What's wrong? Has everyone arrived yet?" Someone, seeing him being too flashy, clicked his tongue, saying, "Too ostentatious." The man, looking very similar to Ji Hongyin, rested his hand on the dragon, smiling happily, saying to the 4 people sitting below, "You all arrived early. Unlike me, running from the Great Sea, I almost lost my life." The woman in the group turned to smile awkwardly, saying, "Looking at the formation of the Great Sea War Zone when the State Protector takes the field, and then looking at us." The flashy man continued, "Compared to State Protector law, why is there such a big difference?" The man beside him continued, "When it comes to mocking others, you're definitely number 1. This person, leaning against the dragon, continued to boast, "There's no way around it. We people of the Great Sea value appearances." The fur-clad man, hearing this, couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table, saying loudly, "What? Just doing some empty, flashy things on the outside." The white-bearded man beside him patted his shoulder, advising, "All right, everyone's here, let's get down to business." He began to speak seriously. "Everyone, the situation of this year's Heaven's Chosen competition is completely different from last year. Besides Jingdu being the strongest, there's also Meido and Zhongnon. Especially Zhongnon, not only does it have Zhongwushuan, but it also has a Zhongchen. Their overall strength even surpasses Meido." The green-clad man, hearing this, replied, "That's right. In the past, the Zhongnon war zone could still call us brothers, resisting Meido and Jingdu together. But this year, they have no intention of allying with us anymore." The white-haired man continued, "Not only that, my old friend, Ziyuanshan, was also exiled to the Earth Palace inexplicably." The woman on this side, hearing everyone seem too afraid of Zhongnon, offered her opinion. "Well then, this year, let's join forces to eliminate Zhongnon first." "That will be fine," someone spoke. After all, the 6 great war zones previously joined forces to deal with Jingdu, but in the end, they didn't get any benefits. Someone agreed with the woman's opinion. "Miss Shingai is right. It's better to compete for the number to spot than to fight the most difficult opponent." With that, the white-haired man spoke. "Now, let's start raising our hands to vote." The Qinglan war zone agree. With that, the remaining 3 people also raised their hands in turn. The Wuxiong war zone agrees. The Qianfu war zone adds a vote. The Qinglan war zone as well. Seeing that the flashy man hadn't made any moves, the fur-clad man of the Qinglan war zone spoke. "Now it's just you, Yan Zhongshan." Hearing his name, this person put on an indifferent expression, saying, "Huh? You guys finished discussing so quickly. I'm sorry, brothers. This time, I didn't come to play this alliance game with you." With that, he revealed a sinister expression, continuing, "Hey, I just want to say one thing to you, my poor brothers." With that, he laughed happily, saying loudly, "This year's Great Sea Heaven's Chosen list, the Great Sea War Zone will definitely win." The green-clad man, puzzled, spoke, "What the hell are you talking about, Yan Zhongshan?" Yan Zhongshan continued, "That number 1 spot will definitely belong to us, damn it." Saying this is really refreshing. The remaining people were extremely puzzled and angry that this guy kept beating around the bush. Yan Zhongshan, at this point, laughed loudly, bidding farewell to everyone. "I'll go first. Goodbye, everyone." With that, he flew up into the sky, constantly laughing loudly, leaving behind words of reassurance for everyone. "Don't worry. I won't cooperate with you, but I also won't go tattling." After a while, the space was much quieter. The man of the Qinglan war zone spoke. "What was Yan Zhongshan hit by? Is there something wrong with his head?" Another person replied, "He was probably dumped by a girl and hit his head. Or he has something to rely on, like a trump card that we don't know about." The white-haired man on this side said seriously, "Never mind him. Anyway, as long as the 4 great war zones of us put all our efforts into creating a perfect plan, Zhongnon will definitely be defeated." Shifting the scene to Zhejiang City, at the dangerous peak of Jade Mountain, a group of hooded people was standing high, looking down at the modern city. The red-hooded man spoke, asking his people, "How is the progress of the great Saint Sun over there? Have you discovered anything unusual?" One of the subordinates replied, reporting, "Seventh Lord, please rest assured, the Saint Sun is doing well. He has successfully become the number 1 Heaven's Chosen of the Great Sea War Zone. Moreover, he is extremely trusted by the Great Sea State Protector, Yan Zhongshan. With the strength of the Saint Sun, he will definitely seize the #1 spot on this year's Heaven's Chosen list. Hearing this, the seventh Lord grinned. The supreme glory of the Great Seer will be seized by the ancient God Church. At that time, I really want to see the expressions of those invincible state protectors. It will be too much fun. This seventh Lord began to get excited. He continued, currently, all the arrangements have begun to operate, only waiting for the Heaven's Chosen list to begin, attracting all the eyes of the Great Seer. At that time, the beast tide will sweep through the entire Jujong city. At this moment, he spread his arms wide, radiating a dense magical energy, constantly saying as if calling for something, "Sacrifice Jujong, the ancient god revives. Sacrifice Jujong, the ancient god revives." I don't know which ancient god this god is talking about. Ancient god Duan is already dead, and if it's another ancient god, the myriad things ancestral tree is full of fruit. If you think I'm right, give me a like. Shifting the scene to the Zhongnan war zone, in the central square, there was a person standing on the stage, and the Heaven's Chosen were standing below, watching attentively. The person standing on the stage said, "Tomorrow is the day the Heaven's Chosen competition officially begins." It was Duan Xinghai. He was seriously popularizing the competition rules for all the Heaven's Chosen. Today, I will reiterate the rules to prevent any Heaven's Chosen from not remembering. Zhang Chen, standing below, hearing the phrase "any Heaven's Chosen from not remembering," broke out in a cold sweat because he had been busy clearing the Mado side these past few days, so he still hadn't heard the regulations. He muttered, "Any Heaven's Chosen from not remembering? Isn't he talking about me?" Duan Xinghai began to point to the screen, then continued, "The Heaven's Chosen competition has a total of 8 Great War Zones and 80 Heaven's Chosen. The competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is team-based competition, meaning the teams from the 8 Great War Zones enter an eternal secret realm in the Qinglan War Zone, attacking each other, eliminating the 4 war zones with the fewest survivors. The people below, hearing this, began to murmur. Zhang Chen, however, had nothing to worry about. Duan Xinghai continued, "This round is to test unity and cooperation. No matter how strong an individual is, if they can't protect their teammates, they will lose. Don't think that hiding in one place and doing nothing is safe. The secret realm will have lightning strikes as punishment." Duan Xinghai's words were spoken simultaneously with the illustrations on the stage. He continued, "In addition, the range of the secret realm will shrink every hour. Anyone outside the circle will be eliminated immediately. Also, in the secret realm, even if you die, the experience is real, but you can still revive outside." Hearing this, Zhang Chen was a bit excited. He thought, "Lightning strikes. Doesn't my Thunder Lord talent just happen to be able to accumulate energy?" Speaking of this, his body also excitedly started to emit small sparks, surprising those beside him, who looked over. Continuing was the illustration of Duan Xinghai. The second round is the individual ranking round in Jingdu. After the first round, about 30 people will remain and conduct free battles in a round-robin format, eliminating directly. The rules are very simple: win and advance, lose and be eliminated. Having finished, Duan Xinghai seriously turned to say to everyone, "Now, all of you, choose your team leader." As soon as Duan Xinghai finished speaking, there was a lot of whispering and arguing. "Do we still need to choose? Zhang Chen is here." Zhang Chen thought to himself, "I feel like a lot of eyes are looking at me." The 2 girls who were always by his side immediately made their move, claiming the slot first. "We choose Zhang Chen." Everyone quickly liked this comment. Zhang Chen, without turning his head, knew who it was. He could only silently cover his face to reduce the embarrassment. It's fine for girls to choose a man, but these 2 hooligans, Liu Beizi and Lazy, also spoke up. "We also choose Zhang Chen." "I agree with Zhang Chen." Zhang Chen still didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, "Should I be happy or sad?" On Zhang Wushuang and Bai Feng's side, a loud voice rang out, "Tong Ying and I choose Zhang Wushuang." Although Zhang Chen is very strong, Zhang Wushuang is still more reliable. Turning back to Zhang Chen, 2 people stepped forward. He spoke in turn, "I also vote for Zhang Chen because he's too handsome. I also add a vote." Zhang Chen, hearing this, was startled, smiling shyly, saying, "But I don't even know your names yet." Hearing this, these two people introduced themselves in turn. The girl spoke first. "My name is Li Bing, I'm a support." The young man beside her also continued, "My name is easy to remember, I'm Wang Zi." Suddenly, Zhong Wushwang approached Zhong Chen, patting his shoulder and smiling happily, saying, "Zhong Chen, I also vote for you to create a lively atmosphere." Zhong Chen, hearing this, was stunned, asking, "Even you?" Seeing that everyone wanted to be on his team, he felt extremely pressured. He said in choked voice, "Does anyone want to come up here and taste this feeling?" He didn't notice that Duan Xinghai's expression had changed to anger long ago. He continued, "Actually, what I mean is that I don't want to be the team leader. I have neurasthenia and can't handle the pressure." Duan Xinghai couldn't stand this act anymore. He pushed Zhong Chen down, shouting, "Get down. If you want to act in front of me, wait 800 years. Since everyone trusts you, then do a good job." With that, he created a long staircase leading upwards, then said slowly, "Our Zhongnan war zone has been bullied for many years. Whether we can turn the tables this time all depends on you. This staircase leading to the teleportation space is a gift from me to you. I hope you can step by step reach the peak. Heaven's splitting saber is waiting up there. He will represent the state protector and go with you to the Kingland base." The Heavens Chosen, hearing this, responded loudly in unison, "Understood." A while later, everyone was present at the Kingland battle zone. This was the entrance to the eternal secret realm. From above, this place looked like a giant volcano. On the observation platform were the state protectors and Wind Kings, carefully watching the members of their zones. Ducation and Ji Hongyan were very serious, mixed with worrying. Below, Zhong Chen's group was looking around observing. Luo Sandao's eyes widened as she exclaimed after seeing a familiar face, "Look! Our Saber King is sitting in the front row of the State Protector Zone." Zhong Chen also saw this, but he was a bit puzzled. This is understandable, but Ji Hongyan is just a Wind King. Why is he also sitting in the State Protector Zone? Hearing the handsome guy mention her father, Ji Wanyu approached, shyly explaining, "Zhong Chen, that's because our Meido war zone currently doesn't have a state protector, so my father has to temporarily replace him." While Zhong Chen was surprised by her sudden appearance, the two wives beside him sensed danger and immediately pounced, shouting in unison, "You're the captain of the enemy team. Why are you blushing and looking at our captain like a teapot?" Shifting to the sky, a ship tore through space and descended. Those below recognized it and exclaimed, "Here it comes. The Jingdu war zone is here. What a powerful aura." The combat power of this ship is probably comparable to an 8th turn state protector. The Jingdu state protector, Fang Zhenghao, was indeed afraid that people wouldn't know his family was powerful. Yingzon, carrying his saber, flew down first. Zhong Chen, observing, thought to himself, "That person is Yingzon, indeed. His aura is extraordinary." The people from Jingdu had not been there long when another war zone tore through space and emerged. Before they even appeared, their voice echoed, "Damn it! The people from Jingdu are really too arrogant." It was Yan Zhongshan, riding on a 9-headed dragon, extremely ferocious, covering the entire space. He leaned back leisurely and continued, "But when it comes to grandeur, our Guanghai war zone doesn't admit defeat." Those below were once again in an uproar. "Damn it, Yan Zhongshan has gone crazy this year. How can he be so arrogant? 9 dragons pulling a coffin. It's even more extravagant than Jingdu." Yan Zhongshan, at this time, excitedly pointed to the coffin, cutting off the whispers below. "Today, we're entering the battle with a formation from the coffin, called Resurrected from the Dead." The scene shifted to the Heavens Chosen of Guanghai, along with Yan Zhongshan's voice echoing, "This year, the top spot on the Heavens Chosen list will definitely belong to our Guanghai war zone." The introduction ended here. The host's voice announced the content of the competition. Team battles, with the war zone as the unit, 8 war zones, eliminate 4. The Heavens Chosen from the 8 war zones slowly entered the eternal secret realm. The person continued, "Inside the secret realm, the survival range will shrink every hour, like you're running from the circle in a game, but this will last longer. If any team stands still and doesn't move, they will be struck by heavenly lightning. As soon as Zhong Chen's group of 10 entered, an announcement rang out. The Zhong team has entered the secret realm. As soon as Zhong Chen entered, he looked around, silently assessing. This is the decisive battle area. Someone in the group spoke first. That place is the final battle area. Zhong Chen, you're the team leader, quickly make arrangements. Zhong Chen turned to ask. The person who had just spoken was Bai Feng, he explained without noticing the expressions of the two girls behind Zhong Chen, of course. 8 war zones. Those who can enter here are all 1 in 10,000. If we want to eliminate our opponents, we have to think of a way to strike first. Mu Hanqi couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward, scolding. Why are you talking to the team leader like that? Don't you know any manners? Before she could finish speaking, Zhong Chen stopped her. He smiled shyly and said, Bai Feng, what you said makes sense. In this situation, we really should make some arrangements. With that, he put his hand into his space, simultaneously continuing, wait a moment, I'll take a few things from my storage space. Someone in the group exclaimed, so the team leader has prepared beforehand. A moment later, before everyone was the image of Zhong Chen laying out a sofa, a barbecue grill, marinated meat, vegetables, and fruits. He sat cross-legged, leisurely saying, all right. Luo Sandao and everyone else froze, saying in confusion, a barbecue grill. Skewers, sliced meat, potatoes, green beans, chili powder, sesame oil, charcoal, firewood. Everyone, at this moment, simultaneously opened their mouths, thinking the same thing. Is this a barbecue? Mu Hanqi reminded him, Master, no matter what you do, it's right. But is this really appropriate right now? Luo Sandao also said, that's right, benefactor. Now is a moment of life and death. Why are you? Tong Yin couldn't stand it anymore and turned her head away, sighing silently. Zhong Chen is good in all aspects, but he's really not suitable to be a team leader. Bai Feng also approached Zhong Chen and said, Zhong Chen, you've already forgotten the rules. We'll be struck by heavenly lightning if we stand still. Liu Beizi beside him also chimed in. That's right, Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen still continued to leisurely skewer meat. I know, but it's okay to eat a little barbecue. After all, you can only fight when you're full. Only Zhong Wushwang was different from the others. He looked down at Zhong Chen with some interest, exclaiming, wonderful. Wonderful, so that's it, I understand. What does he understand? The viewers were still writing reviews, but they still didn't understand. In a blink, Zhong Wushwang sat down and helped Zhong Chen skewer meat. Seeing someone as reliable as Zhong Wushwang also doing this, those outside fell into confusion. Zhong Wushwang too, could it be that our team has two unreliable people? Or is there another meaning to this? Luo Sandao suddenly had an enlightened expression and excitedly said, Benefactor is still the most high level. I understand now. The two youths, Liu Beizi and Lazy, also showed a deep understanding and said, so that's it. Zhong Chen is truly profound. Zhong Chen, hearing those words, still didn't know what everyone was talking about. With that, everyone started to help. Lazy, while working, said, then let's follow the team leader. Everyone, come over and help. The girl named Li Bing also immediately got to work. I like to eat grilled potatoes, I'll skewer more. Zhong Chen was still puzzled, seeing everyone's reactions suddenly change so quickly. Only then did he understand the real reason for him taking out the barbecue. He looked at everyone busily working and thought in his head, the reason for grilling food is one, I'm really hungry. Ever since the insect swarm started reproducing, my appetite has increased beyond words. I'm not afraid of heavenly lightning, I even want to take the opportunity to charge up. But looking at their expressions, it seems it's not that simple. Suddenly, Mu Hanqi rushed to his side, excitedly saying, I understand too, Master. Zhong Chen, hearing this, asked, what do you understand? She replied, Master's arrangement is too profound. I'm too stupid to figure it out. Zhong Chen was speechless. He asked, then why did you say you understood? Mu Hanqi then smiled innocently and explained, everyone said they understood, so if I said I didn't understand, Wouldn't I seem very stupid? He John Chen wanted to laugh so badly, but he held it in. He thought in his head, so that's okay too. On this side, Zhong Wushwang was also lost in his imagination. Zhong Chen, your methods have only appeared once in history. If I hadn't read over 100 Heaven's Chosen lists, I definitely wouldn't have recognized it. But I didn't expect you to risk your life for this test. You're truly a team leader worthy of the name. While lost in thought, he glanced at Zhong Chen with an admiring gaze, using stillness to control movement, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. But doing so is also very risky. Aren't you really afraid of being surrounded and attacked by everyone? Or do you not know what fear is? Zhong Chen also noticed that Zhong Wushwang was looking at him. Zhong Wushwang continued to ponder, could this be the invincible mindset? No wonder my grandfather told me to interact with you and observe you more. Compared to you, I lost not because of talent or strength, but because I lacked the determination to not fear anything. Is it too late? Hey, I'm just hungry. Zhong Chen, seeing that guy staring at him for so long, pouted and asked, why are you staring? Are you trying to flirt with me? Smelling the aroma of the grilled meat, Zhong Chen couldn't wait any longer and jumped to where Zhong Wushwang was. Zhong Wushwang exclaimed, Zhong Chen, I'm really not as good as you. Zhong Chen, hearing those words, didn't understand at all. He asked, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm going. Your skewers are burning. Outside the secret realm, Gukaishan was observing his disciple and the Heavens Chosen of Zhongnon. He said silently, people are resting or investigating, but this brat is actually having a picnic. I'm already old, and they still won't let me rest. He was embarrassed and didn't dare to look at those beside him, silently blaming, it must be Hong Yao, she's leading her junior brother like this. It's all ruined, I'm so embarrassed. How can I face Duan Xinghai in the future? A red-haired state protector beside him laughed happily and said, it seems the Zhongnon team is very well prepared this time. Hearing this, Gukaishan and Ji Hongyin simultaneously glanced over. The person continued, remember back when the human emperor was young, he also used to deliberately stop in place and wait for heavenly lightning to strike. The scene shifted to the memories of this person. Yingzon, the descendants of the human emperor. The red-haired state protector continued, immediately after, for other teams came to investigate, and the result was a complete annihilation. He took action alone, his ruthlessness, courage, and decisiveness made people admire him. Now, several hundred years have passed, the descendants of the human emperor, Yingzon, haven't accomplished anything great. On the contrary, some nobodies have learned a few half-baked moves and are putting on airs. Ji Hongyin, hearing this, shouted, whether they're worthy or not isn't for a deserter like you to judge. With that, he turned to Gukaishan, smiling awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Gukaishan, don't bother with him. Look, the Qinglan, Wuxiang, Qinglan, and Tianfu war zones are trying to form an alliance again. It seems Jingdu is about to have bad luck. Gukaishan, hearing this, said seriously, this year's Heavens Chosen are all very strong. The Jingdu war zone probably won't have it easy this time. The red-haired deserter replied, a bunch of chickens and dogs dare to touch the tiger's whiskers of Jingdu. Ji Hongyin suddenly shouted, wait a minute. The elites from those for war zones don't seem to be targeting Jingdu, they're targeting Zhongnon. On the map was an image of 4 war zones surrounding Zhong Shen's group. Gukaishan, seeing this scene, stood up shouting, damn it. They're not attacking the strong, not attacking the weak, but they like to target those who are half-baked. The deserter beside him laughed happily, finally there's something good to watch. Shifting inside the secret realm, a group of people was approaching Zhong Shen's group. Seeing the scene before them, they spoke to each other. Found them, they're in the northwest, 10 miles away. But they're actually having a barbecue and have no defenses at all. This is too strange, there must be something wrong. Could they be baiting us? It's also possible they're really hungry. How can that be possible in this situation? The team leader of the Qianfu Alliance, Luo Shan, cracked his knuckles and spoke, don't argue anymore. If they have no defenses, then we don't need to care about what they're doing. Just follow the plan and advance. Don't forget, we still have teammates in the rear guarding our position. This battle must be ended quickly. The two elites split into 3 teams. My team will mainly restrain Zhong Wushwang, and Wu Qingqing's team will be responsible for dealing with Zhong Chen. The Qinglan War Zone's #1 Heaven's Chosen, Wu Qingqing, unleashed her technique, ready to enter the battle. She snorted, looking in the direction of Zhong Chen's group. Zhong Chen, although you possess a calamity, you can't use it here. As long as we don't let him draw his saber, it will be very easy to deal with him. Luo Shan continued. Dan Lishuang's team will take on the most difficult task of dealing with the remaining members of the Zhongnan War Zone. Hearing her name, Wu Xiong's #1 Heaven's Chosen, Dan Lishuang spoke. I will cleanse them. Then Luo Shan looked behind him and continued, Liu Hang, use your space technique to support everyone. The Qinglan War Zone's #1 Heaven's Chosen, Liu Hang, waved his hand, creating a space portal in front of everyone. Then Luo Shan urged, no more delays, let's go. Outside, Gukaishan was still worried. He looked at the screen, seeing Zhong Chen leisurely eating skewers, and was puzzled. Damn it, the enemy is already within 500 meters. Why haven't they discovered them yet? It's impossible. Even if my disciple doesn't discover them, Zhong Wushwang should have noticed them. Zhong Chen, are you still eating? If you keep eating, you'll be killed. Gukaishan was still very worried about his disciple and the people of Zhongnan. On this side, the 4 state protectors were very satisfied with their plan. They laughed happily. Liu Hang's space concealment technique in Qinglan is unparalleled. Wu Qingqing is the #1 assassin in Qinglan. Not to mention Zhongnan, even going down to the Earth Abyss, she's a god of slaughter. Dan Lishuang of Wuxian is the #1 beauty of the water element in Great Xia. Don't look at her gentle appearance, she's actually very fierce. Luo Shan of Qianfu, in addition to possessing powerful mental abilities, is also the best strategist. Inside, Zhong Chen was still leisurely eating skewers. The group that was ambushing him had approached within 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, preparing to close the net. Zhong Wushwang, seeing that Zhong Chen still hadn't made any moves, looked over, thinking, I didn't expect the heavenly lightning to not have arrived yet, but the enemy has arrived first. They're already within 100 meters, why hasn't he made a move? Could it be that Zhong Chen hasn't discovered them? That's impossible. A loud rang out, it was Zhong Chen, taking a bite of the beast's leg. Zhong Chen, die! Suddenly, Zhong Chen shouted, simultaneously throwing the leg away. Damn it, who grilled this beast's leg? It's not even cooked. The leg accidentally hit Luo Shan in the face. This guy was concealing himself in space. Seeing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, have I been discovered? Inside the battle zone, Zhong Wushwang jumped forward, saying, Zhong Chen, so you discovered them a long time ago. You're really patient. Zhong Chen, sitting behind, exclaimed in surprise, Zhong Wushwang winked, continuing, back in the old days, we used to knock on cups as a signal. Now, we can throw bones to hint truly wonderful, no wonder it's you. With that, he poked his hand into a membrane surrounding them, tearing it open. Zhong Wushwang shouted, so you can set up a triple layer of void restriction, and even a cyclical illusion. It's a pity you fell into Zhong Chen's trap. The broken wall revealed the group in the northwest, led by Luo Shan. The group focused their energy, and the team leader was startled to see Zhong Wushwang. Damn it. You discovered us. Why didn't you attack earlier? You're just humiliating us. Zhong Wushwang, upon meeting them, angrily rushed forward, scolding, you're really too talkative. Luo Shan continued to shout orders to everyone. If we retreat now, we'll all die. Everyone, proceed according to the plan. Let's work together to eliminate Zhongnan. At this moment, Zhong Chen and his group arrived. Luo Sandao and some others, upon seeing him, shouted, Team leader, superb. Zhong Chen is truly wise. I admire you, as expected of you. On this side, Luo Sandao also grabbed his arm, adding, I told you so. Zhong Chen smiled shyly, replying to the 2 girls, it's nothing profound, it's not as everyone imagines. Now, in his heart, he silently said, but since everyone has arrived, then let's begin. With that, Zhong Chen rushed out, he stomped his foot, releasing his aura onto the ground. Before leaving, He didn't forget to instruct the two, protect Li Bing and Yongzi well. Don't let others snatch them away. Luo Sandao, behind him, immediately replied, understood, team leader? In the distance, he thought to himself, I should also go stretch my muscles. Running to the outer circle where Zhong Wuxuan was fighting, he was currently dealing with each of them one by one. Many people were sent flying by the powerful aura from his attacks. Zhong Wuxuan was holding the head of an unlucky person, shouting, 8-armed war god body, all trash. The team leader, Luo Shun, who was initially just sharp-tongued, was now completely helpless. He reported to the people behind him, damn it. Zhong Wuxuan is too strong, we need another team to support us. The teammate behind him, hearing this, was startled and asked, can't you hold on? The one holding the space technique, Liu Hang, while exerting himself, said cautiously, Dan Lishuang's group, come over here first. Damn it, why isn't it going according to plan? Just as he finished speaking, Liu Hang felt something was wrong. Looking up, he saw the shadow of Zhong Chen holding a sword, flying towards him with a burning killing intent. Zhong Chen said, space system, going to provide support. Liu Hang's face changed immediately. He broke out in a cold sweat muttering, it's Zhong Chen. In the next second, the saber in Zhong Chen's hand slashed decisively towards Liu Hang, then I won't let you succeed. This guy was also very quick, dodging and taking the opportunity to slip into the space crack. Realizing that Zhong Chen's strength was not ordinary, Liu Hang cursed in his heart, damn it. I can only slip into the void. Wu Qingqing, why hasn't your team controlled Zhong Chen yet? On Qingqing's side, she was still struggling with Tong Ying. While dodging the attacks, she shouted, I'm temporarily being held back by Tong Ying. Tong Ying continued to press forward. Everyone says you're number 1 in the assassin system, and I'm number 2. Today, I want to see if that's really the case. On Dan Lishuang's side, she was engaged in a fierce battle with Bai Feng. Two opposing forces clashed. Bai Feng roared, his eyes shining, if you want to deal with my teammates, you must first get past me, little killing god. Dan Lishuang dodged the attacks and also counterattacked. Then I'll purify you first, and then go find others. Beside them, the remaining teammates of Luo Shun and Zhong Chen were continuously gathering their strength, fighting fiercely, clang, clang. Many techniques were unleashed, fierce tiger fist, bagua formation, Yon Huang sword, void palm. At this moment, using his protective strength, Luo Sandao rushed forward, strengthening his profession's strength. Immediately, a blue sphere of light appeared around him, surrounding him. Eternal Earth Shield. Right behind Luo Sandao, he shouted, ordering Li Bing, you follow me, hide in my protective shield, and provide support with your arrows. Li Bing quickly knelt down, understood. He turned his bow and shot forward. At the same time, Mu Hankyu, holding his saber, rushed forward. While paying attention to his target, he reminded the person behind him, Wangzi, you first curse and protect me. Wangzi immediately obeyed and pushed his hand forward, unleashing his technique. Curse of Despair. One of Luo Shun's team members was hit. He was slashed several times across his stomach, crying out in pain, ouch, ouch. Before he could unleash his technique to respond, Feng Yu, mental opening. Hiding inside the space, Liu Hang poked his head out, looking left and right, thinking, this is bad. If this continues, we'll collapse soon. Just as he revealed an opening, it was too dangerous. Zhong Chen appeared, slashing decisively. The space hole closed with a thud. That guy retracted his head inside. Zhong Chen said in a challenging tone, it seems you really like the game of whack-a-mole, then I'll play with you a bit. Liu Hang was terrified in the dark space. He worried, I'm being targeted by Zhong Chen. If this continues, I won't even be able to protect myself. There's basically no way to help my teammates move in space. On this side, Zhong Chen discovered two guys lurking in the distance. He flicked his hand, and the people in Luo Shun's group immediately coughed up blood, each receiving a slash. With profound internal strength, Zhong Chen glanced to the side and said, want to take the opportunity to squeeze a soft persimmon. That won't do, I can whack moles while slashing you. It's not a problem at all. As for the team leader, Luo Shun, he was very weak, probably having fought too hard, so he coughed up blood on the spot, collapsing before Zhong Wushwang. He stood tall, pointing directly at Luo Shan, saying, "Even if you have 8 more people, you still can't beat me. My head can naturally still beat you all up. Do you have enough people?" Luo Shan, beside his wounded teammates, remained silent, extremely panicked inside. This is bad. The formation is collapsing. Zhong Wushwang is too strong, and Zhong Chen is still fighting freely. If this continues, we'll definitely be lose. Suddenly, the sky turned grey, and many lightning bolts appeared. Luo Shan clutched his shoulder, looking up and muttering, "The tribulation cloud has finally arrived." So he shouted, "Lightning punishment supreme. Dan Lishwang, it's your turn." "Lightning, quickly release the lightning." Dan Lishwang quickly appeared under the dark sky. She immediately strengthened her profession's strength. Her 2 eyes shone brightly as she floated in the sky, gathering her strength. Zhong Wushwang, standing beside her, saw Dan Lishwang and Bai Feng rushing towards each other. He seemed to realize the problem and said silently, "This is bad, so this is their real plan." With that, he quickly shouted, signaling all his team members, "Everyone, first eliminate Dan Lishwang." Not letting the Zhongnon team have a chance to turn the tables, the team leader, Luo Shan, maniacally stretched out his hand, releasing a magical power. It was crimson and began to spread outwards. Luo Shan gritted his teeth. "You know too much." He shouted, "Illusionary realm, chaotic Tao domain. Killing scene, sea of fire, annihilation scene." Even someone as strong as Zhong Wushwang was having trouble with this ultimate move from Luo Shan. Zhong Wushwang's entire body was enveloped by a twisting aura. He had difficulty standing firm and had to sit down, supporting himself on the ground, trying to remain calm, to careless. Luo Shan continued to say in a low voice, "Zhong Wushwang, I know that even if I use all my illusions, I can't imprison you for long." Luo Shan, step by step, approached Zhong Wushwang, clutching his injured shoulder. He continued, "But if I can hold you back for a breath, that's enough. By the time you escape from the illusion, Zhongnon will have long been destroyed." On this side, Dan Lishwang was fighting Bai Feng with 50% of her strength. Luo Shan shouted, urging her, "Dan Lishwang, hurry up. There's no time left." Dan Lishwang unleashed a wave of blue spiritual power. She pushed forward with all her strength, shouting towards Bai Feng, "Azure Water Dragon's Fury." Bai Feng powerfully responded with the aura from his Qing sword. It was fiery red, opposing her. He shouted, "God and Demon Gang Che Body Protection." Dan Lishwang's aura was somewhat overwhelming. Bai Feng muttered in his heart, "Damn it, I'm being pushed back." Dan Lishwang, taking advantage of this, pushed her hands forward, roaring, "Azure Water Flood Dragon, rise." From her petite, fair body, an aura radiated, as brilliant as the tide. The Zhongnon team was put in a difficult situation. Seeing the danger, Zhong Chen immediately ordered everyone to be formation, activate, everyone, retreat. Following this order, everyone stopped and summoned their pillars to return to Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen, paying attention to all the members, muttered, "Every member in the group has a mark on their head, right?" After this scene, in the dark and stormy sky, a majestic dragon appeared. It opened its large mouth, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Its eyes shone brightly, and its horns were thick and brilliant lightning bolts against the sky. Everyone who witnessed this shouted, "Everyone, look, this is the form of lightning." On Luo Sandao's side, she was extremely flustered, looking up at the large dragon and worriedly saying, "This is bad. We're all locked on by the lightning punishment." The power of the lightning punishment can be compared to a 7th turn Wind King. With this range and time, there's basically no way to escape. Behind her, Li Bing, as if lost, blankly looked up, ignoring the surrounding battle. Tong Ying was still focused on Wu Qingqing, her face still calm and cold. "You've been slashed by me 3 times. The last slash almost killed you. You've lost." The victory or defeat of the girls was no joke. Wu Qingqing didn't care about the lightning dragon. She stared at Tong Ying, replying, "What's the use of that? You're just a loser in this year's Heaven's Chosen competition. The Great Xia dynasty doesn't remember losers." The 2 youths, Liu Beizi and Lazy looked up at the sky with worried expressions. Liu Beizi said, "Damn it, we were clearly about to win." Lazy, breaking out in a cold sweat, questioned his life. Could this be because we're going against the will of heaven? At this time, fighting fiercely with Dan Lishuan, Bai Feng was furious, his face dark. He raised his sword high, roaring, "Dan Lishuan, if you have the ability, don't hide in the void anymore." Dan Lishuan continued to appear and disappear, taunting, "You will be purified." Wang Zi, helplessly standing to the side, clenched his fists, saying in a low voice, "Muhankyu, it seems we're going to die here today." Muhankyu, at this moment, was extremely flustered. She covered her ears and squatted down, shouting, "Get out! Who wants to die with you? I want to go with my master to the end." Muhankyu still threw a bucket of cold water on Wang Zi. The trump card, Zhong Wushhuang, was currently being held back by Luo Shun. He was trying his best to escape, supporting himself on the ground. Zhong Wushhuang shouted, "You're all going to die. If Zhong Non loses, your war zones won't be able to advance. Lightning punishment can't kill me. Wait until I break free from the illusion, and I will definitely hunt you down to death." The team leader, Luo Shun, still arrogantly sneered, "Humph, wait until you survive," he said, not noticing a foot taking momentum and rushing over. It was Zhong Chen, the second trump card of the team. He approached the lightning dragon, staring intently at it, and said, "Isn't it just lightning punishment? Why are you all so desperate?" Zhong Chen's actions made Luo Shun laugh. He laughed loudly. "Zhong Chen, are you crazy? You're actually taking the initiative to approach. Are you complaining that the lightning punishment isn't striking down fast enough?" Not paying any attention to the ridicule, Zhong Chen fixed his eyes on the lightning dragon. "I've really been waiting for you for a long time." He changed his tone, turning to say to the group, "By the way, is this your main force? It's a bit weak, not just one, but 9 heads." Each of the large mouths was wide open, focusing their power on Zhong Chen. In the dark and stormy sky, Zhong Chen bravely and calmly faced them. Everyone, seeing this scene, shouted in surprise, "Wait a minute, something's wrong." The 9 lightning dragons are immediately heading towards Zhong Chen. Luo Shun shouted, "Dan Lishuan, what are you doing? Quickly release the lightning dragons." Dan Lishuan was also trying her best. Her 2 eyes were completely white, unable to see. She reached out her hands, continuously saying, "No, I can't control them now. How can my taboo be out of my control?" Suddenly, Zhong Chen slowly lowered his body. Following him were the lightning currents gradually merging into his body, as if charging him up. He deliberately spoke loudly to explain Dan Lishuan's confusion. "That's because your water is no longer pure." His face gradually became colder. In Zhong Chen's eyes, lightning flashed. He heroically shouted, "Thunder Lord, use lightning." With that, he flew up again to receive even more lightning. Everyone below looked up, continuously discussing. "It seems that the losers this time are you guys. Our master is saved, benefactor. He has a dual profession. Zhong Chen has many surprises that we don't know about yet." Above, after absorbing the lightning into his body, he gathered the electricity into his hand. It radiated a sinister power, along with lightning bolts full of pressure. Zhong Chen, his face dark, growled, "Heaven-splitting saber, lightning saber, you space-manipulating mole, I want to see if your space transfer speed is faster or my lightning is faster." Zhong Chen rushed forward. He swiped a large amount of magical power, aiming straight at the sealed space. Liu Hang was terrified, screaming in panic. Because of the sudden attack, Zhong Chen focused on unleashing his power. He growled, his anger very frightening. At this moment, even with Liu Hang's support, Luo Shun was still worried and scared. He thought, "Damn it. How can Zhong Chen's attacks now shatter the void? We're going to lose. We have to break through." His face turned pale, and sweat poured down. Standing before Zhong Wushhuang, who was being restrained, he seemed to sense something was wrong. Luo Shun lost his composure and shouted, "Zhong Chen is turning the lightning punishment into his power. We can't stop him. Everyone, get out of the void now. Even Zhong Wushhuang is about to lose control. Everyone, break through and run, hold on to hope." From within the broken space, Dan Lishwang and Liu Hang poked their heads out, their faces wary. Luo Sandao immediately gathered her power into her right hand. She pointed it straight at the opponents and shouted, "Want to run? Break through my shield first." From the small girl, a large circle of spiritual power enveloped everyone. It formed a giant shield, preventing anyone from escaping. Luo Sandao shouted, "Earth Shield Eternal, Enhanced Version." "You can't escape." On this side, Wu Qingqing was startled by Luo Sandao's power. She shouted, "You idiots, attack the barrier together." Before Qingqing could take action, Tong Ying rushed out, blocking her path. Holding his saber, he blocked the attack, standing before Wu Qingqing. "With me here, where do you think you're going?" Wu Qingqing immediately retorted, "Tong Ying, you're dead for sure." Bai Feng stepped forward, shouting, "Let's start the fight." Dan Lishwang also stepped forward. She gathered her strength in her slender hand. "Forgive me for saying this, but you're not worthy." Bai Feng retorted, "Whether I'm worthy or not, we'll know after a fight." Liu Beizi, standing in the distance, turned to Lazy and said, "Lazy, let's not just stand here and watch. Let's continue fighting." Lazy immediately gathered his spiritual power, delivering a basic strike to the back of one of them. He coughed up blood on the spot, falling face first to the ground, running away. "Leaving your back to the enemy, you idiot." Mu Hankyu immediately used his blood saber to block the path of one of them. She took momentum, jumping and splitting one of them in two. "Master is fighting everywhere. I have to show my worth too." Wang Zi beside her also unleashed his spiritual power, his eyes shining purple. He stretched out his hand in front of him, his eyes shining purple also agreed, "You're right. If we work together, we must kill at least one to be worthy." A streak of dark purple magical power flashed across the dark and stormy sky. It was the lightning power of Zhong Chen. In a flash, he used the lightning power in his hand to attack many of the remaining people. Now, he appeared before Liu Hang, when he was not yet prepared. He screamed in fear, "Are more people going to die?" Even so, Liu Hang was still stubborn. This guy revealed his head, his eyes completely white. Luo Shun hurriedly said, "Liu Hang, void severing. Use void severing to restrain Zhong Chen." Liu Hang, without emotion, immediately replied, "Understood, space shift." Liu Hang quickly shifted the space to quickly pull his teammates into hiding. However, his speed couldn't keep up with Zhong Chen's damage. Wherever he moved, his teammates would have their heads severed. Zhong Chen said confidently, "You're always one step too slow. Each time you're one step too slow, you lose a teammate." Liu Hang helplessly shouted, "No, he's too fast. I can't catch up to him." On this side, Luo Shun was going crazy. He tried his best to gather his strength, his two eyes shining brightly. "Liu Hang, my twin pupils can capture his movements. My consciousness will link with you. I'll provide you with the coordinates." Liu Hang, now receiving support, immediately replied, "Understood." Luo Shun shouted, "Burn the origin, one mind, to uses." At the moment the two were straining to resist Zhong Chen's explosion, in an instant, Zhong Chen's entire body jumped high. He took momentum, swinging his saber, pulling his hands back. His face darkened, only his eyes with a point of light were visible, looking very frightening. "I've been waiting for this moment. You mole, this time, you're too slow." Inside the broken space, Liu Hang was extremely flustered. He was terrified, shrinking down, muttering, "It's over. It's too late. Heaven-splitting saber, Great Dao Lightning Saber." Zhong Chen shouted, unleashing his technique. His descending attack was like a net from the heavens, a black magical power lightning bolt striking down, shaking the area. Only his small body could be seen, the rest was the heavy destruction of the attack. At this point, Zhong Chen's face softened again. He gave a small smile, glancing at Liu Hang, saying, "Liu Hang, originally, this saber was for you, but I don't want to steal someone else's joy." Liu Hang, in a passive state, was now too angry to respond. After quite a long time, Zhong Wushwang had restrained Luo Shun's dirty tricks. He began to slowly stand up, a bright red power radiating from his muscular, fair body. "Very dangerous." Zhong Wushwang lowered his voice. "Let me handle him," Luo Shun angrily growled, spitting out a lot of red liquid. He retreated, clenching his fists, helplessly saying, "It's no good anymore. I can't control John Wushwang anymore." Seeing this, the team members rushed up to support their team leader. "We're here to help." Everyone was full of killing intent and moved at high speed, attacking Zhong Wushwang. Luo Shan, in the distance, sat clutching his chest, shouting, "Well done. We can't escape anymore, we can only risk it. Everyone, protect me." Immediately, a pillar of spiritual power radiated from Zhong Wushwang. It was dense and shot straight up. All around, dust and rocks flew everywhere. The people who had just rushed up were completely staggered, some being sent flying, coughing up blood to the side. Zhong Wushwang stomped his foot and jumped up, simultaneously holding a rock, shouting, seeking death. Many people were helpless before Zhong Wushwang's power, crying out, "It's over, I can't hold on." Having temporarily dealt with this rabble, Zhong Chen flew closer to Zhong Wushwang. He excitedly leaned in, saying, "You've also made a move. Looking at the number of people, it doesn't seem enough to kill." Zhong Wushwang, with his eyes still red, glared forward, lowering his voice. "Then we can only rely on speed to compete for kills." Dan Lishwang pointed towards Bai Feng, who was being tightly bound by her giant water current. She was very pleased to have locked down Bai Feng and said to Zhong Wushwang and Zhong Chen, "Your words of praise were probably too early." Then she shouted, "Technique, unleash even greater power. Azure Water Flood Dragon, kill." Bai Feng, being tightly bound, continuously struggled. He tried his best to break free, shouting out the SOS signal, "Zhong Chen, save me." When a teammate is attacked, you must quickly provide support. Zhong Wushwang and Zhong Chen both rushed up at the same time. However, looking back, Wushwang only saw the black lightning streak left by Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen had quickly rushed to the rescue first, only hearing the voice, "Here I come, heaven-splitting saber." In a flash, Zhong Chen had relieved the siege and saved Bai Feng. With one hand, he held Bai Feng, and with the other, he sent flying the surging water current of Dan Lishwang. In the distance, she stood watching Zhong Chen with a dazed and astonished expression. The others who witnessed this were horrified, shouting, "How can Zhong Chen's speed be so fast?" Not stopping there, Zhong Chen continued to display his profession's talent. He controlled his power, bringing Bai Feng back to Luo Sandao to ensure his safety, myriad things growth. Zhong Chen ordered the girls, "Luo Sandao, take him Li Bing, heal him." In the distance, the two girls in his team immediately replied, "Received." At Luo Shan's location, this guy began to have some thoughts in his head about the battlefield. "I understand now, it's the electric field within 50 meters. Zhong Chen's speed is thanks to moving through the electric field, equivalent to possessing a conductor." So he immediately ordered Dan Lishwang, "Dan Lishwang, isolate his electric field. Find a way to destroy it, quickly." The Luoshan team also coordinated very smoothly. Dan Lishwang immediately unleashed her technique. Many streams of water immediately came out of the girl's hand. It shone brightly, spreading everywhere. Dan Lishwang said, "I understand now. Crimson gold water, isolate and defend." All the techniques were focused on Zhong Chen. Dan Lishwang's techniques poured down on the protagonist, enveloping him, yet Zhong Chen was not much affected. He stood proudly, holding his saber in his hand, smiling confidently, saying, "Relying on this wall of water to stop me." He spread his legs apart. Zhong Chen took momentum, striking with his saber, heaven-splitting saber. From his powerful slash, the force acted on the barrier, releasing a very strong force. However, it was not very effective against Dan Lishwang's technique. Seeing that the slashes that had just damaged the barrier were quickly recovering, Zhong Chen was surprised, thinking, "Impossible, I can't cut through it." Letting Zhong Chen do whatever he wanted, Dan Lishwang floated in the air, saying, "Zhong Chen, haven't you heard of drawing your saber to cut water? But the water still flows. Water benefits all things and doesn't compete. The harder and stronger your saber is, the more it will be restrained." Zhong Chen stopped, resting his saber on his shoulder, looking at her. So he smiled lightly, handsomely snapping his fingers, looking up and replying, "Oh, is that so? Then I won't use my saber anymore." With a very calm and relaxed tone, Zhong Chen heroically ordered Shaju, help me put away the saber, don't use your mouth. Shoju immediately replied, yes, father. Now, he clenched his fist, and from it radiated a bright red spiritual power. Zhong Chen shouted, but Dan Lixuan, you said the harder it is, the more it will be restrained. I don't believe it, Dan Lixuan, floating high with her slender legs, said, still stubborn. Zhong Chen gathered his strength, his eyes and spirit becoming more dangerous. Clenching his fist, Zhong Chen, his veins bulging, said loudly, whether I'm stubborn or not, we'll know after a try, suppressing prison god fist. With that, Zhong Chen unleashed a punch into the sky, using a large amount of energy to tear apart the wall of water surrounding Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen used a large amount of power, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Just as Zhong Chen was thought to be trapped in Dan Lixuan's sealed space, Zhong Chen's punch sent everything flying. Clenching his giant hand, he rushed towards Dan Lixuan. She was stunned to see it. My crimson gold water is one of the strongest defenses in the world. How can it be? Dan Lixuan took the full force of the punch. She coughed up blood on the spot, her white eyes looking up to the sky. Dan Lixuan received the full force of the punch from above. She fell freely to the ground, the force of the fall so strong that dust flew high. Zhong Chen, seeing this, said, this is because you rushed into it yourself. Dan Lixuan painfully roared. Now, the beautiful girl had been beaten to a pulp, her body covered in many cracks and injuries. Dan Lixuan lowered her head, breathing heavily. Zhong Chen added, Dan Lixuan, don't die yet. Can you spit out a little more water so I can wash my hands? Sensing the ominous signs from Dan Lixuan, Luo Shun, on this side, immediately shouted to his teammates, Dan Lixuan's crimson gold water has been broken. The people on this side, fighting with Zhong Wuxuan, were also very surprised to hear this. They were holding their swords, slashing at each other, when they were startled. Zhong Wuxuan said, in just a breath, Zhong Chen has ended the battle, but I'm still dawdling here. It's really uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. Zhong Wuxuan jumped up, swinging continuous punches towards Luo Shun, gathering all his strength into a direct attack. Luo Shun hurriedly raised his arms to resist. Zhong Wuxuan continued to shout, War God Body, kill them all. Luo Shun, with nothing left to lose, raised his hands in front of him, facing Zhong Wuxuan, unleashing his spiritual power. Behind him, many large eyes appeared in the void. Everyone is dead, there's no other way, after all, there's only death. Burn the origin, twin pupils, heavenly secret, yellow flood, annihilation scene. Yet the eyes gathered near Zhong Wuxuan, and they were all cracking. Zhong Wuxuan laughed loudly, looking around, saying, useless. The same technique won't imprison me again. The streaks of red aura radiating from him suppressed everything. Zhong Chen pursed his lips, saying to himself, with the old tree here, any illusion won't get close. The streams of aura continuously resisted Luo Shun's technique. Luo Shun, as if going crazy, exploded, jumping towards Zhong Wuxuan. His eyes were completely white, reaching out his hands towards Zhong Wuxuan. Zhong Chen, even if I have to die today, I must take one with me. Without you, the other teammates of the 4 war zones will still have hope. Just as he was thought to be in great danger, Zhong Wuxuan gave him a holy uppercut. Luo Shun took the full force of the punch, his entire body slamming into the ground, dust and rocks flying everywhere. Zhong Wuxuan said, I've already said it. I will definitely kill all of you from the 4 war zones. What I say, I will do. With that, Wuxuan turned to report to Zhong Chen, it's done, your tactics are truly superb. Zhong Chen, with one hand in his pocket and one hand pointing to the sky, said seriously, don't be in a hurry to celebrate, look. With that, Zhong Wuxuan looked up. A large area of space was shining, being strongly affected. Zhong Wuxuan shouted, this is, the secret realm is shrinking. Everyone, quickly clean up the battlefield and retreat immediately. Shifting the scene to the observation platform, Zhong Zhuangji and Ji Lingqi were floating, observing the developments of the battle. Zhong Zhuangji spoke, exclaiming after seeing Zhong Chen's display, so he also has a lightning system profession. Moreover, it might be a unique hidden class. This Zhong Chen is truly becoming more and more anticipated. Ji Lingqi beside him also continued, with his potential, plus the 9-winged insect king, perhaps in the future he can reach the myriad races gold list. He turned to Zhong Zhuangji, continuing, besides Zhong Chen, Zhong Wuxuan is also not bad. Luo Shan and Dan Lishuang also performed quite well. At this point, Jilingqi suddenly clutched his head, saying dejectedly about his granddaughter, unlike my granddaughter, leading the team has just been getting lost. Many geniuses are also directionally challenged. You don't need to care too much. Zhong Zhuangji, hearing this, immediately turned back to look with a helpless expression. The scene shifted to Gukaishan and Ji Hongyan. Ji Hongyan, at this moment, was extremely excited, shouting to Gukaishan, Zhong Chen actually has a lightning system profession. Well done, heaven-splitting saber king, even I have to admire you. Ji Hongyan thought that this master and disciple were hiding their skills. Gukaishan, at this moment, was no different from everyone else here. He didn't dare to reveal his true emotions, only saying silently in his head, fearing the judgment of those around him, you damn brat, you even dared to hide it from your master. Truly unreasonable, but I absolutely can't let others know that I didn't know. At this moment, silence is what shows my depth. Ji Hongyan turned to comment on the developments of the battle, continuing, the lightning system profession has the strongest attack power. Your luck in taking in disciples is truly enviable. Gukaishan continued to say nothing, only smiling awkwardly as a formality. Then he continued to say silently, that stinky brat is making a name for himself. No wonder he said he would give me a surprise before entering the secret realm. It's a pity that Duan Xinghai, as the commander of Zhongnon, isn't here. Otherwise, that old man would definitely be so happy that he would dance a few military exercise routines. Then, a notification in the secret realm appeared. Remaining war zones. Qingdu War Zone 10 people. Zhongnon War Zone 10 people. Meido War Zone 10 people. Guanghai War Zone 10 people. Wuxiong War Zone 5 people. Tianfu War Zone 5 people. Qinglan War Zone 5 people. Qinglan War Zone 5 people. The state protectors of the 4 defeated war zones, at this moment, were talking to each other. The fur-clad man spoke first. Wow, we've already lost half of our people. All elites too. The Zhongnon War Zone is truly good at pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. The state protector in green beside him comforted. Hey, we just lost to them. In 2 more hours, hopefully the others will hide well. The woman on this side looked at Gukaishan, saying, when it comes to playing dangerous tricks, the Zhongnon War Zone is absolutely the best. Gukaishan's teaching is truly skillful with that. Someone's voice spoke. Those who kill will also be killed. The moles in the corner attacked, but unexpectedly they were counter-killed. It turned out to be the voice of the red-haired state protector. Hearing him say that, the person on the other side replied, the Zhongnon War Zone this time seems to be truly aiming for the #1 spot. Even Jingdu might capsize in the gutter. The state protector of Jingdu, hearing this, laughed scornfully, looking over and replying, Jingdu isn't a trash war zone like you guys. Then he pointed to the screen, snorting coldly, continuing, instead of wasting your effort here causing trouble, why not look at the remaining trash heavens chosen of yours? I see the Guanhai War Zone isn't far from them. Saying this, the fur-clad state protector turned to shout at Yan Zhongchen. Yan Zhongchen, are you also playing dirty with us? Yan Zhongchen, at this moment, shamelessly picked his nose, smiling awkwardly, saying, hey, if there's an opportunity and you don't seize it, you're truly an idiot. Zhongnon is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, then Guanhai is the fisherman who benefits. What a calculation. The fur-clad old man, at this moment, was extremely annoyed, shouting, oh God, this is really annoying. You bastard, Yan Zhongchen. Hearing this, Yan Zhongchen became even more pleased. He flicked his finger, sending a booger flying towards the 4 people, simultaneously laughing loudly, replacing his words with contempt, shifting the scene back into the secret realm. The girls of the Guanhai War Zone were fully executing the defeated people who were running away. While swinging their sabers, they shouted, for Song Cheng, go die. The defeated people, at this moment, no longer had the strength to fight back or escape, only knowing to stand still and take the hits. Above, the person called Song Cheng was observing the developments below, saying, it seems that dealing with these people doesn't require me to take action. He smiled scornfully, saying about the girls who were showing off for him, it seems that this trash still has value. He was the number one heavens chosen of Guanghai, Songcheng. Then he recalled the time he had subdued those girls and became infatuated. The ancient god church this time has truly arranged a good identity for me. Although these heavens chosen didn't accept me when I appeared in the Guanghai war zone a few days ago, they can't deny that I have strength and I am polite and refined. Truly, people can't resist men who are both strong and humble. When I get the number one spot on the heavens chosen list, I will subdue these arrogant girls. Although their bloodlines and divine souls are so poor, it's better than nothing. Oh right, the arrogant girls in the other war zones aren't bad either. At this point, the voice of a girl below rang out, interrupting his perverted thoughts. Cheng, it's done. The secret realm is starting to shrink. Where do we go next? Hearing this, he said, then first, let's deal with the Mado war zone. That will be safer. What do you think? The red-haired girl below said softly. I'll listen to you. Shifting the scene to a large bridge, someone's voice said, this desolate city is the final center when the circle shrinks. It's surrounded by mountains on three sides. It's truly a natural fortress. The only way to enter is this bridge under our feet. It turned out to be the number one heavens chosen of Jingdu, Yingzon. He turned to continue, giving orders to the people in his group. One person guards the entrance. No one can break through. We will guard here, waiting for the prey to offer themselves up. Then Yingzon boldly declared, encouraging everyone, eliminate the remaining 7 teams. This year, I will make the Great Xia Heavens chosen list have all 10 people from our Jingdu. The remaining people also cheered excitedly. Jingdu is mighty. At this point, the rankings continued to update. Remaining war zones. Jingdu War Zone 10 people. Zhongnan War Zone 10 people. Mado War Zone 10 people. Guanhai War Zone 10 people. Wuxiong War Zone 0 people eliminated. Qianfu War Zone 0 people eliminated. Qinglun War Zone 0 people eliminated. Qinlu War Zone 0 people eliminated. Hearing the announcement, Yingzon and everyone fell silent. Yingzon thought, what's going on? So quickly, for war zones have been completely eliminated. The other war zones have no losses at all. Besides me, who else has this ability? Is it Zhongnan or Mado? At this point, Yingzon couldn't contain his excitement and waved his hand, strengthening his power, saying, the plan has changed. It's really boring to just win while waiting. I can't wait anymore. Come with me to the front to actively find them and fight. The people behind him, hearing this, replied in unison, yes. At the same time, the group from Mado, led by Ji Huanyu, was finding their way. They had also just heard the information from the secret realm. Someone in the group reacted strongly, shouting, damn it, what the hell is this? In less than an hour, 4 war zones have been completely eliminated. Another person added, we've only just found the right direction, and the circle is already starting to shrink. Hua Yunfei, hearing this, shouted loudly, shut up. The goddess team leader never leads us astray. Ji Huanyu, hearing everyone's noise, turned to say, humph, don't say anything else. Let's get moving with that, she fell into thought. I was still planning to perform well in front of Zhongchen. I didn't expect the result to be. Anyway, the 4 war zones that previously allied to attack Jingdu will probably be eliminated by Jingdu this year. Fortunately, the Zhongnan team still has all their people. Very likely, like me, they haven't participated in the battle yet. Suddenly, something made her stop, puzzled. She looked up at the sky in front of her, saying silently, something's wrong. Then she waved her hand, signaling everyone to stop, and said, everyone, stop. Be vigilant, there's killing intent. Who is it? Come out. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Cheng had appeared, exclaiming, God-level profession, art god's annihilator, paired with the divine weapon extreme flame. This perception and agility are truly amazing, as expected of the number to heavens chosen on the Great Xia list. He crossed his arms, arrogantly looking down, continuing, it's a pity. If it was somewhere else, perhaps I could still be moved to pity the flower and cherish the jade. But this is a competition on the heavens chosen list. Not letting him finish speaking, the people from Mado below shouted at him, "Get out, we're not playing with you." Cheng still didn't care, continuing to look at Ji Huanyu, saying, "Prepare to die, beautiful lady." Ji Huanyu had no fear. She raised her bow, aiming at the group, saying, "So it's the Guanhai War Zone, the one that has been defeated by me for many years." The people behind her whispered to her, "Team leader, kill him." Ji Huanyu continued, simultaneously shouting the name of her technique, "Stop talking nonsense." Heavenly Fire Meteor, an arrow wrapped in fire, shot quickly towards the Guanhai group. It shot out, radiating a wide wave of heat, causing the female heavens chosen of Guanhai to cover themselves, exclaiming, "So this is the feeling of being suppressed by a god-level profession. It's so scary." The red-haired girl turned back, loudly reassuring everyone, "Everyone, hold on. We have Cheng, there won't be any problems." This Cheng still stood calmly, waiting for the arrow to shoot over. Immediately after, he lightly waved his hand, preparing to block Ji Huanyu's arrows, simultaneously praising, "Not bad. You have some strength." The red-haired girl behind him, worried for him, shouted, "Cheng, be careful." He took a few steps forward, continuing, "It's a pity you met me." Immediately, those arrows were broken by him with a thin string. Ji Huanyu, seeing this, was puzzled, asking, "My extreme flame arrow was wrapped by a thin string. How is that possible?" Then he retracted his technique, simultaneously putting on an arrogant tone, saying, "For the sake of politeness, to let you die clearly, I'll just say it. This Song Cheng possesses to god-level professions. As you can see, this is my first profession, Heavenly Weaving Star Master, and the one I'm currently using is the Great Zhou Heavenly Shadow God," he said, displaying his skills, showing off to Zhuanyue. In just a few seconds, countless illusions had appeared, surrounding Ji Huanyu's group. Song Cheng continued, "Although these two god-level professions, when separate, can't compare to your art god's annihilator, when combined in one person, they will be very scary." The people behind Ji Huanyu, seeing this, fell into panic. "Team leader, what is this?" The heavens chosen behind spoke, "Dual god level. I didn't expect Guanhai to be hiding such a card." Ji Huanyu began to be more serious, knowing it would be difficult to defeat him, but you wouldn't know unless you tried. She slowly drew her bow, simultaneously saying to the person behind her, "Zisong, you're a sensory system. Have you found the main body yet?" Zisong, hearing her say that, was a bit flustered, stammering, Team leader, his clones are all anchor points. The main body can transfer to any anchor point at any time. So basically, each clone can be considered the main body." Hua Yunfei, beside him, hearing this, angrily shouted, "Guanhai is truly a bunch of cunning old men. Why don't these trash go find Jingdu?" Immediately after, Ji Huanyu, raising her bow, loudly ordered, "Follow the previous plan. Just attack. If you can't attack, then find an opportunity to escape. Remember, you must protect me well." The remaining people replied in unison, "Understood." Someone, seeing Ji Huanyu's group forming a formation, asked, "What are they surrounding that girl for?" As for Ji Huanyu and everyone, they tried their best, some attacking, some defending. Blazing sun in the sky, golden crow fire feather. Ji Huanyu's techniques, once unleashed, created a fire phoenix that flew straight into the sky. The people in the Guanhai group were once again treated to a spectacle. Is that the sun? The phoenix is starting to flap its wings repeatedly. The heat radiating from it is burning all of the Chenji's clones. But it was still ineffective against him. He said in a disapproving tone, "The technique is beautiful, but it's useless. I can have as many of these clones as I want, you can't break through." Then he smiled scornfully, raising his hand to unleash his technique, simultaneously saying, "How boring. Heavenly weaving, heavenly net earth net." In a flash, the threads shot out from him, forming a giant cage, covering Ji Huanyu's fire phoenix. Ji Huanyu, seeing this, shouted, "The golden crow fire feather has been controlled." "How can that be?" The Ching above, hearing this, smiled awkwardly, saying, "Control? What nonsense are you talking about? I'll show you the moment of starfall, the hunt and capture." He had just finished speaking when his technique contracted, crushing Ji Huanyu's phoenix. Ji Huanyu, below, stared blankly, saying, It's broken. I had so much trouble upgrading the golden crow fire feather, but it was like this. The people holding the defensive shields behind her, at this moment, sensed danger and immediately reported, "Team leader, this net is also shrinking. He wants to surround us and kill us all. Ji-won-yu didn't give up because of this." She pulled out her saber, preparing to unleash her next move, simultaneously ordering everyone, "Quickly amplify your techniques to block it." With that, she unleashed her technique, Extreme Flame Bow, Guardian. A circle of fire was released, pushing back the Chenja's technique. Ji-won-yu continued, "This is the moment. Everyone, quickly think of a way to break through from above and escape." Zhong Chen, on this side, hearing the loud noise coming from over there, turned to look, saying silently, "Golden Crow Fire Feather." "It's Ji-won-yu anthem." Seeing him suddenly stop, the person behind him asked, "Zhong Chen, what's wrong?" Zhong Chen, focused on his speculation, didn't hear what the person beside him was saying. It seems they've encountered a big problem. Then he frowned, seriously saying to everyone, "I'm going to rescue Mado first. Everyone, quickly follow behind me." The remaining people, hearing this, shouted in unison, asking, "What?" Looking at the formation of the figure in the sky, Song Cheng, with a straight posture like a pine tree, indifferent eyes, and a half-smile, looked down upon all living beings. His slender fingers tapped on the threads, dancing nimbly like a celestial fairy. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked, dual god level. This is definitely a legend, unprecedented in the history of Great Xia. Even the human Emperor Yin Ji of the past didn't have such talent. Witnessing the performance before them, everyone stirred and glanced at Yan Zhongshan. No wonder when we invited him to form an alliance, he reacted strangely, not bothering with us. Yan Zhongshan raised his eyebrows triumphantly, squinting and laughing, glancing back, relaxing and leaning back, crossing his legs and saying, "Sorry, it's not that I don't bother with you. It's that I don't bother with anyone here. Zhong Wushwan, Zhong Chen, Yingzon, before my Song Cheng, you are all trash." Yan Zhongshan stretched his lazy waist and stood up, laughing. Ji Hongyan looked at the battle before him, sweating profusely, extremely worried for Ji-won-yu. He unconsciously clenched his fists, his eyes not leaving the battle. Although victory and defeat are common, I'm worried about Won-yu. Liu Keishan knew what he was worried about, quickly turning to say, "Don't listen to Yan Zhongshan's boasting. Zhong Chen is on his way. The outcome is not certain yet. Wait until your beloved disciple arrives. See if this show-off can still laugh her." Below, everyone was constantly exerting all their power to maintain the shield, blocking the attacks from Song Cheng. One person in the team, seeing the situation was extremely unstable, quickly reported to Ji-won-yu, "Captain, the illusion of the extreme flame bow is fading." Nearby, a teammate who was holding a corner also frowned tightly, exclaiming, "Captain, we can't hold on here either." Ji-won-yu, in the center of the shield, also clearly understood the situation at that time. She was extremely conflicted, her heart full of doubt and panic. Could it be that my war zone will be wiped out? But I clearly prepared for so long, wanting to surprise Zhong Chen in the exam. In a tense situation, extremely panicked, her brain unable to process, suddenly, the soul-linked spirit, Hua Yunfei, shouted, in the sky. A giant metal meteorite appeared in the air, crashing down. Ji-won-yu, seeing Hua Yunfei's ethereal and heroic appearance like a god, was extremely flustered. Hua Yunfei, realizing the goddess in his heart was looking at him, was extremely proud, exclaiming, "We won't be wiped out." I'm swear to protect the goddess. With his talent and strength, he controlled the metal block, aiming it at the threads. The two forces collided, creating loud rumbling sounds. Hua Yunfei gritted his teeth, shouting, "Let me break it." If he wasn't the hero in the goddess's heart after breaking this formation, then who would be? The hero saving the beauty. This move never gets old. Song Cheng put his hands behind his back, his elegant figure as carefree as a celestial being, looking into the distance as if nothing related to him. Seeing Hua Yunfei unleash his technique, he only snorted lightly, wanting to break my heavenly weaving threads with your soul-linked spirit. Although your talent is not bad, it's still not enough to catch my eye. He was leisurely observing the struggling masses, watching a good show, only lacking a pot of tea and some snacks. Then, from afar, Song Cheng seemed to sense something. He frowned, his eyes dangerously looking below. What's this? Hua Yunfei, wanting to please the goddess, was truly exerting all his strength. His body was constantly pouring out all his power. The cracking sounds of each joint of his bones rang out clearly. The pain caused him to look up and shout. Song Cheng narrowed his eyes, looking at him, pondering. The power is getting stronger and stronger, burning himself in exchange for explosive power. Does this guy want to commit suicide? Indeed, dying for a girl is a terrible death. His parents worried about him, raised him, gave him a good education, made him handsome, but he hasn't repaid them yet, and he's just going to repay a girl? Hua Yunfei strained his butt, tensing his glutes, using his last breath to shout, using my body, blood explosion, sacrifice to the gods. A beam of light shot out, covering his entire body. Next was the shattering sound like glass, cracking, ringing out. In exchange were a few tears like pearls, dotted on the corners of the goddess Ji Huanyu's eyes. Her eyes widened, full of pity. She shouted, Hua Yunfei. Seeing the goddess's worried expression for him, he could be considered satisfied in this life. The metal block finally cut off the threads in the sky. Each thread fell down. Everyone happily shouted, we broke through a spot, success. Luckily there was this S-Lord, otherwise it would have been over. Everyone was celebrating like it was New Year's. The efforts of the S-Lord named Hua Yunfei were all recognized by everyone. As the metal fragments that broke the threads flew in all directions, Song Cheng, from above, coldly and gently shouted, Star Master. Everyone silently cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. What? There's another layer of net. Song Cheng, after witnessing the S-Lord's self-explosion, was disgusted. Indeed, he wasted his parents' efforts in raising him and giving him an education. I don't know what's in his brain. He frowned, wrinkling his brow, helpless with this negative infinity IQ. His slender fingers were raised again. The threads appeared again. Daring to use self-explosion to open a path. Foolish. Who told you my net only has one layer? Want to show off to a girl, then just show off? Next, looking down, seeing that this group of people couldn't hold on for much longer, Song Cheng, seeing the fun, also felt bored. There's nothing interesting anymore. I'm tired of playing with you, all of you, die? His fingers gently pulled, tightening the threads. Ji Huanyu struggled, but in the end, couldn't hold on and knelt down. The range of the shield shrank. Everyone was forced together, shouting. The shield was like a thin piece of glass, cracking and shattering. The shield has fallen, the teammates screamed in pain. Captain. At this moment, Ji Huanyu was like a dead person, her body completely drained of energy, like ashes. Sorry, John Chen, I've disappointed you. The group watching the 5D close-up movie from a corner was constantly excitedly commenting, as expected of Song Cheng. He eliminated them so quickly. While they were watching happily, from afar in the sky, streaks of lightning appeared, faintly something approaching. What's that? It seems to be a bird. What is it? Lightning. The group hadn't had time to see clearly what the ghost was approaching when the lightning punishment had descended. Which one of us made a wish that we shouldn't have made or broke a vow? If there's good fortune, we share it together. If there's misfortune, we bear it ourselves. Why are you dragging us along? You're immoral. Song Cheng discovered the lightning striking down from the mountain on the other side, immediately frowning, his eyes suspiciously looking at the useless teammates who had been wiped out. Is it lightning punishment? Impossible. Doesn't lightning punishment only chase people who are standing still? Something's wrong here. Song Cheng raised his eyebrows, shouting, Who is it? Not letting Song Cheng wait long, it is said that the important person is usually the last to appear. Indeed, John Chen, riding a bird, arrived. From the back of the bird, he looked down and shouted, Ji Huanyu, hold on. Hearing the familiar voice, she quickly raised her head in that direction. She was stunned, then happy. John Chen? It was as if a warm current flowed through her. He's stepping on countless lightning bolts to save me. In her heart, the statue of the handsome male lead was completely plated with gold, inlaid with diamonds, sparkling and blinding others. Ji Huanyu's motivation was pushed to the max. The extreme flame bow burned its origin. Hold on. The hero saving the beauty scenario never gets old, as long as you know how to apply it well. Zhang Chen, stepping on the back of the bird, lightning judgment, charge. Immediately, electricity like rain poured down on each person in Song Chen's group, causing his eyes to widen. Zhang Chen is the lightning so pure, being high above like a celestial being, holding the lives of others. Suddenly, where did this guy come from? And he possessed such power. Standing in the distance, Song Chen still had his hands behind his back, watching the battle lightly, casually observing as if it didn't concern him, just a passerby watching the fun. He leisurely observed, also silently assessing, the new era has begun. The heavenly Tao of this world is too favorable to you. Lightly switching professions and obtaining the origin inscription that I cultivated for hundreds of years in the myriad races Earth Palace. It's unfair, damn it. Standing from above, Song Chen was still as gentle as a celestial being. The golden threads below quickly formed a net. Zhang Chen lightly landed, quickly grasping the situation. His brain quickly calculated, issuing orders. Lightning bird, disperse, act. You handle the people. I'll break the net. With the halo of the protagonist and his top-notch acting skills, Zhang Chen ran forward, waving his hand. One Punch Man, suppressing prison body. Break it for me. Dust and smoke filled the air. The threads broke instantly. But after a second, it recovered to its original state. Zhang Chen frowned, narrowing his eyes. It's so difficult, it can still recover. But with this recovery skill, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Because ever since he joined the Protagonist Association, he wasn't afraid of anyone's father or son. He would hit whatever he encountered. With his 1.8-meter body, he punched the net several times, the rumbling sounds echoing. The speed became faster and faster. He could even see after images. Then let's see if you weave faster or I punch faster. Finally, the net couldn't withstand it and broke. The recovery speed was also extremely slow. He stood there, extremely handsome, pointing at the net behind him, smiling and saying, "Your net is too slow." On the other side, Ghuanyue's body had reached its limit. She heavily shouted, "Zhang Chen, I can't hold on anymore." Hearing her voice, Zhang Chen quickly replied, "Coming." Song Chen, observing, looked at Zhang Chen's smug expression and sneered. His hand reached out, lightly twisting his wrist in a circle. Immediately, a vortex was formed, devouring all things. It can't be denied that you have some strength, but underestimating me is a big mistake. Heavenly weaving threads, heavenly disturbance. Seeing the twist of his wrist, the net quickly turned into a vortex, in an instant, spinning straight towards him. Under the vortex, Zhang Chen frowned, annoyed, shouting, "You're like a fly." "Annoying, little armor, help me swallow the net." "Remember to keep a low profile." Hearing his words, little armor quickly replied, "Yes, father." In a battle where fists speak, the power of the protagonist unleashed a punch towards the vortex, reversing the wind. Following that, countless small sparks like snowflakes spread everywhere. Song Chen was like, "What's this?" Stunned, astonished, and taken aback. "What are these sparks? Can they corrode my heavenly weaving threads? They're really eating it. I thought they were just sparkling and shiny to look at, but they're really eating my vortex." Sitting in the center of the battle, Ji Wanyu suddenly realized someone was approaching. Turning around, she saw the hero in her heart, so handsome that she was stunned. Zhang Chen quickly grabbed her shoulder. "Leave quickly." On the other side, the lightning bird was still constantly unleashing lightning, electrocuting Song Chen's clones. Zhang Chen, observing the situation, said, "The lightning bird's energy is about to run out. You go first, bird bro." Hearing these caring words, the bird was probably very touched. Just as it was about to slip away, suddenly, a group of people ran over. "So you're all here, today. No one will escape." Narrowing his eyes, looking at who was causing trouble again. "So it's him. Damn it, it's Yingzon. This is really a headache." From behind came a good voice, "Zhang Chen, we're here." When he turned his head, "Oh, the savior has arrived. John Wushuang has arrived just in time." Everyone excitedly shouted, "You deal with Song Chen, Yingzon is mine." He was planning to slip away, But where did this grandpa come from? This is really a headache. Zhong Wuxuan stepped forward, puffing out his chest, showing off his pectoral muscles, looking at Yingzon. Today your opponent is me, Zhong Wuxuan. From behind Zhong Wuxuan, countless giant hands appeared, full of power. Yingzon looked at Zhong Wuxuan with disdain. Are you qualified to catch up to Zhang Chen? Your war god body is completely worthless. Zhong Wuxuan silently said nothing, frowning as he looked at him. Zhong Wuxuan retreated, beginning to activate, release 9 locks imprisonment. The giant iron chains behind him quickly clattered, unlocking his body, scattering countless streams of red and black energy. In an instant, Zhong Wuxuan's giant form appeared behind him, along with 9 hands, his body full of power. Yingzon looked and exclaimed, "Invincible war god body. I didn't expect this guy to be like this." Yingzon looked at Zhong Wuxuan with interest. Behind him, a giant red dragon also formed. He smiled, saying, "Now you're a bit worth watching. Legend has it that your grandfather slaughtered the dragon race in the Earth Palace. I don't know if the direct descendant has that courage." Then, raising his hand, a stream of power scattered, heading towards Zhong Wuxuan blood dragon armor. On the other side, changing the location to gather the girls, Luo Sandao patted Ji Huanyu's shoulder. "Ji Huanyu, you and I will deal with the people from capital." Ji Huanyu silently nodded. "Okay." Mu Hankyu also said, "Don't block Master's path to battle." Leaving behind the image of 2 people, a 9-handed titan and a red dragon, biting and tearing at each other. Behind, Song Cheng was watching, a titan fighting a dragon. Then, suddenly, there was a call. "Song Cheng." He turned his head at the call, his eyebrows wrinkling. Zhong Chen rubbed the lightning bird's head, looking at Song Cheng arrogantly. "Have you watched enough? Now it's our turn." Song Chen gracefully turned around, standing opposite Zhong Chen, raising his hand. The lightning bolts quickly appeared in the palm of his hand. Countless clones immediately returned. His entire body scattered countless lightning bolts, crackling. His eyes were challenging yet indifferent. His straight figure like a pine tree still stood there, like a celestial being provocatively looking at him. Zhong Chen, Yingzon, Zhong Wuxuan, Ji Huanyu, the full god-level heavens chosen of Great Zir have all gathered. It seems I don't need to wait for the ranking battle, and I don't need to pretend to be a low-level race like you anymore. Just using 3 parts of my strength is enough. What do you mean by pretending? What do you mean by 3 parts of your strength? Hello, what do you mean? Zhong Chen frowned, wrinkling his brow, looking at Song Cheng. "What are you saying? I don't understand anything." Not letting the audience and the protagonist wait long, Song Cheng quickly stretched out 5 fingers, pointing to the sky. "Hocus pocus, abracadabra." A stream of blue light covered his entire body, shining. "Release origin imprisonment." Once again, he appeared in the same celestial form, but now with wings, restoring his true form, the heavenly blue god race. Behind him, there was the added effect of lightning flashing. Indeed, a celestial being descending to Earth. Below, Zhong Chen, seeing Song Chen's magical transformation, couldn't help but be stunned. Imprisonment, secret realm, heavenly blue god race. Coming from the myriad races Earth Palace, looking up from below, the auxiliary effects were complete, extremely handsome. Like a celestial being, now with wings, with an added floor mat under his feet, and lightning effects flashing behind him. It was all there. Yingzon, hearing this, immediately felt uneasy, frowning, shouting, "Heavenly blue god race. Everyone, self-destruct and leave the secret realm." Zhong Wuxuan, who had been wrestling with this guy for so long, his strength also exhausted, knelt on one knee. "It's no good anymore, we can't move." Song Cheng, with a beautiful face like a perfect sculpture, curled his lips into a smile, his eyes leisurely looking at the struggling prey, helpless. His fingers lightly lifted, his words gentle. "It's too late. The secret realm has been controlled by me. You can't move, and you can't escape. Of course, outsiders can't enter either. Normally, dying here, you can be resurrected outside. But if I refine all of your souls here, you will truly die." Song Cheng, under the sky with lightning effects flashing and the wind blowing his 3,000 strands of hair, his wings spread wide with full momentum, tilted his head back and laughed loudly. His face was full of madness as he said, "Zhongzhuangji, Jilingqiu, are you two also watching from outside? What are your thoughts at this moment? Zhongzhuangji, back then you killed my younger sister on the northern border Earth Abyss battlefield. Did you ever think of this day? Today, I will come to sever the roots of your great Zia." Below, in the viewing stands, the elders, civil officials, and military officials all turned their eyes upwards, constantly making a commotion. Among them, Ji Hongyan narrowed his eyes, saying, "Another heavenly blue god race has infiltrated here." Gukaishan frowned. What is he saying? The projection has no sound. Does anyone know how to read lips? Ji Hongyan, seeing the situation was unstable, had already realized it, hurriedly saying, "Don't you understand? The secret realm has changed. He has imprisoned the remaining heavens chosen of ours. He wants to kill our heavens chosen in front of us." On the 110-inch ultra-sharp screen, Song Chenji's image was still in that celestial posture, his hands raised, countless threads appearing, dancing, with each joint of his fingers moving. His eyes were filled with madness intertwined with resentment. Ji Hongyan, seeing those threads, was extremely shocked. This is the heavenly blue god race's natal divine power, heavenly weaving soul guidance. It's woven from countless souls like twisted ropes, specially used to destroy souls. Gukaishan's face changed, becoming more solemn. I didn't expect this guy to play such a big trick. My beloved disciple is in big trouble this time. Damn it, Zhong Chen and the others are imprisoned. Even self-detonation to escape is impossible. Once their souls are erased, they will truly die. Immediately, the capital state protector became furious, turning to Yan Zhongchen and rushing towards him. He ran like an arrow, his fist raised, slamming down on the viewing stand. The viewing stand quickly cracked, collapsing into a pit, smoke and dust filling the air. He looked at Yan Zhongchen with resentment, shouting, "Yan Zhongchen, you dare to betray Great Zia." Yan Zhongchen, seeing that guy coming with murderous intent, hurriedly used his hands to block, stopping the attack from him. In a panic, he shouted, "I really didn't know. Damn it, I wanted to prove myself. I wanted to reach the invincible state of mind." The capital state protector didn't want to hear any explanation from Yan Zhongchen. His entire body radiated a fierce killing intent, like a flood rushing in. His hand began to clench into a fist again, preparing to unleash an attack. He looked at Yan Zhongchen with eyes like bullets, shouting, "Yingzhong is the only descendant of the human emperor. The last hope of ours. I must kill you." Yan Zhongchen, while dodging the attack, tried to explain, "Man, I thought having strong teammates in my heart meant I would win in life. Who knew it would turn out like this? I really didn't know. Killing me now won't save them." While they were arguing fiercely, boom, a beam of light struck down, flashing across the area, successfully attracting everyone's attention. In the position of the viewing stand, the capital state protector, seeing someone coming, said, It's Zhongzhuangji and Jilingqiu. They've come to stop the brawl." The capital state protector, seeing the people coming, shouted, "Sword God and martial God." Jilingqiu, upon arriving, scornfully said, "Such a small matter and you're already panicking like this. You've lived too peacefully. You're used to peace and quiet, and now with a small matter, you're panicking, acting like the sky is falling." Zhongzhuangji didn't care about their matter. He only frowned, his demeanor still calm, listening to the capital state protector say, "If one day the Earth Abyss is breached, would you surrender immediately?" Just as he finished speaking, Zhongzhuangji, not wasting his old ginger, his brain quickly calculating, immediately turned to Gukaishan, asking about the heaven-splitting saber 9 nether flags on Zhong Chen's body. How many have been reproduced on Zhong Chen's body now? Are there 100,000? If there are that many, using them to self-detonate once might still have hope of reversing the situation. Although Zhong Chen was the student that Gukaishan doted on, this question was impossible to answer. Gukaishan, hearing the question, was also stunned, taken aback, his face dazed, looking at Zhongzhuangji, saying hesitantly, "I don't know about Zhong Chen's matters. I've never asked much." Zhongzhuangji, hearing him say that, could only remain silent, not speaking. What kind of master is he, not having any information about his disciple? Irresponsible. Thinking back, since the last self-detonation of millions of 9 nether flags, it had only been a little over a week. Raising another 100,000 would probably be too difficult. Jilin-Q frowned, sweeping a complex gaze towards the battle that was taking place, full of danger. Jilin-Q then said, "Old Jing, the lives of those heavens chosen are regrettable, but I'm more worried that this isn't a random coincidence. The heavenly blue god race, deeply hidden in the earth abyss, wanting to disguise themselves and descend upon Great Zia is definitely not an easy matter. I have a feeling that big things will happen in other places as well." Zhong Xuanji closed his eyes, then opened them again, seeming to recall something old. That year in the earth abyss, indeed, some things happened. Recalling for a moment, he began to say, "You're right, but the earth abyss has my main body suppressing it. There probably won't be any problems. If there are still a series of events, then it must be in the Great Zia headquarters. Besides the Great Zia headquarters, there are also the 9 great forbidden zones, such as the Whitebone Temple deep in the Kinling Mountains." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, the ground began to shake, from a light tremor to the ground beginning to show signs of a stronger tremor. Sensing something was coming, Jilin-Q quickly realized, sweeping his gaze over, exclaiming, "The series of events has begun." While the 110-inch screen was still showing the sharp image of Song Cheng battling the heavens chosen on the battlefield, on the other side, in the mountain range opposite, a strong tremor suddenly appeared. In a flash, an ancient temple gradually appeared. In that place, there was a figure sitting in meditation below, surrounded by countless streams of power. Below the stands, all eyes were focused on the temple. The crowd was stunned, discussing, could it be that someone else turned on a projection? What is this? The Whitebone Temple? What kind of projection is this? The figure sitting in meditation below the ancient temple is like a hidden god. The surrounding image gradually appears, a voice old and firm ringing out, "Why do you try to make others have no self, no person, no sentient being, no life? The reason is that the self is not self, the person is not person, the sentient being is not sentient being, the life is not life. Leaving all forms is called the Buddha, as it is. If there is someone who can hear this sutra." After a moment, a face that seemed to be only skin and bones of an old man wearing clothing like a Buddhist monk appeared. His deep-set eyes were bloodshot, without pupils, looking down. His silver eyebrows pointed upwards, and a long white beard fluttered under his chin. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly, his teeth and gums all gone, looking like a white skull covered in a layer of human skin. "An acquaintance," he laughed cheerfully. "How do you 2 old friends find this little monk's lecture on the Diamond Sutra?" Jilin-Q looked over, not saying much. One hand had already grabbed his sword, pulling it out of its sheath, aiming straight at the old man's face, frowning and scolding, "Old monk of the Whitebone Temple, what are you plotting by appearing at this time, causing trouble?" Zhong Xuanji, seeing the old man's appearance, also wrinkled his brow, his face sinking. He didn't come when he should have, but he came at this time, being scolded by Jilin-Q's right. What kind of fun-loving ghost comes at this hour? He knows how to choose the time to well. Great scolding. Jilin-Q, keep scolding. The old monk laughed loudly, the sound of clack-clack coming from his mouth, sounding creepy. He said, "As I hear it, these little friends are about to be enlightened by my sutra." While the eyes of all the compatriots were still focused on the old monk, taking the spotlight in front, Jilin-Q had quickly reacted, turning to look behind him. Amatoba, this old monk had bewitched everyone. Everyone's eyes were hollow, like zombies being brainwashed. If that's the case, his target is the eliminated heavens chosen. Zhong Xuanji had also realized the situation and the target that the old monk was aiming for to chant sutras, enlightening and offering them to him. Zhong Xuanji activated the Honghuang power in his body, making a lion's roar, raising his eyes full of righteousness, shouting, "Wake up! Don't think about these sutras." Hearing his words, it was as if a lightning bolt flashed through their brains, pulling their consciousness back to their bodies. Immediately, the heavens chosen who had been awakened all suddenly woke up. Among the people, everyone was panicked, some breathing heavily, regaining their senses. Some, just waking from a dream, were flustered, not knowing what had just happened. The old monk, standing on the mountain, looked over at Zhongzhuangji, saying with a regretful tone, "Zhongzhuangji, preventing others from attaining enlightenment is something that the heavenly Tao will not tolerate. Be careful of encountering heavenly tribulation." While Zhongzhuangji and Jilinkui looked at the old man, putting on a virtuous appearance, acting like they were doing good deeds, accumulating virtue, and saving all living beings, they snorted with contempt, "Enlightenment, my ass. The heavenly Tao can't tolerate you. Heavenly tribulation will probably strike you. Who are you trying to scare?" The old monk, his eyes looking into the distance, put his hands together, making a gesture of reciting Buddhist scriptures, saying, "Fortunately, the blessed have ascended. It's a pity that if there were 2 more breaths, the number of people ascending to the Pure Land would have been even greater." Just as he finished speaking, the heavens chosen behind him, hearing this, seemed to realize something was wrong, looking around them. It seemed like there were fewer people. Amatoba? The person who was standing next to me just now is now lying on the ground, literally ascending and logging out of the server. It's terrifying. Luckily I heard Zhongzhuangji call me awake. I'll pass on this kind of enlightenment. Amatoba? Jilinkui, his eyes cold and resentful, grabbed his long sword, using the Lingbo Waibu, running along the rocks, rushing towards the old monk. This demon monk, let me deal with him. Wait until I chop up a few pieces of his remains. He won't have the strength to jump around anymore. Old John, the changes in the secret realm are just the beginning. Moving one hair shakes the whole arm. You suppress the earth abyss, don't come back. Zhongzhuangji looked into the distance, black smoke rising. What's happening? This matter isn't finished, and another matter has come. His eyes narrowed, able to clamp a fly to death. Smoke and fire are rising everywhere. It seems this is a calamity for Great Zia. Then he quickly issued an order. All state protectors and wine kings, immediately return to your positions to guard. There must not be any mistakes. Obey the order. For the sake of the big picture, I swear to protect Great Zia and atone for my sins. The East Sea race is entrusted to me. Hearing his order, all the subordinates quickly left, turning back, leaving only Zhongzhuangji and Gukaishan behind. As everyone left, Gukaishan also quietly stepped away. He walked in the opposite direction of Zhongzhuangji. After walking a few steps, he turned his head, saying, "Zhongzhuangji, if my disciple truly dies in there, after this matter is over, I will follow you into the earth abyss, vowing to slaughter all the heavenly blue god race. If your beloved disciple attains enlightenment and logs out of the server, then I swear to make that god race log out too. I can't let this matter sink." Being annoyed in his heart and not hearing Zhongzhuangji respond, he hurriedly turned to look at him. "Zhongzhuangji, why are you suddenly silent, not saying anything? What are you looking at without blinking like that?" Turning to look in the direction of Zhong Xuanji's gaze. "What are you looking at, old friend? Let me look up and see what's there. Wait a minute. What is Song Cheng and Zhong Chen doing on this screen? What the hell is this?" No wonder my old friend didn't answer a single question. If he hadn't looked, it would have been fine, but looking was a triple alarm. Zhongzhuangji looked at the image displayed on the screen, unable to close his mouth. Although I don't know the reason, it seems there's still a big unexpected opportunity inside. Gukaishan stood with his arms akimbo, laughing loudly. "Indeed, he's my disciple." Turning back to the 110-inch screen, the image showed Zhong Chen standing extremely handsome, a true idol in the hearts of the National Sisters. He was looking down at Song Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground, no longer having the celestial appearance he had before. Zhongzhuangji laughed until his facial muscles hurt, constantly saying, "This bastard is kneeling before Zhong Chen." "Gukaishan, we can rest assured and leave now?" In the midst of the fierce battle that was taking place, let's rewind to 5 minutes earlier. Yingzon knelt down, his hand touching the ground, shouting, "Blood Dragon armor, charge!" His entire body was quickly covered by a stream of energy. Zhong Wuxuan then rushed towards the enemy, his entire body's muscles radiating a golden light, the corners of his eyes also radiating sparks of electricity. "War god body, break it for me." Song Cheng spread his wings, flying in the sky like a god, looking down upon all living beings. Seeing all the people below constantly madly wanting to bite him, he scornfully sneered, Why waste your effort? Don't you know that the more you use force, the more you will be countered by your own power? Don't rush, wait until I refine these beautiful beauties first, and then it will be your turn. Everyone at the scene looked at him with resentful eyes. As Song Cheng said, the target at the top of the list was naturally the women. Heavenly weaving soul guidance, first, break through their soul defenses. The threads, as if having life, followed his orders, twisting, quickly dancing, wrapping around the girls. The tighter the threads became, the more they screamed in pain. While Zhong Chen's feet had just touched the ground, looking up, seeing that the situation was now unstable, he gritted his teeth, observing the battlefield. Shaju, seeing the meat in front of him, was constantly shouting, "Master, meat! Meat! High-grade meat! I want to eat it so much!" Hearing Shaju's heart, he hurriedly said, "Shaju, don't be anxious. It's not a critical moment yet. You can't reveal yourself. Let me think of a way. It seems Shaju can restrain the opponent, but I promised not to use the 9 nether flags in this competition. Let me think. I have to come up with a strategy quickly." Zhong Chen frowned, his eyes staring at the front. "Besides the 9 nether flags, I have many trump cards. But in a situation where I don't understand the opponent, I can't act rashly. Otherwise, even if I can protect myself, I can't guarantee that my teammates won't lose their lives. If I can't use the 9 nether flags, then I'll have to use another way. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. First, I have to probe the opponent and see what he's like." Void Eye open, information quickly appeared before his eyes. Name, Shilanjuo identity, Heavenly Blue God race, MTA successor, strength, 6th stage. Description, received the guidance of the ancient god sect, descended upon Great Jia from the Earth Abyss Gap, suppressed the origin, disguised as a dual god level heavens chosen of Great Jia. The Heavenly Blue God race is ranked 61st among the myriad races, belonging to a branch of the top 3 primordial god races. Additional information. This person carries the Heavenly Evolution Pearl used to conceal the perception of the Heavenly Tao. Quickly skimming through the information, grasping the key points, a branch of the primordial god race, right? All right. His brain calculated, he raised his eyebrows, his face serious, issuing an order, "Little Armor. In the 9 God treasury before, did you keep any of the God Demon Essence blood? Give me a drop." Little Armor, hearing the words God Demon Essence blood, without thinking much, quickly replied, "It's all gone. I ate it all. What do we do now?" While he was having a headache, Little Armor quickly stood up, stretching his body straight, saying, "But if Father needs it, I can refine it myself. Moreover, the essence blood that I refine has the same effect as the original, and the side effects are even smaller. It probably won't explode." Indeed, my son, hearing this, he was overjoyed. He curled his lips into a smile, revealing his white teeth, his eyes looking at Song Cheng, sneering. "Very good. We'll use a little to break the imprisonment, and the rest to cooperate with me." A stream of power gradually spread throughout his body's cells, rumbling like a lightning bolt striking down on his entire body. Zhong Chen can move. Everyone around him constantly swept their eyes over. Song Cheng had also noticed him. He was stunned, exclaiming, "A loophole, he can move his body." Zhong Chen quickly released a soundproof barrier. A large circle covered a wide area, in a flash, surrounding Song Cheng inside. He looked down from above, sneering at him. "What are you putting up a soundproof barrier for? Are you scared to go crazy? What can this move do to me? Are you afraid that when I kill you, you'll scream too loudly and others will hear you?" Losing face. While Zhong Chen was still standing there, not speaking, smiling as he looked at him, Zhong Chen looked at him and shouted, "Shilanjuo, you're destroying this seat's plan. Do you know your crime?" Hearing the name that no one had heard for a long time, Song Cheng. "No, it's Shilanjuo." He flapped his wings, quickly flying down. Just as his feet touched the ground, his face was still lowered, not looking at him, his voice full of probing. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The true name of the myriad races is never easily revealed. How could he know this name? What is his background? Zhong Chen stood there, releasing a powerful aura, suppressing a wide area, causing the wind to rise. He snorted coldly, shouting, "Who am I? You're not qualified to know." Shilanjuo, standing before his power like a storm, couldn't resist, hurriedly using his hands to shield his eyes. Around Zhong Chen, lightning bolts appeared, rumbling, ready to strike down on him at any time. "The aura is too strong," as if realizing something, he said, "This aura. Could it be that you are a senior of the Ming race?" Suddenly, in the next second, Zhong Chen appeared right in front of him, the aura scattering, causing Shilanjuo to tremble in fear. Zhong Chen looked at him with threatening eyes. "The Ming race. Has the heavenly blue god race fallen to this point? As the MTA successor of the heavenly blue god race, you don't even have a bit of discernment." Shilanjuo, standing before Zhong Chen's deep eyes, seemed to have all the secrets he was trying to hide stripped bare, all exposed in his sight. In his heart, a feeling of extreme fear suddenly arose. The Ming race has been completely wiped out. I originally intended to deceive him, but I didn't expect him to be able to say the secret succession order of my race. Shilanjuo, terrified, wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at Zhong Chen. To be able to know the succession order of my race, his position must be even higher than the patriarch. He looked at him, slowly opening his mouth, saying, "Could it be that you are a primordial god race?" Zhong Chen looked at him, his face stern, activating the god demon essence blood, triggering its evolution. Outwardly, he shouted, pointing at him, questioning, "Do you still need to ask? Can't you feel the aura of the ancient god on my body?" Shilanjuo only felt his eyes blur, his head spinning, his mind about to explode, about to be crushed. "I didn't expect such a strong person to appear here. Indeed, going out without checking the auspicious time is bad luck." Seeing that Shilanjuo didn't speak, Zhong Chen then shouted, "The ancient god sect is acting too recklessly, not investigating clearly and sending you to destroy this seat's plan. You deserve to die. They also deserve to die." Shilanjuo, about to be crushed by the aura, unable to breathe, quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. "Ancient God Senior, please spare my life. We know our mistake. We didn't know Senior was here. It's a misunderstanding. We heavenly blue god race originally belonged to the primordial god race, sharing the same roots. Please spare my life." Amitabha. He was naturally preparing to win this bet, but it was overturned in the 90th minute. Life is truly like a drama. Indeed, he forgot to check the auspicious time before going out. If he had known there was an ancient god here, he would have chosen another time. Standing, looking at Song Cheng kneeling before him, Zhong Chen outwardly still showed a cold and detached appearance, looking down at him, but in his heart, concerns began to arise. If I continue to fight with him, pushing him to the brink, I'm afraid I'll reveal some flaws. It would be better to directly knock him out. After all, as long as the 9 nether flags don't appear, I won't be violating the rules. Contrary to the tangled feelings of his master, Xiaozhu only looked at Song Cheng with bright, sparkling eyes, full of longing. I have to quickly deal with the trouble before me. I only intended to scare him a little, but it turned out like this. In order not to reveal that he was just bluffing, Zhong Chen had to continue his role-playing. Indeed, the askers owed him a medal. He showed a helpless expression, saying with understanding and reason, "All right, what you said makes sense. We are indeed of the same sect and clan. Fortunately, half of this seat's plan has already been completed. Today, I will spare your life." Song Cheng, hearing Zhong Chen's words, breathed a sigh of relief, his face and hands clasped together, touching the ground, not daring to raise his head, his voice full of respect. "Thank you, Senior." Just as he finished speaking, Zhong Chen didn't wait long. He looked at him, still maintaining the kneeling posture, not moving. He narrowed his eyes, quickly reaching out his hand towards Song Cheng, saying, "You revealed your true form, wanting to withdraw from Great Zia back to the Earth Abyss. You can't do it without harming a bit of your origin, right? Why don't you enter this seat's inner world? Wait for this seat to finish dealing with this matter and these heavens chosen, and I will personally send you back to the Earth Abyss. What do you think?" Hearing Zhong Chen's words, Song Chen's body trembled with excitement. He quickly raised his head, looking at him with extreme joy, his voice also unable to control itself, revealing happiness. "Really? Then I'm too grateful to Senior. When I return to the Earth Abyss, I will definitely not forget Senior's kindness. Saying this, he quickly clasped his hands, bowing to him a few times, then quickly transformed his body, flying quickly towards Zhong Chen's hand. Zhong Chen stood there coldly, not speaking, watching him perform the ceremony of clasping his hands and bowing until he became a gust of wind, flying to his hand. His fingers slowly clenched, his lips slightly curled. Zhong Chen looked at his fist, his eyes smiling, his lips curved, calmly saying, "It's too early to thank me, Xiaoju." Just as Song Chen's heart was filled with indescribable joy because he was about to return to the Earth Abyss, when his body was in Zhong Chen's inner world, he opened his eyes again. A dark space swept his eyes around before Song Chen, a giant, dark creature with dark green eyes appeared, each one staring intently at him. On the back of the creature, there was also a young girl. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Then he wondered, "What is this?" Seeing Song Chen, Xiaoju couldn't help but lick her lips, his face excited, saying, "It's time to eat. Master, the delicious food has been laid out before me for so long. Finally, I'm about to eat it. Indeed, father is the best." Not giving Song Chen time to react or escape, Xiaoju quickly rushed over like a storm. "Master, you're the best, let's eat." Everything happened in an instant. Before he could react, screams had already rung out repeatedly, "No, don't." After using the name of a senior to trick Song Chen into the trap, Zhong Chen left everything else to Xiaoju to handle. He breathed a sigh of relief, his entire body also throwing off the burden, stretching. "Well, it's done." Turning to look at the people around him, he blankly asked, "Why are you still kneeling?" Yingzon and Zhong Wuxuan, because they were being controlled by Song Chen, could only kneel down, unable to move. Now that the control was lost, just as they raised their heads, they saw Zhong Chen standing there calmly, and Song Chen was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was stunned. What happened? Yingzon and Zhong Wuxuan both raised their eyebrows, wrinkling their brows, their eyes wide, looking at the person standing before them. Zhong Chen, what exactly did this person do? 10,000 questions quickly appeared in their heads. Their eyes were suspicious, confused, and also wary as they looked at him. Song Chen knelt before Zhong Chen. Song Chen was subdued by Zhong Chen. "What's the situation? We haven't officially fought yet, but why is it like this?" What did he say to Song Chen? Two question marks flew around in their heads. He only said a few words and resolved the matter. "The movie is over. Why do I suddenly feel strangely empty?" And most of all, they didn't understand what had happened. Seeing Zhong Chen standing heroically there, Luo Sandao and Muhankyu immediately, like little rabbits seeing a carrot, happily ran over, their eyes shining brightly, full of sparkling stars, illuminating the surroundings, also full of blooming flowers. Luo Sandao happily hugged him tightly, as expected of benefactor. Muhankyu was constantly expressing her deep worship. "Master, you are my only god." The three hugged each other, talking and laughing happily. Ji Wanyu quietly stood there, looking at the beautiful scene before her, automatically filtering out the two female characters, looking at Zhong Chen with wide, admiring eyes, her voice choked with emotion. "Zhong Chen, he saved my life again." Meanwhile, in a corner, turning back to Yingzhon's team, after witnessing the unexpected things that had happened before their eyes, the mentality of Yingzhon's subordinates had also clearly changed. They had all come to fight a good battle, but seeing such a scene, what was there to fight? Turning to ask Yingzon, team leader, "That Zhong Chen is very strange. Are we still fighting?" Yingzon, hearing this, was both annoyed and ashamed. He had come to beat people, but now he had been saved by them. Meeting his subordinates asking if they were still fighting, he was immediately annoyed, scolding, "What are we fighting? He just saved all of our lives. What face do we have to fight now? If you want to fight, wait until the ranking battle later." Muhankyu looked at Zhong Chen with admiring eyes, extremely happy. Zhong Chen raised his hand, rubbing Luo Sandao's head. Hearing the people from Yingzhon's team talking, turning to see that everyone seemed to be tired and no longer had the will to fight each other, Zhong Chen smiled, looking at Yingzhon and everyone, saying, "There's less than an hour left. Since everyone doesn't want to fight, why don't we go to the center of the ruins to rest a bit, make some barbecue, and wait for the time to end. Fighting just now consumed too much energy. Plus, being suppressed by Song Cheng just now has left everyone almost exhausted. Hearing Zhong Chen say this, everyone was silent, tacitly agreeing, pulling each other towards the center of the ruins. Everyone joined hands, preparing the ingredients and utensils for the BBQ. If you want to find the protagonist, it's not difficult. Among the crowd, wherever there are many women, just go there, and you will definitely find our male guard. Luo Sandao looked at Zhong Chen eating, smiling happily. Benefactor, I can't help but say, the food is really delicious. Mu Hankyu and Li Bing, standing nearby, also smiled secretly, looking at their idol eating. Indeed, if you're handsome, even the way you eat is handsome. Zhong Chen, chewing on a piece of meat, replied, I consumed a lot. There's no other way. The group from Yingzhon, seeing Zhong Chen's side gathering together, constantly clicked their tongues. Indeed, he's a monster. Wherever you look, there's something strange about him. While he was eating happily, click, the system notification popped up. Level 39, leveled up to level 48. Zhong Chen, seeing this, was quite startled, exclaiming, leveled up 9 levels at once. Did you eat it all by yourself, Shaju? Shaju, still chewing in his mouth, replied hesitantly, that's right. Good ingredients, Shaju ate it all by himself. While speaking, suddenly, something got stuck. Shaju hurriedly used his hand to grab the object in his mouth, saying unhappily, wait a minute, master. Then, his fingers gently pulled. It seemed he had found the object that Shaju had pulled out. Zhong Chen quickly examined it. After a moment, he quickly realized what this was, happily exclaiming, Shilanjuo's heavenly weaving soul guidance is still here. The system information appeared. Data, heavenly weaving soul guidance, quality, remnant. Divine weapon, first stage level, unlimited. Attribute, none enhancement attribute, none skills, soul void eye shatter, soul devouring, soul descent. Note, soul void eye shatter, actively releases soul energy, invading the opponent's sea of consciousness, destroying the origin. Soul devouring, actively absorbs the surrounding soul energy, transforming it into one's own power. Soul descent, activates remnant souls, forming a soul body. Powerful soul energy assists in battle. Description 1. Woven from 10,000 souls of living beings, then nurtured with one's own soul for 100 years to be fully integrated. Description 2. This equipment is temporarily in a remnant state. It needs to be fused with more souls to become a true first-stage divine weapon. Description 3. This equipment has the ability to evolve. The more souls it devours, the higher the quality and the level will increase. Special description. This divine weapon cannot be claimed temporarily. It needs to be nurtured with soul energy before it can be used. After reading the data, Zhong Chen frowned, raising the thread. No wonder it took Shilanjuo so long to refine everyone. It turns out the heavenly weaving soul guidance was not complete yet. But it doesn't matter, what's in my hands is mine now. Although this thing wasn't complete, it was another trump card. First, I'll throw it into the sea of consciousness to let the old tree nurture it for a while. Wait until later to claim it, but why nurture equipment when I can nurture my insect children? Nurturing the insect children to grow up is a weapon that is 1,000 times more powerful than this thread. Shaju, beside him, listened without speaking, still shocked from having to pull the thread out of his mouth just now, calculating how to handle the thread properly. Then, a notification popped up. Your heavenly weaving soul guidance has been completely nurtured. It can be claimed. Holy crap, I just threw it in, and it's done in less than 3 seconds. It's so fast, indeed, it was just like a line recording the time elapsed. Zhong Chen exclaimed, I was still planning to use soul energy to nurture it. Hearing the news, both Zhong Chen and Shaju had to widen their eyes, looking at the old tree. The eyes of both of them turned to a branch of the old tree. The thread was placed on a branch. Zhong Chen praised endlessly, Old tree, you're too good. You also have this hidden effect. Not only can you protect my soul, but even the illusions of the great dreamer can be blocked. Looking at the faint shadows under the leaves, even the ancient god's possession has been turned into fruit. Now you also have a special effect on divine weapons. The system notification changed its content again. Heavenly Weaving Soul Guidance has been claimed. Master Zhong Chen. Xiaoju, behind him, looked at the thin thread in Zhong Chen's hand, unable to hide her curiosity. Zhong Chen, on the other hand, was extremely excited, looking towards the old tree, smiling, saying, "Wait until later when I get the amber saber of the Nine-Li God Emperor. I will also hand it over to the old tree to handle." His eyes swept over the fruits under the leaves, a cluster of 3 fruits, one green and 2 blue, the contrasting colors, creating an eye-catching feeling. Based on the colors, he could easily classify the level and effects they brought. More fruits have ripened. Although the level doesn't seem high this time, the quantity makes up for it. Let's see what the results of this type of fruit are like. The green one was the most prominent among the 3 fruits. Let's open this one first. You, open the blue energy fruit. Received a triple experience card, usable within 3 hours. After opening that, next were the remaining 2 fruits. You, open the blue function fruit. Received to transfer task exemption cards. Can exempt the transfer task of 1 profession. Looking at the data panel, Zhong Chen stroked his chin, smiling happily. Transfer task exemption card, too good. And it knows that I have dual professions. Opening 2 of these, I'm already level 48 now. I'm not far from the 3rd transfer. Being able to exempt the task later will make transferring easier. In that case, these 3 fruits can just support me. I don't need to expend too much effort. Let's update my personal information and see how it is now. Name, Zhong Chen. Level, 2nd transfer, level 48. Identity, Poison Insect Lord. Profession, Body Cultivator. Spirit User, Unique Hidden. Thunder Lord. Talent 1, Myriad Things Growth. God-Given Evolution, Myriad Tree Ancestor. Talent 2, Lightning Flash Fusion. Thunder God's Gift. Skills, Human Saber, Earth Saber, Heaven Saber, Great Tao Saber, Mother Insect X IOJRU, level 48, 9 Nether Flags, Calamity level, Offspring, 12 million, Mother Insect Little Armor, level 33, Red Armor Elephant Insect, Calamity level, Offspring, 30,000 Attack Power, 459 Agility, 478 Spirit Power, 429 Constitution, 548 Combat Power Rating, 447 stars. Shadju, following, still has unused items. There's still a triple experience card. I have to quickly find a place to farm experience when I get out. Thinking of something, he snapped his fingers, then smiled happily. Perhaps I'll complete the 3rd transfer very soon. Shadju looked at him, stunned, not understanding what her master wanted to do. Meanwhile, in a certain place belonging to the ancient god sect's main hall, a screen appeared, projecting the image of Song Cheng fighting heroically like a celestial being. A woman covered in a cloak silently sat, looking at the image being reflected before her. 7th seat, ancient god sect, codename, Lover. After the projection skimmed through a series of Song Chen's actions, she couldn't help but admire him. Her hand gently placed under her chin, a delicate, gentle laugh ringing out. I didn't expect that without waiting for the ranking battle, the god's son would be able to eliminate all the god-level heavens chosen of Great Zia. Seeing the handsome image, smiling brightly and full of courage in the battle, also made her feel that Song Cheng was certain to win. The person she admired could not be an ordinary mortal. Her 5 slender fingers immediately gently waved. Next, there's no need to watch anymore. The projection immediately disappeared in a flash. She quickly issued an order. We must also act immediately. Taking a step forward, from above, she looked down below at the altar. 500 meters, my brothers. Stretching out her jade hand, her voice echoed, announcing to the entire headquarters, allies of the Earth Abyss, the Sea Race, the Forbidden Zone, stir up Great Zia. Zhong Zhuanyi must suppress the Earth Abyss. Jilinkui must deal with the old monk. The Great Dreamer is temporarily not awake. At that time, smoke and fire were everywhere. All the state protectors and wind kings would be mired, unable to free themselves. After issuing the order, the girl softly laughed, slowly removing the hat and cloak on her body, gradually revealing her original beautiful face. Her eyes narrowed, her smile curved, extremely happy, saying, Chujiang will have no reinforcements and will definitely be abandoned. When the sacrifice of this city is complete, the crack under Chujiang will be large enough for the ancient god to descend. The girl laughed loudly, continuing, At that time, the dirty human blood in our bodies will be completely cleansed. Hearing the grand declaration of the one above, the ancient god sect's subordinates quickly responded enthusiastically. Their spirits, as if they had drunk 10 cups of coffee, even more excited than celebrating the new year, constantly shouting, Cleanse the blood. The ancient god returns, cleanse the blood. Turning back to the city wall, the Chujiang city guard stood on the city wall, looking down at the small houses and streets below, saying, The 9 great forbidden zones of Great Xia, besides the Yunlu Marsh of Jiangnan, are all rioting. Tong Jin looked towards the urban landscape before him, listening silently, not speaking. Ji Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, standing heroically on the high wall, continuing, There's also the sea race, the earth abyss, the 8 great war zones of Great Xia are all in a state of level 1 combat. Chujiang, although small, must also be vigilant. Tong Jin turned to smile, saying, Don't worry. Our defensive formation has been activated. Warming up won't take more than half an hour to fully activate. Ji Gang, hearing this, his face still maintaining a cautious expression, said, With preparations, there's nothing to worry about. He continued to look towards the bottom in an uncertain manner, his heart worried and uneasy. I don't know how John Chen is doing. The previous news said the Jiangnan team was in the top 3, right? Tong Jin nodded, smiling, looking at him, right? Jiangnan this time has Zhong Chen and Zhong Wushuan. Securing the top 3 is not a problem. As for whether Zhong Chen can seize the top spot on the Heaven's Chosen list, we'll have to see the ranking battle later. While they were talking happily, suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out in the distance, shaking the area. Ji Gang immediately widened his eyes, sweeping his gaze over. What's going on? The loud sound caused both of them to immediately stand up. From afar on the city wall, several people, Zhao Kei, Duan Feng, Gulan, ran over, constantly reporting, Big Brother, our teleportation station has been destroyed. The communication equipment has also been cut off. A large number of beast tides are surrounding Chujiang from all directions. Why is it all bad news? They were still peaceful just now. It must be the peace before the storm. The current situation is that countless monsters are everywhere, constantly destroying the city and sweeping away everything in their path. This is bad. With the teleportation and communication cut off, Chujiang will become an isolated city. After detailed analysis, could it be that the entire Great Riot this time is to lure away the high combat power? The real target is Chujiang. The more it is like this, the more we can't panic. Ji Gang quickly gathered the 3 of them, beginning to assign tasks. All 3 listened seriously. Duan Feng, you guard the city wall. Find a way to speed up the activation of the entire defensive formation. Prepare nuclear weapons. Zhao Kei, you go open the emergency reserve plan. You, a transfer, can transmit sound for places where you can't transmit. Use loudspeakers. Bulan, you immediately gather all the transferred people in the city. Follow me to the front line to build a defensive wall of people. Saying this, they separated to act. Ji Gang quickly rushed from the city wall down, heading towards the source of the loud sound just now. I will go to the front line to block them first. I'll leave the rear to you. Then, everyone also carried out the plan. In a corner, everyone had begun to leave the battle, discussing, We are finally out. Where is everyone? Zhong Chen led everyone to walk, but strangely, the viewing stand originally had many people coming to watch the battle. But why was there no one now? He exclaimed. Why can't I see anyone? Yinzon and everyone looked around. Everything was still silent. Zhong Wushuan, after stopping for a moment, exclaimed, I have a bad feeling. Walking forward to see what was going on, suddenly, Zhong Xuany's image appeared. Zhong Chen jumped in fright for a moment. You scared me. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere like that. This old man wants to make my heart drop, old and still playing tricks. When he calmed down, Zhong Xuany's image had also continued. First, the great forbidden zones, the sea race, and the earth abyss of Great Xia are rioting. All the high-level war zones have gone to provide aid. Second, half an hour ago, Hubei, the Jiangnan war zone, sent an urgent message. The surrounding city of Chujiang's defensive transfer is suspected of being attacked by a beast tide. Hearing this, Zhong Chen's face darkened, his eyes panicked, his brow furrowed. What? Where are my master and senior sister? Have they gone to help yet? Zhong Zhuanyi's image calmly replied. Zhong Chen, the southeast coast sea race is rioting. They have gone there to suppress it. The coastal defense line cannot be broken. Otherwise it will be dangerous for the entire war zone. Even Great Zia, hearing this, he exclaimed, then who has gone to Chujiang? Zhong Zhuanyi was silent, his face terribly serious. Silently listening, he looked at the heavens chosen before him, saying, no one can split themselves to go there. Chujiang, among the 108 cities of Jiangnan, is ranked last. Although it's inhumane, the high-level meeting of Great Zia has decided to abandon Chujiang to protect the big picture. Hearing this, Zhong Chen clenched his fists, his bones cracking, his voice cold, saying, abandon Chujiang. Haven't you thought about the possibility of the enemy luring the tiger away from the mountain? Hearing this, Yingzon immediately turned to look at him with a stunned expression. Zhong Zhuanyi was silent for a few seconds, calmly saying, his voice echoing throughout the area, we have thought about it, but compared to Chujiang, other places cannot have any mistakes. No one can guarantee that Chujiang is not the real bait to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Originally, your master didn't want me to tell you these things, but I specially left a trace of a remnant image to tell you. He looked in Zhong Chen's direction, lifting his hand slightly. Zhong Chen, I ask you, what should you decide at this moment? Zhong Chen lowered his head, covering his eyes, saying to him, to you, Great Zia is home and must be protected. That is the big picture, I can understand. But to me, once again raising his head to look at him, Zhong Chen's eyes were full of determination and resolve, his entire body burning with momentum, his power spreading throughout his body. Chujiang is my home. No matter how small it is, I will not abandon it. I must go back. After hearing the 100% official news broadcast live from Zhong Zhuanyi, everyone was extremely moved, their hearts surging with a desire to carry out heroic justice, excitedly discussing. We should also go to Chujiang. The Jiangnan team can't stand by. Zhong Wushuang clenched his fist, saying solemnly, wherever the team leader goes, we will follow. Yingzon also crossed his arms, looking towards Zhong Chen, smiling. 1 place in trouble, 8 places support, count me in. Hua Yunfei excitedly stepped in front of Zhong Chen, full of righteousness, saying, I'll go too. Witnessing the crowd and everyone wanting to rush to help their hometown, Zhong Chen's face also became gentler, his eyes full of gratitude. Looking at each face, each person, he felt a sense of kinship, as if they were one family, choked up, unable to speak. Zhong Zhuanyi, seeing the will, determination, and fighting spirit of the heavens chosen, highly praised their fighting spirit, no doubt. But he narrowed his eyes, his voice calm, slowly reminding them again, I remind you, that is a beast tide that even a guardians would have difficulty surviving. And you are all rising stars with unlimited futures. Knowing that you are going to die, you still want to go. While speaking, he raised his hand. Immediately, a 3D image appeared in the palm of his hand, simulating a giant monster constantly moving, extremely ferocious. After hearing Zhong Zhuanyi mention the seriousness of the problem, the initial enthusiasm, like a deflated balloon, began to diminish, flipping faster than a lover changing their mind. The crowd shouting for justice gradually showed fear, their eyes gradually panicking, lowering their heads, covering their fearful eyes. This kind of battle is probably not suitable for us. I'm afraid I'm too weak and will drag everyone down. Just now, their heroic will was just a momentary slip of the tongue, demanding to go. Now that they knew that place was like a pit of fire, and it wasn't their hometown, of course they wouldn't go. After all, it was up to them. What if they logged out of the server and turned out to be stupid? The crowd quickly showed apologetic expressions, then gradually left. The group from Yingzon, seeing those heroes who only talked, snorted coldly, their eyes full of contempt. Having teammates like you is truly a disgrace to Jingdu. It's good that those cowardly weaklings didn't go, otherwise they would really drag us down. Yinzon acted as if he was afraid people wouldn't hear, deliberately raising his voice, causing those people to feel a pang of conscience. After Zhong Zhuanyi filtered out a portion of the Heaven's Chosen who wouldn't participate in the support operation for their compatriots in Xujiang, he looked back at the number of people still at the scene. Seeing that no one was moving, he began to call out their names. The team leader of this operation, once again, Zhong Chen, is this your final answer? The team leader, Zhong Chen, still resolutely, his face full of determination, shouted in response, even if there are 10,000 people, I will still go. Yingzon, half naked, showing off his muscles, activated his limbs, his voice full of the pride of a wealthy young master. I am a descendant of the human emperor, my ancestors will praise me. Zhong Wuxuan then clasped his hands, making a gesture as if praying, lightly closing his eyes, saying, Grandfather, I will prove my invincible heart from this step forward. Hua Yunfei then resolutely went along, her heart full of righteousness, clenching her fist in her hand, her momentum shouting, Great magic! How can we not have anyone? Zhong Zhuanyi, hearing this, was extremely satisfied, laughing loudly, his face revealing a joy that had never been seen before. Good, worthy of being the new generation of Heaven's Chosen of Great Zia. His eyes swept over each face here, nodding, sighing with emotion, his hands waving, excitedly announcing, just right, 10 people. You are the top 10 on the Heaven's Chosen list, the rest are all eliminated. Just as Zhong Xuanyi's words finished, the crowd behind all turned back, their mouths wide open. What? Just because they didn't participate in the Summer Green volunteer operation, they were eliminated. It was Tohash, who wasn't afraid of death, old man. Hearing the crowd's objections, Zhong Zhuanyi quickly changed his strategy, appropriately announcing, the ranking battle later will be cancelled, changed to competing for merit. Before their brains could process, suddenly, a bright red bracelet appeared on everyone's wrist. Zhong Wuxuan and Zhong Chen looked at it, extremely stunned. This is. Understanding that the Heaven's Chosen's brains hadn't processed, Zhong Zhuanyi immediately explained, you are wearing a bracelet that records your ranking. The final ranking will be based on your merit in this battle to suppress public opinion. He said that he wasn't fair, only favoring those who participated in activities to get points, so now he came up with this strategy to let them choose for themselves. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. If you don't participate, it's because you don't know how to work hard. The opportunity has been given, but participating is dangerous to your life. Indeed, he was cunning, so that later no one could find fault and blame him. Zhong Zhuanyi emphasized, I warn you again, even if you die, Great Zia can still endure it and wait. If you truly die, it only proves that you are not qualified enough. Therefore, don't be lucky, you must truly rely on yourselves to survive. Anyway, if you don't want to go, I won't force you. While he was enthusiastically stroking his chin, lecturing the little ones on the principles of life, looking up to see, where had they all run off to? If you speak, there must be someone listening, have some respect. Don't you know to respect the elderly and gain longevity? Zhong Wuxuan looked at his grandfather, speechless. Is this a common habit of old people? Grandfather is starting to ramble again, why is he so talkative? Don't use this old-fashioned motivational trick anymore, rest assured, we won't die easily. Zhong Zhuanyi, hearing Zhong Wuxuan say that, wanted to slap this grandson's head. Yinzon walked towards the barrier door before him, saying, we accept the will of martial God. Saying this, both of them quickly ran through the barrier before Zhong Xuanyi's eyes. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the front, where the two had passed through. He smiled slightly, raising his hand to his chin, looking up at the sky. Memories of the past suddenly came to him. He chuckled, these little brats dare to say I'm old. Later, I will lead you to the earth abyss, see how decisively I kill. You won't dare to talk nonsense anymore, but these little brats are really very lovable. Saying this, Zhong Xuanyi's reflected image gradually scattered and faded away in the air. Before disappearing, he also echoed the words full of anticipation and hope, you must truly survive. All the important characters had left, leaving only the crowd behind, constantly crying and wailing in despair. Some knelt down, crying as if they had been dumped by their lover. Some covered their faces, sobbing as if they had been cheated on by their lover. The sounds of crying created a new song of heartbreak in the 4.0 era, sounding like wronged women. Did we do something wrong? Are we at fault with everyone? I don't know. I'm too cowardly. I don't dare. What's there to cry about? There is still hope. That's right. If they die there, we'll have the opportunity to get on the list. Welcome everyone to join the volunteer team to support our compatriots in Xinjiang. The current situation is that the Jiangnan War Zone's East Sea defense line is experiencing a beast tide. This is truly endless. Countless kinds of monsters that you can't imagine are all present here, with extremely diverse sizes and shapes. Seeing the situation of the battle unfolding before his eyes, Duan Xinghai narrowed his eyes, saying, "This sea beast tide is very unusual." Ducation looked at the number below, exclaiming, "In terms of scale, compared to history, this is definitely one of the largest." The sounds of gunfire constantly rang out, firing non-stop forward. Following that, Duan Xinghai, still facing forward, hearing Ducation's words, said his thoughts, but the intensity of the battle is completely disproportionate. Ducation asked suspiciously, "You mean the opponent is acting?" Duan Xinghai looked forward, his body sitting low, wanting to shorten the distance to observe, saying, "I suspect that the riot of the sea race this time is just to lure away the top combat power, covering up for something else." Ducation seemed to think of something, his hands clenching into fists, his brow furrowed, saying, "Xinjiang." Duan Xinghai frowned, shaking his head, showing that he wasn't sure. He turned to Ducation, saying, "I'm not sure." Besides the sea race and the earth abyss rioting, Great Xia also has 5 cities encountering beast tides, and they are all small cities far from the main base. Xinjiang is just one of them. No one knows what their true target is, or if there isn't any. Ducation, hearing this, his face became more and more wrinkled, not responding, thinking. Then, suddenly, Duan Xinghai received a report. He quickly accepted it, hearing shocking news that caused him to exclaim unconsciously, "Zhong Zhuanyi is transmitting news." Zhong Chen and the others from the Qinluo War Zone's main base directly teleported to the Hubei city, Jiangnan. Just as he finished speaking, Ducation wanted to fall backwards, shouting, "Hubei city. This is really a headache, and now, thanks to Zhong Zhuanyi, I have a few more wrinkles on my face." Ducation, hearing the news, immediately ran away, leaving Duan Xinghai behind, chasing after him, wanting to catch his breath. While running, Ducation, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, ran forward desperately. He shouted, "They're going to Hubei, not Xinjiang, damn it. I already told them not to tell him about the beast tide in Xinjiang. Zhong Zhuanyi, that unreliable bastard, it's no good. I have to go back. For the sake of the big picture, losing one of my disciples is fine, but now I'm losing 2. I'm going crazy." Duan Xinghai, chasing after Ducation, understood his old friend's mood, trying his best to persuade him, "Ducation, calm down." Besides Zhong Chen, Ying Zon, Hua Yunfei, Zhong Wushuang, and the entire Jiangnan team have all gone. I know you dote on Zhong Chen, but this time, it's not just him acting alone. There are also other heavens chosen, all in the top 10 on the gold list. Just as he finished speaking, from below the sea in front of them, a loud tremor suddenly came. A giant monster appeared, with large teeth. If you didn't look closely, you would mistake it for a giant iceberg. Duan Xinghai quickly caught up with Ducation, saying, "Ducation, look. The 8th Turn Sea Emperor has appeared. You can't go, otherwise they will truly attack. Once the defense line collapses, Jiangnan will face a great disaster." Being rushed, after hearing the bad news, there were immediately 2 things in his head. One was to go save his beloved disciple, and the other was to grab a knife and skewer Zhong Zhuanyi for daring to put his disciple in danger. Now that he was in a hurry and also encountered this monster, without saying much, Ducation pulled out his sword, jumping up in a beautiful arc, aiming straight at the monster. "I'm going to kill your mother, you beast, daring to appear. Heaven-splitting saber for you, today. I will kill you here." Seeing his old friend's full momentum, Duan Xinghai didn't stop him. If he'd tried to stop him, he wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. so he could only stand still, taking 3 minutes to mourn for the unlucky monster. Turning back to the situation at the center of everyone's attention, the city of Chujiang, this place was surrounded by a barrier, like a cage covering it. Outside, countless monsters were trying to attack, the outside of the barrier rumbling non-stop. The southeast corner has been breached. Repair it. Reinforce it immediately. A crack has appeared in the northwest corner. Hold on. In the base, standing in the center of the army, an old man was constantly busy, commanding the branches of the army. I am the General Commander, Yin Hanjiang, the Chujiang Defense Force. Battalion Commander of the 4th Battalion. Battalion Commander of the 5th Battalion. Battalion Commander of the 11th Battalion. Follow me to block the breach. Extend the repair time. From this moment on, if the battalion commander dies, the company commander will replace him. If the company commander dies, the platoon leader will replace him. If the platoon leader dies, the squad leader will replace him. At all costs, buy time for the teammates behind. Ji Gang constantly swung his sword, sweeping across the necks and bodies of the monsters. The heaven-splitting saber, human saber techniques were all unleashed skillfully, causing the monsters to fall to the ground. Facing the monsters, Tong Jin nimbly kicked out, the Honglian fire burning the world. Each kick caused the monsters to be burned to ashes and fall down like leaves. Bulan, relying on his physical advantage, wrestled the monster, the heavenly gang armor raging, causing them to fall to the ground like sandbags. Zhao Kai, in the rear, unleashed his power, the holy light priest, providing support to the teammates who were fighting. Seeing that there was a change on Bulan's side, she shouted towards him, "Bulan, be careful behind you." Hearing her reminder, he immediately moved his hands and feet, swinging them forcefully, trying to escape the grip of the monster that was surrounding him. But no matter what he did, he couldn't escape. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, in a hurry, Bulan, while struggling forcefully, shouted, "Damn it, I'm stuck. I can't dodge." Just as he was in a desperate situation, from afar, a whistling sound came, shooting straight towards the monster. Bulan took the opportunity, the monster being hit by the arrow, to break free from the shackles. He breathed a sigh of relief, squatting down, turning towards the back, excitedly saying, "Perfect, Duan Xinghai." From behind, a soft laugh echoed. "It seems I didn't come too late." Seeing that Duan Feng had arrived, everyone who was fighting wearily, Ji Gang revealed an impatient expression, saying, "Duan Feng, if you don't command well, if we all die here, the Chujiang city guard will truly be extinct." Duan Feng, standing from above, looking down at where Ji Gang was fighting, said, "Old boss, you've just recovered your old style. Don't say unlucky words, we still have Zhongchen. As long as he's alive, the Chujiang city guard will exist forever." Saying this, Duan Feng, relying on his position standing high, observing, saw that the monsters were constantly heading straight here. Not only the number, but it seemed the levels were not ordinary either. He chuckled, "Those 5th stage bone-eating ghouls and to 6th stage demon apes are no longer attacking the protective layer and are all running towards this side. It seems there will be a great battle, but it's okay. First, let's fight to our heart's content, then we'll see. Anyway, I've already ordered that once the protective layer breaks, 8 nuclear weapons will be activated to die with them." Ji Gang, hearing this, laughed, his body full of righteousness, heroically raising his sword straight into the sky, his face full of solemnity and sharpness, exclaiming, "Very good. Remember the oath when you join the Chujiang city guard. I swear, when the long night comes, I am the dawn." Then, everyone, with the mentality of risking their lives for the sake of the big picture, rushed straight towards the monsters, as if they couldn't wait, shouting while running, "When the long night comes, I am the dawn." The Yon Huang true fire burns from the 3, not seeking glory from the stars. Guarding the great mission, dying without regret. Everyone went into position, fighting in a full and harmonious manner. Leading the way was Ji Gang, opening a scene of slaughter full of glory, going down in the history of the country in this volunteer operation to protect Chujiang in this adverse situation. The heaven-splitting saber, Great Dao Saber, one after another, were techniques full of lethality and heavy damage. Tong Jin, the long-legged beauty, unleashed a move. heavenly fire Lao Yuan, causing the monsters to fall from their horses. Following that, the golden arrows shot out, the marksman's speed piercing through the skin and fat of the monster. One move, the raging heavenly gang of Bulong, had caused the monster to fall to the ground, unable to get up. Behind them, there was the enthusiastic support of Zhao Kei, the holy light priest, helping the teammates as if they were reborn again. Standing behind Zhao Kei, seeing the unstable situation before her, shouted in fear, "Everyone, be careful. It's a 6th stage giant ape." Just as she finished speaking, a punch from the giant monster had landed right before everyone's eyes. Everyone gathered together, resisting against it, but it was like throwing salt into the sea. The range of the threat is too wide. I can't dodge it. How could its power be something that ordinary people could resist? Ji Gang and Tong Jin gritted their teeth, joining forces, trying to resist the punch, but it seemed they still couldn't stop its advance. Ji Gang shouted, "Then hold on tight, hold on." Tong Jin, exhausted, squeezed out the last bit of strength, shouting, "It's no good. We've been fighting for so long, everyone is exhausted." In the monster's eyes, these people were too annoying. Gathering its strength again, it unleashed another punch forward. The ground couldn't withstand the destructive force and tore apart, the wind blowing the ground straight towards the group. Not giving this annoying group a chance to breathe again, the monster quickly ran over, one foot crushing these ants. Then there would be no more obstacles. Before their eyes, about to be crushed, panic rushed over. Before their eyes, there was only the image of a foot getting smaller and smaller. Ji Gang and Tong Jin both widened their eyes, awaiting the death that was coming to them. In Ji Gang's hand, he still held his sword. Both of them had wishes they hadn't fulfilled. Could it be that I'm about to die? I haven't seen Zhong Chen seize the top spot on the Heaven's Chosen list yet. I haven't gone to my master to brag that I've broken through to the 4th transfer and refined the heaven-splitting saber yet. While muttering in their hearts, preparing to return to God, suddenly, a streak of light rang out, accompanied by the sound of blood splattering. A second later, the head, following the inertia of the force, also flew away, causing the two people who thought they were about to step into the coffin to feel extremely stunned. What is it? A handsome figure, 1.8 meters tall, with 8-pack ABS, had appeared, crushing the monster. Chujiang's city guard, Zhong Chen has arrived. One sentence, myriad things growth. Immediately, a protective circle was erected, covering everyone. Zhong Chen looked towards the group of monsters running over, saying, "Uncle Ji, everyone, go inside the protective layer to heal. I'll take care of this place." Ji Gang widened his eyes, looking at the young man before him, not believing his eyes, shouting, "Zhong Chen? Am I seeing things?" Tong Jin smiled, looking at the person before her. "We're saved this time," she said happily. "You're not seeing things? It's really Zhong Chen who's back." While they were overjoyed, suddenly remembering something, Ji Gang immediately changed his expression from extreme joy to sudden sadness and sorrow, his emotions changing so quickly that it was dizzying. "Wait, why did you come back? This is a beast tide. You're here to die, it's over. The Chujiang city guard is truly wiped out." Hearing Ji Gang's words, Zhong Chen smiled calmly, looking at everyone. "Ji uncle, I used the 9 nether flags to fight with Ziyuan Shono last time, and everyone's memories were erased. I don't blame you." Looking towards the front, where the monster had fallen, Zhong Chen turned his eyes to that place, saying, "But even if you underestimate me, please look at the situation outside first." Right before their eyes, the giant high-level monster had been easily dealt with by him in one move. Witnessing the truth being revealed before their eyes, Ji Gang hurriedly said, "This is your 9 nether flags from before. It's a calamity level." Hearing Ji Gang ask with a panicked expression like that, Zhong Chen was a bit too lazy to explain, and could only reply, "Having amnesia is really annoying. Just think of it that way." Seeing the scene before their eyes caused everyone to be stunned on the spot, especially Tong Jin and Ji Gang. After a while, they still couldn't regain their senses. Ji Gang's eyes were so wide they seemed to fall out, his expression extremely shocked, constantly assessing, exclaiming, "This is clearly a 6th stage ferocious beast. It can be compared to a 6th transfer spirit level transfer." Tong Jin, looking at the hundreds of thousands of monsters before her, along with their terrifying combat power, was also frightened, stammering, "This number." This combat power, Ji Gang's expression gradually changed from shock to joy. Zhong Chen is truly not simple. This time, our Chu Jiang is saved. Zhong Chen, seeing everyone's expressions changing constantly, wasn't surprised. He looked at the two of them, smiling proudly. Of course, this time, it's not just me, I also have my friends here. This is not just a rescue, but also the final battle of the Heaven's Chosen list. Bai Fun, without stopping, swung his sword, slashing through the monsters. While slaughtering, he constantly shouted, "Even if we exert all our strength to kill a 4th stage or 5th stage ferocious beast, it would take us several minutes. But Zhong Chen's 9 nether flags kill a 6th stage ferocious beast in less than a minute. What's the point of fighting for this combat list?" Tong Ying, fighting close by, also wasn't idle, constantly unleashing attacks, replying, "That's fine too." Anyway, the combat credit he gets from using the 9 nether flags is only counted as one part of the normal combat credit. Meanwhile, Liu Beizi, full of momentum, constantly punched the monsters like punching bags, stomping on them, torturing them. The more he fought, the more excited he became. This is so exciting. This is the first time I've fought a beast tide. There are so many ferocious beasts. Saying this, he excitedly shouted for the people behind him to hear. "Fellow Taoist Liu, focus on these ferocious beasts. Don't focus on the ones in the Heavens Chosen. Be careful of the ferocious beasts outside the formation ambushing." The scene switched to another corner of the battlefield. Luo Sandao maintained a shield, sheltering Mu Hankyu. Her eyes were facing forward, her brow furrowed. "There are truly too many monsters. We can't kill them all." While fighting, she swept her eyes behind the shield, shouting, "Little Mu, focus on fighting. I'm protecting you. You don't need to be afraid of anything." Mu Hankyu, hearing this, still continuously unleashed attacks, shouting, "This is Master's home. I will definitely risk my life." Hearing Mu Hanqiu's words, Luo Sandao also agreed, shouting, "Let those perverted god-level guys compete for the Heaven's Chosen list. I only care about Master." In the sky, suddenly, streaks of golden fire flashed. Hua Yunfei grabbed her bow, aiming straight at the sky, her momentum pressing down on people. From the sky, a fire phoenix gradually appeared. Each flap of its wings and the sound of its cry caused a series of fire streaks to fly and scatter all around, burning the monsters. She exclaimed, "Scorching sun ascending, golden crow fire feather." Before, in the team battle in the secret realm, I couldn't perform well. Now is a good opportunity to make up for it. Zhong Chen is so strong, I can't mess things up. In this battle, I must perform really well. On the battlefield on the other side, Zhong Wushuang had unleashed his ultimate technique. He clasped his hands together, his body gradually being lifted up. Behind him, a similar form to him gradually appeared, with a giant size. The golden light was so dazzling that it wanted to blind people's eyes. "Invincible war god body, invincible heart, I must prove it. Zhong Chen, you can't let you do all the heroics alone. Although before, in the secret realm, I wasn't as good as you, but this time is different from that time." Just as he finished speaking, the head of a monster immediately separated from its neck and fell down. Human Emperor Sword Summon, Yingzon stepped on the corpses of the monsters under his feet, walking, his hands carrying the horns of the monster that had just been killed. His eyes, following the atmosphere of the battlefield, were dyed red like blood. Around him were the aerial magic formations that he had opened. Each sword point rained down like rain, soaked with the smell of rust. Yinzon laughed like a madman, exclaiming, "Zhong Chen, before, in the secret realm, I originally thought I didn't need to use this sword to deal with you, but now it seems that if I want to beat you, I have to exert all my strength. As the only descendant of the human emperor, the top spot on the Heaven's Chosen list must be mine." Witnessing the group of young men and women constantly slaughtering, everyone was stunned. Tong Jin opened her wide eyes, extremely panicked. The new generation of Heaven's Chosen is truly admirable. Ji Gang also unconsciously nodded, his expression also extremely shocked, exclaiming, "That's right." The waves behind push the waves ahead. We're truly old. Zhang Chen, seeing that everyone was unleashing their techniques, was constantly assessing. Zhong Wushuang's momentum was stronger than before in the secret realm. Yingzon had also summoned the human emperor's sword. In his hand, the poison insect dust gradually gathered in the palm of his hand, gradually increasing. Zhang Chen knew that in this situation, even if he was confident in ensuring his own safety, this was his hometown. He couldn't just stand by and watch others contribute while he didn't do anything. Even if he had the 9 nether flags to guarantee it, he couldn't just sit idle by. Ji Gang, seeing Zhang Chen's appearance, again had a feeling of worrying, so he tried to call out, "Zhang Chen?" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen had jumped up, riding the dust, surfing forward, his momentum pressing down on people. "Uncle Ji, Aunt Tang, you all watch carefully. Today, I will not only eliminate the beast tide, but also seize the top spot on the heavens chosen list." Ji Gang and Tang Jin, seeing this, both shouted in unison, "Zhang Chen, I believe you, you can definitely do it." After seeing that people had come out to fight in the outer circle, not wasting any time, he quickly ran to inform the team. "Bulan, the outside, has people to worrying about it. You guys follow me to quickly repair the city defense formation to prevent any accidents." The group, hearing Ji Gang's instructions, replied in unison, "Understood." The woman with the codename Lover, witnessing the events that had happened, couldn't believe her eyes. Her entire face became twisted and ugly. She exclaimed, "Zhang Chen, why are they still alive?" Standing on the cliff, observing from afar, looking down at the battlefield that she had tried so hard to build, now suddenly Zhang Chen had appeared in this place. Could it be that the god's son has encountered something? This 9 nether flags, I heard he had it before, but I didn't expect it to be on such a large scale. Damn it, the intelligence personnel are all deserving of death. When I get back, I'll tear all the ones who went to scout and reported false information to shreds for the dogs to eat. Looking at a sky full of smoke and fire, now everywhere was the dust of the 9 nether flags, truly blinding. Saying this, the codename Lover quickly issued an order to her subordinates. "I will go to the crack under Chujiang to report to the ancient god. You guys immediately go inform the Earth Abyss Pig Emperor to take action first. She can restrain the insect swarm." Saying this, she quickly disappeared, leaving only the subordinates respectfully kneeling on the ground, hearing her all shouting, "7th seat." After joining the battle, her figure quickly moved to the monsters, sweeping through them non-stop. The heaven-splitting saber, Great Tao Lightning Saber, truly the saying, "One saber levels the world." The entire road was cleared in an instant. Just as he finished slashing a monster, Xiaoju had appeared right beside him, his eyes full of joy, showing off to him, "Master, Xiaoju ate another ferocious beast." Zhang Chen, hearing this, chuckled, resting his sword on his shoulder, saying casually, "If you can eat, then eat more." Xiaoju nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, constantly continuing to sweep through the buffet table here, eating his fill. At this moment, the system panel also appeared, experience plus 2170 to system, level 48, leveled up to level 57. Back in his own world, Zhang Chen immediately quickly assessed the experience points he had obtained. In the palm of his hand, 2 thin pieces of crystal appeared. He smiled, exclaiming, "I have a double experience card in my hand, and XIOJIU and I will level up to level 57 very quickly. This beast tide is truly food being delivered right to our door." Xiaoju smiled, nodding repeatedly, enjoying the food in his hand in a delicious manner. Then, Zhang Chen thought of something. There are also 2 third transfer exemption cards. Tonight, I can complete the 3rd transfer and receive a new mother insect. Just thinking about it made him feel like it was the new year. Suddenly, from behind, the voice of a young boy came. Little Armor, heading towards Zhang Chen, said, "Father, there are many souls of living beings here that need my help to collect for you." Hearing these words, Zhang Chen felt quite strange, so he turned to ask him, "What? Why don't you just eat them directly?" He showed a wronged expression, his hands touching each other, his face innocent, saying softly, "But father said he would take me to eat a god demon buffet. I don't want these things." Hearing this, Zhong Chen could only shake his head, sighing, "This mouth has been spoiled too much." Just as he finished speaking, Zhong Chen looked towards the old tree, then looked towards little Armor, who was floating in the air, saying, "The colored fruits on the tree and the heavenly weaving soul guidance all need souls to nourish them. You go, little Armor. Remember to hide well. You are my trump card. You can't reveal yourself unless it's absolutely necessary." Little Armor obediently nodded, replying, "Yes, father." After a great battle of 800 rounds with the monsters, the achievement list that everyone was looking forward to had appeared. Great Zia Combat Credit List. First place, Martial God Zhong Zhuanyi. Second place, Sword God Ji Linqui. Third place, Great Dreamer Wanyu. 28th place, Heaven Splitting Saber Gukation. 296th place, Zhong Chen. 401st place, Yin Zon. 468th place, Zhong Wuxuan. After the results were announced for all the people to witness, Yin Zon angrily clenched the weapon in his hand, looking at the transparent crystal that appeared above the red bracelet, saying, "Damn it. In such a short time, Zhong Chen has entered the top 300 on the Great Zia Combat Credit List, and I, even after summoning the Human Emperor Sword, am still stuck outside the top 400. As a young master of a large family, to lose in terms of both level and face like this is a disgrace." Yin Zon became even more bloodthirsty, rushing to slaughter, thinking about the current situation while killing monsters. If it continues like this, there's definitely no way to catch up to other people's speed. If it continues like this, it won't do. If I want to surpass Zhong Chen, I have to find another way. The so-called combat credit is not just about seeing who kills more enemies. There's also contribution. With a beast tied of this scale, there must be a transmission channel. I'll go find the transmission channel and destroy it. Perhaps I can reverse the situation. On the city wall, Bulang looked from afar, his hands crossed, silently assessing. Zhao Kai, after observing the situation below, leaned forward. "Big brother, the city defense formation has been repaired. You can rest assured now." Jigang sat, nodding in response, his heart still worried about Zhong Chen's safety. Is Zhong Chen going to deep into the enemy's territory? Bulang, hearing this, replied, "Big brother, what are you afraid of? With 100,000,009 nether flags opening the way, Zhong Chen is like a monarch inspecting his territory. With the current situation, we can already see that the situation has changed. Now everyone can rest assured and guard this place. Just leave everything outside to the heavens chosen to support." Sitting from his high position, Jigang seemed to realize something. Suddenly, he smiled brightly, pointing forward, exclaiming, "He's probably seizing the opportunity to level up. With such a good opportunity, he might break through to the third transfer in one go." Bulang, hearing this, was stunned, unable to believe it, stretching out his hand, making a trumpet shape, widening his eyes, looking into the distance. "What? He's that fast? Besides Big Brother and a few of us, everyone else is only at the third transfer?" Bulang, after observing, fell into deep thought, stroking his chin, his eyes uncertainly looking down, as if remembering something. After the third transfer, the profession text will be enhanced. Even the profession can advance, but the third transfer task is a big pit. Back then, I was stuck there for 4 years. That period of time, not much, not little, but it was a difficult period in my life. Jigang, sitting on the city wall, looked towards the storm of 9 nether flags dust, slowly saying, "That's right. The third transfer, 6th transfer, and 9th transfer are like 3 great mountains." Jigang was silent for a few seconds, then continued, "They are very difficult to overcome. Many awakened people can't break through in their entire lives. But this generation of Heaven's Chosen is different. Yingzon, Hua Yunfei, Zhong Wuxuan, the previous Heaven's Chosen have all completed the third transfer. Even now, they have reached the stage where they can enter the 4th transfer at any time. Compared to them, Zhong Chen is still slower." Hearing this, Bulang and Zhake also became extremely flustered. Before they could finish panicking, from afar, a rumbling sound suddenly came, the air pressure and wind sweeping extremely strongly, almost blowing the 3 of them away. Even though they had tried their best to resist, after stabilizing their bodies, before their eyes, there was a silver-gold vortex, like a lush ancient tree. This Jacquet narrowed her eyes, resisting the strong wind sweeping over, not believing what was happening before her eyes. She frowned, her eyes wide, shouting, "This is..." John Chen has started the third transfer, so fast. Bulan also froze, his eyes as if fixed, unable to believe it, staring at the light, unable to speak. Ji Gang was also stunned, not believing what he was seeing, shouting, "Wait! Why is he directly starting to enhance the origin text? Doesn't he need to do the transfer task?" In a panic, Ji Gang constantly looked towards the place where the light from the ancient tree was emitting, shouting, "Could it be the task exemption item in the legends? Enhancing the origin, Zhong Chen will be pulled into the origin space. It's very weak, it's very dangerous, everyone, quickly follow me to protect him." While everyone on this side was still killing monsters, when they realized the ancient tree was emitting light, they headed towards that place. This is Bai Fun, seeing it, knew what was happening on the battlefield. Directly breaking through is too bold, we must also quickly go there to help him protect him. After discovering it, everyone ran as fast as they could, rushing over like moths to a flame. Leading the way was Luo Sandao, flying in the air. "Little Mo, don't focus on fighting anymore. Benefactor is breaking through, we must quickly go protect him." Behind her, there were more and more people following. John Wushwan also quickly ran towards that direction, smiling, saying, "Anyway, I can't compete with him this time, I'll also go help him defend." While everyone was rushing towards Zhong Chen, Yingzon had arrived at the Great Earth transmission of the monsters. He encountered a giant monster guarding the gate here. Holding the red sword in his hand, he narrowed his eyes, looking at it. "I've finally found it." He unleashed, opening the magic formation skill, saying, "I can set up a remote transmission channel. Yin Yang escape, Earth Beast, don't help the Yang Beast, indeed, it's here. In that case, the Yin Beast is below there. Fortunately, I only need to chop one, and the transmission channel will stop." Yingzon began to lift his sword, preparing to swing it down, his eyes bloodthirsty as he looked at it, wanting to swallow it into the chaotic world. "Impossible. Even if you are a 7th stage, I am a descendant of the human emperor." Just as he finished speaking, his hand grabbed countless yellow talismans, heading towards the sky. The sword swung down with full momentum. "I'm carrying 13 scrolls of Forbidden's talismans. It's enough to deal with a 7th stage. The top spot on the Heaven's Chosen list will still be mine." Just as he was preparing to make mincemeat of the monster, suddenly, he felt a cold wind blowing. Yingzon quickly turned around. Before his eyes, a space door was constantly widening, as if sensing something. He exclaimed, "There's killing intent. This feeling is truly oppressive." Yingzon still stood there, his voice threatening, shouting, "Who is it?" Before his eyes, a giant black shadow suddenly appeared. As soon as he clearly recognized the shape that had appeared before him, Yingzon was extremely shocked. "This is the 8th turn Pig Emperor from the Earth Abyss." The black shadow gradually revealed its true form. Each of its red eyes flickered, moving with his actions. It slowly spoke, "Little brat, you look delicious." Seeing the enemy, Yingzon immediately analyzed. She has escaped from the sword god Ji Linkyu's hands many times. Her strength is not ordinary. The Forbidden's talismans are useless against her. I am definitely not her opponent. I have to run. This is bad. Zhong Chen seems to still be breaking through. I have to think of a way to slip away. This bet is not worth it. The Pig Emperor seems to understand his intention to run, quickly approaching. Yingzon, while trying to slip away, dodging the attacks, thought, besides running, I have to find a way to inform them. I must inform everyone so they can be prepared to respond. Yingzon didn't waste any time here, quickly unleashing his skill, Blood Slaughter Body, Blood Explosion. Then he flew in the opposite direction of the monster. I must quickly inform them. He thought he could slip away smoothly, but no, it was not easy. Before he had gone a few meters, the 8th turn Pig Emperor looked at his butt, then looked at Yingzon's back, observing that he had run far enough, then stretched out a finger, shooting out silk with a snap, saying lightly, "Want to run? How naive." Seeing that his hand had been wrapped by this spider demon, Yinzon raised his eyebrows, sweeping his eyes full of resentment, shouting, "Don't even think about controlling me." Saying this, he bravely and fiercely, like a god, his eyes bloodshot, quickly aimed at the hand where the silk was wrapped. With that hand, he slashed down with his sword without a moment's hesitation. The human emperor's sword slashed, seeming to see that if there was an engine attached to his body now, it would probably move faster and also avoid the attack and capture of this spider demon. Yinzhon's brain quickly calculated he self-detonated his two legs. Just as he thought, by cutting off his two legs and using fresh blood as a physical engine, shooting out, pushing his body to fly up, wouldn't his movement speed be increased? Too wonderful. Little children should not learn from this. After freeing himself from the silk, Yinzhon's body rushed towards the place with the glowing ancient tree. The condensed blood mist exploded, the terrifying speed accompanied by the sound of rust splashing on every path he passed. Seeing this scene, the spider demon had to praise him. What a body full of vitality. From here, flying to the ancient tree, I don't know if there's enough blood. Seeing the spider demon standing there, the subordinates quickly knelt down, shouting, "Your Majesty, Pig Emperor! Zhongchen, that brat, is breaking through. His consciousness has entered the origin space. It's the best time to kill him first to avoid future trouble." Hearing his subordinates say that, the spider demon couldn't help but praise this guy, laughing loudly. There's reason in that. In front of them appeared a giant whale, as large as a majestic iceberg, urgently trying to rescue his disciple, but was stopped by this monster. Lucation didn't have time to think, so he drew his saber and jumped out of the city wall heroically, heading towards its head shouting, "Caitian saber, let me chop." Seemingly sensing the enormous power from the chop, the whale immediately turned its head and fled. With the naked eye, one could see the speed of the chop cutting across the whale's body. A second later, the body was gently torn in half like a piece of paper. Lucation, standing on a rock behind, angrily shouted, "Damn it, sea race. Why are there such cowardly trash like you? You run after one hit, you jump out and run. If you don't dare to fight, then don't come here and make a fool of yourself, blocking my way." Seeing the angry appearance of his old friend, Duan Xinghai, on the city wall, received the latest intelligence and rushed from behind, condensing large blocks of ice and landing near Lucation. Knowing he was worried about his direct disciple, he didn't say much. Duan Xinghai quickly reported the situation. "Ducation, good news." Hubei sent a message that the 9 nether flags seemed to have controlled the offensive of the beast tide. Also, I discovered that Zhongchen has entered the top 300 of the Great He War Merit list. Hearing that Hubei had sent a message, and it was related to the top of the War Merit list, and it was related to his disciple, Ducation was quickly stunned, his face changing from surprise to joy, unable to believe it, exclaiming, "Really? Top 300 of the War Merit list. This is an achievement that many Grandmasters can't accumulate in their entire lives." While he was rejoicing, in the dark night sky, suddenly, large lightning bolts appeared, rumbling like tearing the sky in half. Duan Xinghai frowned, exclaiming, "This phenomenon is... This is the heavenly origin warning in the legends." Ducation and Duan Xinghai observed the astronomical phenomenon in the sky, both wrinkling their eyes, unable to believe it, looking up at the sky as if an old movie was flashing by. Ducation dazedly replied, "That's right, created by the great Xia human emperor. It hasn't appeared for many years. When an enemy of the 8th rank or higher appears somewhere, and there are no great Xia powerhouses guarding the scene, the heavenly origin warning will appear." The rumbling lightning gradually turned into a circular matrix. The image inside gradually appeared before their eyes, a monster with dozens of red eyes like blood. Lucation recognized who the name appearing in the matrix before him was. His pupils quickly widened. He shouted unconsciously, "Chujiang. It's the Pig Emperor under the Earth Abyss. It's over." Seeing the unstable situation, planning to turn back and continue on his way to save his disciple, from under the sea, there was a large fluctuation. A whale tore through the sea, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards him. Lucation grabbed his sword, his face tense and stern, gritting his teeth and hissing, "Damn it, this beast has appeared again." Seeing the whale circling before his eyes, and time was pressing. Gukashin could only deal with this monster first. He shouted back, "Old Duan, you go take over the 7th level sea beast on Hongya's side. Tell her to immediately retreat to Chujiang. Just protect the junior brother's life, don't confront them." Duan Xinghai, hearing Gukashin's words, immediately turned back, replying, "Okay, the important thing now is that you must act immediately. This place has Gukashin guarding it." Heading towards the Earth Abyss defense line, Shenlong Pass, the scenery was bleak, filled with darkness and death. A series of soldiers in battle armor stood in straight rows, ready to set out, following the order from afar. A voice rang out, "The martial god has ordered." The myriad races Earth Abyss dares to take one step forward, kill without mercy. The clear voice echoed everywhere. Standing from above, radiating a source of power, the soldiers who heard it were all excited, raising the weapons in their hands, constantly shouting, "Kill without mercy. Great Seer is mighty." On the battlefield where the beast tide was happening, Zhong Zhuanyi, looking awesome, with a standard model-like posture, holding a spear, his hands in his pockets, his body surrounded by righteousness, a hoarse and deep voice like from the Asura hell came, "Zhong Zhuanyi, you deserve to die. The 9 nether flags will cause a world-destroying disaster." Before him appeared a monster with bulging muscles, a huge head with sharp horns, eyes as bright as headlights, a titan figure, the 9th-rank primordial demon race, Tyang. His deep voice echoed throughout the sky, "You dare to nurture them in the territory of Great Seer, and the number has reached millions. Are you not afraid that the myriad races Earth Abyss will unite to wipe you out?" Below, Zhong Zhuanyi was floating in the air. Below him were thousands and thousands of soldiers, following Zhong Xuanyi's orders. Hearing Tyang's words, he frowned, feeling like he was hearing a joke. He jumped up fiercely, rushing to reply, "Unite. Has the feud between the myriad races Earth Abyss been resolved? With just a few million 9 nether flags, you can give up your hatred and unite." "I don't believe you can unite, it's just a few small movements." Suddenly, Tyang blinked, feeling his shoulder heavy. It turned out that his shoulder had been grabbed by Zhong Zhuanyi. Before his eyes, he saw Zhong Xuanyi's spear about to chop down before him. At this moment, Tyang panicked. "Zhong Zhuanyi, you rushed to the front of the enemy alone, and you didn't forget to mock me. Moreover, when did Great Seer need you demons to interfere? Tyang, wasn't one chop from me last time enough to remember for a lifetime? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, talking nonsense here, putting on a show for me." It's really funny. While they were fighting tensely, from behind came the sound of lightning tearing the sky. Zhong Zhuanyi realized something was wrong, so he swept his eyes back. He frowned. "This is the heavenly origin warning. At this time, it hasn't appeared for a long time. What's going to happen?" Taking the opportunity of Zhong Zhuanyi's distraction, Tyang quickly escaped from his restraint, jumping back a few steps, drawing his sword and quickly chopping down. As if thinking of something, his entire face flushed with anger, his eyes shining frighteningly, looking at him and shouting, "That's right. Now, a few million 9 nether flags are indeed nothing. Today, we will completely eliminate you, including your trash heavens chosen." With a body accustomed to fighting on the battlefield, Zhong Zhuanyi quickly reflexively dodged a dangerous blow. He quickly rushed to chop down before Tyang. Tyang quickly used his weapon to block the blow. The sound of weapons colliding rang out, creating sparks. Zhong Zhuanyi, hearing this guy's words, felt that his ears were polluted, so he shouted, "You're talking nonsense." Zhong Zhuanyi, while soloing with Tyang, ordered his subordinates, the Qinglong Battalion commander, Shente Fei, quickly go to Chujiang for rescue. The sky showed strange phenomena. Something was happening. The subordinates below, hearing the order, quickly shouted, following the martial god's order. In a flash, his figure disappeared, quickly carrying out the order. Tyang, while blocking the blow, constantly used his mouth. He provocatively looked at Zhong Zhuanyi, smiling and saying, "Rescue? I'm afraid you won't even have time to collect the corpses. Today, follow me to break the Great Seer defense line." Finishing speaking, a door of time and space opened behind him. A series of monsters and subordinates lined up in a branch of the army, pouring in and moving forward. Seeing the monster army pouring in, Zhong Zhuanyi, with his huge figure, waved the spear in his hand valiantly. Seeing Tiyong being so arrogant, he shouted, "You're dreaming. Kill through them. Don't think only you have soldiers. I also have 5 brothers." Chopping at Tiyang, seeing Zhong Zhuanyi rushing towards him again, he constantly shouted, "This old monster is coming again. This time, I don't believe I'll lose to you again, you damn old man." Above, the 2 Titan bosses were constantly fighting. Below, the soldiers were constantly waving their swords. The situation was extremely complicated. At the same time, on the Chujiang battlefield, Pig Emperor, high above, looked down at the small subordinates kneeling before him, asking one last time, "Jilin Kui is really controlled, right? If he appears and I'm not killed, I will definitely eradicate your ancient god sect." The subordinates respectfully knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. One of them mustered all his courage to reply, "Lord Spider Queen, rest assured. According the old monk kindling, Jilin Kui went to the Forbidden area, the 10,000 Great Mountains. He is currently fighting with the 9th rank Blood Dragon. The Blood Dragon has decided to fight to the death. Jilin Kui won't easily escape." Pig Emperor heard it, but still felt uneasy in her heart. Her body began to change. Thousands of spiderlings crawled out of her body, eventually running everywhere. Thousands and thousands of them covered a large area. "That's what you say, but I still have to be careful. Let the spiderlings go all over Chujiang City to ensure there is no aura of Jilin Kui." Back to the hottest place at this moment, the male-led Zhong Chen was floating in the middle of the light source, the giant tree, his eyes closed, suspended in the air. Everyone had gathered here, quickly holding on, not letting these beasts get close to Zhong Chen. All the people of the world, at this important moment, had gathered here, surrounding the giant tree to witness this advancement, and kicking away the monsters to protect Zhong Chen. Suddenly, from afar, a strange object, only half of its upper body, flew straight here. Looking from afar, it looked like a monster, but looking closer, it turned out to be Yingzon. Zhong Wuxuan, horrified, looked at his half-destroyed body and shouted, "Yingzon, why are you so badly injured? Flying closer, you guys. It's too hard. There's no time to explain." Yingzon hurriedly said, "Run, the 8th rank Pig Emperor under the earth abyss is coming. Run quickly, my blood-powered engine is about to run out. I can't fly anymore." Everyone heard it and misunderstood something. Earth Abyss Pig Emperor, Yun Zhaokei and Jigang, hearing it, frowned tightly. He looked at Zhong Chen, then turned to look at Yingzon. He picked up his sword, his face full of seriousness and calmness, and said, "Zhong Chen is currently surrounded by strange phenomena. We can't move him. We must defend here and wait for him to break through." Jigang, after all, was the boss, quickly telling everyone, "The heavens chosen inside, go into the force field first to heal. Wait for reinforcements. The city defense formation has been reinforced. It can probably hold on for a few minutes." Yingzon quickly flew into the shield. "Okay, I'll go in to heal first." The heavens chosen outside, hearing his words, also gradually retreated. "The Pig Emperor is not an opponent we can deal with. I'll also retreat first. After all, I'm injured now. I'll replenish mana and then think about it. And the opponent coming is a strong boss, not to be trifled with." Baisi also heard it. The Pig Emperor is coming. This is not a place to stay for long. He turned to look at Lazy, crossing his arms and saying, "Lazy, this is not a place we can stay. Let's retreat." Lazy, hearing it, didn't rush, but calmly sat down, opening his space bag and taking out an object. "I just divined a hexagram. This time is not a dead end." After searching for 7,749 things in the bag, he finally found what he needed. Lazy took out the item and continued, "If we have to fight, I can only invite Grandpa Ape to help. Treasure gourd, up here." Liu Baisi, seeing the gourd in Lazy's hand, wondered, "Is this any different from a normal gourd? What treasure is this?" Standing before Baisi's question, Lazy didn't respond. Instead, he raised the gourd in his hand to the sky and cried, "Grandpa Ape, your grandson is about to die. Quickly come and save me." Liu Baisi, behind him, stared at him like a madman. He told him to run, but he refused. Now he took out a gourd and shouted, not knowing what he was doing crazy. Just as he finished speaking, on the gourd, suddenly, an eye appeared. The eye blinked, looking at Lazy helplessly, whispering, "That 8th rank kid, your grandpa, is not his opponent. He will be drained of his strength. Run with me." Before Liu Beizi and Lazy had a chance to react, they were sucked into the gourd by a force. Lazy panicked, shouting, "What? Grandpa?" Liu Beizi felt that he was really helpless with this family of two. He told him to run, but he refused. He called for support from his family, thinking that his ancestors would bless him to get through this disaster. Who knew that he would be standing for a little bit, not having time to react, and be sucked into the gourd? Liu Beizi angrily shouted, "What kind of support are you looking for? Why are you taking me in too?" In a flash, both of them disappeared. Ji Wanyu, seeing the heavens chosen gradually retreating, using the excuse of healing to escape the Pig Emperor, frowned, exclaiming, "These trash are not reliable when something happens. I will definitely not go." Ton Ying, behind her, didn't speak, but in her eyes there was determination, with no intention of moving back. Mu Hankyu stretched his hand to the sky, shouting, "I will live and die with Master." Luo Sandao also stepped forward, shouting, "I will detonate all the treasure weapons and divine weapons in my storage space, risking my life with it. I'm not afraid of anything now." Zhong Wuxuan, after kicking away a monster, turned to see that all the women were determined and unwilling to leave, so he sighed, "Although I'm afraid, I can't leave and abandon the girls and run away myself. Where would my invincible heart be? Even a muscular guy is afraid of death. But now, can I really let the weak women carry everything?" Everyone was trying to resist. Knowing that the Pig Emperor was coming was enough to panic them. The Pig Emperor was a rank that people like them couldn't deal with. And now, Zhong Chen hadn't finished transforming. Ji Gang turned back, sweeping his eyes over him. "Zhong Chen, please wake up quickly. We're not afraid of death. We're just afraid that we really can't protect you." Under the light of the giant tree, Zhong Chen still had his eyes closed. 2 minutes ago, in the origin space, Zhong Chen was standing under the water surface. The water rippled under his long legs. Unexpectedly, using the job transfer immunity card, his consciousness was pulled straight into the origin space. In the space, suddenly, countless small spheres appeared, flying around, scattering countless small purple sources of power, beautiful and sparkling like stars. Zhong Chen looked up. At this time, refusing now would mean having to redo the 3rd job transfer mission later. Thinking about the millions of 9 nether flags outside, it probably wouldn't matter. After all, these insects had now been upgraded to level 30, these stars were all job texts and were all upgraded versions. Before him appeared a notification. You used the job transfer immunity card. Completed the 3rd job transfer. Thunderlord, current state. Completed the 3rd job transfer assessment. Origin Thunder System text is starting to filter. Filtering. Looking at the spheres flying in the air, Zhong Chen stood watching each one, his eyes sweeping over them. 10,000 heavenly star annihilation. The remaining things must all be related to the Thunder system, and the level is above Thunder Lord. Among them, there must be a god level. I hope so. After sweeping his eyes over all the spheres around, his eyes stopped in a corner. He raised his hand, touching it. Filtering completed, combining. Only 9 stars remained. The moment his hand touched the sphere, it immediately turned into a beam of light and transmitted straight into his mind, at the position of Zhong Chen's forehead. Your job, Thunder Lord, hidden and unique, advanced to Thunder God, God level. God level, it's really God level. He smiled like a flower, he waved his hand. Information quickly appeared before his eyes. Received new skill, Thunder Punishment. Evil Eye Gold from the void condenses into a Thunder Punishment Eye, locking onto the target, attacking the spirit. 3000 Thunder Tribulation Rainbow, large-scale area attack skill, 300 meters. Lightning Punishment descends in the target area, attacking indiscriminately. Thunder God Eternal Domain Rainbow, 3-stage domain, taking oneself as the center, releasing the eternal space. Thunder Domain, 100 meters. In the domain, eliminate all elements, weaken the target's attributes. For domains with a lower level than oneself, it has the effect of swallowing. Skimming through the lines, he muttered, "Thunder God, this name is really domineering. 1 gold to rainbows are extremely powerful." He happily stretched his finger towards the notification board. Thunder God domain. I remember many job changers have to reach the 6th job transfer to have their own domain. I wonder how my domain compares to my master and senior sisters. From behind, suddenly, something was emitting light. John Chen turned around, looking up. Those job texts and spirits that had just turned off are lighting up again. While he was observing, the system was also proceeding. You used the job transfer immunity card. Completed the 3rd job transfer. God's Desire Spirit Master Origin job-related text is filtering. Standing before the old tree, the system announced, "Your job, God's Desire Spirit Master, God level, advanced to Myriad Things Water, God level. Received new skill, the Great Tao is Simple Rainbow." When learning cultivation methods, there is a certain probability of opening the simplification mode. All of your skills have a certain probability of automatically leveling up when used. The upgrade skill of Myriad Things Growth, bestowing upon all things and living beings the ability to accelerate growth, proliferation, and break through the limits. The number of proliferation causes the target living beings to change in time and number. Can randomly increase the speed by 50 to 200 times. Can randomly increase the number by 2 to 10 times. Having obtained the new skills, of course, the first thing to do was to test the effect. John Chen stretched out his hands. In his heart, the thought had just flashed, and in the palms of his hands, 2 different forces immediately appeared, blazing and scattering. One was purple-black like lightning, and a branch of a tree sprouted from the palm of his hand, sprouting and stretching out. John Chen looked, smiling and saying, "Compared to Thunder God, my main job is even more heaven-defying. Great Tao, perhaps in the future, I can also be like Ying Zon, learning the cultivation methods of all races." Evolution to complexity is also considered an opening for the proliferation of insects. Next time, the 9 nether flags will proliferate, guaranteeing 1 billion. If it increases by 10 times, it will be 10 billion. A disaster will begin to form. While he was immersed in the new skills, suddenly, from the front, a charming voice came, "My lord, this concubine, Xiaochan, from the darkness, stepping on the water, step by step." A beautiful figure with a pink kipao hugging her body, revealing her curves, appeared. Zhong Chen was stunned by the girl who appeared before him. "Xiaochan, I haven't used Myriad Things Growth and Destiny Leap yet. Why did you directly transform into human form?" At the same time, at this moment, Pig Emperor, in order to prevent Jilinqui, the spiderlings were like trees growing in the forest, present in every corner. Everyone exclaimed, being the same as the disaster-level insects, the number of spiders completely overwhelms Zhong Chen's 9 nether flags. They are all being forced to show their original form. Everyone, don't expect the 9 nether flags anymore. Prepare to risk your lives, try to control Pig Emperor. Under the invasion of the spider swarm, the natural enemy of the 9 nether flags, all were forced to retreat. At that time, everyone had to use their own combat skills to carry the battle. Ji Gang raised his saber, Caitian saber, kill. Ji Huanyu also tried her best to push back the enemy, burning the origin, Golden Crow Fire Feather. Zhong Wushuan transformed, suppressing them, Invincible War God. Observing from afar, Pig Emperor just stood there, watching his spiderlings fight, almost wanting to bring out a sofa and a tea table to enjoy watching the movie. To resist the spiders, Luo Sandao constantly used all 7,749 of her unique skills: Eternal Great Earth Shield, Eternal Ice Sealing Shield, Void Barrier. "You old monster, if you dare to get close, I dare to detonate the divine weapon. I'm not afraid of anything now anyway, I'll just detonate the bomb and commit suicide together." Pig Emperor, after hearing it, sneered, shouting, "With just these little kids, they deserve to compete with me." The pressure immediately scattered, constantly in all directions, blowing and sweeping across the uprising on the scene, quickly suppressing and overwhelming our army. The screams rang out incessantly. "Damn it, I can't resist at all were blown away." Luo Sanda lay on the ground, spitting blood. Shaju, seeing the situation on the scene, was over. She quickly climbed onto Zhong Chen's shoulder. Hoping to wake him up, she cried, looking at him, "Master! Master, wake up, the old monster is too scary. Many babies have been killed by it." While she was crying softly, suddenly, Zhong Chen woke up, opening his eyes, almost scaring Shaju to death. Seeing that he had woken up, she cried, "Master!" Zhong Chen looked at her with affectionate eyes. "Shaju, don't be afraid, your father is awake." Just as he woke up, Zhong Chen jumped to the ground, one hand holding his saber, the other slamming into the earth, simultaneously unleashing the skill Myriad Things growth. Immediately, countless roots of the giant tree and streams of green energy spread everywhere. Then he stood up, controlling his roots to entangle all the people who had surrounded and protected him. Then he waved his hand, ordering everyone to return to the city. Seeing him do this, 3 girls were extremely worried and shouted in turn. "Ji Wanyu spoke first. Zhong Chen, what are you doing? You can't fight her alone." Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandao followed. "Benefactor, I can still fight, master. We live and die together." Hearing this, Zhong Chen became annoyed, suppressing his voice. "Shut up. Listen to me. Go heal properly. With you here, I can't fight comfortably." He walked towards the Pig Emperor, cracking his shoulders, continuing, "It's not just an 8th rank state protector. It's not like I haven't faced one before." The spider-like Pig Emperor, hearing the words from Zhong Chen and his women, became a little excited, laughing happily. Human emotions are so funny, so arrogant and foolish. Seeing him facing the 8th rank Pig Emperor alone, Shaju was extremely worried, asking, "Master, will you have to self-destruct all the insect children again this time? If that's the case, Shaju will be very sad." Hearing this, Zhong Chen reassured, "No need, father will also be sad if they all explode." Shaju, this time, just worrying about the spiderlings. The Pig Emperor is for father. The old spider-like Pig Emperor, seeing him so confident, narrowed his red eyes, pointing at himself, laughing and asking Zhong Chen, "The 9th transfer sword god couldn't kill me. What are you relying on? A small 3rd transfer?" Hearing this, Zhong Chen pointed at her, loudly snorting coldly, "How can the 9th transfer sword god compare to me? Now I am the 3rd transfer grandmother." He boasted like this, all with a purpose. Outwardly, he said this, but in his head, he muttered, "Just continue to underestimate me. That's the effect I want." Turning back to the 8th rank Pig Emperor, hearing Zhong Chen's words, she burst out laughing as if she had just heard a joke. "3rd transfer, grandmother. You're killing me." The minions below, seeing the Pig Emperor before them gradually going off topic, quickly shouted, reminding, "Lord Pig Emperor, stop laughing. Act quickly. If you don't act soon, I'm afraid Ji Lingqi will return." Hearing this, she replied in a squinting laugh, "Don't scare me." "You're too funny." Zhong Chen below began to act. He ordered Shaju, "Give me a drop of complete ancient god essence blood. This time, you don't need to share the burden with me." Hearing this, Shaju worriedly asked, "Father, are you sure your physical body can withstand it alone?" Zhong Chen confidently replied, "I'm sure." Finishing speaking, Xiu transmitted a drop of ancient god blood to him. Zhong Chen, having just received it, activated the skill idol suppressing prison body, enduring it immediately. Then, his whole body had to endure the pain that pierced the sky. Countless sharp blood columns sprouted all over his back. He painfully shouted. In a flash, the pain passed, leaving Zhong Chen with an extremely awesome appearance. Long white hair covered his entire back, sharp horns grew on his shoulders. His whole body was surging with blood energy, looking extremely powerful. He cast a deadly gaze at the Pig Emperor, preparing to collide. Ji Gang and everyone outside, observing that form and aura, exclaimed, "7th rank aura." What did Zhong Chen just drink? The aura of an ancient god. He swallowed a drop of ancient god essence blood. This is basically not something a 3rd rank physical body can withstand. It's likely to explode and die. Zhong Chen immediately lowered his stance, waving his saber and uttering, "This is the 7th rank realm. Very good, I can withstand it." A second later, he stepped on the ground, rushing quickly to the Pig Emperor. The spider spirit confidently continued, "Today, I will kill the Emperor." Seeing him rushing quickly, Pig Emperor still didn't move, sneering disdainfully, saying, "I was wondering why you were so confident. So you had a trump card, pushing yourself to the 7th rank." Immediately after, she used her 6 limbs to prop herself on the ground, using the momentum to bulge her stomach, releasing spider silk, simultaneously continuing, "But wanting to fight me with this temporary 7th rank. Don't be so naive, dry bone entangling soul." Her technique had fallen into his eyes. He frowned, snorting coldly, "Wanting to bind me." He lightly jumped up, neatly dodging her technique. She was extremely surprised, exclaiming, "Impossible." He actually dodged it. Pig Emperor continued to panic. She widened all her dozens of eyes, thinking, "That's not right. I clearly predicted his movements. Could it be that he predicted my prediction? How is it possible for a lower level than me?" Seeing that the opportunity had come, he waved his saber, summoning lightning, merging it, shouting towards the Pig Emperor, "Thunder God." Seeing this, she still didn't move. "Don't be too complacent." Not stopping there, Zhong Chen's technique had merged, so large that it could destroy all of Qujiang. It formed a giant eye in the sky. This technique was called Evil Eye. Seeing this, Jigang shouted, reminding everyone, "Don't look at it, it will damage your origin." While covering his eyes, Zhong Wushwang exclaimed, "His thunder system has reached the god level." Yinzon replied wearily, "The first person in Great Xia to have a god level. What are we still fighting for?" Immediately after, Zhong Chen waved his technique down, simultaneously ordering, "Evil Eye, lock onto the old monster Pig Emperor for me." Immediately, the arrogant Pig Emperor was locked onto by Zhong Chen's technique. The technique hadn't touched her, but countless lightning bolts had continuously struck her, causing the Pig Emperor to painfully scream. Is this a direct attack on the soul and sea of consciousness? The power of the lightning is getting thicker and thicker. "I've been hit in my weak spot," she secretly cursed. "Damn it. Being a beast, compared to humans, the soul origin is the weak spot. I can only resist it. Heavenly silk blood shield, shield me." Finishing speaking, a large shield appeared above her head, shielding her. Immediately after a few seconds of resisting, Zhong Chen's attack finally stopped. The Pig Emperor, seeing the opportunity, rushed quickly to him, simultaneously shouting, "Although the soul origin is not as good as yours, the physical body is our killing weapon." Finishing speaking, she pounced her foot down where Zhong Chen was, simultaneously continuing, "See where you can run?" But Zhong Chen, at this moment, was not as predictable as she thought. He quickly activated Thunder Flash, shooting away like lightning. Seeing him dodge so quickly, she was extremely surprised, looking around, confused, saying, "What?" He dodged one step ahead again, still with lightning speed. Could it be that he has the ability to predict? Impossible. Even a perception system can't do that. It's just luck. She still didn't acknowledge Zhong Chen's strength, only thinking that he was using some tricks to escape from her. Immediately after, the Pig Emperor released countless spider silk wrapped in faint red spiritual power, aiming to find him. A desolate blood fall, she confidently shouted, using the electric field of the thunder domain to move at the speed of light. "Daring to show off your little tricks in front of an expert." Zhong Chen was still using all his speed to dodge her threats. A few minutes later, her desolate blood fall had covered an area, forming a giant lotus. Zhong Chen, while observing, muttered, "Using a spider web to cover my electric field." Is she planning to transmit information through the spider web and then use teleportation? Zhong Chen had just landed when, as he said, a spider foot had pounced before his face. The Pig Emperor was extremely confident with this move, exclaiming, "Little bastard, you can't dodge this time." Zhong Chen still had that calm expression. He looked at the foot pouncing, not bothering to dodge. In a flash, he changed his expression, shouting, "The one who can't dodge is you. Caitian Saber, Great Tao Thunder Saber, chop for me." The name of the technique had just been uttered when a chop full of lightning struck down on her foot. Immediately, one of her sharp feet was chopped off cleanly. She painfully screamed, "My foot!" The group of people outside, seeing the scene just now, were all shocked, exclaiming in turn, "So strong! The momentum of this chop is probably not inferior to Master's." Does Jiang Chen have other hidden professions, like a perception system? Otherwise, how could he predict the Pig Emperor's attacks so many times? Impossible. An 8th rank can shield the heavenly secret unless the perception ability is much stronger. Don't even mention Jiang Chen, even a king level can't do that. Contrary to the surprise from Jiang Chen's family, Jiang Chen, having just finished one chop, fell into anxiety, muttering, although this chop injured her, relying on the essence blood to increase the strength of the physical body, I really can't withstand it. This chop was already the limit. I'm afraid the 7th rank can't be maintained for long. I have to end it quickly. Next, I must kill with one blow. I can't let her have a chance to counterattack. The Pig Emperor, having just lost a foot, but was still strong-mouthed. She directed her eyes down at Jiang Chen, arrogantly saying, I am a dignified 8th rank demon emperor. A worm using drugs to force his body dares to injure me. Hearing this, Jiang Chen snorted coldly, replying, Is that all there is to the 8th rank? No wonder you hid under the earth abyss for hundreds of years, not daring to come out. You're so arrogant with your mouth, but in his heart, Jiang Chen had a plan. Just get angry, Pig Emperor, in a fit of rage, lose your reason. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, she was indeed provoked, as if being poked at her sore spot. She raised her face to the sky, raging, What did you say? My origin was injured by Jilinqui last time. I didn't want to touch it, but you are determined to seek death. Then I will satisfy you. Immediately after, it was still the Pig Emperor's technique of releasing silk, but this time, the pressure released was more fierce than before. Ji Gang and the people outside the battle were all worried for him, exclaiming in turn, The pressure is too terrifying. Is this the 8th rank domain? Can Jiang Chen still withstand it? The Pig Emperor confidently said, Little brat, you're done for. Jiang Chen still stood fearlessly, watching what she was preparing to do. Immediately after, seeing that his plan was going in the right direction, he summoned a thick column of lightning in his hand, laughing happily, saying, Good. You're finally planning to unleash the domain with your origin. But too bad, you're one step too late again. Finishing speaking, he slammed his hand containing lightning onto the ground, shouting, Thunder God Eternal Domain, open. The technique he had just activated immediately had countless sources of lightning spreading from him to the ground, then spreading everywhere. Thus, Jiang Chen's plan had succeeded. The Pig Emperor was struck by countless sources of his lightning. Lying flat on the ground, she painfully screamed, How did you know I was planning to unleash the domain? Impossible, you're just a 3rd transfer. How can you have such a strong domain? Continuing to be confused, under Jiang Chen's absolute power, why? Why can't my domain be unleashed at all? Jiang Chen, at this moment, was extremely confident. He raised his hand, unleashing the next technique, simultaneously replying to her, It's very clear. 1. You're slow. 2. My domain is stronger. It's easy to understand. The Pig Emperor still couldn't accept it. No, impossible. It can't be like this. Not letting her say more, Jiang Chen decisively acted. I won't talk much with you. 3,000 thunder tribulation. Chop her for me. His heavenly lightning struck down, hitting her hard. She painfully screamed continuously. She was struck until her soul flew away. At this time, she finally admitted defeat, opening her mouth to beg Jiang Chen, I lost. Spare my life this time. I know I was wrong. I won't go out and cause trouble again in the future. Please spare me. Hearing those words, Jiang Chen frowned, muttering, I can't be fooled. Even if it's just the soul, it's not something ordinary. The thunder tribulation wants to completely destroy the soul. It still needs more time. After a while, his heavenly lightning finally gradually stopped. The Pig Emperor lay still. Jiang Chen, at this moment, ordered Xiaoju, you watch her. Wait until she's not dangerous anymore, then go eat her for me. Hearing this, Xiaoju happily exclaimed, in agreement. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's vision became blurred. He confusedly exclaimed, My body has reached its limit. He realized that his body had returned to normal. Using the ancient god blood had left side effects, his head was constantly throbbing. Seeing her master like this, Xiao Chan appeared worried, supporting him, calling out, My lord. Then, Xiao Chan helped Jiang Chen up, Seeing Zhong Chen like this, her heart ached terribly. She took all the blame on herself, comforting him. "I'm sorry, my lord. It's all because I'm too useless." Zhong Chen was having a throbbing headache, but hearing her say that, he immediately replied, "Don't say that. If it weren't for your predictive ability, I wouldn't have been able to win this battle." Hearing him say that, Xiao Chen shyly blushed, turning away, gently replying to him, "You praise me too much, my lord." At that moment, the system displayed information about Xiao Chen, spring and autumn worm origin, alias Xiao Chen, description, born from the source of the river of time, existing on par with time. Characteristic: I have time consumption. 10 individuals can see 3 seconds into the future. Cumulative property: maximum 10 years, current degree, unknown. Loyalty: 100%, eternal bond. Number of offspring: 18, initially 48, 30 have been lost. Talent: unknown, awaiting unlocking, reproduction method, natural. Only the mother can give birth to offspring, 1 offspring per hour. Special: the subject consumes a minimum of 1 year of lifespan. 1 year of lifespan gives birth to 1 million offspring. Having finished reading the information about Xiao Chen, Zhong Chen also stabilized. He turned to say to her, "Xiao Chen, I'll rest a bit, I'll be fine. You should hide first. Don't reveal yourself unless it's absolutely necessary." Hearing the order, Xiao Chen transformed into a stream of light green spiritual power, entering his ear, simultaneously replying, "Yes, my lord." Switching scenes back to Ji Gang's group and the Heaven's Chosen who were hiding. The group saw a large sphere of energy surrounding a wide area and were very puzzled. Ji Gang spoke first. Is this a domain? Zhong Chen is only at the 3rd transfer. How can he already have a domain? Isn't it only possible after the 6th transfer? Dual God level is truly heaven-defying. Yingzon, after a while of healing, had recovered his legs, but his right arm was still not. At this time, he had a lot of words he wanted to say, but only dared to think in his head. He secretly looked in that direction, exclaiming, "Zhong Chen is fighting the 8th rank Pig Emperor alone. And if I didn't have the spirit pills and miraculous medicines I brought with me, I would probably be a cripple now." Seeing Yingzhon's melancholy, Zhong Wuxuan understood the problem. He reached out, patting Yingzhon's shoulder, aiming to comfort him. Because Zhong Wuxuan was also feeling just as depressed. He sighed, "We're both God level, but Zhong Chen can completely overwhelm us." Hearing this, Yingzhon spoke loudly, continuing, "Being in the same generation as this kind of freak is really not fun at all. As a descendant of the human emperor, I'm not willing. One day, I will surpass him. If talent is not enough, I will go to the earth abyss to find opportunities." Luo Sandao, hearing Yingzhon's words, spoke loudly, sarcastically, "My benefactor's innate talent." In front of him, effort is completely just a joke. Who said it wasn't? These words of hers were no different from a giant arrow piercing the heart of the person who had just spoken loudly. At the same time, deep underground in Chujiang, the hooded woman from before was standing in the middle of a magical formation, speaking to someone. "Respectful ancient god, I am your loyal servant, the 7th seat of the ancient god sect." Having finished introducing herself, she respectfully knelt down, speaking of the current problem. "There has been a slight problem with the beast tied above. Someone in Great Zia has controlled the 9 nether flags. The number has reached millions." Hearing this, the red and black energy on this side exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible." Hearing the 9 nether flags made the person extremely surprised, revealing a large eye. That eye widened, directing its pupil down. The 7th seat of the sect spoke loudly. "The 9 nether flags have been taboo throughout the ages. Zhong Zhuani dares to let his people reproduce at will, then he is the enemy of all races." The 7th seat below affirmed that the words she had just said were the truth. "It's true, my lord. I wouldn't dare to deceive you." In a sphere of observation of the one with the large eye, at this moment, the image of the 9 nether flags appeared. They flew all over the sky, making this person extremely angry. "Zhong Zhuani, how dare you? You are truly deserving of death. The great Zia human race all deserve to die." Seeing that person suddenly become angry, the 7th seat quickly reassured, Lord, please calm down. I have sent Tiyuyong over, but to prevent accidents. Before she could finish speaking, she was immediately surrounded by a stream of dark red energy. Lifting her up, that person loudly ordered her, "Relax your mind, my power will be transmitted to you. You will temporarily have the strength of the 9th transfer of this world. You must eliminate all the 9 nether flags. Kill their master, sacrifice the living beings of this city. Guide my descent." 10 minutes later, the 7th seat, having received the 9th transfer power of that person, was like a changed person. Her whole body was surging with dark, evil energy, and her eyes were red with death. She immediately knelt down, respectfully speaking, "Great ancient God, as your believer, I am extremely fortunate. I will definitely complete the mission." The one named the Great Ancient God, hearing those superfluous words, immediately interrupted, speaking loudly, "Less nonsense. Tuyang has just failed for unknown reasons. Why don't you go quickly? Remember, even Tuyong's 8th stage soul can be sacrificed to supplement me." The 7th seat immediately obeyed, bowing her head, replying, "Yes, I will go and return immediately." That night, at the Shenlong Pass defense line, Zhong Wuxuan and the demon Tiyuyong had fought for several hundred rounds, still not determining victory or defeat. But it seemed that, at this time, Jing Xuanyi had the upper hand. He waved his axe, breaking Tiyuyong's weapon, then speaking, "Tiyuyong, you're right." The demon Tiyuyong, defeated, was stepped on by Zhong Wuxuan. He happily laughed, excitedly saying, "My rescue army hasn't even had time to enjoy a bit of warmth, but I've obtained the corpse of Tiyuyong." Suddenly, at the moment when Zhong Xuanyi was most happy, another strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. He turned his head to look with surprise. The one in the crack snorted coldly, "Zhong Xuanyi, do you really think Spider Queen is the last card?" Hearing this, Zhong Xuanyi exclaimed in confusion. Taking this opportunity, the demon Tiyuyong jumped back, avoiding Zhong Xuanyi. Zhong Xuanyi looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, speaking bluntly, "Extreme warning. Is there a 9th transfer enemy descending in Xujiang? Is all of this caused by you demons?" The demon Tuyang, at this time, seeing the rescue appear, regained his spirit. He rushed before Zhong Xuanyi, pointing at his face, shouting, "Zhong Xuanyi, playing hide and seek is not that I hide and you seek. But if you cheat and give up halfway, don't blame me for really leading the army to attack the city." Zhong Xuanyi loudly replied to him, "Tiyuyang, you have crossed the line. Want to play hide and seek? I will accompany you to the end." Finishing speaking, he raised his weapon to the sky, valiantly ordering everyone, all soldiers, close quarters combat. Gather the dragon souls, go out and observe the enemy. All the soldiers, hearing the order, rushed up with great momentum, chasing the enemy. Thus, the close quarters combat between the divine fawn army and the demon army began. The demon Tuyang was not inferior. He shouted loudly, stimulating the spirit of his army. Target, the territory of the primordial demons. Kill all the people in the city, 10 days without rest. The demons shouted in unison, "Kill, kill." The demon Tiyuyong was strong-mouthed, but his strength was far inferior to Zhong Xuanyi. Seeing Zhong Xuanyi's overwhelming momentum, he loudly asked, "Zhong Xuanyi, are you crazy? You've only been defending for decades, not attacking. Now you want to declare war on my demons. Are you not afraid of causing a war between all races? Is it worth it for a small Xujiang and a heavens chosen?" Zhong Xuanyi didn't listen to the words from Tuyang's mouth. He just waved his technique at him, valiantly shouting, "Is it worth it? I'll tell you. In the past, whoever invaded Great Xia, even if they were 10,000 miles away, must be killed. You demon Tiyuyong killed my genius. Today, I will take your head to sacrifice to the flag." At the same time, on the Xujiang battlefield, the 7th seat had appeared here. She seemed to be preparing to enter Zhong Chen's domain. Having obtained the 9th transfer strength, she was 10,000 times more confident. She crossed her arms, looking down at the circle of lightning created by Zhong Chen, smiling and saying, "Thunder, Zhong Chen's domain. Tuyang actually lost to this little trick, daring to be rampant before me with this little domain." Finishing speaking, she flicked her hand, disappearing from there, creating a fierce stream of energy, breaking Zhong Chen's domain in an instant. The Pig Emperor below, seeing this, raised her head, happily saying, "I've been saved." 7th seat, your aura is the pure aura of the ancient god. Zhong Chen below was also extremely struggling. He propped his hands, trying to resist, muttering, "This aura is the 9th transfer. I can't move. Even if I can move, I won't have the strength to fight anymore." The 7th seat, having just broken Zhong Chen's domain, saw his face. She smiled, introducing herself. "I am the 7th seat of the ancient god sect, codenamed the Lover. First time meeting you." Then she raised her hand, unleashing a technique to suppress the insect children, simultaneously continuing, "Let me send you to the underworld." Seeing his 9 nether flags show their original form, Zhong Chen muttered, "The 9 nether flags are showing their original form like this. Is this the 9th transfer strength?" The 7th seat above, at this time, continued to finish her meaning. "Let's have a fireworks show." Finishing speaking, she had countless 9 nether flags explode in the sky. Then she happily asked him, "What do you think?" "Is it beautiful?" Xiaoju, at this time, was extremely scared. She clung to his shoulder, sobbing, "I'm so scared. Father, save me." He immediately transmitted his voice, reassuring Xiaoju, "Don't be afraid. Hide well. Don't come out." Seeing Zhong Chen still silent, not saying anything, made the 7th seat unhappy. She immediately pressed him down, simultaneously saying, "It seems you're not very satisfied. Then take your dissatisfaction and turn into fireworks too." He was locked down, extremely painful, exclaiming. Switching to Ji Gang's group and everyone, all were locked down under the ground by the 9th transfer strength. Ji Gang worriedly spoke, "Zhong Chen, someone, save Zhong Chen." Yingzhan, seeing this situation, also fell into helplessness, exclaiming, "We are all locked down by the 9th transfer aura. We will probably all die here today." Back to Zhong Chen. He, at this moment, was in a critical situation, finally summoning Xiaoju manifest, "Release the nether demon for me." Immediately, the nether demon, which had been subdued by Xiaoju as a mount before, manifested. It shot out faster than a whirlwind, breaking the control of the 7th seat. At the same time, Xiaoju spoke, replying to Zhong Chen, following Zhong Chen's order, "I'm here, father." The 9th transfer nether demon, having just appeared, rushed to the 7th seat. It bared its sharp iron teeth and widened its eyes, full of excitement. Seeing this huge thing before her, she was extremely surprised, exclaiming, "What is this?" The 9th transfer nether demon in the ancient god sea of consciousness. "How can you summon this thing?" Boom! It slammed hard into her. She, who had just been arrogant for less than 5 minutes, now had to scream to the heavens and earth. Zhong Chen below, propping his saber, stood up, valiantly shouting, "7th seat, you shouldn't have killed my 9 nether flags. Die!" The 9th transfer nether demon, after the direct slam, unleashed the next move, aiming not to let the enemy escape. It gathered a huge energy ball, preparing to attack the 7th seat. "Ancient god, please protect me." Xiaoju, after manifesting, hid behind him, transmitting his voice to him, "Father, although the 7th seat is not the nether demon's opponent, it still needs some time. The nether demon can only appear for 10 seconds. If it doesn't hide in time, it will be destroyed by the heavenly Tao. Time is running out." Hearing this, Zhong Chen also had no choice. He said back to Xio Jiayu, "Then I'll just have it perish together with the 7th seat." Suddenly, at this moment, Nian Hongyao, Zhong Chen's senior sister, and Shentu Fei, sent by Gucation and Zhong Xuanyi for rescue, had appeared. Just as she appeared, Tong Jin waved her saber, shouting, "Caitian saber. Junior brother, senior sister, has come to save you." And Shentu Fei on this side was not inferior, unleashing his move, Territorial Overthrow. Shentu Fei, King Long Battalion, Divine Fawn Army is here. Demons and ghosts, don't even think about being arrogant. Seeing the people of the Heavenly Tao arrive, Zhong Chen ordered Xiaoju urgently, "Xiaoju, the Heavenly Tao is here, quickly retract the nether demon." Immediately, the nether demon was retracted by Xiaoju, leaving a dazzling light in the sky. Xiaoju, while opening his mouth to retract the nether demon, replied to Zhong Chen, "I made it in time." Back to the 7th seat, she was stabbed in the chest by Nyan Hongyao's saber, and was extremely painful. Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. Under the majestic power of Nyan Hongyao's blade and Shentu Fei's axe from behind, the 7th seat was so frightened that her soul scattered. Sensing the bone-chilling cold from the metal, she knew that in just a second, her life would end. In a situation hanging by a thread, the 7th seat tried her best to scream, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Nyan Hongyao looked at her with disdain. If she was willing to confess, then she would listen to see if there was any important information. "Everyone, stop. Let her speak." Nyan Hongyao winked. Seeing it, he nodded, understanding, and kept a distance between his axe blade and the 7th seat. Nyan Hongyao took the opportunity to place the blade against her skin, her voice stern, "Speak. If you tell the truth, I won't kill you." Sensing the sharp metal, the 7th seat's heart also turned cold, making her tremble in panic. She kept telling Nyan Hongyao, I'll tell you everything. Underground in Chujiang, there is a crack. On it, a sacrificial altar is built. If you sacrifice the living beings of Chujiang, their blood and souls will be absorbed by the ancient god-demon below. At that time, he can be resurrected and descend upon Great Zia. Zhang Chen, standing not far away, frowned, staring at her. He said sternly, "Have you said everything? Are you hiding anything?" Finishing speaking, a sword and an axe were placed against her neck again, making the 7th seat tremble. Her voice became hurried, shouting, "I've said everything. It's all true. I swear to the ancient god." Seeing her sincere and fearful appearance, Zhang Chen continued, "If there is half a lie." Before he could finish speaking, a giant monster suddenly appeared before him, causing the 7th seat's nerves to be completely worn down. Her eyes widened, screaming in despair. At that time, Xia Jiayu immediately rushed to her, his sharp teeth operating at full power. "This has a bit of the ancient god's flavor. It's barely swallowable." Seeing that the 7th seat had been defeated, and the outcome was to become someone's dinner, Pig Emperor quickly ran away, trying to escape. Hearing the sound from behind, Zhang Chen quickly turned around, seeing the familiar figure of the spider spirit. He immediately said, "Almost forgot about you, Xiaozhi." Hearing his voice, Xiaozhi quickly manifested. Looking at the fresh sushi that was running away, she happily exclaimed, "Eat, eat, eat." Xiaozhi skipped, waving her hand to catch the spider spirit. With just a few simple punches, she had defeated her. She broke one of the spider spirit's legs, who struggled in pain. Xiaozhi tasted it, making her like it very much crispy. Then she continued to swallow. The system announced, "Experience plus 1 million, experience plus 1 million." Seeing the monsters eating each other from afar, it was no different from accidentally entering the Stone Age. It made Nyan Hongyao feel uneasy, her eyes questioning life. What terrifying things did little junior brother create? Even the 7th seat and the spider spirit couldn't escape the fate of being eaten. Shentu Fei looked up at the bright red flower symbol in the sky, frowning seriously, saying, "The heavenly origin warning is still broadcasting live. This time, Great Zia is going to be in chaos." A sudden pain struck, causing Zhang Chen to frown unconsciously, his teeth clenching. He quickly reached out, hugged his shoulder. Zhang Chen propped his body, but the pain continued to gnaw at him. He closed his eyes, propping his hands on the ground, his teeth clenching. The aura around his body also scattered quickly. "Damn it, this body." Seeing his painful appearance, as if he was about to collapse, Nyan Hongyao quickly ran closer, her face extremely worried, exclaiming, "Little junior brother, what's wrong?" The internal organs in his body were as if being bitten by thousands of ants, so painful that he couldn't breathe. The veins all over his body were clearly visible, looking so ferocious, as if he was being sliced by tens of thousands of knives. Zhang Chen collapsed on the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing that his whole body was emitting an unknown force, mysterious, but containing enormous power, Nyan Hongyao and Shentu Fei didn't know what to do to help him. They could only helplessly stand by, worried. Seeing Zhang Chen scream and collapse, Ji Gang, Yan Zhake, Bulan, and Teng Jin were all panicked, rushing over, exclaiming, "Zhang Chen?" Ji Gang quickly approached, asking, "Little junior brother, what's wrong?" When Ji Gang had just reached Zhang Chen's side, his body had exhausted its strength, returning to its original form, lying sprawled on the ground. Ji Gang quickly ran forward, supporting him, extremely worried, observing and assessing him. Then he frowned tightly, exclaiming, "This is probably the consequence of using the ancient god essence blood. Exhaustion. I have to take him to the Jiangnan Military Region Hospital immediately. There are the best pastas and medicinal materials." Yun Zhaokei and Tong Jin, running up from behind, saw Zhang Chen's condition and were extremely worried. They had never seen Zhang Chen in such a painful state. Seeing that his junior brother's situation was about to die, Nian Hongya's expression gradually darkened. She immediately stepped forward, saying, "The teleportation gate is broken. I'll take you there quickly." Shentu Fei also realized the urgent situation, so he stepped forward to help. "Let me go." Hearing it, Ji Gang was also extremely touched, but currently, Qijiang was in danger. If they all left, who would stay to fight? Ji Gang quickly waved his hand, seriously exclaiming, "Senior sister, General Shen, don't forget that the crack in Qijiang needs to be dealt with." Ji Gang quickly cast his eyes towards Yun Zhaokei. Yun Zhaokei understood, quickly stepping forward to treat Zhang Chen. Her hand emitted light. He immediately entered a healing state. Ji Gang quickly said to Nian Hongya and Shentu Fei, "Zhaokei will follow along to take care of him along the way. What about the 9 nether flags? If you want to save the master, use the fastest speed. Now, the body is on flat ground, and movement is restricted. Then there is only one way, which is to rely on the male lead's 9 nether flags. According to logic, if the master dies, the 9 nether flags won't benefit. Quickly order it to use its skills to heal Zhang Chen." Finishing speaking, a gust of black and purple wind burst out from Zhang Chen's body, like a whirlwind blowing away. Yun Zhaokei was still focused, not taking his eyes off Zhang Chen, her hand exerting all its strength to perform the treatment. Seeing this, Ji Gang turned to the remaining people, shouting, "Clean up the battlefield." "Leave Qijiang to you." Everyone nodded in unison, understanding, replying, "Rest assured, boss." Mu Hanqi, witnessing Zhang Chen's weakness, had red eyes, tears flowing unconsciously. "Master." Luo Sandao constantly put her arm around her shoulder, comforting, "The benefactor is so strong, nothing will happen." Seeing the two people crying and looking like they were attending a funeral, Hua Yunfei felt extremely unlucky, scornfully sweeping her eyes over them, exclaiming, "What are you crying about? He defeated even the 9th transfer, how can he be in danger? Instead of sitting here crying, why not go down and kill all the beast tide? Don't let him worrying." These two people usually clung to their idol in their hearts, which she already disliked. Now they were acting like they were attending a funeral. It was really unlucky. Zhong Wushuang, seeing that Zhang Chen had Ji Gang and Yun Zhaokei staying to take care of him, began to shift his gaze towards the battlefield, saying, "Let's go. Although we're not as good as Zhang Chen, killing more is still good." Yingzon, lingeringly looking down at his just-recovered wrist, rotated it a circle, then continued, "That's right, it's better than nothing." Zhong Wushuang, with determined eyes, looked into the distance, sternly exclaiming, "The more inferior we are, the more we have to try." The sacrificial altar under the ground at that time, Nian Hongya and Shentu Fei each took their weapons, proceeding to sweep in all directions, cutting through thorns and brambles, rushing forward. Caitian's saber, territorial overthrow, a source of energy radiated, like a flame under the ground. Red eyes, full of anger, shouted, "Bastards, you dare to destroy my altar." Before the deity could finish speaking, Nian Hongyao had chopped his face in half. She angrily scolded, as if splashing water, "Deity, my ass. Today, if I don't beat you until you call me grandma, then I'm not your grandma." Shentu Fei, behind her, was shocked by Nian Hongyao's rage, dazed, pondering in his heart, the ability to curse is indeed not easy to provoke, as a disciple of heaven's splitting saber. That source of energy, being chopped in half, was extremely angry, but almost completely disdainful, clearing his throat. "Even if the altar is destroyed, the power can't be unleashed, but with your level." Not paying attention to his words, seeing that Nian Hongya seemed tired of chopping, Shentu Fei quickly gripped his axe, chopping down. Less nonsense, Zhuan Huang chop, the sharp axe blade came down. Seeming to feel that he couldn't accomplish anything here, he began to curse loudly. You two are both rude. I'm too lazy to play with you. Then he quickly returned to under the ground. The surrounding sources of energy were gradually sucked into the ground. Seeing his movements, Nian Hongya shouted, "What are you planning to do, you trash?" Not seeing him appear, but the voice still echoed, "The sacrifice failed. I have plenty of time and opportunities to return." Seeing that this dog was slipping away, and before leaving, he was still threatening them, which was annoying. She quickly stepped forward, shouting, "You bastard," planning to run. Shentu Fei quickly stopped her. He calmly said, "He's right. With our current strength, we can't do anything. We have to quickly ask the martial god to awaken the great dreamer and seal this crack. This is the most urgent thing." A week later, at the Jiangnan Military Region Hospital, Zhong Chen gradually woke up. The smell of disinfectant lingered at the tip of his nose. Consciousness returned. This smell, this equipment, aren't in the hospital. Right, before, on the battlefield, I used the ancient god essence blood and exhausted myself. He didn't know how long it had been. What's the situation outside? Just as he opened his eyes, he saw the white ceiling. Zhong Chen was silent for a few seconds, then he heard Xiao Jiayu's voice beside his ear. Turning around, he saw her beside him. "Master, you've finally woken up. Everything is fine outside now." Xiaoju is clinging to Master. "I can give birth to babies again. The babies can also give birth to babies." He raised his hand, catching Xiaoju, who was acting spoiled, gently stroking her hair. "That's great. Xiaoju is so good. But wait a bit. Okay, the house is too small right now. After giving birth, there probably won't be enough space. Wait first. Wait until father changes to a big house, then give birth, okay?" Hearing that her house would be upgraded, Xiaoju quickly jumped excitedly in his mind. Big house, Xiaoju will have a big house. Wait. Xiaoju looked, not understanding what was going on. What had he missed to become so outdated? Zhong Chen muttered, "Now that I have the blessing of evolution to complexity, this time, the reproduction will be at least several 100 million. I hope the old tree can bear fruit and hold 10 billion. Seeing that others have benefits, of course, I have to share them equally. The child who cries gets the milk." Xiaoju quickly appeared, saying, "Father, my descendants are also about to be divided. When will I get to live in a big house?" Zhong Chen looked at him with affectionate eyes. "Isn't father's great body comfortable?" Xiaoju, with an expressionless face, replied, "Normal." Zhong Chen, with a head full of question marks, began to sweet talk without stumbling. "Xiaoju, be good. Wait until your sister moves out, then father will let you live in your sister's room, okay?" Hearing it, Xiao Jiayu's face fell. "I'm a man. Picking up what my sister throws away all day is not good. I only use old things. It's annoying." Zhong Chen quickly retreated, saying, "Then how about this? Later, father will take you to the 9 dark gods' tomb to eat a demon god buffet, okay?" Hearing what he needed to hear, Xiaoju immediately said to Zhong Chen with a righteous body, "That's more like it, as long as it's delicious. Men are the same everywhere." Zhong Chen, with a heart full of suffering, stroked his face. "Now I understand how hard it is for the parents of the Dong family." Xiaoju happily walked a few circles around Zhong Chen, then said, "Father, can I drink all these things?" Zhong Chen looked around him. It was all water. He asked, "This can be eaten?" Xiaoju turned to him, hurriedly saying, "It can. If the things on the god and demon are first class, then these things are at least third class." Hearing it, Zhong Chen didn't care, nodding, replying, "Then it's up to you." Hearing that he could eat it, Xiaoju happily began to bend down, slurping and slurping, taking the water around Zhong Chen. Seeing Xiaoju drinking so enthusiastically, Zhong Chen smiled and looked at Xiaoju. He wiggled his toes, saying, "What's the taste? Does it smell like my feet?" Hearing it, Xiaoju's expression froze for 5 seconds, unable to speak. Seeing his son not speaking, he continued, "What? Why aren't you eating anymore? Is it not tasty?" Xiaoju quickly scattered, saying, "Yeah, it's bitter. What father has tasted, the children should also taste once." A series of dung beetles flew around Zhong Chen in unison, beginning to drink the water. Now, this warehouse was full of insects. After resting, Zhong Chen remembered something, so he quickly opened the notification board. Taking advantage of the fact that he didn't have time to carefully see Xiao Chun's abilities on the battlefield before, he used this time to study them carefully. The words quickly appeared. Description: born from the source of the river of time, equal in rank to time. Seeing it, Zhong Chen was stunned. Origin existence. Could it be on par with the myriad things ancestral tree? Before, I only used Xiao Chun's basic ability to predict the future. Sitting cross-legged, pondering for a while, being the origin, there must be hidden abilities, but the talent is a question mark. Could it be that I have to use the destiny leap to see it? He opened his mouth, saying, Xiao Chan, come out for a bit. A beautiful pink beetle immediately appeared. My lord. The beetle quickly transformed into a beautiful girl, appearing right before Zhong Chen's eyes, making him stunned. What? The girl before him had landed on him. He was flustered for a moment. Xiao Chan, do you have to stand so close? It's okay to talk from a distance. Xiao Chan blushed shyly, turning away, gently replying, you praise me too much, my lord. To dispel this awkward atmosphere, Zhong Chen cleared his throat, saying, Xiao Chan, I'll ask you. Zhong Chen seriously looked at Xiao Chan, speaking his doubts. In your heart, you were just born. There was no God-bestowed evolution, and no destiny leap. How could you directly transform into human form? Xiao Chan looked at him shyly, beginning to explain, myriad things growth all need time, but I'm different. I am time, my lord. Zhong Chen looked at Xiao Chan, dazed, then suddenly seemed to understand something. That's right, why did I forget? Zhong Chen reached out, a stream of power bursting from his palm, wrapping around Xiao Chan's body. Her body was gradually lifted up. Zhong Chen pondered, even so, wanting to unlock your talent still needs the destiny leap, the God-bestowed evolution. Let me see what materials you need. The notification board quickly appeared. For the spring and autumn worm, using the destiny leap, you can choose one of the following conditions for sacrifice. 1. 10,000 drops of yin water light. 2. 1 part of the river of time. 3. Fragments of the time divine weapon. 4. 3 time divine weapons. The rank of the divine weapon is not lower than the 4th stage. Zhong Chen sat, rubbing his forehead, stroking his chin, staring blankly at the information board. He rummaged through his brain, but still couldn't figure out what the materials mentioned on the information board were. In the end, he could only scratch his head and say, I've never heard of these materials before. The only way is to find my master to ask. Zhong Chen checked his body again, seeing that it was fine, then looked towards the control panel. I've been here long enough. It's time to go out. Hesitating between the 2 buttons, is it press here? The device, like a spaceship, gradually moved. The door slowly opened. From afar, a girl suddenly ran over, extremely happy, exclaiming, Major John, you're awake. Zhong Chen blankly, not understanding, replied, Major. Are you calling me? The girl smiled, saying, that's right. While you were in a coma, the top 10 on the heroic ranking were all promoted to lieutenant. Only then did Zhong Chen understand, replying, so that's it. Seeing his still not fully awake appearance, the girl was a little embarrassed. She quickly summarized what had happened for him. Major Jing, it's truly miraculous that when you were brought here, your entire body was almost on the verge of death. We all thought, how do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable? Hearing it, Zhong Chen replied, I'm completely fine. Hearing it, the girl approached the spaceship cabin, happily saying, that's great. Then I'll recover the divine soul essence fluid and the life essence fluid in the nutrient cabin. These things are extremely precious. Our war zone urgently transferred them from the capital to save you. This time, if we don't use it all, we can leave it for others next time. This resource is extremely expensive. Anyway, now that Zhong Chen has recovered, he doesn't need it anymore. We need to store it for later use to save money. Hearing it, Zhong Chen smiled, but in his heart, he felt guilty. He stepped out of the spaceship cabin. The girl quickly came to support him, then went to look inside the cabin. There was nothing. She rubbed her eyes, looking again. There was nothing. The color of her face suddenly changed, stammering, the essence fluid. Where's the essence fluid in the cabin? Hearing it, Zhongchen only scratched his head, smiling brightly, saying, just waking up, I was a little thirsty, so I drank it all. Hearing it, the girl was speechless, only able to open her mouth, unable to utter a word, looking at the empty spaceship cabin. Such precious essence fluid, you drank it all because you were thirsty. Really, seeing the girl's appearance, as if she had heard something earth-shattering, Zhongchen closed his eyes, ignoring it, covering up his embarrassment. Shaju, my son, this is really too embarrassing. Don't pretend to look at me with innocent eyes. If you don't teach, it's father's fault. Only this old man can bear this burden. Gucation and Duan Xinghai approached from afar, seeing the figure of the tall young man, and were extremely happy. Gucation laughed heartily, happily pointing towards Zhongchen, saying, I told you, he woke up in just a week. Seeing the two of them coming from afar, Zhongchen quickly waved his hand, smiling brightly, exclaiming, Master. The girl, who was grieving, realized that someone had come, so she quickly ran towards Duan Xinghai, reporting the situation. Hearing it, Duan Xinghai frowned, not believing his ears. What did you say? The girl recounted everything again. At this time, Duan Xinghai was silent for 3 seconds, saying, I know, go out first. Turning around, Gucation saw that the expression of his old friend, his eyebrows furrowed so tightly, he immediately scolded, What's wrong? It's just drinking a little something. Do you need to make such a fuss? Turning around, Duan Xinghai glanced at his old friend, pondering for a few seconds, then said, 10 portions of Divine Soul Essence Fluid and Life Essence Fluid are worth 200,000 merit points. Otherwise, deduct it from Zhongchen's share. This little drink is a bit expensive. The old man also knows how to choose drinks. Hearing it, Gucation angrily scolded, Get lost. Go report it yourself and settle the accounts. Is it easy for my disciple to accumulate a little merit? How can you think of debiting my beloved disciple? The little one just managed to save a little merit, and you want to take it from him? No way. Dream on. Finishing speaking, Gucation ignored the helpless appearance of his old friend and openly went to put his arm around his disciple's shoulder, extremely proud, praising with a smile, You drank well? You drank very well. Even ordinary people can live 100 years if they soak in that stuff a little. Hearing his master's words, Zhongchen could only echo, smiling awkwardly. In his heart, he muttered, No wonder that Kid Shaju wanted to eat it. Luckily, I have a master, otherwise, I would really be screwed. Patting Zhongchen's shoulder, Gucation winked, smiling, You probably don't know the value of merit points, but anything you want that money can't buy, you can exchange for with merit points. Hearing it, Zhongchen was extremely happy. Really? That's great. If money can't solve the problem, then I'll use merit points. Finishing speaking, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes darted around, then he quickly excitedly asked Gucation, Master, can I exchange for light water? Gucation, who was smiling brightly, heard his disciple open his mouth, and his smile gradually disappeared, replaced by an extremely serious expression, saying, No. That thing is a treasure of heaven and earth, only found in the earth abyss. There have been some legends, but no one has ever seen it. Why are you asking about it now that you're just recovering? Hearing his master say it, Zhongchen was still unwilling to give up, continuing to ask, Then what about a branch of the river of time? Gucation's eyebrows twitched slightly. He immediately replied, Also no. At this time, Zhongchen felt disappointed, but he was still determined. Maybe if these aren't available, there will be something else. He asked, What about a timed divine weapon? 3, no lower than the 4th stage. At this moment, Gucation was asked a series of incomprehensible things by Zhongchen and became annoyed, replying, Kid, are you dreaming? You just recovered, and you're asking for all these luxury goods. Don't you know to listen to your master? These items are not available. Hearing it, Zhongchen's hope dwindled day by day. Of the entire list, there was only one thing he hadn't asked about. He looked at Gucation, his heart pounding. May heaven bless me, there's only the last one left. He pursed his lips, saying, Then what about a fragment of time? Hearing it, Gucation was silent, then seemed to fall into thought, looking at his old friend, exclaiming, "Fragment of time. It seems like Duan Xinghai has this, right?" Suddenly being named, Duan Xinghai looked at his old friend in surprise. Duan Xinghai looked at Gucation, then looked at Zhong Chen, saying, "Now you remember me. For Zhong Chen's sake, I won't argue with you." Memories of that fragment suddenly flooded his mind. The fragment of time is a product formed after the collapse of the ancient dimensional ruins. Then he continued, "Currently, Great Zia only has 2 fragments. 150,000 merit points can be exchanged for 1 fragment. 2 fragments are 2 fragments. Anyway, having it is better than not having it. Such a rare resource, and of the entire list that I asked about, there was only 1. It's also good, even if it's missing. I'll find a way to find the others later." Zhong Chen quickly stepped forward, saying, "I want both of these fragments." "Is it possible to find another fragment?" Hearing it, Duan Xinghai replied, "There are no more. The ancient ruins are an independent spacetime, not affected by external forces. It can only collapse on its own. After the collapse, the time inside condenses into a solid state, which is the fragment of time you want." Saying it, Duan Xinghai seemed to remember something, so he said, "However, if you really need it, wait for the great dreamer to return. You can ask her, Sister Huanyu." Hearing it, Zhong Chen smiled brightly, excitedly running towards Duan Xinghai's Sister Huanyu. "Where is she now? If I can find that beautiful sister, then it's all good." At this time, Duan Xinghai calculated the time, saying, "She's sealing the crack in Qijiang. She's probably about to return at the hospital." The 3 of them discussed it lively. Ducation looked at his beloved disciple, nodding in satisfaction. If Zhong Chen is fine, then it's better to be discharged from the hospital and go home to rest, wait 3 days to receive the title. Hearing it, Duan Xinghai also agreed, nodding, "That's right, this is a big deal. We also have to quickly go back to prepare." Hearing receive the title, Zhong Chen felt embarrassed for a moment, so he scratched his head, replying rather hesitantly, "Receiving the title is fine, but I prefer to live modestly." Seeing his disciple showing an embarrassed expression, Ducation glanced at him, smiling, "You slaughtered the 8th transfer, destroyed the invincible, and now you want to be modest. It's too late. You killed the enemy like a chopping machine, and now you're embarrassed." "I don't know what's going on." After being discharged from the hospital, Zhong Chen quickly returned home. He lay on the sofa, crossing his legs, resting his hands behind his head, pondering. The 9 nether flags and the scarlet armor elephant worm are about to be born. Shaji can also extract new abilities. The myriad things ancestral tree has also borne new fruit. Before Sister Huanyu returns, I have to deal with all these things. Zhong Chen raised his palm high. From the air, a stream of power gradually formed and rotated. The stream of pressure began to spread, like a spinning disc in the air. Extract the ability of the scarlet armor elephant worm. Before the system board, the target appeared. Extracted, scarlet armor elephant worm, mother worm, calamity grade, Mo Ming, rainbow divine ball characteristic, supreme attack method. Condensed from the scarlet armor elephant worm, when swung, it shows the phenomenon of hell playing music. Zhong Huangquan. Explanation 1. The power depends on the number of scarlet armor elephant worms. Explanation 2. This divine power has a total of 9 levels. Level 1 requires 129,600 scarlet armor elephant worms to condense. Each level increases. The number is multiplied by 10. Zhong Chen looked, not believing it at first. He rubbed his eyes, looking again. It was indeed like that. He didn't see it wrong. The more he looked, the wider his eyes became, his mouth gaping open, exclaiming, "Supreme attack method. This house probably can't withstand it. I'll find a boss outside to experiment later. Otherwise, I'll become homeless. No joke." After reading it, Zhong Chen quickly turned off the notification, returning to his mind. Next was the tree world. The blue fruit was hanging down, constantly dripping water like crystal, shouting its own wishes. "I hope for 10 billion worm nests." 10 billion worm nests, the tree world showed its spirit. The system announced, "You have unlocked the nest function." Received, worm race nest, 1 can contain 10 billion worm races. Hearing the announcement, Zhong Chen smiled so wide that his ears almost split. As expected, the tree family never disappoints me. In his heart, he constantly gave 1,000 likes to the tree family. Zhong Chen quickly smiled, waving towards his children. Xiaozhi, you can move to a new house and give birth to children. Hearing that there was a new home, Xiaozhi immediately laughed happily. New house, move, give birth to children here. Hearing it, Xiaozhi also cheered excitedly. Our descendants, let's go. Let's also move to a new house and give birth to children. Seeing his children playing and excitedly moving things to move to a new house, Zhong Chen smiled. Then, from his palm, another colorful, shining fruit appeared. After arranging the worm children, only this fruit remains, condensed from the divine soul. On the battlefield before, thanks to Xiaojiu and them collecting the remnant souls and watering it, it has finally ripened. A second later, the ripe fruit in his hands suddenly changed. A sound, and it transformed into an object like a piece of jade, with beautifully carved lines, shining with a soft blue light. You have unlocked the rainbow ability fruit. Received. Divine personality of the Ninely tribe. Do you want to fuse? Catching the key point, Zhong Chen frowned slightly, looking at the blue jade in his palm. Divine personality. The energy is really strong. If I didn't have the tree family's divine soul sea of consciousness, it would have exploded. Master once said that if you want to go from the 9th transfer to the 10th transfer, there is only one requirement: condense the divine personality. But the tree family directly condensed such a precious thing for me. Now, thanks to the divine tree family, my sea of consciousness has been improved, so why not fuse it? Am I supposed to wait until next year's oranges? In Zhong Chen's heart, the thought flashed fuse. Immediately, the piece of jade suddenly transformed into a stream of light, flying straight into the middle of his forehead. A series of announcements appeared. You have fused the divine personality of the Ninely tribe. Received. New profession, Overlord Battle God, divine grade. Next, the stream of light constantly flowed into him like a surging river. Received. Unbeatable divine fist, divine power, attack system, rainbow grade. Received. Battle God transformation, divine power, enhancement system, rainbow grade. Received. Yellow foot soldier formation, divine power, military formation system, rainbow grade. After a few minutes of absorbing the energy, Zhong Chen tried to clench his hand. He felt the power surging constantly. Every cell was directly screaming, wanting to release it. Another divine grade profession. Now I have 3 divine grade systems. Although the name sounds a bit illusory, this profession is very suitable for close combat. It can be a new trump card combined with the divine elephant town prison body, completely surpassing Zhong Wuxuan's battle god zone, while feeling the explosive power. Only losing to the green skin of the Hulk, suddenly, the 9 nether flags have completed reproduction. Total number, 8 billion. The scarlet armor elephant worm has completed reproduction. Total number, 6 million. Hearing the sound, Zhong Chen turned around, extremely stunned, his eyes widening, exclaiming, so fast, so many. This evolution to complexity, with the ability to accelerate and randomly increase the amount, is too strong. My calamity worm race is finally about to take shape. Zhong Chen happily quickly looked through the new updated data board. Name, Zhong Chen level, 3rd transfer, level 66. Identity, worm race master profession, myriad things origin, divine grade, thunder god, divine grade, overlord battle god, divine grade, talent 1, myriad things growth, rainbow. Divine for progressions, rainbow great Tao, rainbow. Evolution to complexity, rainbow talent 2, thunder punishment I, gold 3000 thunder tribulation, rainbow. Thunder god domain, rainbow talent 3, unbeatable divine fist, rainbow. Battle god transformation, rainbow. Yellow foot soldier formation, rainbow. Skills, human Tao saber, purple, earth Tao saber, purple. Heaven Tao saber, gold great Tao saber, rainbow. Mother worm Xiaozhi, level 66, 9 nether flags, calamity grade, number, 8 billion. Mother worm Xiaozhi, level 43, scarlet armor elephant worm, calamity grade, number, 6 million. Mother worm Xiaochan, level 1, light and shadow spring and autumn worm, origin grade, number, 188, combat power rating, 647 stars. Suddenly, the doorbell rang non-stop, bringing Zhong Chen back to reality. He looked up at the door, thinking in his heart, could it be that Sister Wan Yu has returned? Just as Zhong Chen opened the door, he suddenly saw Gu Kaishan and Duan Xinghai. He was stunned. "Master," commanded Duan. Before he could figure out what was going on, he suddenly saw Duan Xinghai's appearance. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly, looking at Zhong Chen rather hesitantly, saying, "Zhong Chen, we brought the Great Dreamer here to let her get familiar with the house." Gu Kaishan was extremely serious, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, saying, "Zhong Chen, men must remember to protect themselves well." Behind the two of them, a shadow suddenly appeared, gradually approaching. The Great Dreamer stepped forward, separating the two of them. She clapped her hands on the door frame, glaring at Gu Kaishan, saying, "There's nothing for you to do." "Go away." Looking at the Great Dreamer, Gu Kaishan exclaimed, "You're not inviting us in to sit for a bit?" Gu Kaishan cast his eyes towards his disciple, saying, "Zhong Chen, if you really can't resist, run." With a bang, the door was closed. Looking at the door slamming shut before his eyes, Gu Kaishan raised his hands, forming a megaphone, shouting loudly, "If you can't resist, you must also learn to comply. A girl over 3, hold gold bricks. A girl over 30, give away the country. A girl over 300, give away the money." Hearing his old friend shouting loudly, Duan Xinghai was also helpless, scratching his head, exclaiming, "Gu Kaishan, if you want to die, don't drag me along. If something happens to you, don't involve me." After slamming the door shut, the Great Dreamer approached Zhong Chen, pressing him closer to the sofa. She reached out, propping herself up, looking at him with sharp eyes. "Little brother, this action is really beyond Zhong Chen's expectations." Looking at her, his eyes were extremely stunned, remembering his master's words, thinking in his heart, "I seem to understand master's meaning." The Great Dreamer looked down at his face, as if probing something. Suddenly, she said, "The aura of a god." Zhong Chen froze for 5 seconds, his hand propping on the sofa cushion, looking at the familiar face before his eyes. It was familiar, but there was also a strange feeling. He spoke, "Sister Wan Yu, your style of dress is completely different from before." The Great Dreamer narrowed her eyes, approaching his face, smiling softly, saying, "Little brother, you've become a god." Avoiding getting too close to her, Zhong Chen leaned to the side, his head full of sweat, smiling awkwardly, saying, "It's probably the remaining aura from the ancient god essence blood before." Hearing it, the Great Dreamer laughed, sitting down next to Zhong Chen, comfortably crossing her legs, smiling, "So that's it. I told you, you're only at the 3rd transfer, how can you become a god?" Hearing it, Zhong Chen had no choice but to remain silent, looking in another direction, thinking in his heart, the matter of condensing the divine personality should not be said for the time being. "Anyway, I'm already prominent enough." Seeing his extremely tense appearance, the Great Dreamer laughed, looking at him, "Little brother, what are you so tense about? I'm your sister, can I eat you? I heard Gu Kaishan say you want the fragment of time, right?" Hearing her say it, Zhong Chen replied, "That's right, do you have a way?" She looked at him, smiling, saying, "This thing is no longer in the territory of Great Zia, but there is a place where you can find it." The Great Dreamer looked around his house, then seemed to ponder something, continuing, "Have you heard of the overseas 3 islands? A place consisting of 3 adjacent islands." Showing that he didn't know, Zhong Chen replied, "No, where is that?" Hearing Zhong Chen ask, the Great Dreamer turned to explain, "The overseas 3 islands are located in the southeast of Great Zia. They were originally a relic." Hearing it, Zhong Chen was stunned. A relic. She continued, "Later, they merged with the real world, forming 3 islands, Penglai, Fangxing, and Yingzhou." The Great Dreamer looked at Zhong Chen, smiling, then began to talk about the history of that place. 500 years ago, Great Zia had its first invincible 9th transfer, the Human Emperor. Not long after, Great Zia had another 9th transfer, the Flame Venerable. At that time, there was a conflict. The Human Emperor advocated for expeditions to the Earth Abyss, but the Flame Venerable advocated for non-aggression. The two argued endlessly. In the end, they broke up unhappily. At that time, these 3 islands were a fairly good area. Later, The Flame Venerable led many people away from Great Zia to the overseas 3 islands, establishing their own sect. Speaking to here, the Great Dreamer suddenly reached out, tearing open a space pocket, searching for something. She said the Flame Venerable took away many treasures from Great Zia that year, including the fragment of time. Jiang Chen was happy and excited when he heard about the treasures. Then, as if remembering something, he exclaimed, "That's great. So, is the Flame Venerable dead now?" The Great Dreamer took out a sugar cane from the space pocket, slowly taking it out. Hearing Jiang Chen say it, she frowned slightly, glancing at him, exclaiming, "The lifespan of a 9th transfer is as long as 3,000 years. How can they die so easily? Moreover, don't dream about rushing up to kill people and rob them. The territory of the overseas 3 islands is not as good as Great Zia, but they have accumulated power for several hundred years. The number of 7th and 8th transfers is even greater than Great Zia at this time." Jiang Chen was extremely curious, turning to her, asking, "Then, haven't they ever thought about returning to occupy Great Zia?" She replied, "Great Zia has the blessing of national fortune. They don't dare to act rashly." Hearing it, Jiang Chen frowned. "Then there's no other way to get my fragment of time." The Great Dreamer chewed on the sugar cane, handing it to Jiang Chen. While nibbling, she said, "There is." Although the 2 sides had severed relations long ago, they had always secretly competed. Since 400 years ago, the top heroes of the 2 sides had always challenged each other. Until 50 years ago, Great Zia closed its borders, not allowing the other side to come anymore. Jiang Chen showed that he didn't understand. The Great Dreamer looked at Jiang Chen, then chewed on the sugar cane, continuing, "Because they kept losing. For hundreds of years, they were beaten until they had no strength to fight back, losing or face. They had to decisively not see it, not worrying about it. But this year is different. Great Zia has you. We can completely reopen the competition." Hearing it, Jiang Chen was extremely happy. "You mean, if I win, I can get the fragment of time?" She looked at him, nodding. "That's right. But don't rush to reopen the competition. We also need to do the procedures. I'll notify you later." However, according to the previous regulations, the 2 sides send out heroes under 30 years old. In this regard, you're a bit disadvantaged. Hearing that he could get the resources, Jiang Chen was full of excitement. He took the sugar cane with a determined expression. "It's okay. As long as I can get the fragment of time, anything is fine. A gentleman doesn't suffer losses. In order to get the resources, what is there to be afraid of?" After chewing on the sugar cane, the Great Dreamer sat up, propping herself on her knees. She slowly said, "It's good to have ambition, but don't underestimate them too much. I have to go soon. Stay here these days. Don't go out." Standing up, the Great Dreamer looked at him, seriously saying, "Recently, on the heavenly rank, there are some strong people who have accepted the mission to take your head. People from the Flower and Shadow Country, the Wet Mother Country, and even the Night Order of the Vatican have all come. Be careful yourself." At the Jiangnan main base, the Genesis Transmigration Day, May 13, 793 was a gathering place for all the onlookers, eagerly awaiting the grand ceremony about to begin. Everywhere was packed with people. The scale of this posthumous ceremony is unprecedented in the history of Great Zia, isn't it? Who told Jiang Chen to be so powerful? 3rd transfer fighting 8th transfer, 9th transfer. Our Jiangnan war zone has finally produced a powerhouse. On one side, Nia in Hongyao, looking out at the audience, hearing everyone's discussions, turned to Ji Gang and said, "Junior brother Ji, are you really planning to take a break to go train in the Earth Abyss?" Ji Gang looked at her, replying, "It's not planning to, it's already been approved above. After the posthumous ceremony, I'm leaving immediately." Just as he finished speaking, footsteps suddenly came from behind. Bulong walked over, smiling, pointing towards himself and everyone. "Not just Big Brother, we're all going." Duan Feng, Tang Jin, and Zhao Kai all walked over, smiling at Nian Hongyao. Seeing that they had arrived, Ji Gan sighed helplessly, smiling, saying, "I originally planned to go alone, but..." Seeing everyone going, the atmosphere was so lively. Nian Hongyao laughed. "It seems everyone is stimulated by little junior brother too much, and there's a bit of the old spirit again." "That's right, The Earth Abyss is a place where all races gather, full of exotic flowers and plants. Going there will definitely change you. Hearing everyone shaking hands, wanting to visit the Earth Abyss, Yingzon also had some thoughts. Staying here wouldn't amount to much. Going somewhere else to change the feng shui and train was also a good way. He turned to Zhong Wuxuang and said, "In Great Zia, I'm afraid I can't catch up to him anymore. I'm also preparing to go to the Earth Abyss. What about you?" Zhong Wuxuang smiled, crossing his arms, leisurely replying, "Going together. In the Earth Abyss, killing alien races can receive heavenly Dao rewards, which is very suitable for us." Yingzon laughed, exclaiming, "You finally have a bit of your grandfather's spirit. Remember, you and I still have a battle that hasn't been decided." Zhong Wuxuang laughed, turning to look at him, curling his lip, replying, "I'll accompany you to the end." On the stage, Duan Xinghai walked forward step by step, standing before the crowd, smiling as the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan War Zone. "First, allow me to say a few empty words of leadership for half an hour." Just as he finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar, commenting, "If you know it's empty words, then don't spout that nonsense. Hurry up, my old but is about to crack." Hearing those words, Duan Xinghai didn't mind, only smiling, saying, "It seems some old masters are impatient already." Duan Xinghai looked around the audience, bustling and laughing, the sound echoing around. Just now, seeing everyone sitting so upright, I joked a bit for fun. I won't waste any more time. Let's go straight to the part everyone is most looking forward to, the posthumous ceremony. Finishing speaking, in the middle of the audience, in midair, a purple circle of light suddenly appeared, gradually expanding, finally forming a space portal. "Please welcome one of the 3 ninth transfers of Great Zia, the Supreme Commander of the Night Watch, the Commander of the Capital War Zone, the Great Dreamer Huang Yu, to conduct the posthumous ceremony for Zhong Chen and announce the title." From within the space portal, a figure gradually appeared, a girl with prominent braided blue hair appearing before everyone's eyes, with someone else behind her. Huang Yu excitedly turned her head, holding the hand of the person behind her, walking towards the audience. "Here we go, Zhong Chen, that kid. Hurry up and come here." "Don't be shy anymore." The person behind hadn't revealed themselves yet, but their voice had already echoed out, the tone full of helplessness. Who's shy? What sister would make up stories about her brother like that? The two had just walked out of the space portal, and immediately, the portal narrowed and gradually disappeared into space. Huang Yu put one hand on her hip, patting Zhong Chen's tall shoulder, teasing, "Are you tense?" Zhong Chen, wearing a black suit, looking mature and handsome, calmly adjusted his sleeves, looking at her, replying, "Who's tense?" Walking on the stage, with a ding sound, a bright, dazzling gold badge appeared on Zhong Chen's suit, sparkling beautifully. Nian Hongyao, below the stage, seeing Zhong Chen appear, stood up in a second, her nose suddenly feeling hot. "Oh my god, I'm having a nosebleed. Why does everyone look so strange today with the filter on?" She quickly took one hand to cover her nose and one hand to pat Ji Gang's shoulder, exclaiming, "No, no, even as a senior sister, I'm about to fall." Ji Gang frowned, crossing his arms with a serious face, saying, "I've never seen this guy so handsome in my life. I've lived in vain. It's not that I'm jealous." Tang Jin's face was completely red, unable to utter a word, covering her mouth with her hand. Bulung sat, seeing Zhong Chen, and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, Zhong Chen is incredibly handsome this time." As a man, I have to admit that Zhong Chen is at the peak, the top of the top right now. Although I'm annoyed, the truth is the truth. Mu Hankyu was mesmerized, unconsciously leaving her seat in the audience, her eyes wanting to stick to Zhong Chen's body, her face flushed red, drooling, constantly shouting, "Master." Luo Sandao, although admiring her master very much, still calmly crossed her legs, sitting and admiring our male lead. She smiled at Mu Hankyu, saying, "Little Mu, your eyes are about to fall out." Hua Yunfei admired the male god in her heart, her face flushed red, her nose feeling hot, having a nosebleed. She quickly covered it with her hand, her eyes still fascinated, shouting, "Zhong Lang." Tang Ying sat next to her, her face flushed, smiling sweetly, looking at the handsome guy. A group of beautiful girls' eyes were all auto-filtered, with hearts fluttering excitedly. "Oh my God, my husband!" Walking next to Zhong Chen, Huan Yu couldn't help but stare, her face flushed red, shyly raising her hand to her lips. This kid is really handsome in this outfit. Being stared at by Huan Yu, Zhong Chen was also unnatural, smiling jokingly, saying, "Sister, you're teasing me again." Huan Yu burst out laughing, walking towards the microphone in the audience, looking at everyone, saying loudly, "All right, let's get to the main ceremony. Now, everyone, let's shout Zhong Chen's title together." Below, the crowd cheered, shouting in unison, "Demon Worm, Demon Worm, Demon Worm." Hearing the title from the audience below, Zhong Chen, our male lead, felt extremely cold. His expression changed from a bright smile, warm like the sun, to a gloomy rain in an instant, his mouth twitching. Not enough. Is this title real? Could a man worm be any worse? It's rare that I dress so nicely. This is really maddening. Knowing that today is the title conferral ceremony before all the people, I woke up early, spending effort to style my hair, choosing a sleigh outfit to wear, winking at the girls, but the title below is even worse than an autonomous region. Seriously, seeing everyone in the audience happily shouting the title, Huan Yu, looking at Zhong Chen's moved appearance, wanted to laugh internally, so she quickly reached out, interrupting the cheering, saying, "Good." Following the will of the people, on behalf of the Night Watch of Great Xia, the Great Xia Army, I posthumously conferred Zhong Chen of the Jiangnan War Zone the title of Calamity Monarch. Hearing the title from Huan Yu, Zhong Chen quickly turned his head, seeing her smiling brightly, winking, sticking out her tongue, making a cute face. Zhong Chen, at this time, muttered, repeating the title, then smiling, saying, "Calamity Monarch. I like this title. It seems you spent a lot of effort to tease me, sister." At that time, Zhong Chen's achievements and images appeared on the screen behind him. Huan Yu smiled brightly, looking at him, then continued to say to everyone, "Furthermore, I specially posthumously conferred Zhong Chen the title of Xia Suppressing King, with the Four Seas as his fiefdom. I specially grant Zhong Chen the power to govern the country, not managing the war zone, touring Great Xia, holding the power of life and death." Below the stage, Bulan was extremely surprised, watching them, stunned, asking Jigang, "Big brother, what does the Great Dreamer's last sentence mean?" "I don't even dare to understand." Tang Jin was also stunned. "Me too." At this time, Jigang also frowned slightly, his face serious, opening his mouth, saying exactly what you heard. Tang Jin hesitated for a moment, then said, "He's only 18 years old. This is heaven-defying." Hearing it, Hong Yin's expression also began to become serious, his eyebrows furrowing, stroking his chin, analyzing. "See Suppressing King, it seems the above is preparing to restore contact with the overseas three islands. The Four Seas as his fiefdom. Then that means the overseas three islands are nominally Zhong Chen's private territory." Hong Yin looked at the young man on the stage, then turned to Gucation, saying, "Gucation, your disciple is being placed on the altar." "Aren't you worried at all?" Gucation was still watching the stage. "My disciple's title conferral today is outstanding, truly young and talented, handsome, but still a little bit less than my youthful self." He didn't care, smiling, replying, "I'm too lazy to worrying about other people's business. The great trend is coming. The overseas three islands should also be recovered. What others can't do, my disciple can probably do." Under the witness of all the people, Huan Yu took the black velvet box containing the bright gold medal. Handing it towards Zhong Chen, she smiled, saying, "This is the peerless order, take it." Zhong Chen respectfully, carefully reached out both hands to receive the box, his eyes happily looking at Huan Yu, saying, "Thank you, sister." The atmosphere was happy, but suddenly, a rushing sound came from afar. Before everyone's eyes, a shadow suddenly appeared, riding on the back of a giant white tiger, rushing towards the stage like an arrow. He introduced himself, "I am Sasagan of the Cherry Blossom Country by the Eight Great Gods, from Tokomogoro to congratulate Zhong Chen of Great Xia in a special way." Sitting on the sofa, Hong Yin looked, seeing that there was a good show, so he turned to the projection screen, observing, saying, "Third stage, but with the strength of the peak fifth stage. I didn't expect the small Cherry Blossom Country to have such a good seed." Location, Are you planning to draw your sword and bully the weak? Anyway, everyone knows how much Gukashin is famous for loving his direct disciple. Now, someone is disrupting the title conferral ceremony. He's really asking to be electrocuted. Gukashin was still calmly sitting on the sofa, exclaiming, "The great dreamer is still on stage. It's not my turn yet. You're disrupting the important title conferral ceremony for my disciple. It turns out you're choosing death." Turning to see who it was, Huanyu swept her eyes, saying each word clearly, "You deserve to die." Seeing Huanyu angry, force was already gathering in her hand, waiting to be unleashed. John Chen, at this time, stepped forward, reaching out to stop her. "Sister, this kind of fly doesn't need you to take action. Let me handle it myself." Looking at John Chen, Huanyu said seriously, "All right, I'll wait to see your performance. Be fierce and electrocute him for me." Seeing John Chen step forward, the ninja immediately laughed, saying, "That's more like it. The reason I dare to challenge directly is that I value Great Xia as a country of etiquette, because there are friends from afar." John Chen didn't want to say any more nonsense with him, cutting him off, exclaiming, "Less nonsense. Shouldn't assassins hide in the shadows? You were sent to challenge directly. This only proves that you're at most a pawn." The ninja smiled, not caring about John Chen's provocative words. He jokingly pointed at him, full of provocation, exclaiming, "Whether I'm a pawn or not, you'll know after fighting. But first, do you dare not use the 9 nether flags? If you don't dare, just say it. I won't laugh at you." Hearing the ninja's joking words, John Chen felt that he was like a clown jumping in front of him. He mobilized the power around his body, lightning flashing. He curled his lip, smiling, saying, "Your provocative plan is really crude, but seeing that this beautiful stage being covered by poisonous flags is not good, I'll temporarily listen to you." In the center of the audience, where the eyes of all the people were focused, at the ceremony today, suddenly, a ball of lightning appeared, exploding loudly in the sky in the middle of the audience. Thunder God Domain, 3000 Thunder Tribulation. The light immediately radiated, the pressure and brightness causing everyone present to immediately shield their faces, not daring to look directly. Caught off guard, the joking ninja and his white tiger pet were both struck by the electric current running along their bodies. Every cell in their bodies was paralyzed, their eyes rolling back, and the tiger was also electrocuted, howling loudly. Seeing that the opponent who had been challenging so bravely had been dealt with by just one move, John Chen was stunned, saying, "Right? Is that all? How dare you come here?" Suddenly, the white tiger ran from somewhere, roaring, rushing towards John Chen. Roar! He dodged nimbly. "It's an illusion." Seeing it rush to attack him, opening its mouth wide, John Chen moved in an instant, arriving before it, raising his fist, applying physical force to it. Divine Elephant Town Prison Body, crack, the punch took away a few of the kitty's teeth, causing the white tiger to doubt life in pain. Not stopping there, not letting the white tiger regain its attack, he added a town prison fist. Immediately, the white tiger flew away, a few meters away. The giant white tiger's body had just landed when it quickly transformed into black smoke, disappearing. Observing, John Chen exclaimed, "It's still an illusion. How annoying." In a flash, the joking ninja had appeared right above John Chen's head. He activated his power, aiming right at his head, wanting to strike down with a blade. "John Chen, you've lost. Just now, I was struck by lightning. But it was just an illusion. Let me tell you, my ability can insulate electricity, specializing in countering the thunder system." Seeing that victory and defeat had been decided, a force aimed straight at John Chen, striking down. In the imminent moment of danger, a lightning flash immediately appeared on the stage. Before the dangerous strike, John Chen quickly escaped, but it seemed that something had scratched his body. Seeing that John Chen could easily dodge his attack, but was useless against dodging the poison, the ninja laughed, saying, "Don't think your thunder is the fastest. Before a top assassin, it's nothing. It seems your previous achievements were just luck. Now you've been poisoned, there's no antidote." Witnessing the entire event, Gukashin's blood boiled. With power spreading, he said seriously, "Damn it, John Chen has been framed." Seeing it, Huanyu also activated the power in her palm, opening her mouth. "You dare to poison my brother. You want to die? Seeing that everyone had a tendency to want to participate in the battle, Zhongchen quickly exclaimed, "Everyone, don't move. If I don't resolve it myself today, the entire posthumous ceremony will be cancelled." Hearing it, the joking ninja stood, looking at him, laughing loudly. "That's more like it. But now, are you planning to use the 9 nether flags? That would be too embarrassing. Or are you planning to drink the ancient god essence blood again and fall into a coma for a week? Or summon your 9th transfer nether demon because of me, to let it be destroyed by the heavenly Tao?" Hearing him say it, Zhongchen laughed. He curled his lip, the power around his body scattering black and purple. "Very good, you've successfully angered me. Today, I'll just use you to experiment with a new move. Anyway, there's a free punching bag offering itself at the door. It would really be disrespectful to refuse." Standing, holding a blade in his hand, seeing that Zhongchen could still use his power, and a thick smoke was spreading from his hand, the ninja quickly looked up, exclaiming, "My poison! How can you be unharmed? Is this my first time on the job? Did I accidentally grab the wrong bottle of poison? Impossible." Seeing his dazed appearance, Zhongchen laughed loudly. "Poison? Don't you know that I used to have the nickname a poison demon? You dare to show off your axe in front of the carpenter with your poison?" Not letting the ninja wait long, Zhongchen's hand formed a sharp blade, tearing through the wind, stabbing towards him. In an instant, the ninja regained his senses, quickly raising the sword in his hand to block the blow, his eyes not hiding his panic. "This is the dark system. You also had the dark system ability." Seeing that the situation was unstable, in his heart, the ninja secretly asked the 18 generations of ancestors of the person who went to investigate the information, who promised to report the news, but didn't say that the opponent also had the dark system. "How am I supposed to live now? When I get back, I'll deal with you. Too strong. I can't stop it. The sword is about to break. I can't. I have to retreat. Zhongchen, I'll see you again." Seeing the ninja's panicked face, Zhongchen knew that he was planning to slip away. He curled his lip, calmly saying, "See you again. You think you can run?" This is the title conferral ceremony, with officials from all over coming to disrupt it, then dusting off your butt and saying goodbye. "There's no goodbye for you." Crack, the sound of metal breaking rang out, the blade cutting through the space portal, causing the ninja to panic. "What's going on? This spear seems to be alive." The ninja quickly fled, but behind him, the blade was still closely pursuing. He had to run zigzag, pulling out the distance, but unexpectedly, he still couldn't escape. In his heart, he was terrified. It knows how to turn. The sharp blade quickly went through his body. Then his eyes rolled back, dying on the spot. Target eliminated, Zhongchen retracted his weapon, the blade quickly disappearing, returning to the shape of his hand. The ninja's body had nothing to support it, falling down like a kite with a broken string. Zhongchen leisurely walked towards the stage. "The flies have been cleaned up. Let's continue the ceremony." The people in the audience, seeing him deal with the assassin so easily, shouted in admiration one after another. Damn it, just a few moves and he dealt with a 5th stage assassin. And he didn't even use the 9 nether flags. What skill did Zhongchen use just now? Does anyone know? I only know it wasn't the Kaishin saber, and it wasn't the thunder system. It was something I've never seen before. Even from a distance, I could feel the terrifying aura of that black spear. Hongyan, on this side, leaned over, whispering to Gu Kaishin, aiming to mock him. "Old Gu, look how anxious you were. It turns out you don't understand your disciple either." Hearing it, Gu Kaishin turned around, replying a little uncomfortably, "Damn it, he's my disciple. How could I not understand him? I was just too worried." He was strong-mouthed, but in his head, he muttered, "This kid, how many trump cards do I not know about?" Then, both of them turned their eyes to the stage, where Zhongchen was feeling embarrassed by the great dreamer's praise. Gu Kaishin spoke, asking Hongyan, "Old G, I'm not a transmigrator. I don't understand this stuff. You're experienced. According to you, what is Zhongchen's black spear?" Hongyan replied, "According to my experience, it probably belongs to the dark system, and it's very likely to be divine grade." Hearing it, Gu Kaishin asked, Could it be that Zhongchen awakened a new 3 divine grade profession? How can a third transfer withstand that with his divine soul? Huan Yu, on this side, leaned over to Zhongchen, praising, "Not bad, kid. Consider this battle your coming-of-age ceremony." Hearing it, Zhongchen scratched his head embarrassedly, replying, "It wasn't cool enough. Next time, I'll try to finish it with one move." Hearing this, Duan Xinghai, next to him, waved his hand, signaling the team to launch fireworks, once again welcoming Zhongchen. The loud bangs, along with the cheers of the compatriots above, stirred up the space here. The viewers on this side punched their fists, shouting Zhongchen's title. "Congratulations, Calamity Monarch! Congratulations, Sea-Suppressing King!" Everyone continued to shout. "Sea-Suppressing King! Sea-Suppressing King!" Here, Zhongchen saw 2 familiar figures. He frowned in confusion. It turned out to be the father and daughter of Luo Sandao. As soon as Luo Sandao's father approached, he spoke, on behalf of the great Xia, the Luo family head, Luo Badao, and his daughter, Luo Sandao, present a divine weapon, congratulating the Calamity Monarch, Sea-Suppressing King. Luo Sandao, next to him, carried the treasure, at the same time giving him a loving, admiring look. On this side, Tang Wangchuan and Mu Hinian were arguing. Tang Wangchuan angrily blamed him. "It's all because you old man competed to present the gift first, and as a result, Luo Badao stole the first spot." Hearing it, Mu Hinian also replied helplessly, "I didn't expect the Luo family to be so bold, so rude." Hongyan, on this side, also spoke, blaming Gucation. "Just because I was talking to old Gu, I also missed the opportunity." Hearing it, Gucation frowned uncomfortably, looking over, replying, "What does that have to do with me?" Not letting Zhongchen and everyone wait long, Luo Sandao opened the treasure box of her family. Inside was an extremely sharp blade. As soon as the lid was opened, the dark aura from it spread all around, surprising Zhongchen. He thought to himself, "The aura is too fierce." Zhongchen reached out, grabbing it. The pressure it emitted became stronger and stronger. Zhongchen clicked his tongue. Interesting. This blade wants to rebel against its master. Gripping the hilt tightly, Zhongchen looked down at it with a dark face, continuing, "But I'm not easy to bully either. Tree family, teach it a lesson." Just as he finished speaking, the image of a large tree appeared behind him. The black energy from the blade also gradually decreased. A second later, Zhongchen successfully subdued it. He swung the blade lightly, at the same time saying, "From now on, I, Zhongchen, am your master." On this side, Luo Sandao's father saw him subdue his family's blade so quickly, and exclaimed with his mouth agape, "What's going on?" It recognized its master. Luo Sandao, next to him, excitedly called him, "Father, I told you, the benefactor can subdue it." Hearing it, her father continued, "It seems this gift was given to the right person. My daughter is truly the one who understands her son-in-law the most." Luo Sandao was startled, exclaiming shyly, "Father, don't talk nonsense, there's nothing yet." Luo Badao turned to introduce it to Zhongchen. This blade is called Heavenly Sin, a 4th stage divine weapon, ranked 11th on the Great Xia divine weapon ranking. The Heavenly Sin blade is a fierce beast among weapons. Once it's drawn, it must take a life, otherwise it will rebel against its master, causing injuries. Here, Luo Badao added, "I once gave this blade to your master when he was conferred the title of Heaven-Splitting Saber King." Hearing it, Gucation coughed loudly, aiming to stop Luo Badao from continuing. Hongyan, next to him, understood the situation and chuckled, mocking him. Seeing old Gu's reaction above was a bit harsh, Luo Badao had to lie to get through the matter. "At that time, your master didn't like it very much." Suddenly, the great dreamer Huan Yu stepped forward, exposing it. She happily said to Zhongchen, "I remember little Gu liked it very much, but couldn't handle it, and almost had it rebel against its master." Hearing it, Zhongchen broke out in a cold sweat. He secretly blamed himself, "A blade that my master couldn't handle, but I could. Moreover, I just said some arrogant words, I'm really dead." Turning back to Gucation, his face was completely red because his not-so-good past had been exposed. Everyone around him gave him judgmental looks. Gucation snorted coldly, exclaiming, "What are you looking at me for?" It's normal for a disciple to be stronger than his master. You're just jealous because you can't get a disciple like that in your whole life. Hongyin said, "Old Gu, are you collapsing?" He shouted loudly, "Collapsing my ass?" Next was the second daughter-in-law's family. Mu Hankyu and her grandfather, Mu Hinian, stepped onto the stage, along with the treasure in their hands. Mu Hinian shouted loudly for everyone to hear as he stepped forward. Great Zhejiangnan War Zone, King Mu Hinian presents a sea god pearl, congratulating the calamity monarch, sea suppressing king. Hearing it outside, Hongyan exclaimed in surprise. A sea god pearl, damn it, the Mu family is going all out. Mu Hinian continued, this treasure was obtained by the Jiangnan army from the sea race 30 years ago. It's a water system treasure containing the energy of the sea. If released, it can fill a sea area. Of course, it can also be used as a brick to hit people. Here, Zhongchen respectfully received it. He bowed, thanking Mu Hinian, "Thank you, Mu family." Seeing Zhongchen perform the ceremony so solemnly, he smiled happily, saying, "You don't need to be polite, we're all family. Now, we're just waiting for my granddaughter." Hearing it, Mu Hankyu smiled, unable to close her mouth, looking at her grandfather, while Zhongchen could only remain silent, not knowing what to say. And so, the rooting conference continued to take place. Tang Ying's father, Tang Wangchuan, and Hua Yunfei's father, Hongyan, stepped up together. Tang Wangchuan spoke, "The old man is done giving his gift, so I'll go down. Great Zhejiangnan War Zone, King Tang Wangchuan presents 3/8 transfer demon cause, congratulating the calamity monarch, sea suppressing king." Hongyan, behind him, continued, "Commander-in-Chief of the Great Xia Magic Capital War Zone, King Hongyan, presents 2 drops of divine demon essence blood, congratulating the calamity monarch, sea suppressing king." Switching scenes to Ji Gang's group, Zhao Kai leaned back in his chair, sighing, saying, "It's a pity that we night watch are too poor. We don't have anything valuable." Duan Feng continued, "Not only do we not have gifts, but we occasionally rely on Zhongchen to provide for us." Hearing it, Ji Gang stood up abruptly. He said, "Poor is poor, but who said we don't have gifts?" And so, he went on stage, presenting a gift to Zhongchen, at the same time saying, "Great Xia, Night Watch Ji Gang, representing all the Night Watch of Chujiang." Zhongchen looked up in surprise, saying, "This is..." Ji Gang continued, presenting a strand of true faith. On this side, Nia Hongyao approached her master, a little puzzled, speaking, "Master, isn't junior brother Ji's gift too illusory?" Lucation replied, "This thing is hard to say. Faith is both pure and fanatical, both altruistic. It can be the cheapest, and it can be the most expensive. The important thing is for Ji Gang to explain it to Zhongchen. Zhongchen, this strand of faith is gathered from 7.96 million people of Chujiang. It can withstand one strike from a national treasure." Hearing it, Zhongchen's heart was choked up. The members of the Night Watch spoke one after another. No wonder Big Brother hasn't been sleeping these days, secretly going in and out. Above was the image of the brothers embracing each other. It could also be said that they were teacher and student, because Ji Gang was Zhongchen's first teacher. He tightly embraced Ji Gang, saying loudly, "Uncle Ji." Ji Gang was a little surprised. He said, "What is this kid doing?" Below, they continued to discuss. It turns out Big Brother was secretly preparing this. "We're about to go to the Earth Abyss. Consider it a last gift for Zhongchen." Next, the teacher and student Gucation and Nian Hongyao went up to present a gift. Gucation said, "Disciple, today is your important day. As your master and senior sister, even if we're incompetent, we must congratulate you. This heavenly saber talisman was refined by your master and senior sister using the origin of the Caitian saber. Activating it can fight a national treasure. Although it's only one strike, it can save your life in a crisis." Zhongchen took the talisman, thanking him, then asked Gucation, "Thank you, master, senior sister. Master, can I dispose of this talisman at will?" Gucation replied, "Of course, it's yours now." Hearing it, Zhongchen turned to Ji Gang, bowing, holding the talisman out, respectfully presenting it to Ji Gang. "Uncle Ji, you're about to go to the Earth Abyss. Take this talisman to protect yourself." Seeing it, Ji Gang exclaimed, then said, "Zhongchen, you underestimate us too much. He remained in that position. He spoke, replying to Jigang, "Just consider it that way. Consider it me being arrogant, consider it me begging. I don't have any other relatives. My relatives are only you and everyone else. Before the 6th transfer, the martial god won't let me go to the earth abyss, but I absolutely won't accept you being in danger." Seeing him so determined, Jigang had no choice but to accept it. He put his hand on John Chen's shoulder, saying, "All right, Uncle Ji will listen to you. Uncle Ji promises you that in the future, I will definitely fight alongside you as a strong person. You must take this strand of faith." He replied, "Of course, this is my route." Finishing speaking, he carried all the gifts that everyone had given him before, heading towards Jigang, continuing, "As for my old equipment and today's gifts, take them back and share them with everyone. Uncle Ji, don't refuse, just take them." Jigang was stunned by his series of actions, but couldn't refuse. He reached out to receive it, at the same time replying, "All right, today, Uncle Ji will listen to everything." Tang Jin and everyone on this side had tears in their eyes, saying one after another, "Damn it, why do we always rely on John Chen? Family doesn't say to words, so we have to try hard, be worthy of being his family. Yes, we have to become stronger." Suddenly, the atmosphere, which was peaceful, had a red space crack appear above the audience, along with a voice, "Am I not too late?" The sound made everyone pay attention. What's that sound? Another assassin. It was Ji Lingqi. He came with a monster following behind. Everyone below then realized, shouting, "It's Great Zia's Ji Lingqi." At this time, Ji Lingqi smiled happily, looking down at the lively relatives and elders below. Everyone continued, "He's too awesome." Ji Lingqi stood on the head of the large monster, slowly landing on the roof of the stage. He said loudly, stepping on the Blood Dragon pool, slaying the 9th-rank demon beast Blood Dragon King, presenting it to the Calamity Monarch, "See suppressing King of Great Zia." Seeing it, Huan Yu said loudly, "Ji Lingqi is too generous. Others give it to him as a mount, but our John Chen is thinking in his head, such a big beast is enough to fill Sha Ju's stomach. It's been so hard to feed them full since the last reproduction." On this side, Ducation and Nia in Hongyao were also in an uproar. Old Gu exclaimed, "Worthy of the sword god." The Blood Dragon pool is about to be removed from the 9 great forbidden areas. Nian Hongyao asked, "Master, when will I be this cool?" He replied, "Practice." Ji Lingqi then raised his sword high, shouting loudly for everyone below to hear, "May Great Zia's new fire never be sick, and the Yonhuang be forever prosperous." Below, they all punched their fists into the sky, shouting along, "The Yonhuang be forever prosperous." The screen switched to the Earth Abyss. In the chaotic Earth Abyss, there were 4 people sitting around a viewing ball, discussing together. The white-haired, red-horned person spoke first. "Everyone, you must have heard the news about the 9 nether flags summoning millions in the origin star Great Zia, right? Although the last time, that 10th seat of the ancient god sect borrowed the power of the ancient god to destroy a few million, we still can't underestimate it. Moreover, John Zhuani exceptionally led the killing god army into the Earth Abyss, slaughtering 13 cities of the demon race. If the demon race's old ancestor hadn't taken action, the demon race would have been in danger." This person's full name was Demon Lord Tiu Ling. He continued, "Great Zia has a saying, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. I propose that all races unite to destroy Great Zia." Hearing it, the person next to him spoke, "The immortal race won't participate in this matter. To be honest, the demon race being slaughtered is their own fault. I think Great Zia is very good, they're polite and don't touch me." "I don't touch them." This person was Yangsu Immortal. He continued, "Moreover, the immortal race has been allied with the human race since 400 million years ago. We can't break our faith." Hearing it, Demon Lord Tiu Ling looked over, saying loudly, "Don't pretend to be righteous. What race doesn't know the immortal race's conspiracy?" Then, he leaned towards the old Yangsu Immortal, continuing, "The so-called alliance is just raising the overseas 3 islands, hoping they will devour Great Zia, and finally monopolize the origin star. But time doesn't wait." Hearing it, YUNXU Immortal replied, "Demon Lord, it's not good to say that. The immortal race coming here today is already giving you some face. Look, Do the god race and other races even bother to look at you? Hearing the two sides being noisy, the dragon race, named God Zhuan Kang, on this side, lowered his voice. You two, didn't we come here today to discuss the matter of forming an alliance? Why are you fighting among yourselves? To destroy Great Zia, the dragon race agrees. But who will go first? Great Zia only has 3 cities in the Earth Abyss. Breaking army, greed Volve, 7 kills, breaking them is easy. Then, he thought of the dreamer Huan Yu continuing, but attacking Great Zia's headquarters from the Earth Abyss with that great dreamer, the one who can transmit power in the origin star. If we gather the spiritual power of hundreds of billions of people in Great Zia, it can be compared to an ancestor god's attack. At least 109th stages will die. What race can withstand that? At this time, God Zhuan Kang proposed, Demon race, you're strong. How about you go first, and the dragon race will follow behind to cover the rear? What do you think? The black-horned person on this side then spoke. Due to the heavenly Tao seal, existences above the 9th stage will be destroyed by the heavenly Tao if they take action. Isn't this kind of suicidal attack like drinking poison? He was a demon race. His full name was Demon King Juyi. He continued, currently, the heavenly Tao seal on the 10th stage has been opened halfway. In another half a year, it will be completely opened. At that time, the ancient existences of all races can freely display their 10th stage abilities. Great Zia currently only has 3 9th transfers. When we enter the time to advance, that will be the opportunity. Hearing it, the Yangsu Immortal on this side spoke. That's right. Demon Lord should know that no one wants to pay the price for your demon race's recklessness, and no one wants to die before dawn. God Zhuan Kang on this side also spoke. I agree. In the next few months, we'll still follow the old plan, supporting the human forces, nibbling at Great Zia. The demon race Demon King Juyi looked down at the viewing ball, saying, I'm just afraid you'll regret it sooner or later. And the one who holds the 9 nether flags is only at the 3rd transfer. He's not worth worrying about. My demon race has bribed top assassins from many countries in the origin star. They will join forces to assassinate him. Sooner or later, they will succeed. Even if they fail, it doesn't matter. In 3 months, the Heavenly Cloud Great competition between Great Zia and the overseas 3 islands will be held again. Hearing it, God Zhuan Kang revealed a dangerous expression, interrupting. That's right. I've also given the blood dragon to the sea race in the origin star. At that time, the sea races, the human dragon, will also participate. With such thorough preparations, the one with the 9 nether flags will definitely die without a doubt. Switching scenes to the Jiangnan main base, Zhong Chen spoke, asking Gucation, Master, it's been 3 days. When will I be allowed to go out? Gucation replied, I came to report that the assassins who infiltrated Great Zia have been almost completely dealt with. 8 6th transfers, 3 7th transfers have all been eliminated. Hearing it, Zhong Chen sat down, continuing to ask, then I'm free. He replied, not yet. There's still 1 8th transfer that hasn't been caught, and the higher-ups are worried that they will send even stronger assassins. Zhong Chen looked at Gucation with sad eyes, continuing to ask, Master, if there are always people who want to kill me, do I have to live like a useless person my whole life? I have so many skills and trump cards, why not let me face it myself? Don't you see that this protection is also a shackle to my progress? Finishing speaking, Zhong Chen demonstrated his skills to Gucation. He pinched the cheek of Tang Ying, who was hiding in space, at the same time saying, Master, I have to show you an example. Come out. Being pinched painfully, Tang Ying whined, stammering. It was my father who told me to come protect you. Hearing it, Zhong Chen said, thank you for your good intentions, but it's really not necessary. Go back and rest early. Tang Ying dejectedly walked out the door, replying, sorry for bothering you. Seeing that scene, Gucation pointed at Tang Ying, asking Zhong Chen, how long has she been hiding here? He replied, it's been a while, because she was embarrassed. She didn't dare to show herself. Although she controlled her energy, she couldn't get past my eyes. Gucation exclaimed with his mouth agape. What kind of situation is this? How did I not know anything? He then mentioned the matter of Shilanjuo and said to him, Master, Do you remember Shilanjuo of the heavenly green god race? Do you know how I defeated him? Hearing it, old Gu pounced on him, eagerly asking. He began to explain, in my sight, within a radius of 30 kilometers, everyone's information is clearly displayed. Hearing it, old Gu smiled happily, saying, so that's how it is, I didn't expect you to have this trick. I'll leave the matter of the assassins to you to handle yourself. Great Zir is focusing on the overseas 3 islands, they're lacking manpower over there. Hearing it, Zhong Chen happily raised his hand to his neck, signaling to eliminate the enemy, at the same time saying, then I'll go kill people tomorrow. I'll turn passive defense into active attack for safety. Looking at him, Ducation instructed, it's good to have youthful spirit, but don't underestimate your opponents. He immediately replied, yes, Master. The 2 teachers and students were talking when Mu Hankyu came out with tea. She respectfully spoke, Master, Saber King Senior, please have some tea. Ducation was once again surprised. What? There's another person? Mu Hankyu replied a little embarrassedly, yes, there's more. Luo Sandao is helping Zhong Chen make the bed. Hua Yunfei is using the fire system to roast suckling pig. Hearing it, Ducation could only cry in his heart, those who have 6 or 8 pints of wine are all alone, while I don't have a drop. He praised him, very good, kid, you're enjoying all the blessings. While he said dejectedly, oh master, it's all trouble that comes to me on its own. Saying it, he gathered everyone together and spoke, instructing, everyone, today's work ends here. You don't need to come tomorrow, I'm giving you a new mission. Go to the secret realm to hunt demon beasts, the stronger, the better. Luo Sandao immediately replied, yes, I will definitely win the championship. Standing next to him, Ducation muttered, this kid is subtly chasing them away. Switching scenes to a Gobi Desert 2,000 miles southwest of Moduo City, a person with an iron mask spoke. Bad news, the assassins sent by various countries to Great Zir have been almost completely eliminated. Good news, Great Zir has become careless. Zhong Chen has started to go out. The superiors are encouraging us to cooperate to ensure success and, more importantly, to avoid internal conflicts. This group of knights is the Holy Temple Knight Order. The one standing in the middle continued. If we succeed this time, all participating countries will receive a key to advance to the 9th transfer, but considering the numbers, it's not fair. Our group has 6 people, while other countries only have 3. Will the rewards still be the same? Here, a person stepped out, saying, what's not fair? Your captain is only ranked 3rd on the assassin list. The top assassin of the Flower Country, Divine Arrow Mr. Sato, has also arrived. He has been the top overlord for decades. Your captain has only entered the 8th transfer, while Mr. Sato reached it 10 years ago. Moreover, without my Tokomogara's unique ancient enemy divine object, this guy is Kato Ei, a peak 7th transfer, ranked 6th on the ranking. At this time, he revealed a sinister expression, at the same time pulling out his flute, asking the knight, who can deal with Zhong Chen's hundreds of millions of 9 nether flags without it. The knight on this side said loudly, it can't be denied that your flute is good, but where is that legendary divine assassin? In my opinion, you're just good at bragging. Does that old man even dare to show up? Just as this guy finished speaking, the heads of his 2 teammates were chopped off by someone. The person who had just taken action said loudly, shut up. You're not allowed to disrespect Mr. Sato. The 2 heads fell to the ground, and at the same time, the person sheathed his sword. Someone discovered it and shouted, Mr. Sato. He's Sato Kiniki Hochi, the 8th transfer ranked 1st on the ranking. This guy gave a murderous look to the knight, saying, now the numbers are balanced. Do you have any objections? The knight was immediately terrified. He quickly raised his hand, respectfully saying, greetings, Mr. Sato. Please don't be angry, the Sato Kiniki Hochi said, less nonsense. Let's discuss the plan and divide the tasks. Here, a woman approached. She was Park Yeon-jae, a peak 7th transfer, ranked 5th on the divine ranking. As soon as she arrived, she gave the plan first. First, our Frost Country has sent 2 assassins to lure Zhong Chen here. Next, our Great Frost will use the origin element. The crystal ball in my hand is the origin element that completely restrains his thunder system. The Sato Kiniki Hochi below looked up at her, speaking, ignoring the matter of the origin, but luring the enemy and restraining thunder are useful. I'll be responsible for controlling the 9 nether flags. In addition, Sasigan has sacrificed himself to experiment, confirming that he has the dark system ability. Switching scenes to this side, a shaven-headed person, like a monk, spoke. The high god of the wet mother, the dark element doesn't originally belong to this world, but we conceal the dark crack, making it impossible for him to display it. This person was Shiva Kingdom Sharma, a peak 7th transfer, ranked 4th on the divine ranking. Hearing it, the Sato Kiniki Hochi said, "Good. The last problem, the 9th transfer nether demon and the location near Kunlun Mountain. How can we ensure that we don't attract the powerhouses of Great Zia?" Hearing it, the knight opened his space ring, taking something out, at the same time saying, "Holy Temple Knight, please see." He raised a piece of white paper that was shining, continuing, "Our holy object, the holy light refraction potion, will conceal all our auras and energy fluctuations." He then demonstrated it to everyone, disappearing before everyone's eyes here. Only white smoke remained, along with a voice. "In essence, we are in a mirror world. No one can discover us." Speaking to here, a stream of blue light burst out, making everyone's eyes sting. Holy light refraction potion. After that moment, everyone seemed to fall into a different space. They were all panicked. "What? We've been pulled into the mirror world." That knight continued, "For now, let's not talk about that old man who's in the earth abyss. Because of his responsibility, his main body can't leave the earth abyss, even if he really appears. As long as we pull Zhong Chen into the mirror world one step ahead, then even if he has the 9th transfer, don't even think about finding a trace from the outside." This guy continued, "As for dealing with the 9th transfer nether demon, on the contrary, as soon as it appears, I'll immediately add a layer of holy light refraction potion, temporarily isolating it. Although it won't last long, just imprisoning it for more than 10 seconds is enough. At that time, the heavenly Tao will naturally erase it." Hearing it, the Sato Kiniki Hochi said, "Losing the 9 nether flags, the thunder system, the dark system, the nether demon, even if Zhong Chen drinks the ancient god essence blood and temporarily reaches the 7th transfer, this old man will kill him with one move." The knight replied, "That's right. Currently, we're fighting in a saturated style. We just need to use stillness to control movement." Switching to the Jiannan main base, everyone was seeing something in the sky and excitedly spoke. "Look, the Calamity Monarch is patrolling, stepping on the poisonous bones. He's really domineering. The sea-suppressing king is mighty." While moving in the air, Zhong Chen muttered, "If I want to lure the assassins out, how can I not be high profile?" While flying, he swept his eyes, observing his surroundings. Shaju also shrunk, roaming with him and asking him, "Father, are we going on a trip?" He replied, "That's right." Shaju then asked, "Why are those children, who look the same age as me, wearing backpacks?" Zhong Chen replied, "Because they have to go to school." They continued to ask, "Go to school? Then why don't we go to school?" Zhong Chen was helpless. "You're really making it difficult for me. I'll consider it after I've resolved this matter." His children continued to ask, "Then what are we doing now?" Zhong Chen replied, "I'm finding a mother for you." They exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Zhong Chen recalled that he had noticed two sisters just now. Their information appeared. Name, Jin Meiji, assassin of Great Han, 6th transfer, good at charm techniques. Name, Quan Zixuan, assassin of Great Han, 7th transfer, good at disguise, poison assassination. Here, he controlled the poisonous insects, quickly gliding away, at the same time thinking, "It's very difficult to assassinate me in the main base. I have to find a secluded place to create an opportunity for them and avoid taking action in the city." Seeing him fly away so quickly, everyone below looked on in confusion. The woman below looked on, smiling confidently, saying, "This Zhong Chen is really too arrogant in his actions, and he doesn't have any bodyguards. He's really courting death. Our opportunity has come. The superiors told us to try assassinating him ourselves first. If we succeed, our Great Han's prestige will definitely increase a lot. If we can't assassinate him, then just follow him, luring him to the ambush. Finishing speaking, she turned to say to the kid next to her, "What do you think, younger sister?" But the kid wanted to act quickly. He rushed away, with a strange face, saying loudly, "Less nonsense. Do you really think you're my sister? Hurry up and follow." Back to Zhong Chen, he had found an ideal place to take action, and while moving, he said, "This place isn't bad. It's very suitable for dating. You can go back and forth, saving me from having to let the beauties chase me so far." As expected, those two immediately staged a scene, trying to deceive Zhong Chen like those scammers who scam us for money. The kid with the bleeding leg cried, begging for help. "Save my sister, she's been bitten by a snake." Zhong Chen immediately played the role of a male god, flying down to rescue them. But in his head, he was laughing, thinking, the acting is too bad. Koreans are supposed to be good at acting, but this is not good. The mustard snake doesn't have any poison. They lack both professionalism and knowledge. The kid kept crying, saying, "Brother, save my sister." He approached, praising, "Oh my, poor beautiful girl, don't be afraid. I'll save you right away." Hearing it, she said tearfully, "Young master." On the surface, it was like that, but in her head, she was activating her charm technique. Immediately after, Zhong Chen seemed to be hit by the technique. He leaned into her, saying, "My heart, I've been struck by the lightning of love. This beautiful young lady, I not only want to save you, but I also want to marry you." Shaju, who was in his mind, hearing those words, laughed, saying, "This blind person's acting is no worse than hers." Zhong Chen continued, "Quick, lean into my arms, I'll suck out the poison for you." She approached him, saying, "Thank you, young master." The kid behind him, at this time, taking advantage of his inattention, raised his hand high, preparing to strike, at the same time saying his thanks, "Thank you, young master. You're truly a righteous hero. My sister has hope." Here, Zhong Chen revealed a perverted smile, replying, "Yeah, someone's saving you." Finishing speaking, he shouted the technique, "Divine Elephant Town Prison Fist." Just as he finished speaking, the woman in front of him ate a punch from him. She screamed in pain, unable to defend. As for the kid behind, he was lucky not to be hit. This kid was surrounded and attacked by poisonous insects. He said in surprise, "Poisonous fog, I'm done for, I've been tricked. There's only one way to use the last resort." Immediately after, she rushed to escape, at the same time saying, "Don't kill me. I'll give you the treasure hidden in the civilian's house." Zhong Chen chased after her, secretly exclaiming, "This speed is really fast, faster than my Thunder Flash." Thunder Flash only works well at short distances. For long distances, I have to use poisonous insects. Suddenly, he realized the problem in the sentence just now. He smiled happily, thinking to himself, "Wait, what treasure did the kid say? Is this scam now trying to lure me into a trap? If so, all the better. I'll eliminate them all at once, saving me from having to find them one by one." Switching scenes to the Pojun City Abyss, 70,000 miles to the north. Chonyuan Des Moines Valley. This red-haired youth was Ding Chanshu, 788th generation genius. He ran, exclaiming gleefully, "Brothers, run quickly. I've led back a flood from the Desire Sea, wanting to submerge everything." Hearing it, everyone bent over, running. Those who didn't run fast enough were swallowed by the flood. They screamed in pain, "Ding Chanshu, you deserve to die." Hearing it, Chanshu, who was running away, shouted back, "Want to kill me, with your 6th stage trash strength? I'm afraid with your speed, my farts won't even have time to get hot." And so, Ding Chanshu and his companions left their opponents far behind, running out. After escaping, the group sat down to rest. Everyone was exhausted, taking turns breathing in oxygen. Someone spoke, "Old Ding, are you crazy? Risking your life like that?" He replied, panting, "It's normal. According to previous news, the heavenly green god race lost a godchild in our Great Zia headquarters. 2 days ago, another godchild led people to the Demon Valley, wanting to take revenge and wipe us out. I'm not easy to bully. If I can't beat them, then I'll use a conspiracy." Here, someone continued to ask, "So you led the flood from the Desire Sea to submerge the Demon Valley?" The person who spoke was Nangong Yan, a sixth-stage generation genius of the 790th class. She walked over, continuing, "Aren't you afraid that you yourself will be swept away by desire and die?" He looked at her, smiling happily, replying, "My profession is the Black Demon Water System. As long as I'm careful, there won't be any problems. This time, I killed more than 90 people. It's a pity that the godchild ran away. Too bad." Nangong Yan ignored this matter, speaking, instructing everyone, prepare to go back to Great Zia. This time, we're restarting the competition with the overseas 3 islands. We have to compete for glory for our country. Hearing it, someone spoke, "I'm afraid it will be difficult. The overseas 3 islands are following a different path. Their development of professions, elements, and runes all far surpasses us." Others also agreed, continuing, "That's right. We don't need to discuss our combat experience in complex environments, but if we compare comprehensively, we're really at a disadvantage." Hearing everyone's weak spirits, Nangong Yan immediately said, "Are you discouraged before even fighting? It's been 50 years, who knows if their later generations have fallen behind? Even if they haven't fallen behind, even if we can't defeat them, we can't lose too badly." Here, Ding Chanchu spoke, "Miss Nangong Yan is right. Anything can change in 50 years." Then, he thought of Zhang Chen, continuing, "I heard that the reason for restarting the competition this time is because our headquarters has produced an amazing kid. It seems his name is Zhang Chen, the top of the generation genius ranking of the 793rd class. He's also our junior. It's rumored that he has dual divine grade professions, and he can also control the Forbidden's 9 nether flags. I'm a little overwhelmed. Oh my god, you and I are now 3 divine grade. We need to go back and update immediately." Hearing it, Nangong Yan frowned seriously, saying, "That's right. The 9 nether flags have also reproduced to millions." Zhong Zhuanyi personally intervened in his affairs, and even changed Great Zia's ban order for him. Hearing her say it, Ding Chanchu revealed an admiring expression, giving her a thumbs up, praising, "Miss Nangong Yan still has wide sources of information. No wonder she's the top of the generation genius ranking of the 790 class. I heard that the generation genius ranking that year was extremely strong. You alone led the Kinglan War Zone to turn the tables, winning first place." Hearing it, Nangong Yan didn't forget to mock Ding Chanchu. "You're not bad either, ranked second on the generation genius ranking of the 788th class." Being hid in his sore spot, Ding Chanchu froze, replying, "Annoying woman, you're too much. Why do you always have to mention my ranking?" Nangong Yan continued, "What, do you want to compete with me?" Chanchu replied, "Not really, but forget it. I can't beat you, and I don't dare to tease you." Nangong Yan then seriously spoke about the main issue. "I heard that this time, the top 3 generation genius from the 781st to the 792nd classes will all participate, while the 793rd class only has Zhang Chen alone. Generation genius of the 784th class, Ji Yan of the Ji family, was captured alive by the primordial god race, and was tortured to death in pain. In general, in those years, the number of generation genius who survived was no more than 50%. But fortunately, the top generation genius of the 781st class is still alive. He's also the captain this time. 3 years ago, he fought a great battle with the demon race, successfully defeating their 2nd generation genius. 2 years ago, he was ambushed by the primordial demon race, but he eliminated 3/6 transfers and escaped, then disappeared." Nangong Yan continued to look at everyone, continuing, "Now he has returned to Pojin to meet Zhong Zhuanyi. He will join us in a moment." Hearing it, Ding Chanchu was overjoyed. He excitedly said loudly, "That one is still not dead. It's really fortunate for Great Zia. Let's go quickly. I want to meet my idol." Switching scenes to the Earth Abyss Pojin, Zhong Zhuanyi was present here. He spoke, asking the person next to him, "Wuji, the last time I saw you, you were still a young man with strong spirit. I didn't expect that after 10 years, you would have the title of Sword Demon." Hearing it, Wuji respectfully replied, "Martial God, you praise me too much. Wuji was just lucky not to die in the Earth Abyss. Zhong Zhuanyi asked about the main issue. This time, you're leading the team to fight the overseas 3 islands. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Wuji replied, the overseas 3 islands have brought the transfer system to the extreme. They can even create artificial divine grades. Therefore, whether we have a chance of winning or not, I don't know. Zhong Zhuanyi spoke, just try your best. Opening the competition this time is just the first step. Victory or defeat is not important. Hearing it, Wuji seemed to understand the situation. He asked Zhong Zhuanyi, Zhong Chen, is he the opening chess piece? He replied, that's right, that kid is not simple. See suppressing king. If this game can end perfectly, even if we give the overseas 3 islands to him, it wouldn't be a problem. Here, Wuji also knew what his next mission was. He seriously replied to Zhong Zhuanyi, I will protect him well. Hearing it, Zhong Zhuanyi was a little surprised. He immediately said, you can also say these words, it really surprises me. Wuji continued to express, although I cultivate the ruthless sword Dao, the 2 words Yonhuang are deeply engraved in my blood. That's something that can't be erased. Zhong Chen is someone that martial god values, and he's also the future of Great Xie. It's only natural that I protect him. Hearing it, Zhong Xuanyi's heart was completely relieved. He leaned against the wall, looking at Wuji praising, with you in Great Xie, with young people like you, I'm very at ease. By the way, when you leave the Earth Abyss later, go to the Gobi Desert 2,000 miles southwest of Moduo City. Before, I sensed that there was abnormal energy and aura there, but it disappeared in an instant. I suspect there's an ambush there, and Zhong Chen is currently being lured there by someone. Hearing it, Wuji asked, in that case, why not stop Zhong Chen? Zhong Zhuanyi then said, first, his master wants him to train. It's good to endure some hardship. Second, he has many trump cards. He won't die easily. The reason I called you here is to prevent accidents. Third, I can only protect him. I can't stop him from doing anything. Hearing it, Wuji asked, why? Zhong Zhuanyi made a silent gesture. Heavenly secrets can't be revealed. Switching scenes to the Gobi Desert, Zhong Chen was finally lured here. He had lost track of the kid who had run away before. While walking, he said to himself, this crazy kid's speed is really not to be underestimated. After escaping from the base, he changed direction 3 times. Running here, he completely disappeared. The aura dissipated, even my void, I can't see it. Disappearing so completely is very wrong. Realizing the abnormality, Zhong Chen transmitted his voice to Shao Chan. Shao Chan, predict the next 30 seconds for me. Shao Chan, in the form of a cicada, flew out, respectfully replying to him, yes, my lord. And so, the image of the next 30 seconds appeared in Zhong Chen's head. He was ambushed by the people from before who jumped out. He smiled happily, thinking to himself, everyone's here. There's even an 8th transfer, that's good. With an isolation barrier, it will be even more comfortable to kill them. The group of people ambushing in the barrier were observing Zhong Chen, seeing him standing still, not moving. The kid asked in confusion, Decius, is your holy light refraction potion okay? Why isn't he moving forward? Could it be that he's discovered us? The knight Decius then spoke, impossible. If he really discovered us, he would have run away long ago. It's probably that you suddenly disappearing made him suspicious. They began to discuss, looking at him, back and forth. Didn't we say before that we could lure Zhong Chen into the encirclement? The distance isn't enough, it's already the maximum range of the holy light refraction potion. We have to think of a way to make him take a few more steps forward. Or the group can move closer to him, reactivating the holy light refraction potion. But that would be no different from sticking our heads out. At this time, Dendesius noticed that someone was coming. He spoke loudly, signaling everyone. Not good, don't act rashly, it seems reinforcements are coming. As expected, Ding Chunshu, along with Nangongyan and everyone, were rushing to rescue Zhong Chen. Chunshu shouted, Zhong Chen, there's an ambush waiting for us. Seeing this scene, Zhong Chen was speechless. Oh my god, I know there's an ambush. Are these people enthusiastic citizens? Immediately after, he took the initiative to stick his hand into the barrier, thinking to himself, I can't let them be dragged in. It would be dangerous to involve them, I have to kill them quickly. In a flash, he disappeared into midair, causing this group of people who came to rescue him to be annoyed. Damn it, what does this kid want to do? The more we call him, the more he runs. Does he see us as bad guys? Quickly chase after him to protect him. In a flash, the group had arrived at the barrier, but they couldn't enter. Ding Chunchi said, we're done for. The barrier has closed, space-time is distorted. We can't enter anymore, damn it. Is there any other way? Someone replied, we can only wait outside and see his luck. The people who were hiding saw Zhong Chen enter alone and began to mock him. What a foolish, hypocritical person. To prevent others from being killed, he rushed in himself. Now that the holy light refraction potion has closed, no one can save you. This is your chance to catch a turtle in a jar, Great Zia. Hearing them babbling, Zhong Chen felt a little uncomfortable. Less nonsense. If you don't come out yourself, then don't blame me for forcing you out. Finishing speaking, he released the poisonous insects, flying in all directions, at the same time saying, your barrier only isolates the outside. And the so-called stealth is just a mediocre illusion. My insect children, just close your eyes and bite. Seeing it, someone immediately gave the order, Kato I, quickly come out and control the 9 nether flags. Immediately, Kato I pulled out his flute, blowing it, aiming to control the 9 nether flags. The other person continued, everyone, take action together. This kid doesn't have the 9 nether flags anymore, he's like a broken hand. Seeing her children being controlled like this, Xiaoju cried, acting spoiled with him. Father, it's a mess, the insect children have been controlled. He said seriously, don't pretend to be weak. It's clear that he's having a hard time controlling those millions of insect children, and he can't kill them. You just need to let them rush out continuously, until he and that flute explode, then stop. Xiaoju replied, yes, okay. Zhong Chen was still very calm. Do you really think I only have the 9 nether flags? How naive. The 9 nether flags continuously rushed out according to his order, causing Kato Ian to be unable to withstand it. He shouted, the intelligence was wrong. Everyone, take action quickly. I can't control it anymore. Immediately, black pillars of energy appeared behind Zhong Chen, rushing towards him. While dodging, he wondered, what? Dark energy, what's this? Attacking both the soul and the body at the same time. Immediately after, he lowered his stance, shouting loudly. Divine Elephant Town Prison Body, fully open. Tree family, deal with them immediately. The aura emitted from him caused a whirlwind to rise. The group of shaven-headed people revealed themselves, rushing down towards him. While defending, he shouted loudly, fight poison with poison. You've finally revealed yourselves. Immediately after, he activated the next skill, Thunder God Eternal Domain, Thunder Punishment Evil Eye, fully open. Immediately, countless lightning bolts burst out from him, shaking the entire barrier. The group of shaven-headed people on this side had to stop, raising their hands to defend urgently. Seeing Zhong Chen use lightning, the Korean girl Park Yeon-jae pulled out her treasure, activating it, aiming to stop him, absorbing the thunder element. Seeing it, Zhong Chen clicked his tongue, you're quite well prepared. Then, he pulled out his new ultimate skill. He looked up at them, confidently saying, then what about this move? Speak of Hades. Seeing that all the moves Zhong Chen made were within their plan, the SAMA appeared, chanting, one thought becomes Buddha, one thought becomes demon. I take the Buddha's heart to suppress demons and monsters. Seeing it, Zhong Chen was once again surprised. The SAMA sat before his junior brother's corpse, continuing, my 2 junior brothers have sacrificed themselves to exchange for the Netherworld defense. They have left peacefully. There will no longer be a trace of dark energy here. Hearing it, Zhong Chen smiled happily, looking back at him, asking, who exactly told you that this is the dark system? By the way, XIOJIU, someone dares to mention the Netherworld in front of you? As the master of the Netherworld, what do you think? Hearing him ask, Xiaoju replied coldly, I don't like it. Zhong Chen rushed forward like an arrow shot from a crossbow. Seeing the shaven-headed person, he shouted, Xiaoju, His arm quickly emitted a red-black source of power, striking the shield with a loud bang. Although the quality is poor, just eat a bit for now. The shaven-headed person was stunned for 5 seconds before reacting, his eyes widening as he looked at the creature before him, screaming in fear. Why? Why is it like this? This isn't the dark system. But hell, the shield shook violently, and after a few seconds, spiderweb cracks appeared, tending to break. The shaven-headed person quickly raised both hands, chanting a spell, Golden Coffin Mantra Body Protection. A circle of ancient characters of light immediately appeared, reinforcing the shield. Body protection, let's see how long you can protect it. Zhong Chen gathered his strength, unleashing a punch, his eyes flashing with fire, shouting, 5 million. All merge into the speak of Hades, crack. One punch from our idol shattered the shaven-headed person's defense. The power went straight through his body, causing him to scream. Seeing it, the shaven-headed person's companions shouted, he's down. Seeing that the shaven-headed person has kicked the bucket, Zhong Chen take advantage of the victory and charge forward to kill. Shaju, receiving the order, quickly swept towards the Korean girl who was floating in the air. Seeing the situation was unstable, her companions exclaimed, it's over, he's rushing towards Park Yeon-jae. Seeing the storm-like attack rushing towards her, Park Yeon-jae dodged urgently, but unexpectedly, Shaju's speed was so fast that she couldn't react in time, shouting towards her companions, quick, take action together to stop him. Otherwise, the thunder system will also lose control. Park Yeon-jae looking towards Kato-ei blew the flute in his hand, the music carrying a purple ancient force, striking out to deal with the 9 nether flags before him. She screamed, I'm about to lose it here, take action quickly. The 9 nether flags are also about to lose control. While fighting fiercely, the sound of horses' hooves suddenly rose from afar. Zhong Chen glanced over, seeing a group of people wearing armor, riding war horses, rushing madly towards this side, shouting, kill. Zhong Chen is dealing with the knights. This group of knights was rushing over, so he had to temporarily spare the others. He quickly stood up straight, facing them. XIOJIU 5 million. Return to merge. Shaju, receiving the order, replied, yes, father. From afar, the knights were still shouting, kill. Coming here without a gift, then take a sword from me. The knight stabbed at his heart with one strike. Zhong Chen took a defensive stance, a stream of pressure radiating around his body, divine elephant town prison body. The sound of metal being knocked away rang out. The war horses were frightened by this scene, neighing loudly. The knights also looked at Zhong Chen in surprise. Our attack is completely ineffective. What kind of physique is this? Seeing that the knights' attacks were nothing, it made Zhong Chen annoyed. He had abandoned the others to focus on fighting, but they disappointed him too much. This is all the strength you have. Haven't you eaten? Flames blazed on his fist. Zhong Chen snorted coldly. Is that all you have? Haven't you eaten? The Holy Temple Knight Order. I heard that you came here once 400 years ago. Zhong Chen punched down, causing the people and horses to fall. He curled his lip, smiling, exclaiming, 3 cardinals have died at the border of the Great Zia, yet you still dare to come this time. Or should I take a stroll through the Vatican next time? The knight who dodged the attack was also terrified. Oh my God, luckily I dodged, otherwise I would have been finished. Look, a ditch has been created. This punch can't be fought in close combat. Sato, great God, why aren't you taking action yet? Hearing this name, Zhong Chen seemed to suddenly wake up. He knew this name, and his heart suddenly became vigilant. Is this that Saito's curse? If you're an acquaintance, then I won't be polite. Anyway, those who come are guests. I have to treat them well, death and sacrifice. Zhong Chen's face turned cold, shouting in his heart, Tree family, kill him. From behind the rock, the Sato, wearing a hat, covering his face, observed the battle. Seeing the knights rush towards him again, Zhong Chen raised his eyebrows. Is my curse also ineffective? How is that possible? Could it be that the curse is ineffective against him? Next time I take action, I must be more careful. If I still can't hit him with one fatal move, then I'm afraid I'll be in danger. Zhong Chen's eyes were full of determination. He raised his eyebrows, looking at the knights before him, pondering. Sato will definitely change his move next time. I have to fight quickly and win quickly, avoiding being surrounded by the enemy before and after. A second later, he quickly bent over, striking the ground. Shaju, summon the 9th transfer nether demon. Shaju replied, yes, father. Finishing speaking, the ground quickly shook violently. A monster with dark green skin and sharp teeth appeared. The Sato, realizing it, was extremely shocked, panicking at what was happening before his eyes. It's appeared, he shouted, Dias, use the spell. Seeing that the opportunity had come, the knight immediately chanted a spell. Raising his hand high, a stream of light appeared in midair. A cloth, like a handkerchief, appeared, illuminating a corner of the sky. Holy light refraction potion. As soon as the handkerchief appeared, it suddenly opened a space portal. The giant body of the nether demon was swallowed whole in an instant before Zhongchen's eyes. Screams and struggles rang out. The knight shouted, lock it in, stop it. Seeing his child being sucked into space, Zhongchen exclaimed in surprise, ordering, nether demon, break this space for me. Hearing Zhongchen's order, the nether demon struggled non-stop, trying its best to wriggle, but it still couldn't escape. In just a moment, the nether demon had completely disappeared before his eyes. Zhongchen frowned, looking at the knight group with bullet-like eyes. Even the 9th transfer nether demon has gone in. Damn it, give my son back to me. Zhongchen stomped on the ground, jumping up, his 1,000-pound punch of love aiming right at the knight group. He shouted, it seems I have to kill this group of damned knights first. Divine Elephant Town Prison Fist. Seeing the 1,000-pound punch coming again, the last time they were lucky to dodge, but this time they had to use their goods, otherwise they would be finished. The knight reached out into the air, shouting, there's no other way. I can only sacrifice the holy artifact, mirror manifestation. Immediately, a round mirror manifested before the knight. Just as the punch of love was about to touch it, an ancient force quickly came. Just as Zhongchen struck the mirror, with a loud bang, he was knocked away by a force, causing him to defend, his back slamming hard into the ground. Zhongchen quickly recovered his senses, standing up. This power, is it reflecting my own punch? Observing the situation for a moment, the enemy before him was holding a mirror. He couldn't punch them straight in the face, so he had to use another method. They were holding the mirror in front of them, thinking of a way to attack secretly. If he attacked head-on, he would be at a disadvantage, but their backs were not defended at all. You guys know how to play. Finding the blind spot in their combat power, Zhongchen only smiled. He snorted coldly, curling his lip, Divine Elephant Town Prison Fist. Just as Zhongchen's thought appeared, Spear of Hades. 5 million scarlet armor elephant forms, all transfer in. Shaju, receiving the order, quickly return. Seeing it, the group seemed to be reborn, breathing a sigh of relief. Park Yeon-jae exclaimed in surprise, right? That spear ran away, we've been saved, that's great. I can finally breathe. After summoning Shaju, Zhongchen once again gathered his strength into the 1,000-pound punch, rushing towards the knight group, Divine Elephant Town Prison Fist. Seeing him, the knight laughed. Has he been stunned by his own strength? Just wait to be knocked back. Zhongchen rushed over like a god, striking the mirror, causing the knight with the glass heart to be terrified. What? This punch doesn't have any force. What's going on? The knight blinked a few times. What's going on? That's not right. Just as he realized the abnormality, he turned around, seeing his teammates being eliminated. Damn it. While still in a state of shock, unable to calm down, Zhongchen, with a face like a Shura, struck a finishing blow. Not stopping there, he quickly jumped up, spinning 180 degrees, punching behind the mirror. Crash, landing coolly, the back of the mirror can't reflect damage. The knight Dias looked at him blankly. Seeing that the opportunity had come, the old Sato stepped forward a few steps, observing that Zhongchen seemed to be exhausted. The material that makes up that spear and the quality of his body are connected. Now is the time when the quality of his body is weakest. Then I'll take this opportunity to send him to his death. In an instant, Zhongchen suddenly felt like death was near. A huge skull appeared in his mind, his body as if paralyzed. What's going on? I can't feel anything. But in just a few short seconds, he immediately regained consciousness, returning from the dream to reality. What is this? Seeming to realize something, John Chen quickly reached out his palm. Something seemed to shatter, then flew up and disappeared from his sight. The source of faith activated passively. Is this strike that powerful? The old Sato, playing tricks from behind, saw that he was unharmed, and froze for 5 seconds. His whole face seemed to age 10 years, his face twisted, frowning, sweat pouring down. This kid can't be killed no matter what, he still has a trump card. What's so hard to kill about him? After waking up, John Chen quickly regained his fighting spirit, continuing to unleash the punch of love. He angrily shouted, "You have wasted the kindness that Uncle Ji and the people of Chujiang have given me. Deserve to die, speak of Hades." John Chen cast his eyes over, shouting, "Deal with the Korean assassin with one fatal move." Caught off guard, Park Yeon-jae didn't have time to fight back, being stabbed straight through her body. The ball was shattered into pieces. Thunder system retract. After dealing with one side, John Chen cast his eyes towards Xiaoju, who was dealing with Kato. John Chen said, "Xiaoju, don't be lazy. Quickly release more insect children. Immediately rush out for me. Otherwise, you won't get to eat for the next 3 days, and don't even think about being in the house." Hearing John Chen say it, the insect children were terrified. "Oh no, we've been discovered by father." The group quickly competed to rush up, biting and destroying Kato I's shield. "Kids, rush up for me." Kato I endured the pressure of 1,000 pounds. From his body, he exhausted his strength, spitting out. He swallowed the syrup that had flowed back into his stomach, continuing to try his best to blow the flute, shouting, "Burn my divine soul. Sato, great God, I am willing to sacrifice for the mission of the Cherry Blossom Country. This is your last chance, Cherry Blossom Country, long live." Ancestor, old Sato, attacked secretly from behind the rock. Revealing himself, he put his hands together, chanting a spell. The surrounding area quickly scattered a stream of death energy, burning the origin, LMD curse. Kill. 10,000 swords pierce the heart. John Chen looked at him with contempt. The same move won't work a second time. In his mind, John Chen quickly called out to Xiao Chan. Hearing John Chen call, she immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." John Chen immediately ordered, "Quick, predict." While the enemy surrounded John Chen, fighting alone on all sides, he roared. From the sky, a giant skull appeared, like a Shura demanding life, rushing towards him. The jawbone opened wide, filled with purple-pink flames from the realm of the dead, echoing. Faced with the sudden attack rushing towards him, John Chen frowned, quickly stomping his foot, jumping high, waving his hand to block the attack. Thunder flash broke through the mirror manifestation of the night group. Now, he just needed to sweep away the remaining enemies. John Chen's whole body radiated flashing purple light. He called out to Tree Family, "Give the curse to the person." Sato Kenichi, who was observing from behind, didn't expect his move to be ineffective against John Chen. He frowned in disbelief, biting his teeth anxiously, sweat pouring down. "My ultimate move was also easily dodged by him. Why?" On a cliff above, thousands upon thousands of insects flew like drizzle, hovering. Xiaoju happily called out to John Chen, "Father, I'm done." Hearing it, John Chen suddenly remembered the flute player, glancing over, seeing him lying unconscious on the ground, smiling slightly, exclaiming, "Well done, Xiaoju." Having solved Kato I, now there was only one person causing trouble. John Chen quickly activated the power in his hand. Spear of Hades, lock onto Sato Kenichi's soul for me. Finishing speaking, the source of power, as if having life, rushed forward like a shot, kill. The attack, like a flood, came crashing down, hitting Sato Kenichi's position hard. He nimbly dodged it. While dodging, he pondered and was horrified. Not only that, he can also accurately lock onto my hiding position. My concealment technique is the best in the world. How can this be? John Chen didn't let him escape, chasing after him from behind, gathering power into his whole body, his left hand flashing with lightning, his right hand with the spear of Hades. Behind him was a storm of insects. He called out, 9 nether flags, 3,000 thunder tribulations. In a desolate rocky place, before the barrier that was shining, his gang and Wu Jiao constantly sighed, the boss hasn't come out yet. Could it be that he died inside? Is this John Chen too stupid? Completely different from the rumors, not necessarily. He also has the 9th transfer nether demon. Maybe he can still turn the tables. The opponents set up an ambush. They must have calculated all the factors. Wuji coldly glanced at the barrier, then turned to say to everyone, even if we go in, we're not sure of winning, let alone him, who only has the 3rd transfer. A talented person without a brain will kill countless soldiers on the battlefield. If he deals with the 3 islands with us, he's just a burden. Finishing speaking, Wu Jiao took the lead, moving forward, his voice full of disappointment. Zhong Zhuanyi values you so much, what a disappointment. Let's go, if he can't be saved, there's no need to waste more effort. Ding Chunchu and Nangongyan looked at each other, nodding, shouting, following the captain's orders. The group had just taken a few steps when suddenly a shocking explosion rang out from behind, causing them to turn back to check the situation. Wuji glanced over. From within the smoke, a figure with unclear features appeared, gradually approaching, the sound of the wind whistling in their ears. This feeling, is it the aura of the 8th transfer? Wuji also realized something. Not knowing whether the person in front was an enemy or a friend, he quickly ordered the group, everyone, prepare for battle. Everyone quickly entered a battle state. Following the order, the smoke dissipated, revealing the figure of the person in front. What's going on? Isn't the person standing there Zhong Chen? And the person kneeling on the ground there, can anyone explain this to me? Ding Chanshu raised his eyebrows, exclaiming in surprise, damn it, what's going on? Nangongyan also had a head full of question marks, staring blankly, not understanding what was going on. To explain it to you, let's rewind to a minute ago. At that time, Sato Kenichi was being chased to the end of the road. Our ancestors had a saying, only in times of adversity does a hero emerge. Seeing the lightning and the swarm of insects preparing to gang up on him, Sato Kenichi immediately turned around, kneeling down, raising his hands, shouting, I surrender. I'm sorry, if I'm even a second late, I don't know if there'll be anything left for me to collect. Zhong Chen, with soaring heroism, stood there. The 3 powerful forces behind him were just waiting for his order to rush out immediately. From above, he looked down at Sato Kenichi. Hearing him speak, he smiled grimly. That's the tradition. All right, I'm telling you, if you dare to play tricks, you're dead for sure. If you want to live, just surrendering and apologizing isn't enough. Sato Kenichi lowered his head. Hearing Zhong Chen speak, he immediately raised his head, looking at him, saying, then what do I have to do? Seeing Sato Kenichi's expression, Zhong Chen smiled with satisfaction. A piece of paper appeared in his palm. He looked at him, saying, this thing is a soul contract. Sign it, become my servant, and you can live. Seeing it, Sato Kenichi seemed hesitant. This. Zhong Chen looked at him, constantly hesitating, striking while the iron was hot. He smiled, saying, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Not only that, I also have a way to help you break through to the 9th transfer. If you want it, find a way. Wasn't this what he wanted? Hearing Zhong Chen speak, Sato Kenichi widened his eyes, shouting, what did you say? Seeing his reaction, Zhong Chen knew that the fish had taken the bait, his smile curling up. Behind him, the image of the Taixu stele faintly appeared. He glared, asking him, have you heard of it? Sato Kenichi, having heard of it, looked at the image of that stele. The stele of enlightenment of the great dreamer of Great Zia. Not giving him time to react, a beam of light from the stele door shone straight down on him. The beam of light, carrying a burning power, struck him, causing Sato Kenichi to scream. The door to surpassing the 9th transfer, Sato Kenichi was trying to absorb the essence from that stream of power when suddenly, it was as if something heavy was pressing on his shoulder. When he opened his eyes again, he was covered in sweat. He frantically searched for something, but only Zhong Chen was before him, causing him to panic, yet feel disappointed. It's closed again. Zhong Chen looked at his appearance, knowing that his plan had succeeded. Seeing that he was stable, he said seriously, how is it? Finishing speaking, Sato Kenichi immediately kowtowed, shouting, "Master." From now on, Sato Kenichi is willing to be John Chen's family servant. The contract quickly appeared in his hand, then flew towards Sato Kenichi. The contract quickly opened before Sato Kenichi's eyes. Reading through each line, he quickly read and raised his hand to sign. "Taking my soul to establish a contract. If I betray, I will be unforgiven by the heavens." At the master's thought, "I will surely die." Seeing the signature on the contract, John Chen smiled happily. Once the brush is gone, it's like pouring oil on the fire. He smiled, looking at Sato Kenichi, who was kneeling before him, saying, "Good, with this contract, I only need a thought to take your life now. I have an idea. Please follow it." Hearing John Chen say it, Sato Kenichi excitedly put his hand on his chest, his eyes determined, his appearance dedicated and loyal, shouting, "Family head, do you want to plot against the whole of Japan? I am willing to do my best, even if I die 10,000 times." Hearing Sato Kenichi speak, John Chen was a little shocked, but still tried to appear cold, calmly putting his hand to his lips, hiding his embarrassment. "Yes, just follow my plan." What is this old man thinking in his head? Damn it, I only intended to have him act as an internal agent. Did he upgrade the mission to the max himself? Calm down. This is the tradition of Japan. The more you beat them, the more obedient they are. John Chen turned his eyes to the barrier that was gradually collapsing, causing Sato Kenichi to also follow. He turned to Shajir, saying, "The holy light refraction potion barrier has collapsed. Where's the nether demon? Was it destroyed by the heavenly Tao?" Hearing it, Xiaji quickly replied, "No, because it couldn't escape in 5 seconds. I ate it." Hearing this kid speak, John Chen could only give up. "That's fine too, consider it not letting the fertile water flow to other people's fields." Sato Kenichi, hearing that the nether demon had been eaten, exclaimed in panic, "A 9th transfer nether demon, family head, this is..." Hearing it, John Chen also felt that he didn't know what to say, his head aching, embarrassed, he covered his mouth. "Don't ask. Asking is unfilial." Sato Kenichi, hearing it, was also speechless. Seeing that the barrier was increasingly dilapidated, large pieces falling everywhere, it would completely collapse soon. John Chen said, "The holy light refraction potion, the holy artifact, has been destroyed. The barrier is about to collapse on its own. Old Sato, go back to Japan immediately later, prepare a plan. I will appoint you as a general in the future." Sato Kenichi respectfully replied, following orders. A minute passed. Returning to reality, John Chen and Wuji met. John Chen looked at the weapon in his hand, evaluating. The sword energy is really strong. Wuji looked at him, feeling extremely surprised. The result was really unexpected. He didn't expect John Chen to be able to come out safely. Wuji put away his sword, stepping forward, looking at John Chen and Sato Kenichi, probing. John Chen. John Chen, looking at Wuji, calmly replied, "Yes, it's me." Wuji stood, observing both of them, then frowned, raising a series of questions. John Chen still calmly replied, "The person behind you is a 3rd transfer assassin." "Yes, Sato Kenichi of Japan, the #1 assassin on the god ranking is him." He just knelt down. Was he going to attack? No. Now he's my family servant. Can it be understood that he has submitted to you? Yes, I've finished asking. It's your turn. You're Wuji, the champion of the Great Seer ranking of the 781st class. The people behind me are all in the top 3 or higher. You're returning to represent the Daxia to participate in the competition with the 3 islands. Yes, I've also finished asking. Ding Chunchu, seeing the extremely short and concise conversation between the two, was dumbfounded. Is this the way of communication between perverts? John Chen isn't really that dangerous. Does the captain believe those few words? Nangong Yan, hearing Ding Chunchi spit out those few words, crossed her arms, glancing at him with contempt. Questioning is also a way of observing. You surviving in the earth abyss for so many years is truly a miracle. Ding Chunchi looked at Nangong Yan, not saying anything, thinking in his heart, what did I do to offend this woman? Why does she keep nagging me? The group saw the 2 people before them as if 2 worlds were divided separately, blue and purple-red. the two people looking at each other without speaking. The two of them are still looking at each other for too long. Should we step in to stop them? The world of perverts, you don't understand. They will communicate in silence. After a moment of silence between the two sides, Wuji also had a certain assessment of Zhong Chen's abilities in his heart. He spoke, "You're not bad. The 9 nether flags are stronger than I thought." Zhong Chen also smiled, saying, "You're not bad either. Your sword energy puts a lot of pressure on me." Hearing his words, Wuji smiled, replying, "I'm 6th transfer, your 3rd transfer, but if we fight, I'm not sure of winning. No wonder you're considered Zhong Xuanyi's successor. You deserve it." Wuji looked at Zhong Chen, patting his chest, saying, "Zhong Chen, in the competition with the 3 islands, maybe you can't use the insect race. Be careful. At that time, I will protect you." This was a promise to Zhong Zhuanyi. Ding Chanshi looked at the sky, turning to say to Wuji, "Captain, it's getting late. We should go to the main base, Magic. There will be plenty of time to talk later." Zhong Chen looked. Seeing that it was already late, he turned to Sato Kenichi, saying, "Old Sato, go back. Remember to follow the plan." He put his hand on his chest, respectfully replying, "Following orders." Seeing their backs leaving, Sato Kenichi also left in the opposite direction. He thought to himself, "These foolish teenagers think the family head only has the 9 nether flags." Zhong Chen walked last, following the Wuji group. Looking at Wuji, he couldn't help but ask himself, at 29 years old, already at the peak of the 6th transfer, if I didn't have the insect race system, could I do it? If the competition restricts external forces, not using insects, only relying on myself, do I have confidence? There are still more than 2 months. I must at least bring the Overlord battle god from level 1 to level 3, really immersed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within his mind world. "A beautiful, colorful cicada, my lord, the tree of creation has formed a rainbow fruit." Hearing it, Zhong Chen turned to reply, "Good." Zhong Chen then entered his own mind world. He looked up at the tree family. A rainbow fruit was hanging from the branch of the old tree. Xiao Chan, transforming from a cicada into a human form, landed before him. "Last time, the rainbow fruit helped me open the godhood of the Overlord battle god, paving the way to the 10th transfer. What will it be this time?" The rainbow fruit, as if sensing Zhong Chen looking at it, immediately fell into his hand. Zhong Chen widened his round eyes, looking at it. "Last time, thanks to Shaojie collecting the remnant souls on the Chujiang battlefield, it ripened. This time, it's already ripe." Xiao Chan smiled, looking at him, then looking at the fruit in Zhong Chen's hand, explaining, "When you subdued Sato Kenichi, the tree family absorbed all the remnant souls on the battlefield and formed it." Hearing this shocking news, he exclaimed, "The tree family can now collect remnant souls on its own." Finishing speaking, the system suddenly issued a notification sound. Xiao Chan quickly hugged Zhong Chen's shoulder, activating the power to convert energy from the rainbow fruit. The silver-white light from the fruit, like a stream of water, flowed into his heart. "You have opened the unique eternal 5-colored fruit function. Receive the special item, Faith Gang Seal, Faith Gang Seal, unique eternal 5-colored, activation conditions, destroy gods, seize civilization, can mark fervent faith into the origin of the soul of a race. The target will have unconditional worship for the user regardless of realm, reincarnation, rebirth. The mark will exist forever." The system notification sounded once. Zhong Chen slowly opened his eyes, subjugate an entire race from the root. No matter how strong that race becomes in the future. Looking back at the displayed content, you have opened the unique eternal 5-colored fruit function. Receive the special item, Faith Gang Seal, Faith Gang Seal, unique eternal 5-colored, activation conditions, destroy gods, seize civilization, abolish foundation. Effect, apply to a specific race or species, deeply engrave the mark of fervent faith into the origin of their souls, causing them to unconditionally worship the user of the item, regardless of realm, reincarnation, rebirth, or reproduction. The mark exists forever. Skimming through the lines, Zhong Chen was stunned, muttering, "Once sealed, even reincarnation and future generations can't escape. This thing is to heaven-defying, but the activation conditions, destroy gods, seize civilization, abolish foundation, The difficulty is not easy. Zhong Chen raised his hand, stroking his chin, pondering. The conditions are quite strict, but with such heaven-defying abilities, it's reasonable. Destroying gods, for example, with the overseas 3 islands, is killing spirits sovereign. Right, the others need further verification. A few seconds later, the system displayed the line, agree to bind. Yes, no, without thinking, Zhong Chen exclaimed, bind. Immediately, his palm felt hot. A black pattern gradually appeared, faintly containing a mysterious power. You have bound the unique eternal 5-colored Faith Gang seal. Seeing Zhong Chen staring blankly at the mark in his palm, Xiao Chen bowed, looking at him with concern, asking, "What's wrong, my lord?" Zhong Chen then reacted, replying, "It's nothing. I'm thinking about something." As if thinking of something, Zhong Chen quickly turned to look at Xiao Chen, looking very serious, saying, "Master once said, the great era is coming. The new era is about to begin. He told me to take advantage of the boundless momentum, to cultivate my own forces, but people's hearts are easily changed. Like 400 years ago, the human emperor was betrayed by his own people, and was dismembered in the earth abyss. With this thing, it can be solved from the root. If I want to cultivate forces, the overseas 3 islands are a good choice. I can experiment later. What do you think?" Xiao Chen listened to Zhong Chen's words, nodding, replying, "My lord is right. Xiao Chen supports you. Faith Gang seal binding successful." The information panel was updated. Name: Zhong Chen. Level: 3rd transfer. Level 69. Identity: Insect race. Chief title: Calamity Monarch, blessed by the Great Xia Nation. Sea King, blessed by the Great Xia Nation. Lineage: last descendant of Great Xia Nation. Luck: Profession: creation of all things. Water God. Divine grade: Thunder God. Divine grade: Overlord Battle God. Divine grade: Equipment: Heavenly Sin Blade. Divine grade: 4th star. Heart of God. Legendary grade: Space Bag. Duly Divine Treasure Map. Unique Source of Faith. Unique Binding: 20 drops of Divine Demon, Mother Insect Blood. Xiaoju. Level 69. 9 Nether Flags. Calamity grade. Xiaojia. Level 43. Red Weevil Beetle. Calamity grade. Descendant: 6 million. Xiaochan. Level 2. Light and Shadow Spring and Autumn Insect. Origin grade. Descendant: 168. At this point, Gukashin suddenly entered. Seeing him sitting idle, he scolded, "You brat, do you know that the Heavens Punishment Squad team has been driven to self-doubt by you? They worked so hard to chase after you for so long, setting up enough tactics. What about you? You charged in alone, ambushed, killed them all, and even subdued an 8th transfer." Hearing a series of non-stop sentences from his master, he was startled, looking over, stammering. Gukashin stepped in front of him, looking very serious, shouting, "Tell me the truth. How did you do it? Was it thanks to the 9 nether flags?" Zhong Chen was bombarded by his master with a long, uninterrupted sentence. Hearing the last question, he unconsciously looked at him, nodding, replying, "Yes." Hearing the answer from his brat disciple, he knew it immediately. As expected, "So how many do you have now? Close to 10 million, or have you exceeded it?" Seeing Gukashin's face extremely tense, to the point that the old man was sweating, Zhong Chen also became tense, honestly speechless. Gukashin, hearing Zhong Chen say it himself, that the number had exceeded 10 million, his old face wanted to crack. He stared at Zhong Chen as if wanting to confirm further. Just now, was it 12 million? Zhong Chen, at that time, also helplessly looked at him, replying, "Yes." Gukashin seemed to be pondering something, continuing to question. 15 million, 18 million, 20 million. Seeing his disciple only looking without answering, his heart jumped up and down. Could it be that it was even more than the number he said? Seeing Gukashin determined to pursue the question to the end, Zhong Chen pondered, stroking his chin, as if calculating the number again. Seeing this expression of his, he fell into contemplation for a few seconds. A second later, Gukashin thought of a number that shocked him to the point of choking on his saliva. 80 million. Zhong Chen looked at him, quickly saying, "Master, actually." Gukashin's heart was now in a mess. He didn't have the mind to listen to what he was saying. He tightly clasped his hands, placing them before his chin, his eyebrows so tight that they could kill a fly. He said, "Shut up. let me calm down. Seeing that the old man seemed to be flustered, Zhong Chen replied, all right. He sat, looking at the old man's figure as if he was contemplating some extremely serious problem, his mouth constantly muttering the number 80 million. What is this 80 million about? Now, my children and grandchildren are many times more than the number the old man said. Or should I not tell the truth, lest the old man die unexpectedly? Now 80 million has become like this. Telling the truth would probably call an ambulance. Lucatian, after calming down, sat up straight, turning to look at him. Even though the great dreamer has blocked the information, foreigners don't know more than 10 million, but to prevent it, don't casually tell anyone the truth. Hearing his master's concern, Zhong Chen happily replied, Master, rest assured, I understand this point. Lucatian, hearing his words, nodded with satisfaction. A second later, the brat asked again, Master, how many 9 nether flags are needed to kill Spirit's sovereign? The old man, hearing it, was struck by lightning. He stared wide-eyed at his disciple. What is this devil saying? You want to kill Spirit's sovereign? Seeing his master's panicked and bewildered appearance, Zhong Chen paused, then replied, I was just asking. Lucatian looked into the distance, then recalled, he began to tell, Spirit's sovereign was already 9th transfer 400 years ago. To fight him, you need at least 100 million to form a small abyss to control him, but that's just the entrance ticket. While telling, Lucatian seemed to remember something, turning to Zhong Chen, exclaiming, wait a minute, you're asking that? Could it be that you can breed up to 100 million before the Skycloud Grand Competition? That's not right. Half a month ago, you only had a few million. Now you already have 80 million, more than 10 times. How did you do it? Zhong Chen raised his hand, scratching his head, smiling embarrassedly, looking at him, replying, by eating a lot of monsters on the battlefield. Lucatian, hearing it, stood up abruptly, his face happy as if he had a good harvest, looking at him. Eating monster meat can breed them. That's too simple. Zhong Chen looked at him, saying, but the number needed is too large. Even the blood dragon king that sword god gave isn't enough for each one to have a bite. Lucatian quickly said, then issue a peerless order, to have the whole country help you hunt. Zhong Chen, hearing Lucatian's words, was excited. The peerless order can be used like that, Lucatian replied, of course. Oh my god, I only knew it had this use now. Zhong Chen smiled brightly. Good, I will issue the order tomorrow. Lucatian considered that he had helped him with the matter of nurturing and developing the insect race, but he looked at him seriously. The 9 nether flags are good, but I'm afraid they can't be used in the competition with the 3 islands. According to custom, each match has 2 rounds. The qualifying round is decided by them. They will definitely not let you use external forces. Hearing Lucatian's instructions, Zhong Chen was extremely touched, replying, I understand. Master, don't worry, there are still more than 2 months. Besides breeding the 9 nether flags, I will definitely train myself. Hearing his disciple's words, he was very satisfied. Very good, my disciple has never disappointed people. It's not early anymore, I'm going back. Zhong Chen smiled, replying, Master, be careful on your way. After Lucatian left, Zhong Chen once again returned to the sofa. He opened the system PAL, then stroked his chin, pondering. Currently, the Overlord battle god is only at the 1st transfer. I must complete the 3rd transfer before the competition. The 3 god systems on my body will probably be even slower to upgrade later. Looking at the content of the Overlord battle god from level 1 to level 30, condition, continuously kill 1000 monsters. Zhong Chen thought, the conditions for the Overlord battle god's 2nd transfer are quite simple, but if I want to maximize the increase in strength, I must increase the difficulty for myself. If I want to become stronger, I can only work hard myself. After issuing the peerless order tomorrow, the 9 nether flags will probably breed at least 80 billion more. I can't just rely on the tree family for the ancestor insects anymore. Thanks to the 8th transfer spider from before, it seems there's a place to use it now. If so, I must act immediately. The Earth Abyss where the 8th transfer insect emperor used to be is very suitable as a base for the 9 nether flags. The Overlord battle god's mission will be carried out in the Earth Abyss, switching scenes to the G family's manner in magic. In the windy cherry blossom garden, Huan Yu, Jilin and Zhong Xuanji were sitting. Ji Hongyan poured tea for them. Huan Yu spoke. The Ji family still knows how to enjoy themselves. These petals even know how to play with each other. Zhong Xuanji looked at the blooming cherry tree. This cherry tree was transplanted from the wood spirit race in the earth abyss, right? I didn't expect it to grow. Ji Hongyan, hearing it, became vigilant in his heart. Could it be that they want my tree that I had so much trouble growing? Jilin, seeing Ji Hongyan's expression, understood, quickly turning to order him. All right, Hongyan, you can leave. They don't want your junk. Ji Hongyan, hearing it, felt as if a burden had been lifted, hurriedly replying respectfully, yes, please talk. I will take my leave. After Ji Hongyan left, Jilin seriously spoke about the main issue. The new era is coming. There will be a great war in the Earth Abyss. The Great Zia headquarters must be completely stable. Huan Yu propped her chin with her hand, looking lazy. If we want to stabilize, we must take back the overseas 3 islands before the war. The problem is, how do we take them back? Jilin frowned, raising his teacup. Subjugate the 3 islands. I have proposed it since last year, deducing dozens of plans, but as you know, none of them are perfect. That spirit sovereign is stronger than me. If we don't kill him, we can't take them back. Taking a sip of tea, Jilin continued, moreover, I must guard the Earth Abyss. I can't leave. I'm also not Spirit Sovereign's opponent. Huan Yu, hearing it, also contributed, my abilities can only be in the Great Zia headquarters, more inclined to defense than offense. Zhong Xuanji looked at the teacup before him, also sighing, he said, so we can't rely on us. Jilin heard that Jing Xuanji's words had hidden meaning. Hearing you say that, you have an idea. Wife, don't beat around the bush, speak directly. What should we do? Zhong Xuanji smiled, looking at the 2 of them, saying, we don't need to do anything, just protect Zhong Chen. Isn't Zhong Chen just bait? Why are you suddenly mentioning him? Huan Yu, hearing Zhong Chen, quickly said, what exactly do you mean? If you keep beating around the bush, I'll go crazy. Zhong Xuanji calmly sipped his tea, looking at the 2 of them, saying, aren't you curious? Why did I have to personally save Zhong Chen when he touched the taboo? Jilin silently waited for him to continue. Huan Yu, unable to wait, looked at him. Why, tell me? Jilin looked at Zhong Xuanji, then began to speak his own thoughts. The current situation seems peaceful, but in reality, the undercurrents are surging. The 9 nether flags spreading to the Earth Abyss caused a shock, 100 years of war. Moreover, the 9 nether flags are originally an ancient calamity, with hidden disasters. With your decisive nature, you should have immediately ordered his execution. Then, Jilin seemed to realize something, exclaiming, could it be that there was some accident that made you take the risk? Suppressing the terrifying pressure, you must protect Zhong Chen. Zhong Xuanji was silent for a few seconds, looking at the 2 of them, then replied, yes, I can't say much, otherwise you will bear the karma. I can only say one sentence. Memories, like a slow-motion film, played in Zhong Xuanji's mind. At that time, when he was holding a weapon and standing opposite a young man, he said, at that time, a person led a cicada to see me. Huan Yu, hearing it, immediately excitedly stood up, slamming her hands on the table. Say it again, reversing the river of time. At least 10th transfer, even surpassing 10th transfer? Who came back? What did he say to you? Zhong Xuanji looked at the 2 of them. He calmly replied, Huan Yu, don't ask. The more I say, under the impact of karma, all 3 of us will die. Huan Yu, hearing it, paused. Jilin fell into silence, not speaking. Huan Yu sat down, looking at Zhong Xuanji. So we don't do anything, just protect Zhong Chen. Zhong Xuanji nodded, yes, protect him, help him with all our strength. Jilin hearing it, replied, if Zhong Chen is so important, why not let him participate in the Skycloud Grand Competition? Huan Yu, hearing it, replied, the overseas 3 islands can artificially create divine grades. Even with WUJI protecting him, I'm still afraid he'll die in the first round. She looked at Zhong Xuanji, then said, or do you already know the outcome behind it? Zhong Xuanji, hearing it, replied, "I don't know, I only know that I must protect Jiang Chen." Then, Zhong Zhuangji stood up. Before leaving, he looked at the two of them, saying, "And don't interfere with him, otherwise he will also suffer the impact of karma." In short, protect Jiang Chen. Don't interfere with Jiang Chen. Cooperate with Jiang Chen. That's enough. I have to go back to the Earth Abyss, Zhong Zhuangji said, then left. Ji Lingqi looked at his back, as if thinking of something, then said, "Old Zhang, is the future of Great Xia good?" Zhong Xuanji's footsteps paused at this question. He was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Great Xia, a series of real images once again appeared in his mind, as if a battlefield had just happened, only death and sorrow. There was no trace of life. Ji Gang, Nian Hongyao, Zhong Wushuang, Yingzon were all in a sea of blood. And he, Zhong Zhuangji, his head swaying in the wind, was hanging on a rusty sword, dying with his eyes not closed. Ji Lingqiu's cold corpse lay on the ground, 10,000 swords piercing his heart, blood flowing into a river. And Wanyu, the great dreamer, had been petrified. Her right arm was missing, sitting on the cold ground, her body showing spots of light, gradually dissipating with the wind. Such tragic and bloody images, he only hoped it was a film, as if waking up. At the Overseas 3 Island, Penglai Square, people from all over gathered to participate in the conference. A man said, "Today, on behalf of Spirit Sovereign, I am convening the high-ranking officials of the 7 institutes and 12 clans to discuss the Skycloud Grand competition." The man standing before the podium, with a scar on his eye, was Yongming, the top disciple under Spirit Sovereign, nicknamed Blood Cultivator. To avoid keeping everyone waiting, he smiled and said calmly, "I'll state the conclusion first. We must win the Skycloud Grand competition, and it must be an overwhelming victory." Hearing it, the crowd below the stage began to argue and discuss. Old Mo turned to Old Chen. "I heard that this Yongming, although he is Spirit Sovereign's top disciple, is the one with the worst aptitude. It seems he's only at the 7th transfer. Is he qualified to represent Spirit Sovereign in a meeting with us?" Hearing it, Old Chen quickly said, "Yongming rarely appears, and his clan is in a remote place." Perhaps Old Mo doesn't know, although Yongming has the lowest cultivation, his level of terror is the highest. Old Chen began to recall the events that followed, recounting the story of that year, the 100 years ago, when Yongming, as a bodyguard of the human emperor of Great Xia, betrayed him, leading the strong of the 10,000 clans to dismember the human emperor, then worshipped Spirit Sovereign as his master, surpassing levels to become the top disciple. Saying that, Old Chen looked towards the square where Yongming was standing, smiling, continuing, "Such cruel methods are not for ordinary people. Representing Spirit Sovereign is reasonable. The person in the legend, the human emperor's bodyguard, is actually him." Yongming, hearing the whispers and discussions everywhere below the stage, swept his eyes around the audience, smiling calmly, clicking his tongue. "Are there any elders below who don't accept my words?" Hearing Yongming's words, the elders forced a smile, replying, "We wouldn't dare. There's no such thing." Hearing these words, Yongming was very satisfied. He smiled, continuing, "Good, I'll continue. The task before the Skycloud Grand competition is to activate all the hidden forces in Great Xia, pushing the temperature of the Skycloud Grand competition high. At the same time, widely publicize that the human emperor is incompetent, that Yuan Huang and the Overseas 3 Islands are the true orthodoxy of Great Xia." Yongming paused for a few seconds. He looked around the audience, his whole body gradually radiating killing intent, the trademark smile still on his lips. Finally, in this grand competition, Sword Demon Wuji must die, Sea Suppressing King Jiang Chen must die. These are all the wishes of the old man Spirit Sovereign. Do you all understand? As soon as Yongming finished speaking, the entire venue and audience went into chaos. Everyone stared at each other in shock. This was a bombshell of news. A big thing was about to happen. The Skycloud Grand competition was just a pretext. It was too sudden. An elder, hearing it, turned towards Yongming, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes full of suspicion, exclaiming, "Yong Palace Master, are we about to counterattack the other side?" Yongming looked at him, then turned to look at everyone, smiling, replying, "Have you all been patient for too long? Has the blood in your hearts cooled down?" Yongming smiled brightly, slamming his hand on the table with a bang, raising that hand high, declaring heroically, "The great era is about to open. The new era is coming. It's been more than 400 years. I have done many things for us. It's time to reap the sweet fruit." The elder, hearing Yongming's words, furrowed his eyebrows again, replying, "Although our peak combat power has surpassed the other side, if we really start a war, I'm afraid the mid-level and low-level forces won't be enough. Moreover, the Great Xia headquarters also has the Great Dreamer." The person sitting next to him agreed, hearing it. "That's right." Yongming on the stage chuckled, looking towards the elder, saying, "Not enough, who said we're the only ones? Do you know why Spirit's sovereign didn't come today?" Seeing the entire square silent, Yongming was smug, humming softly. He swept his eyes over the elders here, very arrogantly shouting, "Because he's drinking tea with the sea race. At that time, the sea race will send troops with me to complete the great cause of unification. Not only that, this time in the Skycloud Grand competition, the sea race will also send Great Xia to participate, representing the 3 islands." Seeing that everyone was shocked by this news, not daring to breathe loudly, his eyes revealed a look of contempt, then quickly returned to normal, continuing, "To ensure absolute success, the Holy Temple will inject our Great Xia with parts of the divine grade, God's hand, God's heart, God's eye, even divine grade profession runes can be provided." Finishing speaking, various divine armor parts appeared behind the screen. These things, once added, were like a tiger growing wings. The crowd of elders quickly cheered, "3 islands is mighty, 3 islands will win." On Jiang Chen's side, after experiencing the effects of the peerless order, he immediately took action. Because he needed materials to transfer professions, Jiang Chen used the name of the sea-suppressing king to issue a peerless order to all the transfers of Great Xia, the entire population, hunting fierce beasts, based on the number of beast corpses submitted to receive merit. Hearing this news, everyone flocked to the edge of the city to hunt monsters. Every household, every person, carried weapons out of their homes, heading to the hunting area. A young man, hearing the news, quickly ran back, throwing open the door to his room, shouting, "Brothers, let's go." Though out of the city to hunt monsters, the brothers in the room, who were playing games, didn't understand what was happening, looking towards the door. "What the hell are you doing?" The young man sitting down, seeing his friend acting crazy, said, "We still has class, how can we make it in time?" "What are you yelling about, old fourth? We're about to graduate, how can hunting monsters be more important than grades?" Old fourth didn't think so, quickly taking out his banana phone, saying, "Are you guys not watching the news? Our idol has issued a peerless order. Do you know what a peerless order is? It's even higher than a national suppressing order. It can call on transfers throughout the country." The brothers in the room, hearing it, took out their phones to watch. If they didn't watch, it was fine, but after watching, they were shocked. "Oh my God. The Martial Institute is also calling for a full response to the peerless order. What are we waiting for?" The group quickly rushed out of the room like arrows, as if afraid of not making it in time, running like crazy. "Grades are worth nothing. Let's go to the city right away. See, suppressing king is awesome. Killing a 3rd stage fierce beast gets 1 merit point, double the normal battlefield." The Martial Institute is also announcing that killing more will get extra grade points. The combat situation in the outer city, after the peerless order was widely issued, everyone was enthusiastically hunting monsters. One monster after another fell quickly, but the problem was that there were even more transfers than fierce beasts. The group of brothers, seeing that the situation here was unstable, quickly ran in another direction. "No, we have to change places right away. This time, we have to get full grade points and earn a lot of merit." Saying that, they left, leaving the group of monster hunters still stunned. At the Jiangnan battlefield headquarters, Mu Henian looked at Tang Wangchuan and Luo Sandao's father, smiling, saying, "Everyone, the once in a century peerless order has been issued. Let's also help our son-in-law, right?" Tang Wangchuan put his hands in his pockets, smiling, saying, "All my storage can be transferred to my son-in-law. Luo Sandao's father looked at the two people, his posture very firm, not losing to the two, saying, "Selling the house is not a pity." Meanwhile, in the underground warehouse in the Jiangnan area of Great Xia, Du Caishan took the report and looked at it. "Your peerless order has only been issued for half a day, and the Great Xia storage has all been transferred here." Zhong Chen, who was nearby, hearing it, was very surprised, so fast. Du Caishan nodded. "I'll take you to see the warehouse first." The two walked into the warehouse together. From afar, the strong smell of rust rushed straight into their noses. Approaching, countless monster corpses had been placed in the warehouse, including 26 8th stage, 19 for 7th stage, 376,711 6th stage, 7.9 to million 5th stage, 53.2 million 4th stage. Du Caishan, seeing the pile of monster corpses in the warehouse, was very satisfied. "I asked for Great Xia trade associations to contribute, and the Mu family and Tang family also contributed a lot. This time, they emptied everything for you." Zhong Chen, seeing the number in the warehouse, was stunned, embarrassedly replying, "It's rare that they have such a heart. With this number of monsters, if I don't deal with them quickly, I'm afraid there won't be enough space for the number that comes in later." Du Caishan quickly said, "Don't just stand there, call your insects out to eat to their heart's content. If you don't eat quickly, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold it." Zhong Chen, at that time, was stunned by the number of monsters. Hearing Du Caishan's words, he nodded. Shaju, seeing the number of buffets displayed before her eyes, her stomach was rumbling, her eyes also lit up a bit. "So much meat, eat, eat, eat." Zhong Chen observed the number, he seriously evaluated, "XIOJIU, you lead 80 million newly born larvae to eat first. You eat the high-level ones, leaving the tough ones for the larvae." She asked curiously, "Hey, can't we eat together?" He replied, "No, it's too obvious and not filling. It's better to divide the eating into levels." Saying that, a purple circle slowly appeared on Zhong Chen's hand, spinning. Thousands upon thousands, like dust particles, began to rush out in droves following the flow of the circle. "Larvae, go eat." Finishing speaking, Zhong Chen quickly raised both hands, creating a palm-shooting posture. A stream of power rushed out like a storm, heading towards the pile of monster corpses, causing Du Caishan to immediately freeze. His eyes were extremely bewildered, looking at the scene before him. 80 million. How magnificent. After eating these hundreds of millions of fierce beast corpses, can they reproduce another batch? Zhong Chen, hearing his master ask, also pondered for a few seconds, then honestly replied, "No, most of the fierce beasts are too low level. To reproduce, you need at least 1100 times this number." Du Caishan thought he was old and had misheard, quickly asking again, 1100 times, such a big belly." Du Caishan was doubtful. He frowned, looking at the insects that were constantly biting and tearing. With the naked eye, it could be seen that the meat from the monster corpses was gradually decreasing, even revealing white bones. He said, "That's right, what am I thinking? This is the 9 nether flags, a calamity. How can it be so easy? Being able to raise them with fierce beast meat is already lucky. Currently, the entire population is hunting. It's not difficult to get 10 to 100 times more at most. It will take a month." Zhong Chen, seeing the 9 nether flags constantly enjoying the buffet, also wanted to speak directly to his master about a problem. "Master, in the next reproduction of the 9 nether flags, there's no more space on my body to hold them, so I want to level the earth abyss later, making it a base for them." Du Caishan, hearing it, also replied, "This is easy, send troops." Before Du Caishan could finish speaking, Zhong Chen understood his meaning. He shook his head, "No, I want to try to train in the earth abyss myself, not relying on anyone, and not relying on the 9 nether flags." Du Caishan, hearing it, felt sorry for his disciple. "It's too dangerous. I know it's good that you want to work hard, but it's not good to be alone." Zhong Chen understood that he cared about him, but he had decided. "Master, have you forgotten the rules of the first round of the Skycloud Grand competition?" Du Caishan, hearing Zhong Chen speak, also remembered that rule. He had to sigh, patting Zhong Chen's shoulder, saying, "All right, then, but you must be careful and safe. Zhong Chen smiled, replying, Master, rest assured, I have many trump cards. It's just a matter of using them or not. It won't be dangerous. I'll leave these 9 nether flags here to consume the food. When I return from the Earth Abyss, it should be almost done. Gucation, seeing that his beloved disciple had arranged everything properly, smiled with satisfaction. Good. Zhong Chen and Gucation walked out of the warehouse. On the way, Zhong Chen felt something on his shoulder. It turned out to be Xiaoju. Why did you follow me out? Aren't you eating anymore? Xiaoju, seeing that she had been discovered, clung even tighter to his shoulder. Xiaoju won't stay. Xiaoju will follow father. Anyway, following father also has meat to eat. Zhong Chen, hearing it, laughed. It's rare to see you not forgetting your tea for food. Just as he finished praising, a teenage voice rang out from the other shoulder of Zhong Chen. Father, is it my turn to go eat the buffet yet? Zhong Chen suddenly felt a headache, smiling awkwardly, turning to reply to Xiaojie, wait until father finished the SkyCloud Grand competition. I'll take you. Then, he took out a red bottle, giving it to Xiaojie. Here, these few drops of divine demon essence blood will temporarily relieve you. Xiaojie received the bottle, beginning to savor it. He spoke, all right, I hope father keeps his word, don't just say it, and don't favor girls over boys. Zhong Chen, hearing these words from this little old man, his head ached even more. This kid was getting harder and harder to deal with. While walking, Zhong Chen pondered his upcoming plan. It's not that I don't want to take him to the Jiuli Divine Emperor's secret treasure anyway. I'm determined to get the Amber Saber. It's just that the secret treasure I hold is deep within the forbidden area of the Sky Abyss in the Guanghai War Zone. It's said that there are not only 1/9 transfer there, the secret treasure itself is also full of dangers. Wait until after the SkyCloud Grand competition, when I'm a little stronger, then I'll consider it. Switching scenes to the Ji family in magic, Huan Yu hugged a pillow, pouting, looking at Ji Lingqi. I was just about to sleep. Why did you call me up? I need to sleep to cultivate. If you guys didn't keep waking me up, I would have reached the 10th transfer already. Ji Lingqi, hearing her complain, also felt very guilty. Sorry, the situation is urgent. We had to invite you to take action. Huan Yu sat down irritably. What is it? Speak quickly. Ji Lingqi looked at her seriously. First, countless opinions suddenly appeared in Great Xia, praising the SkyCloud Grand competition, even associating the SkyCloud Grand competition with the great righteousness of the Yuan Huang, declaring that the 3 islands are the true orthodoxy. Huan Yu, hearing it, laughed. She crossed her arms, looking at Ji Lingqi, smiling, saying, psychological warfare goes first. We haven't even taken action, and they dare to show their faces. In chaotic times, we use heavy codes, kill those lackeys who take money, no matter who they are. This matter is being handled, but it's hard to stop the mouths of the world. Huan Yu, wearing a cat pajama, stood up abruptly, waving her hands. Power radiated from her palms, shining all over her body. Rumors stop with the wise, purify the dream realm, suppress the people. Ji Lingqi, seeing her cast the spell, praised, You are the guardian deity of Great Xia. You truly deserve the name. Huan Yu didn't take the praise to heart. She looked at Ji Lingqi, her face expressionless. Don't flatter me. Is there anything else? Say it all. Ji Lingqi was silent for a few seconds, then, based on the intelligence he had collected, spoke. Your younger brother issued a peerless order, using the excuse of a transfer mission to collect fierce beast corpses, but even a 6th transfer mission doesn't need such a large number. Huan Yu seemed to have realized something, exclaiming, Could it be? Ji Lingqi nodded, his face serious, saying, That's right, but using the excuse of a transfer mission is easy to be exposed. Huan Yu slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Then say Great Xia is forging imperial weapons, both hunting fierce beasts and buying high-level related materials. Ji Lingqi nodded, 7 parts true, 3 parts false. Even if it's accidentally revealed, no one will guess the truth. Huan Yu smiled. Good, just do that. Remembering Zhong Chen, this younger brother, Huan Yu asked, By the way, where's my brother? Ji Lingqi replied, Him. According to Gucation, He's gone to train in the Earth Abyss, that's right. At this moment, our Zhong Chen is constantly applying physical force to the monsters, each one becoming a sandbag for him to practice before the real battle. To train for the upcoming battle, Zhong Chen quickly went to the Earth Abyss. Before him was a faceless monster. He exerted all his strength, his eyes shining with red light, taking a step forward, throwing a punch straight at its head. The Overlord battle god's unbeaten divine fist immediately caused the monster to fall to the ground. The monster was hit with an extremely painful blow, its body staggering, wanting to get up. Zhong Chen stood there, sweat pouring down like rain. He assessed the level of danger, then looked at his hand. The joints of his hand clenched and released. He frowned, exclaiming, "Even a second-stage fierce beast can't be knocked down with one punch." As expected, even if it's a divine-grade profession, if you don't practice, the power can't be unleashed. Seeing their companion being attacked like a blanket by some nobody, 3 other monsters nearby let out angry and eerie roars. Then, all 3 rushed towards Zhong Chen with keen intuition. Zhong Chen sensed that monsters were coming from behind, accompanied by ghostly cries. He glanced over, quickly calculating in his head. 3 are rushing over. I don't know if my current speed can dodge them. Just as he was planning to fight 8 rounds with the faceless monsters alone, Xiaojiu revealed her true form from behind, then suddenly appeared right behind him. "Father, be careful." This appearance completely surprised him. What the heck? He froze, staring blankly at Xiaojiu. Not only was he surprised, the monsters were also stunned for 5 seconds. After seeing the 9 nether flags suddenly appear from the sky, the feet of all the monsters seemed to have motors installed, running faster than a train. Seeing the monsters dispersing, "Everyone go home," Zhong Chen spoke. "Who told you to come out? You scared all the fierce beasts away. Wait in the nest, wait for father to finish killing them, then eat." Hearing his raised voice, Xiaojiu transformed back into a smaller form, returning to his shoulder, saying coquettishly, "Father, dangerous." Seeing Xiaojiu caring and worrying about him, Zhong Chen helplessly reached out his finger, gently scratching Xiaojiu's head, gently coaxing Xiaojiu, "Be good, don't worry. Father also has creation of all things, thunder system, and the sky-piercing saber. They can't do anything to father. Father just wants to train his physique." After coaxing Xiaojiu, Zhong Chen ran 2 steps quickly into one, rushing forward, his eyes coldly throwing a punch at the faceless monster. Continue to practice the unbeaten divine fist. Frankly speaking, this guy was very lucky to be so unlucky. Everyone else ran away, but he ran last. Surprise. After taking a punch from Zhong Chen, he didn't allow himself to rest, but performed a series of punches towards the mobile sandbag in front of him. His eyes were red and bright. If 1 punch didn't work, then 10 punches would. The sound rang out non-stop. Even watching from the screen made one feel pain for the monster. The more Zhong Chen punched, the more refreshed he felt, his eyes full of excitement. He smiled brightly. The last punch. Okay, the sound he had been waiting for finally rang out. Overlord Battle God plus 1086, with the first victory in hand, also the glory from the first sandbag. Zhong Chen continued to sweep. Half a month later, time passed quickly. At this time, the Earth Abyss had sandbags scattered on the ground, the sound of counting constantly ringing out. 916, 937, 998. Zhong Chen punched the last monster, with sandbags piled up under his feet that he had worked hard to build. He shook his body, stretching his arms, lazily exclaiming, "Finally enough to transfer, it's time to do the transfer mission." Flipping through the mission panel, the content jumped out. Second transfer mission. Within 3 hours, continuously defeat 10 third-stage fierce beasts. After reading the mission panel, Zhong Chen sat down, taking out fire-making tools from his space bag, choosing a little meat to grill and eat to recover his strength. "I'm too tired from fighting. I'll grill some meat and take a nap." He turned to look at Xiaojiu on his shoulder, instructing, "Xiaojiu, eat all the fierce beasts below the 3rd stage in the Earth Abyss." Xiaojiu, hearing it, her eyes immediately lit up like stars. "Yes, father." Her spirits lifted. She flew away, at the same time leading the insect children, rushing forward. Xiaojiu led the team, her eyes sparkling with joy, smiling, saying, "Children, It's time to eat. A few seconds later, the system reported, second transfer mission completed. In a flash, the scene changed to 2 months later for our male lead. In the Earth Abyss, what was not lacking was monsters. A red scaly scorpion with a venomous tail and 2 sharp pincers. Its bloodthirsty eyes looked at Zhong Chen. He calmly glanced over, looking at the scorpion in front of him, revealing a look of joy. Finally met a 6th stage fierce beast. Coming with a highly lethal appearance, the scorpion quickly attacked, its giant, sharp pincer immediately aiming at Zhong Chen. He shook his body, quickly dodging to the side. Seeing his attack miss, the scorpion quickly swept its long tail full of toxins, aiming straight at him. Seeing the tail close before him, he jumped to the side. A second later, the tail immediately stabbed into the ground. The ground was quickly corroded by the liquid, smoking, sinking into a large area. While dodging, Zhong Chen observed and evaluated the attacks from the scorpion, then came to a conclusion. This poison is quite dangerous. Even if I'm not afraid of poison, being stung once is enough to paralyze me. If I can't attack head-on, then I can only use another method. After observing for a long time, the weakest part is probably here. Zhong Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his eyebrows, moving closer, then throwing a punch at it. I have to attack from the side, unbeaten divine fist. The scorpion, being hurt, immediately roared, the cry echoing everywhere. The sharp tail full of venom quickly aimed at him, spraying out. A stream of bright purple poison, hot as lava, quickly shot out. The ground was immediately corroded, gas rising. Seeing it, Zhong Chen dodged quickly, avoiding the liquid. This poison is too strong, it's using its ultimate move. Zhong Chen saw that the time was ripe, his whole body activating its power. Streams of power began to radiate from his body. He released energy, streams of red light spread out in droves. Then I won't hold back either. Let's try a new move, War God Transformation. At this moment, Zhong Chen felt that he was only lacking the green skin. His muscles bulged from a scholar who couldn't even tie a chicken. Now, he could make shredded chicken salad. He took a defensive stance, swinging a punch at the scorpion. The Overlord battle god threw a punch. The scales on the scorpion's body immediately heard the sound of shattering. Zhong Chen frowned, his red eyes looking at it. What? So weak? As the saying goes, knowing the times is a hero. The scorpion realized that it was not Zhong Chen's opponent, so it quickly ran away. Its feet quickly ran away. Zhong Chen understood its intention, jumping high, blocking its retreat. Want to run, too late. While running, wanting to drop its scales, Zhong Chen had already slammed a 1,000-pound punch of love onto the scorpion's head from the sky. The scorpion, taking a hit, immediately rolled to the ground. System: Experience plus 10,086, level 61 to level 69. Congratulations on completing the 3rd transfer. Unbeaten Divine Fist skill increased by 10% damage. War God Transformation skill increased combat time to 10 seconds. Battle God Transformation duration skill increased team strength by 10%. After defeating the scorpion, Zhong Chen skimmed through the content. He stood, frowning. This transfer didn't have any evolution. Could it be that I've reached the peak of this system? Zhong Chen pondered, turning off the notification. He glanced over the Earth Abyss. From afar, countless monsters were constantly fighting and biting each other. Zhong Chen pursed his lips, remembering something. There are still many experts in the Earth Abyss. It's a pity that the Skycloud Grand Competition is coming soon. I can't stay any longer. Zhong Chen stood there, sweeping his eyes around the Earth Abyss, then said, Xiu, let the children out to eat. It's very fresh. Eat comfortably. From now on, this is your new home, Shaju. Hearing it, quickly ordered the children to go out to eat the buffet, then moved to the new home. The sound of the monsters crying and screaming non-stop. Returning to the underground warehouse in Jiangnan, Zhong Chen walked, grabbing the patched-up clothes on his body, sighing. He said uncomfortably, I have to find new clothes. While struggling, there was the sound of footsteps. Zhong Chen looked, suddenly seeing Gu Keishan. He crossed his arms, smiling, saying, looking at those tattered clothes, was it hard in the Earth Abyss? Zhong Chen only smiled, replying, it was all right. In his heart, he thought, I can't tell Master that it was because I exploded my clothes. Bukaishin, seeing him like this, was relieved. Although the clothes were a bit tattered, he didn't see any wounds. That's good. He stepped towards the warehouse, slowly opening the door, saying, Zhongchen, when you go inside later and see the number of fierce beast corpses, don't be shocked. Zhongchen, hearing it, blankly asked, is there a lot? Bukaishin laughed, saying, although I haven't been in lately, looking at the list, I suspect that the fierce beasts in the Great Zia secret realm are about to be hunted. When the two entered together, there was nothing in the warehouse. Bukaishin looked, stunned. Zhongchen looked around. Master, you said there was a lot, but there's nothing in the warehouse. It's empty, right? Bukaishin, from being stunned, gradually transitioned to a state of mental breakdown. His face froze, his mouth agape, looking at the warehouse. Not even one. Even if they ate, it wouldn't be to this extent, right? Zhongchen could only sigh, forcing a helpless smile. They're eating more and more. Zhongchen knew the eating power of these insects. He believed that Bukaishin's words were completely true. It's just that the speed of hunting couldn't match a fraction of the eating speed of this group. He reached out his hand, giving the order, you gluttons, all come back. Zhongchen looked at the dust of insect children constantly returning. He happily said to Shaju, have the children eaten their fill? Shaju happily nodded repeatedly. Yes, they've eaten their fill. Zhongchen calculated the time. That's right. Currently, some are even reproducing 2 to 3 times in a row. In the Earth Abyss, there should be a batch about to reproduce. Bukaishin, seeing him summon the insect children, asked, Zhongchen, this time, will the 9 nether flags reach 100 million? He smiled, replying, maybe. Bukaishin then smiled, exclaiming, that's great. 100 million can create a small abyss. Seeing the happy appearance of his master, Zhongchen smiled brightly. In his heart, he remembered the Earth Abyss. The insect children were still eating, preparing to increase the number again. Not just 100 million. Thanks to the evolution of prosperity this time, it will probably increase 100-fold. Zhongchen calculated for a while, then turned to Bukaishin, saying, but I have to go back to the Earth Abyss for this reproduction. Master, please help me announce that the Earth Abyss is a forbidden area, prohibiting everyone from entering. Bukaishin, hearing it, laughed, replying, a small matter. Returning to the Earth Abyss, Zhongchen stood there. He quickly gave the order, everyone come out, begin to reproduce. Evolution of prosperity. Hearing the order, the insect children quickly flew out. All directions were as if surrounded by a layer of dust. From a dust screen, it gradually evolved into a large storm right before Zhongchen's eyes. The 9 nether flags were reproducing, counting down, 10 minutes, 7 minutes, 3 minutes. As the process of evolution and reproduction took place, in Zhongchen's mind, there was suddenly a magical sound constantly repeating, calamity, calamity, destroy the world, calamity, devour, devour everything. Zhongchen felt as if his body was being invaded. His whole body became heavy, his head ached, his pupils full of blood vessels. He raised his hand, blocking his sight. What is this? It feels like I'm being invaded by this idea and energy. 80 billion 9 nether flags. Could it be that they will go out of control? In the mind world, the space of the divine tree rang with tremors, causing Xiaochan to immediately wake up. She quickly appeared, seeing Zhongchen struggling to resist, exclaiming, Master, this is the desire to destroy the world of the 9 nether flags. Forcibly resisting will be assimilated. You must let Xiaoju stop it. Hearing it, Zhongchen quickly shouted, Xiaoju. Finishing speaking, his body collapsed, his hands supporting his chest, panting. Xiaoju, hearing it, quickly flew out, her eyes shining brightly. Yes, coming. Xiaoju quickly flew into the sky, beginning to give orders, abyssal suppression. Xiaochen and Xiajie immediately worriedly stepped forward, supporting Zhongchen. After a moment, he recovered, calmly standing up. Xiaochen and Xiajie also returned to their original forms. Zhongchen, for the first time, felt such power. Is this the power of the abyss? It's terrifying. Even as a 9th transfer, I've never felt such pressure. The system displayed 9 nether flags, reproduction completed, total number 80 billion. Zhang Chen, after returning to normal, quickly looked around, then reached out his hand, giving the order. 10 billion elites return to the nest, the rest guard the Earth abyss. Without my order, do not leave. Zhang Chen smiled with satisfaction. This was what was in his plan. The goal was Flame's sovereign. His lips curved, his eyes full of anticipation. 80 billion abyss is enough to kill Flame's sovereign and pacify the three islands. At the Jiangnan headquarters, Gu Keishan and Duan Xinghai were talking happily when suddenly, the ground began to shake. The frequency became more and more intense, causing the ground to crack open. Duan Xinghai quickly turned to Gu Keishan, saying, "The movement is from underground." "What's going on? Is the ground collapsing?" Gu Keishan, at this time, hurriedly looked towards the distance, worriedly replying, "It's probably Zhang Chen breeding the 9 nether flags under the Earth abyss, or the 9 nether flags have lost control." Duan Xinghai, hearing it, panicked, asking old Gu, "Do you know what's going on?" Gu Keishan hurriedly took out his weapon from behind him, quickly stepping towards the Earth abyss. His appearance was hurried, without time to explain. "Quickly evacuate. Activate the military district's grand formation. Call people. You have to call more people, even Sword God Ji." Duan Xinghai realized that the situation was extremely serious. In a moment, he didn't have time to react. Gu Keishan, seeing that he wasn't moving, turned to look. "Quickly, go, I'll watch here." Saying that, he quickly circulated his internal energy, stabbing the sword into the ground. The pressure from the sword quickly invaded the ground, streams of energy spreading out. Duan Xinghai quickly regained his senses, stepping away, running. "All right." Gu Keishan looked at the flow of purple-black aura under the ground being blocked by his sword, unable to help but furrow his brows. He observed carefully, then was extremely horrified. This is the aura of the deep abyss. These 9 nether flags probably won't stop at 100 million. Could it be that they multiplied tenfold from 80 million? Before, they jumped from 8 million to 80 million. 800 million, to terrifying. Looking at the streams of black aura rising, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At that time, from the sky, Ji Lingqi quickly cast a formation. A series of incantations and quick hand movements formed a seal, soundproof barrier. Seeing who had come, Gu Keishan quickly called out, "Ji Lingqi." Ji Lingqi's appearance was extremely serious, his eyes slightly narrowed, frowning. Looking at Gu Keishan, with a shake of his body, he landed on the ground. Ji Lingqi angrily shouted, "Heavenly Blade King, tell me the truth. How many 9 nether flags does Zhang Chen have in his hands right now? This underground tremor is making even me break out in goosebumps." Hearing the question, Gu Keishan suddenly froze. He didn't know how to answer. Just as he didn't know how to answer Ji Lingqi, the ground gradually quieted down and returned to normal as before. Gu Keishan was overjoyed, holding his sword tightly, turning to Ji Lingqi, exclaiming, "The underground tremor has disappeared. Zhang Chen has controlled it." Ji Lingqi crossed his arms behind his back, sternly saying, "Unexpected." His face was tense, his eyes questioning, looking at Gu Keishan, "But you still have to tell me the truth. After the Skycloud Grand Competition, Great Xia and 3 overseas islands will very likely start a war. The 9 nether flags are considered one of Great Xia's trump cards. Knowing it sooner is better for planning. You really can't hide it anymore." Gu Keishan, seeing Ji Lingqi's serious and earnest appearance, also understood that today's matter couldn't be handled carelessly or deceived. He was silent for 3 seconds, then slowly raised his finger, making the number 8 sign, his face tense, turning away, not saying a word. Ji Lingqi, seeing his appearance, knew that the number was definitely not small, angrily shouting, 8 million. Or 80 million, seeing that Gu Keishan still didn't speak, then the number he guessed was still not right. Suddenly thinking of something, Ji Lingqi's head was as if being hit by a 1-ton sledgehammer, exploding. His facial muscles immediately stiffened, freezing, his eyes also became glazed, looking at Gu Keishan, stammering, opening his mouth, saying, "It can't be, could it be 800 million? Oh my God, if this number was winning the lottery, I'd be happy, but this is not good." Gu Keishan mumbled, "I estimate so." Hearing it, Ji Lingqi clicked his tongue. Still shocked from the mental trauma, His brain hadn't restarted yet. From afar, Zhong Chen, his whole body radiating a strong pressure, had arrived. Seeing everyone standing, he quickly said, "Master, I'm back. Sword God Ji is also here." I saw that the road was quite chaotic, and the city's defensive formation was also opened. What happened? Ducation looked at his disciple coming, clueless, not knowing what had happened, sighing in his heart, "Damn it, this kid still dares to ask." Jilin, hearing Zhong Chen's voice, quickly turned around, clearly seeing the purple aura around him becoming more and more intense. Even his eyes contained a desire to swallow everything, but Zhong Chen still appeared calm, as if nothing had happened. Jilin frowned. "There's no energy wave on Zhong Chen's body, but my soul is shaking, even wanting to kneel." When Zhong Chen approached, Jilin observed for 3 seconds, life stage pressure. Zhong Chen didn't understand what Jilin was saying, asking, "What is life stage pressure?" Jilin crossed his arms behind his back, his whole body standing straight, beginning to explain to him, life stage pressure is being able to suppress the opponent without using energy. A certain type of existence whose life stage has changed is probably a god or something else, I'm not sure. But 400 years ago, when the human emperor had an accident, it was an existence of that level who took action to save him. Jilin looked into the distance, remembering the past, each memory like it was just yesterday. When the beast tide attacked Chujiang, Zhong Zhuangji angrily led the death god army, slaughtering the demon race. But on the 7th day, he met an old demon race. Even though the opponent didn't take action, just with a glance, he made old Jing tremble, withdrawing his troops. Just with a fragment of a void mark that old Zhong brought back was enough to make me and the great dreamer feel horrified. Zhong Chen, hearing Jilin's account, understood how powerful life stage pressure was. He frowned slightly. "So that's how it is. If that's the case, then it seems that my 80 billion 9 nether flags, even though they can be invincible among humans, in the Earth Abyss, there are still many forces that can resist them. Especially since most of them are only level 1, Zhong Chen, as if pondering something, looked at Jilin asking, "Wait a minute, that old demon race didn't take action against Zhong Zhuangji. This means that there's a kind of restriction on his body." Jilin, seeing that he had realized the difference, his face was serious, looking at him, then raising his hand, manifesting the god weapon ranking, opening his mouth, saying, "Zhong Chen, do you know why the highest on the god weapon ranking is only 6th stage?" Zhong Chen frowned. Could it be that there's also a kind of restriction? Jilin nodded, looking at him, replying, "That's right. The kind of restriction you're talking about is called the Heavenly Tao Seal. The new era is about to open. To maintain a certain balance, the Heavenly Tao Seal is born in response to fate. From then on, all things in the void circulate according to the flow of time." Silent for a few seconds, Jilin continued, taking the god weapon as an example. "The top-ranked human emperor sword actually far surpasses the 6th stage. It's just that under the current seal, it can only unleash a maximum of the 6th stage." Saying that, Jilin looked at Zhong Chen again, then looked towards Gucation, continuing, "Another example. 400 years ago, when the Heavenly Tao Seal opened the 9th transfer seal, Great Zia successively gave birth to the human emperor, Flame Sovereign, and a few of us." He paused for a few seconds, then continued, "It's also because the Heavenly Tao Seal exists that 10th transfer and above in the Earth Abyss can't take action. Once they take action, they themselves will be destroyed by the Heavenly Tao." Gucation, after hearing it, was confused, scratching his head, looking at Jilin. "I'm not a transferer. It's the first time I've heard this." Zhong Chen, seeing it, also smiled. Zhong Chen remembered when he was carrying out the reproduction of the 9 nether flags. At that time, his whole body fell into an offline state. No wonder after this reproduction, the information that he couldn't continue to reproduce appeared in his head. So it was because the Heavenly Tao Seal existed. Thinking of this made him frown slightly. Jilin, seeing that everything here had been handled, he also had no reason to stay. He quickly waved his hand. His sword immediately appeared, floating in the air, gradually becoming larger. Jilin looked at the 2 teachers and students, saying, "The Skycloud Grand Competition is coming soon. At that time, we will depart from the Magic War Zone port." Follow me back first to join forces, Gukashin replied. All right. Zhong Chen also actively reached out. Let me go with you? After all three had boarded Ji Linkyu's magic weapon, Zhong Chen had a question, quickly stepping forward, asking Sword God Ji, when will the Heavenly Dao Seal open the 10th transfer? Ji Linkui turned to reply, it's gradually opening. There's a prophecy saying that it will completely open in 3 months. Then, he turned back to look ahead, his voice full of regret, continuing, I originally found the path to the 10th transfer in the sea of consciousness of an ancient god's corpse, but someone emptied it. Hearing it, Zhong Chen suddenly turned away, sweat pouring out. He smiled, saying, that's a pity. On the way, Zhong Chen constantly asked questions. Sword God Ji, if the 10th transfer seal completely opens, what will happen? Gukashin was also curious. Old Ji, tell us quickly. I also want to know. Ji Linkui calmly looked towards the direction of flight, slowly telling the two, when the 10th transfer seal completely opens, the divine origin in the deep mountains of Kunlun will completely take shape. Pausing for a few seconds, he continued, the divine origin is a shortcut to the 10th transfer. If the 10th transfer seal completely opens, the Kunlun divine origin tree will immediately produce 10 divine origin fruits, then produce 1 fruit each year. Using the divine origin fruit has a high probability of breaking through to the 10th transfer. However, the divine origin fruit also has side effects. Breaking through to the 10th transfer with it will forever stop at the 10th transfer, unable to advance further. Switching scenes to the Ji family in magic, a clear voice rang out, young Master Zhong. A short-haired girl, beautifully made up, wearing a bold, wine-red slit dress. She approached Zhong Chen, happily exclaiming, you've arrived. Zhong Chen looked for a while before recognizing who it was, but wasn't too sure. Are you Hua Yunfei? The girl smiled happily, looking at him. Gukashin looked at his disciple's face, seeing a girl and freezing, staring without blinking, turning to Ji Linkui, yelling, old Ji, your family's calculations are too obvious. Ji Linkui didn't care about him yelling, directly grabbing his hand, pulling him away. Gukashin couldn't help but scold his disciple for being useless, hurriedly yelling towards Zhong Chen, don't mess around, let's go quickly. Seeing that he was still slow, not keeping up, he quickly said, the competition is coming soon, it's good to relax a bit, remember to pay attention to safety. Hua Yunfei, hearing it, quickly smiled, waving her hand, replying, Senior, rest assured, magic is my territory, Zhong Chen can't possibly have an accident. Zhong Chen, hearing the two speak, his head aching, quickly rubbing his forehead. He turned, helplessly explaining to Hua Yunfei, the old man isn't worried about me having an accident, he's worried about you having an accident, understand? Hua Yunfei widened her eyes, looking at Zhong Chen in surprise. What? Hearing Zhong Chen's explanation, Hua Yunfei's brain quickly jumped, but seemed to be out of sync with Zhong Chen. She suddenly appeared shy, not daring to look him straight in the eye, stammering, saying, if Zhong Chen wants, it's not impossible. Zhong Chen, what the heck? The old lady froze, freezing on the spot. Just as he was confused by Hua Yunfei's actions and words, she suddenly took out a ring, pulling Zhong Chen's hand, putting the ring on his ring finger. Zhong Chen, seeing it, asked strangely, what are you doing? Hua Yunfei smiled, replying, Zhong Chen, this is what Grandpa told me to give you. Inside is all the divine demon essence blood in the Ji family storage, please accept it. Zhong Chen looked at her, blinking twice, then quickly asked, all the divine demon essence blood is for me. That's great, what's the condition? Hua Yunfei, her big eyes sparkling, looked at him, smiling, there's no condition. Grandpa said that as long as you have a child with the Ji family name in the future, it's fine. The rest, see if they can join the Ji family. Zhong Chen, hearing it, felt like he had been tricked, looking at Hua Yunfei, then looking at the ring on his hand. This. Just as he was still processing, Hua Yunfei had grabbed his hand, pulling him away. Those things can be said later. Zhong Chen, follow me, I'll introduce you to newly acquainted sisters. Zhong Chen unconsciously followed Hua Yunfei. He was extremely surprised, asking, who are the sisters? When the two arrived, a girl with pink hair rushed in front of them, fox ears and 5 soft, furry tails. Her expression was enchanting. Hua Yunfei introduced the saintess of the Chinka Fox clan of the 10,000 Demon City. Su Qianchen is a teammate grandpa found for you in the Skycloud competition. She promised me that she would protect you well in the competition. Su Qianchen, seeing that Te had arrived, stepped forward. Her eyes swept around Zhong Chen. She smiled, holding his arm, saying, "Zhong Chen, hello. I've often heard Lei Zi mention you, as expected. You're unusually handsome." Zhong Chen seemed to have realized something, forcing a smile, looking at Su Qianchen, replying, "Hello." No wonder Hua Yunfei changed today, so she's befriended a fox. Hua Yunfei, seeing that the greeting and introduction were over, happily went to her supercar, looking at the two, saying, "You to get in the car." She said to Zhong Chen, "Zhong Chen, let me tell you, Qianchen is at the peak of the 6th transfer, no less than Wuji." After the two got in the car, Hua Yunfei continued, "Everyone knows that you're only at the 3rd transfer. Participating in the Skycloud competition is really difficult, but don't be pressured. If it really doesn't work, we'll just surrender." Su Qianchen, seeing Hua Yunfei's happy and caring appearance, couldn't help but smile. She said, "Stop messing around. Let's go to the hotel quickly. Did I hear wrong?" Zhong Chen, hearing it, was confused, but he was sure that he hadn't misheard. He blankly turned to Hua Yunfei, asking, "What are we doing at the hotel?" Hua Yunfei, full of shyness and embarrassment, tightly clasped her hands, shyly replying, "Doing." Su Qianchen smiled, nodding repeatedly, saying, "That's right." Zhong Chen, at this time, felt that something was wrong, panicking, exclaiming, "Doing what? Why is that right?" At this moment, on Penlai Island, one of the 3 overseas islands, a tall, muscular young man was standing in a lava volcano. One of the 3 overseas islands, Zubation, there's no heat like the heat of wanting to level up. Zubation soaked in the lava, training his body. Each muscle was burned and reborn, repeating like that. He endured the pain, breathing heavily. From the sky, a flock of monsters hunting for prey saw Zubation alone in the lava, calling loudly, rushing over. Zubation smirked, calmly waiting for the flock of monsters to approach, then looked up, power gradually gathering in his left eye, like a stream flowing. He shouted, "Fire God Eye Fusion!" Each stream of dark red power increased. Then, his eye suddenly shone like a spotlight in the night, shooting out in all directions, infernal fire. The light swept across the monsters. They were immediately cut in half, the corpses falling to the ground. Zubation began to move out of the lava lake, stepping onto the shore. His eyes still radiated a hot, red light, sweeping over the monster corpses. He coldly said, "The power is still good, just one glance can eliminate a 6th stage fierce beast. It's a pity that I'm only 6th transfer, unable to unleash the perfect power of the Fire God Eye, but for this Skycloud competition, it's enough. After all, this is a part of a true god. Zhong Chen's head of Great Xia will ultimately belong to me." Transitioning to the picturesque overseas islands region. The rumbling sound we're hearing through the screen now signifies we're at the War God Academy's 100x gravity training room. A man stands at the entrance. Let's go check it out together. Due to my acquaintance with the cameraman here, the situation inside the training room is extremely intense. A stone monster with a colossal physique, wielding fists of 1,000 tons, charges at a girl with pigtails and a red dress. Fortunately, her small stature is an advantage, combined with her agile body. She quickly leaps up, elegantly dodging the attack with a spectacular maneuver. With a spin and a twist, the girl swiftly counterattacks with a dancing girl long leg technique. A single blow, delivered with full spirit, strikes the opponent's head, rendering the monster incapable of counterattack. Not giving her opponent a chance to dance before her, she quickly gathers strength in her palm. A brilliant red stream of power ignites the air. She leaps up, her eyes sharp as knives, and throws a punch at the monster. The god's hand contract, the ice rhythm fist, unleashes a punch, its power engulfing the entire area. The bright red pressure, like a shield, descends, leaving the monster with nowhere to retreat. Heading towards the loving punch from the beautiful lady. Whether it was the sound of a broken heart or the monster's body shattering, chunks of earth and stone exploded outwards. The battle ended. The girl stood up and surveyed her work. Her body was weary, her hands on her hips, she let out a sigh. According to the cameraman, this beauty is Uyanju, the number one of the Overseas Islands War God Institute. A few minutes after the fighting concluded, the training room door slowly opened, and the man who had been standing at the door earlier slowly walked in. Yanji, how is the god's hand contract? Upon seeing him, Yanji immediately clasped her hands in greeting and respectfully replied, "Master." Sitting amidst the debris, after a thorough analysis, she seriously replied, 95% compatibility. My close combat skills can be perfectly executed with the god's hand contract, but there are still slight deficiencies in the two golden skills. The spirit guiding ability of the god's hand contract has not yet reached perfection. Her master listened, astonished yet pleased. Her master nodded. 95% is already a very high compatibility. You must remember you are only a mortal. Her master continued to approach, looking at her and saying, using a 6 rotation body to control the god's hand, which is already extremely difficult, to achieve perfection is almost impossible. With your current strength, even a 7 rotation would not be your opponent. Yanja listened as if contemplating, and she said, Master, I heard that the Holy See also has a 6 rotation who can equip 3 divine parts. Is that true? Her master nodded seriously, remembering the purple-haired young man and calmly saying, It's true, and that's not his limit either. He is the number 1 saint of the Holy See, the most terrifying genius of the Overseas Islands, Yunwaksu. Yanji's master continued, this time the Flame Venerable is sending him to strike fear into the Great Zia team, to make them kneel in submission. The entire process will be broadcast live. I wonder what the expressions of the Great Zia people will be then. It's truly something to look forward to. Returning to Zhongchen, the current year is 739 in the story, and I am your narrator. We are currently at Demon Capital Port. Zhongchen walks stylishly amidst the fervent cheers of young and old on both sides of the road, escorted by bodyguards. A series of shouts erupt, God's baby, we are the Breastfeeding Mothers Club supporting you. God's baby, keep it up, don't be nervous, surrender if you can't win. Bug demon, bug demon, bug demon, disaster has appeared, who dares to contend? Sea suppressing king, town sea king invincible, crush the islanders. As he walked through the cheering crowd, Zhongchen's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He could only force a smile, feeling a sense of dread in his heart. But when he heard the frantic shouts of the mothers, he yelled back, crush my foot. I'm only a 3 rotation. They're all 5 or 6 rotation, just surviving is enough. That's right. It's good that God himself is participating. Don't put unnecessary pressure on yourself. Well, thank you for your concern. Please don't say such things in the future. Thank you. It sounds like a punch to the ear. On the tall city wall, Ji Hongyan and Gu Kaishan, Su Qianchen, and several other important figures were present. Everyone looked at the lively atmosphere below with emotion. Ji Hongyan rested his chin on his hand and watched. I heard that before the epoch, there was a term called top stream. I never understood it before, but now seeing Zhongchen, I understand. Du Kaishan looked at his disciple from afar and smiled involuntarily. Yes, in all my years, this is the first time I've seen such a scene. Zhongchen tried his best to escape from a girl and quickly used his technique to go and meet his master. Once he climbed up, he collapsed and gasped for breath. This is more tiring than fighting a battle. Su Qianchen quickly went over and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Ji Lingqi watched him and commented. Du Kaishan looked at him and clicked his tongue. The kid wants more after getting something. After a few minutes, Zhongchen regained his composure and stood up. Su Qianchen stayed behind him, holding his arm. Ji Lingqi looked over and without much ado introduced Zhongchen. These are your 3 good teammates. I searched everywhere for you. Su Qianchen smiled gracefully and gave the 2 people in front of her a bewitching glance, saying with a smile, we meet again. Ji Lingqi continued, you already know Su Qianchen. In front of them was a distinguished young man wearing glasses, looking very intellectual. He lightly pushed his glasses with 2 fingers, and light matrices of light surrounded him, indicating he possessed considerable strength. This is the head of the Haran Library, Meng Xingchen, currently at 6 rotation Taoist sage level. He smiled and said, John Chen, Mao's road is endless, who in the world doesn't know you? Next, Jilinkui introduced the man in white, who appeared like an immortal descending to earth. A friendly smile, like that of a flower, always graced his lips. Beneath his feet was the radiance of martial arts. This is the #1 genius of Wudang, Zhong Mingchu, a 6-rotation Tai Chi secret keeper master. He smiled and said, a pleasure, Zhong Chen. After the spectacular introduction, Su Qianchen couldn't help but lean close to Zhong Chen's ear and whisper. These two, one is overt, the other is subtle, they are very memorable. Zhong Chen heard this and nodded in agreement with a smile. What you said is indeed easier to remember. Everyone, please enlighten me. Su Qianchen smiled gracefully, raising her fan to cover her lips and saying, don't worry, we will all protect you. Ducation and Jilinkui looked at the two and were speechless. Do they really think no one can hear them? Everyone here is a master, not death. Jilinkui didn't bother to say anything more and plopped down on a chair, ordering Ji Hongyan, all right, it's almost time, and everyone is here. Hongyan, please introduce the competition rules. Ji Hongyan bowed and replied, yes, sir. With that, Ji Hongyan quickly extended his hand, and a faint light appeared in the air, followed by a 3D simulation of the island's region. This competition will be held on a small island located between Demon Capital and Overseas Islands. This island is named Chonyan Island, hence the competition is called the Chonyan Competition. After displaying the location where everyone would compete, Ji Hongyan continued, the first round is the Azure God ranking. The rules were set by Overseas Islands. The Azure God realm was created by Overseas Islands using the divine soul and sea of consciousness of a level 9 Kraken's corpse. In this world, one cannot use their own external power to resist the outside world, there are no combat effects, and no boosts in benefits. Ji Hongyan continued, the 3D image gradually transformed into a pentagonal shape representing attributes. The Azure God ranking is about overcoming 5 rounds and defeating 6 generals. The shorter the time to clear a round, the higher the rank. The 5 rounds test the 5 basic attributes: strength, speed, physique, endurance, and spirit, which are the most fundamental tests of one's strength. Jilinkui heard this, then swept his eyes across the assembled crowd, saying, slaying 6 generals means exactly what it says. They will bring out 6 gatekeepers, and if you can kill them, you pass the round. Hongyan looked at everyone and continued to explain, in the first round, all contestants must complete it alone, with no one helping each other. There are a total of 100 people on both sides. Being in the top 50 will result in a promotion. Those who are promoted will enter the second round, the trial secret realm. This secret realm is created by our Great Seer. I will notify everyone in a timely manner. The top 50 promoted contestants will have a significant impact on the characteristics of the second round. With that, Ji Hongyan waved his hand gently, and the 3D island in front of them transformed into a blue water sphere. He said that the entire competition process would be broadcast live on this water screen, so it was best to win, but if they lost, they should at least lose with dignity. Everyone understood after hearing the explanation. He continued, WUJI, you are the team leader for this competition, and the responsibility is great. Ji Hongyan scanned the entire venue, and seeing that everyone seemed very quiet, he continued, logically speaking, Zhong Chen's level is not enough to participate in the competition. However, he is the sea-suppressing king, and it would be inappropriate for him not to be present. Therefore, everyone should support him and protect him as a mascot. Hearing this, Zhong Chen's expression changed, and he was stunned. Everyone else was also frozen for 5 seconds. WUJI's face was stiff. Everyone heard it and knew that the trouble had arrived, but they still replied, understood. Su Qianchen didn't care, seeing Zhong Chen's expression. She poked his cheek with her finger. Zhong Chen was stunned and didn't care about Su Qianchen's actions. He mumbled dazedly, a mascot. I guess I don't need face. Su Qianchen heard him and giggled, saying that everyone meant well. Just accept it, Zhong Chen muttered as he sat down. The first round seems to be nothing. The second round, where killing is allowed, is also nothing. As he sat in a daze, Gu Keishan suddenly approached and said, the first round might be a bit difficult for you, as the elemental particles in the Void God realm are very scarce, which could greatly affect your lightning system. Hearing this, Zhong Chen quickly said, Master, don't worry, my goal is the top 50, nothing more. After that, everyone had a clear understanding of the upcoming competition. Ji Hongyin quickly waved his hand, and the anchor was raised. The Yong and I sailed towards Jianyan Island. All right, it's almost time, prepare to set sail. The ship began to leave the port, and the Yong and I sailed away. Zhong Chen looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, this ship is so magnificent, is it bigger than Yingzhon's? Gu Keishan also looked up and smiled, saying, of course, this is a divine weapon of the third-tier divine weapon. Would you lead everyone on the ship, quickly finding a stable position? Ji Hongyin announced. Everyone board the ship and set sail for Jianyan Island. The crowd stood around the port. The people saw the ship sail away from the shore, but the cheers still echoed. Great Zia, victory! Great Zia, victory! Great Zia, victory! In a flash, they arrived at Jianyan Island. In front of them was a modern architectural structure like a star in the universe, with rows of seats. Everyone found a spot and sat down. Zhong Chen was very surprised. This is truly a top-notch chessboard. Ji Hongyin sat with his legs crossed and explained, this is called a spirit chessboard. Although it is a first-tier divine weapon, it is not very useful. It can only restrain people and is just for show. Zhong Chen, who had gone from delighted to astonished, was rapidly deflated. He uttered and surprised that a first-tier divine weapon had such a display. After everyone had settled into their seats, a girl approached from the side, carrying a tray of gold rings. She presented them one by one in front of them. The girl bowed politely and explained, these are identification equipment for entering the Void God realm. Please take one according to your name. Just put it on your hand. Hearing this, Zhong Chen picked up a ring and began to put it on. Zhong Chen saw that the start time of the competition was approaching. He looked around and saw only himself. Then he turned to Su Qianchen. By the way, haven't the opponents arrived yet? She turned and smiled charmingly, saying, why are you in such a hurry? There are still 10 minutes left. Zhong Chen got goosebumps from her cooing voice. I mean, does normal conversation need to be so flamboyant? Su Qianchen giggled. From afar, 3 streaks of light suddenly flashed past. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the still dazed Zhong Chen. Look, haven't they arrived? Ahead, streaks of light flashed one after another like a meteor shower, and the figures of the contestants from the 3 islands appeared. Among them, leading the way were Yinwuxu, Yanjid, Zubation, and other supporting characters. Ding Chanchu saw the group of opponents appear and immediately felt annoyed. What a cursed bunch! He jumped up and said affectionately, damn it, what's with this pretentious demeanor? What's the point of using magical artifacts with appearance effects for teammates? Nangongyan calmly crossed his arms and swept his gaze at him, saying nothing. No one considers you insignificant. Wuji sat and observed. He narrowed his eyes and assessed each of them. Their gazes were sharp, and their auras were strong. Among them, at least 5 had installed divine components. Saint Child No, one of the Holy Palace, Yinwuxu, had at least 3. Ding Chanchu heard this, slumped down, but still grumbled and shouted, damn it, why are these scoundrels so arrogant? They don't even bother to conceal their auras. Nangongyan helplessly said, come on now. Wuji noticed the situation and said, Chanchu, the first round is manageable, but in the second round, find me to join forces. Meanwhile, the support trio from our Zhong Chen's side had also watched and evaluated the competition beforehand. Please tell us and the audience what you think. Su Qianchen smiled. The arrogant idiot from the divine magic over there. I have a 50% chance of dealing with him. What about Zhong Mingchu? I can handle that later. Even if I can't win, I can stall him effectively. What about the elegant valedictorian? I'll take care of that beauty from the War God Institute. I can teach her poetry face to face. My own team is too cool. Returning to the competition scene, Wujio raised his eyebrows and looked at the opposite contestants. He said to Zhong Chen, I'm not confident I can win Yinwaksu. If you encounter him later, he immediately surrendered and retreated. Zhong Chen stared at Wujio in disbelief. Even you are not confident. While our contestants are observing their opponents, the opponents are also observing us. Yinwaksu saw Zhong Chen and Wuji looking at him. He raised his hand and made a gesture, sweeping it across his neck, with a smirk on his face. Zhong Chen, Wuji, you're dead. Zhong Chen saw Yinwaksu, this addict-like face, wanting to hang him before anything even happened. Zhong Chen's hand flipped over, and he hit the dislike button repeatedly. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he said, Is that so? How terrifying. Then I must remember all your faces carefully, lest I miss someone when I kill you. A purple light suddenly appeared in the sky, tearing through space against a backdrop of white clouds and blue. It's been a long time since we've seen so many old friends. Everyone looked up, the spatial gate opened, and a figure stepped through. Yongming smiled confidently and greeted everyone, esteemed sirs, long time no see. Recognizing the visitor, everyone exclaimed in surprise, Is that the traitor of Great Xia, Yongming? In an instant, all the major figures stood up as if erupting from a volcano. Ji Hongyin's magic power was unleashed, and weapons were at the ready. Ji Linkyu's eyes were like daggers as she looked at Yongming. So you've been hiding in the Three Islands overseas all these years. Since you dare to show yourself, prepare to die. Lucatian, at the front, exuded killing intent. He brandished his sword and shouted, No need for you to act, I will personally kill him. Yongming, as if meeting old friends, ignored their words about skewering him and grinned, My esteemed sirs, there's no need to rush our reunion. Let's settle this after the competition. If you win this grand match, I'll accept my fate. With that, he waved his hand, and an ancient text appeared on the screen. Yongming explained to everyone, This is the Void God ranking. The entire process of the preliminary rounds for all contestants will be broadcast live here. It's important to note that once you enter this round, you cannot withdraw, you must either complete it or die. There is no time limit, and the bottom 50 participants will be eliminated. Hearing this, Gukashin's expression changed rapidly. His eyes widened in shock. They didn't mention that we couldn't withdraw midway. Could this be a conspiracy against Zhong Chen? In the absence of external forces, Zhong Chen's participation is extremely dangerous. It would be best to withdraw now. Ji Linkyu's entire face stiffened, her brows furrowed, and her voice lowered. If we forfeit before the start, Great Xia's prestige and momentum will suffer greatly. Lucatian, disregarding all objections, believed that no competition was more important than the life of his most cherished disciple. He shot forward like an arrow towards the contestants, his face grim as he spoke. I don't care about anything else. My disciple's life is paramount. Seeing his mother hen-like protection of his friend, Ji Linkui didn't hesitate and followed. Fine, old Zhong once said that protecting Zhong Chen is the most important thing. Yongming, timing perfectly with the countdown, had the amiable demeanor of an elder brother. He grinned and pointed at the clock. Time is running out. Prepare to enter the Void Realm. Gukashin rushed to the competition hall, gasping for breath, his eyes scanning for his disciple. He shortened his strides from 2 steps to 1. Zhong Chen immediately took off his teleportation ring. We're withdrawing. There are only 8 seconds left in the countdown. Zhong Chen remained seated calmly, unmoving. He replied to his master with conviction, No, master, I cannot withdraw. Zhong Chen looked at Gukashin with resolute eyes, unwavering. He replied seriously, If I withdraw, Great Xia will lose face. How can we then hope to reclaim the Three Islands? Gukashin knew he didn't have much time to argue with this stubborn young man. He was so anxious that cold sweat broke out. He placed his hand on Zhong Chen's shoulder and persuaded the rebellious youth, If you don't withdraw, you will. But Zhong Chen remained firm, refusing to back down. His body began to flicker, and the countdown had reached its end. Once the alarm sounded, the competition began. With a flash, Zhang Chen turned into a beam of light and soared into space. Du Caixin's hands suddenly froze in midair. Zhang Chen's voice echoed, "Master, I'm going." "Don't worry," with a whoosh. Zhang Chen was no longer visible before Du Caixin. Du Caixin was furious. He glared at Yongming, inwardly cursing his entire lineage. He bellowed, his voice hoarse, "If my disciple suffers the slightest harm, I will bathe the 3 islands in blood, even if it costs me my life." Ji Hongyin quickly stopped him and calmly advised, "Du Caixin, calm down. It's done now, let's just watch. Perhaps Zhang Chen will surprise us." Opening his eyes again, Zhang Chen saw a stone gate before him, adorned with glowing golden runes. He looked around. There was nothing else. This is the strength trial. The mission is to destroy 50 stone gates and escape the corridor. Zhang Chen braced himself and leapt forward, his body as light as a feather. His fist was engulfed in roaring flames. This trial is too simple yet brutal. A single punch, imbued with destructive power, struck the stone gate. A rumbling sound echoed, causing cracks to appear. Invincible divine fist. As the stone gate showed signs of collapse, Zhang Chen quickly retreated a few steps. However, in an instant, the runes on the gate suddenly lit up. Boom! The cracks on the gate healed completely, as if they had never been there. Zhang Chen's eyes flickered. Self-healing capabilities, regeneration abilities are only effective within a certain range. Zhang Chen immediately moved forward, unleashing punch after punch imbued with power. "I need to hit faster than its recovery rate." After passing the first stone gate, Zhang Chen approached the second. The runes on the second gate were more complex than the first, suggesting the difficulty would increase gradually. The hardness of these gates is estimated to be from 5th to 6th dan. Zhang Chen sensed that the atoms around were still in motion. In that case, he clenched his fist, gathering streams of lightning around his body and concentrating them in his hand. Although there are few lightning elements here, they are not entirely absent. "Let's try infusing my fist with lightning again." His long legs planted on the ground, he spun his body and delivered a swift, accurate blow to the stone gate. Invincible lightning fist. Pieces of stone shattered. The effect is good. If that attack had damage, let's try lightning flash next. A bolt of lightning rapidly shot out like a bright streak. It works. Zhang Chen approached the stone gate and reached out to feel it. He scanned it, assessing the situation. "If I only rely on brute force to smash them, my speed will surely be inferior to those 5th and 6th dan individuals. I need to find a combination of skills to maximize my advantages." Earlier, I noticed that hitting different spots caused the runes to glow differently. Zhang Chen stared at the runes on the gate for a few seconds. The fainter the runes, the weaker they are. "Let's try to find a common weakness on all the stone gates. There's no point in sharpening an axe when you can just chop wood. Passing to gates will be enough to verify this." At the same time, outside the competition hall, the Void God ranking was buzzing with excitement. Wuxu, 3 islands, 17 gates. Yanje, 3 islands, 15 gates. Zubation, 3 islands, 15 gates. Wuji, Great Zia, 13 gates. Suqianshan, Great Zia, 11 gates. Zhang Chen, Great Zia, 3 gates. Looking at the ranking board, the standings were not good. Only 2 people from Great Zia were in the top 10. After scanning the ranking list, Du Caixin angrily cursed, "Damn it, this is so unfair. They said no external forces were allowed yet. They are using divine artifacts." Ji Hongyin crossed his arms and looked at the ranking board. Divine artifacts have been integrated and are considered part of the body. We just have to accept it. Zhang Chen is at a significant disadvantage this round. Meanwhile, the elders of the 3 islands smirked arrogantly. "Look, Zhang Chen is at the bottom of the rankings." Flame Sovereign was worried. Yon Ming, sitting nearby, exuded an oppressive aura and said unhappily, "The ancients said, when there is a need, there is no worrying. Flame Sovereign is the wisest. Even if Zhang Chen is at the bottom, it doesn't mean Flame Sovereign is worrying in vain." Hearing this, the elders immediately retracted their mocking attitude and bowed their heads like chastised children, answering guiltily, "Yes, yes." Du Caixin looked at the projection screen worriedly. Zhang Chen passed the first 2 gates smoothly, Why is he stuck on the third? Ji Hongyin shook his head. It's not necessarily being stuck. He might be finding the optimal solution. Ji Linghui looked up and stepped towards Gukashin, but with his current abilities, he was still far behind others. Never mind, even if he's at the bottom, as long as he's safe, that's enough. Is this really Ji Linghui? Has he changed his ways? Gukashin remained silent for a few seconds. Old Ji, you've changed. Your last sentence resonates with me. The crowd and the elders also stopped, glancing at the performances of other contestants. Also, look there. The geniuses of the Dragon Clan, 19, 20, 21, 22, they aren't rushing either. But unlike Zhong Chen, they approach leisurely before punching. It's unclear what they are doing. On the screen, the contestant who was previously relaxed suddenly accelerated, his body spinning, and he delivered a powerful blow to the door. El Qian, the #1 genius of the Dragon Clan, suddenly accelerated. The others also started climbing the rankings. In one breath, with a destructive force of over 100 kilometers per hour, he tore through the wind, leaving a trail of energy that pierced the screen. All the doors were broken. He cleared a straight path, and the crowd screamed until their ears were ringing. El Qian surged forward to quickly, not losing to the top few. Look, the leaderboard has been updated. 11th place, LQIN, Overseas Islands, 23 gates. 13th place, Oakun, Overseas Islands, 21 gates. The crowd erupted. El Qian is about to enter the top 10. El Kun is close behind. Ji Hongyin looked at the screen in disbelief, covering his mouth in astonishment. In less than 2 minutes, El Qian entered the top 5, surpassing Feng Wuji Sai. Gukashin and Ji Linghui quietly observed the situation without speaking. These contestants are truly amazing. He entered the top ranks in one go. He looked over to check Zhong Chen's situation. Why isn't anyone there? Where is Zhong Chen? A moment later, Zhong Chen's figure reappeared on the screen. His fist, carrying lightning and oppressive force, filled the screen, breaking through countless stone doors and charging forward. Gukashin was stunned by the attack. Is that lightning flash? But the lightning element here isn't strong enough to break stone doors. Although Gukashin couldn't understand it, the truth was right before his eyes. Ji Linghui stepped forward to take a closer look. Ji Hongyin excitedly turned and patted Gukashin's shoulder, exclaiming, Gukashin, look at the leaderboard. 51st, Zhong Chen, Great Zia, 17 gates. 50th, Zhong Chen, Great Zia, 18 gates. 49th, Zhong Chen, Great Zia, 19 gates. Zhong Chen is catching up. He's already in the top 50. My most favored disciple is in the top 50. Gukashin's entire face lit up with a happy smile, his eyes shining. Zhong Chen is in the top 50 and still going. Zhong Chen, keep pushing forward. After breaking through another door, he rubbed his wrist and took a few deep breaths. 30 gates. It's getting harder to break through. This isn't good. If I drink the ancient divine essence blood, I'll be unconscious for a week. If I can fuse with the scarlet armored giant beetle, I'm thinking of a faster way to break the doors. Suddenly, Xiao Chan's voice echoed through the communication channel. Zhong Chen was surprised. Xiao Chan, you can come in here. Xiao Chan, sitting on a tree branch, looked at him gently and replied through the communication channel, Don't joke, dear. My essence is that of time, unbound by any space. Zhong Chen suddenly remembered. I forgot. Xiao Chan smiled and said through the communication channel, Dear, I've discovered that the divine artifact components of the scarlet armored giant beetle can still be used here. Hearing this, Zhong Chen exclaimed in surprise, What? As long as I fuse directly without going through this space, they can still be used. Xiao Chan nodded and gently dropped himself from the branch. In theory, yes, the scarlet armored giant beetle can't go out, but it can still be fused. To put it plainly, this place only restricts my 9 transformations. If that's the case, then everything is easily resolved. Zhong Chen immediately called out to his beloved son. Xiaojie, fuse all the scarlet armored giant beetles with me. Contrary to his father's excited expression, Xiaojie lightly pushed his glasses up with his hand and calmly replied, Sorry, father, I'm busy studying and don't have time. Jiang Chen thought he misheard something. "My beloved son, you are the scarlet armored giant beetle, not a bookworm. What are you studying at a time like this?" Jiang Chen thought he had broken through the doors so much that his head was spinning. Seeing his son genuinely studying, not pretending, he quickly asked Shajia, "When did you get all this stuff?" Shajia seriously scrolled through the lines of text and replied, "Last time I saw people going to school." Jiang Chen almost fell over when he heard this. He quickly placed his hand on his studious son's shoulder and said seriously, "I don't have time. Hurry up and finish this, and I'll let you study." Shajia's eyes lit up as he looked at him. "Really, it's a crucial moment. Father, put studying aside." When Jiang Chen heard his son ask back, he quickly said, "Talk less. If you're not quick, I'll use the authority of the insect lord to rule over you." Hearing this, Shajia quickly replied, No, I'll listen to you." 6 million scarlet armored giant beetles fuse. The next moment, all the offspring insects immediately obeyed and began to fuse. Jiang Chen's entire body began to emanate a burning power, his eyes ablaze, and his fists emitting surging oppressive force. Accordingly, the fusion entered its peak state. Jiang Chen felt a tearing sensation deep within his body. Every cell seemed to be screaming and awakening, radiating killing intent. After a few seconds, as his entire body began to adapt to the fused power, his body felt lighter. Jiang Chen began to move, swinging his fist towards the next door. A few hundred of them helped me open the ancient divine meridians before. Now, with 6 million, what are these stone doors? Jiang Chen thrust his 1,000-pound fist, tearing through the wind and charging straight towards the stone door. Timing his strike perfectly, he concentrated his power at his center of gravity. The surrounding air pressure expanded as if tearing through space, unleashing the heaven-suppressing angelic fist. The blow was delivered like a tempest. The roaring whirlwind swallowed everything in its path, surging towards the astonished crowd. They watched with their mouths agape at the leaderboard, unable to close them. What a divine display! Jiang Chen's grand descent, achieving such speed. Second, Yinwuxu, 3 Islands, Gate 50. Third, Eoqian, 3 Islands, Gate 47. Fourth, Ianji, 3 Islands, Gate 46. Fifth, Zubatian, 3 Islands, Gate 45. Sixth, Wuji, Grand Descent 45. Jiang Chen cleared the trial in 1 second. Impossible. Not only the spectators, but even the veteran elders were stunned speechless. The veteran elders of 3 Islands were mesmerized. Ji Hongyin looked at the leaderboard and exclaimed, "I didn't even have time to blink. Bucation, how did Jiang Chen do it?" Bucation's eyes widened, and he quickly replied, "He went to train in the Earth Abyss more than 2 months ago before the competition." Could it be that combined with that divine dark power? Ji Lingqi, upon hearing this, silently observed the screen without speaking. Ji Hongyin's eyes widened. 2 months of training for such formidable physical strength. Meanwhile, the elders of 3 Islands were shocked by the rapid updates on the leaderboard. Their eyes widened as if they would pop out, and their faces contorted in horror. He dares to push the Patriarch Bashan of our Dharma God Academy down to 5th place. Jiang Chen is not normal, is he cheating? Or perhaps he ate something, there's suspicion of doping. An ordinary person couldn't be this strong. Yang Ming's eyes narrowed to mere slits, his face taut, his brow furrowed in a forced smile. The higher he climbed, the more painful the fall. After passing through the stone gates, Jiang Chen advanced to the next round. The announcement for the speed trial stated, "Endure the sword chair from the stone pillars for 3 minutes or find an exit." Note: do not destroy the stone pillars. Observing the surroundings, the place was filled with paths formed by the stone pillars, etched with glowing runes. A maze with sword chair, truly perverse, but this trial is like a gift. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, his mind activated, the void eye opened the entire map. When he opened his eyes again, the maze immediately displayed a guiding light from the entrance directly to the exit in an instant. With his long legs of 1.8 meters, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and activated Thunder Flash in an instant. The lightning bolt zipped past, leaving only an afterimage, so fast that the naked eye could not perceive it. He ran swiftly along the guiding light, heading towards the exit, charging straight for the finish line. He sped through the maze. If he didn't encounter any obstacles, would it still be called a maze? Zhong Chen quickly summoned Sha Chan in his mind. With a 3-second prediction, he saw it in his consciousness. Moving towards the stone pillar in sight, Zhong Chen swiftly dodged, his body agilely avoiding the sudden sword Che attack, just as expected. With Spring-Autumn Cicada, what can sword Che do to me? He smirked. Relying on Sha Chan's ability, he quickly dodged all the appearing sword Che attacks and proceeded smoothly towards the finish line. 3 seconds is enough outside. The spectators were engrossed, constantly watching the Divine Spirit leaderboard. Zhong Chen's grand descent completed the speed trial. Seeing the updated leaderboard, they almost fainted. Zhong Chen cleared the second trial in an instant, so fast. Outside, the Dean of the Heavenly Craft Academy of 3 Islands Overseas stood up in shock, shouting, "How is this possible? The maze trial resets every time it's opened. Even I don't know the way. How could Zhong Chen do it? I don't even know my way around my own territory, yet an outsider just breezed through. I cannot stand this humiliation." The elders quickly stood up and walked towards Yongming. "Director Yon, Zhong Chen is definitely cheating. Director, please suspend him. We need to investigate." Yongming looked at the leaderboard and fell into a 3-second silence. Lu Kaixian heard this and stood up, showing no regard for courtesy as he pointed directly at Yongming and yelled, "Investigate my foot. My disciple has real ability. The competition rules were chosen by you. The Divine Spirit realm is also yours. Now that you're losing badly, you're just making baseless accusations. If you can't compete, you look for excuses. You think you can harm my disciple. You wish." The elder from 3 Islands frowned and retorted, "Your hands are clean. Zhong Chen is only at the 3rd transition and cleared it so quickly. He must be cheating." Lu Kaixian was not to be outdone. "You think you can slander my disciple. You wish." "Nonsense. You're at the 9th transition and talking like this. Are you even worthy of being an elder?" The elders heard this and became furious, their faces turning red. They shouted at Lu Kaixian, "You are now the nation's great descent. Aren't you going to maintain any dignity?" "Lu Kaixian, I have never bowed to anyone. What dignity matters when dealing with you insignificant insects? I extend my finger in a friendly gesture, my mouth constantly working at full capacity, and another one comes to be scolded. You've been a dog for the Immortal Clan and Sea Clan for too long. Your brains have shrunk." One insult ignited the opponent's fury. Yongming listened to the bickering and felt a headache. Unable to stand it any longer, he stood up and said, "Silence, both of you. I am the temporary referee." One declared Zhong Chen suspicious and suspend him. Upon hearing this, Lu Kaixian drew his sword from its sheath. His body moved agilely as he advanced towards Yongming. "How dare you? Traitorous beast!" The sword cut out in an arc, blasting forward. The elder from 3 Islands quickly blocked in front, unleashing a gust of wind to counter, shouting, "Lu Kaixian, do you want to fight?" Just as they were about to engage in a battle of 800 rounds and 7,749 moves, a beam of overwhelming sword Che flashed between them, causing both to stop immediately. "This is 9th transition sword intent." Jilingqi slammed his hand down on the table. The elders of 3 Islands frowned and scanned their surroundings, shouting at Jilingqi. Jilingqi calmly said, "All of you, retreat. Don't disturb my tea time." Yongming gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed as he looked at Jilingqi leisurely enjoying his cup of tea elegantly. He spoke indignantly, "Jilingqi, are you setting up a Hongman banquet? So what if it's 9th transition?" Jilingqi gently placed his teacup down. With a slight wave of his hand, Yongming was sent flying backwards, collapsing onto his chair. Jilingqi rested his chin on his hand, looking at the trash before him, feeling his eyes tainted. "Yongming, you are not qualified to be at this table. Flies should stay where flies belong." The elders couldn't react in time, only hiding behind Yongming, watching him being suppressed by Jilingqi's aura, his body being pushed back and stumbling onto the chair. Yongming shouted furiously, "Jilingqi, you?" As Yongming was about to stand up and retort, a voice echoed in his mind, "Stop." He was stunned for 3 seconds before slowly responding, Venerable Flame, Yang Ming regained his composure and then respectfully said, "Why do you stop me? Let Zhong Chen lead. The first round is our home ground." If the Grand Descent wins, the Flame Venerable immediately cut him off. "Yang Ming, you are good, but you lack composure. You've only passed two trials. What are you worried about? Zhong Chen is just a temporary phenomenon. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him. If we lose disgracefully now, our grand plan later will be difficult to execute." Through the large screen, Zhong Chen was steadily advancing to the next round, the third trial. Yang Ming glanced at it and then, as if remembering something, quickly said, "Cut off the 6 generals." "You mean, Venerable Flame?" The Flame Venerable chuckled softly. "Yes." While conversing in their minds, Jilingqi calmly spoke, "Senior, the Flame Venerable has arrived. Why not show yourself? This junior has admired you for a long time and has never had the chance to meet you." Yang Ming heard this and his heart sank. Immediately, space tore open, and a man with 6-pack abs, hands behind his back, majestically stepped out. "Junior G has made tea. I'll give you some face." The people of 3 islands collectively shouted, "Venerable Flame." He walked to Jilingqi's tea table and sat down. Jilingqi smiled. "Seeing your true appearance, it's as if 100 years of history have come alive. If the human emperor were still alive, this scene would surely be different." The Flame Venerable heard this and chuckled. "Different? The destruction of a nation is the same. Even if the ancient kingdom was great, its belligerence led to its demise. They didn't even understand the teachings of their ancestors. Only you flies still remember him." Jilingqi raised his teacup and replied with a smile, "Belligerent, or simply too stubborn to kneel. Better to die than to live like a dog." The Flame Venerable heard this and laughed, raising his teacup to look at Jilingqi. "What is it, young Master Ji? Do you want to argue?" Jilingqi put down his teacup and looked at the Flame Venerable, replying, "No, please have some tea. For the sake of fairness to the children, what do you think?" The Flame Venerable made no sound, glanced at the screen where Zhong Chen was standing. By the time he finished his tea, Zhong Chen had already passed the physical test. "Wuxi just passed the second test. It seems that you indeed have a not bad prodigy among you." Saying this, the Flame Venerable propped up his teacup with his hand, but it's unknown if he will live to achieve success. Jilingqi blew on his teacup. "Don't worry, I don't have a place for traitors now." With a whoosh, a sound alert rang out. The mental test required passing a high-pressure corridor. Be aware that the passage may shrink at any time. It only allows for pressure resistance, but not breaking the passage. In front of Zhong Chen appeared a giant pipe, densely covered with sharp spikes. The lightning element in the virtual god realm was even scarcer, not enough for a lightning flash to reach the destination. He stood observing, seeing it constantly change size in a short period. He pondered, even with the earthly prison body, it was not guaranteed that he wouldn't destroy the corridor. It was much harder than the previous stage. If it were a living creature, he could try. Zhong Chen channeled his energy and struck out a stream of green power. In an instant, the stream of power grew as if it had life, crawling into the passage. He decided to use his innate ability, the growth of all things, as a foundation. Sensing that the growth of all things had entered the passage, Zhong Chen quickly gathered lightning flashes. Following them, he combined the 2 attack techniques and charged forward. Relying on the lightning flash, Zhong Chen concealed himself and followed. But he hadn't gone far before he stopped abruptly. "Is it over already? I need to accumulate more." In an instant, the corridor narrowed again, and the spikes relentlessly pierced through his thick skin, entering his current location. "It's over, it's shrinking, and it's an active one." Zhong Chen immediately stood up, his hand emitting green energy as he shouted, "Growth of all things, resist." "It's no use, the pressure is too high. I can't hold on for long." The area kept shrinking, and the spikes were layered like a hedgehog. Zhong Chen hurriedly leapt, pulling on vines. The passage's scope continued to narrow. Zhong Chen gritted his teeth. "It's shrinking further. I have no choice but to risk it." He quickly stepped on the spikes and unleashed lightning flashes, his body light as a swallow as he darted forward. The final lightning flash was finally visible in front of him. Zhong Chen dashed through the gate, landing and sighing with relief. He had passed. Moving forward, an alert sounded. Mental test requires enduring mental attacks. Find the exit. Mental assessment. Seeing the task for this round, Zhong Chen curled his lips into a smile, flexed his limbs, and stepped forward. In his mind, he called out to Grandpa Tree, "Grandpa Tree, wake up. It's your turn for this level. The first prize is right before us." White snow covered everything. In the Great Xia Divine Origin Land, Mount Shen Kunlun stood alone outside the 8 major war zones. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, the entrance to the abyss lay dormant. Looking down from above, the foot of the mountain was an ancient and majestic ancient city. Huan Yu floated in the air, emanating a pervasive power, continuously chanting an incantation. Great Dream unconscious. The heavenly mechanism was sealed in the sky, converging light and gradually expanding into a net that enveloped the entire vast space. She said, "Mr. Fang, the heavenly mechanism barrier has covered the entire city." Seeing that the barrier was complete, Huan Yu stood on the tiled roof, looking towards Mr. Fang. "It's completely hidden now, undetectable by any power." "Rest assured," the old man nodded in response. "Very good. Guard the abyss entrance." Mr. Fang heard a shout from afar. "We welcome the god of slaughter." A troop armed with weapons tore through space and rushed out like a swarm of bees. Mr. Fang exclaimed in shock at this momentum. Huan Yu stood high above, looking down coldly at the surging crowd. Individually, these people were unremarkable, but when gathered, their combined military might could shake my seal. Old John, the Soul Lord, is not bad, having trained the god of slaughter army to this extent. A golden light flashed, and Zhong Xuanji appeared on the other side of the tiled roof. "It is an honor to be praised by you," Huan Yu said with a blank expression. "Don't get smug. The god of slaughter army doesn't guard the abyss, yet you've brought half of them here. What are you planning? Are you going to wipe out the 3 islands and play such a big game?" Zhong Xuanji took a few steps forward. "There's that intention, but it's not the most important thing. The main thing now is to protect Zhong Chen. I feel like something big is about to happen." Huan Yu frowned upon hearing this, asking doubtfully, "Something big?" Zhong Xuanji nodded and explained slowly, "Perhaps you don't know, but Zhong Chen's 9-turn treasury has multiplied into hundreds of billions." Upon hearing this number, Huan Yu exclaimed in surprise. "What? That kid dared not tell me." Zhong Xuanji shook his head. "Don't blame him. I told him to keep quiet. Not everyone has the talent for acting. True ignorance allows one to hide their true intentions." Huan Yu took a few steps forward, placing her hands on her waist, and said, "You're right. Whether it's Gukation, me, or Little G, we're not good at keeping secrets. The major event you're talking about is this." Zhong Xuanji frowned, speaking with a serious expression. "An ancient being has awakened in the abyss on the other side. They might have sensed something and ordered that Zhong Chen be killed at all costs. The primeval demon clan, ancient immortal clan, dragon clan, and demon clan, rarely united, have sent me an ultimatum. Within 3 months, if Zhong Chen is not handed over, the 10,000 races will launch a joint attack on Great Xia." Huan Yu became furious upon hearing this. "If they don't bother anyone, who dares to bother Zhong Chen? Whoever touches him, I'll deal with them. I'll kill as many as come." Zhong Xuanji shook his head, looking at her. "This time is different." He looked at her and calmly explained, "Actually, they could have waited for the heavenly Tao seal to be lifted in 3 months before acting. The reason they are so eager is that the 9-turn treasury is more terrifying than I imagined. When the 9-turn treasury exceeds its limit, it will evolve into the 9 nether. Those ancient beings seem extremely fearful of the 9 nether." Huan Yu watched Zhong Xuanji walk away silently. She turned and hurried to ask, "Do you mean that Zhong Chen might face a threat at the overseas 3 islands this time?" Zhong Xuanji glanced at her and replied, "Yes. But don't worry, we still have time." Huan Yu then said, "Even if I have to risk my life this time, I won't let you." Before she could finish, Zhong Xuanji quickly turned to look at her and exclaimed, "Don't say that. You are the soul of Great Xia. Without you, Little G and I cannot manage. Although you are older than us, your temperament is still that of a young woman." Suddenly, it started to rain. Zhong Xuanji quickly stepped forward to shield Huan Yu with his hand. In the future, Don't sleep anymore. Look at the mountains and rivers of Great Zir. Spend time with John Chen. A girl over 3 years old hugs a golden statue. Over 30 gives away mountains and rivers. Over 3 gives away an immortal altar. The current competition is in the 5th round, testing spiritual resistance, requiring endurance of mental attacks, finding an escape route, and moving forward. A heavy feeling descended. John Chen looked around to assess the situation. The somber atmosphere felt like a boulder pressing down on his shoulders. He thought to himself, is this all? Even without the tree grandpa, it won't trouble me. Walking a bit further, a giant monster suddenly appeared before his eyes, its eyes red, its mouth wide open, roaring threateningly at John Chen. Facing the monster, he remained calm and indifferent. This is the main event. John Chen calmly watched, mentally calling for Tree Grandpa to deal with it. Suddenly, Tree Grandpa shook violently, causing Shao Chan on the tree to hastily grab the tree trunk and cry out in alarm. In an instant, John Chen reached out and held his right cheek. His entire body emitted a fierce oppressive aura, his eyes shining brightly as if they were blades. John Chen's entire body suddenly flew into the air. His power erupted and shot out in all directions. The oppressive aura swept through the surrounding space, piercing through the monster's body, causing it to scream in pain and collapse. John Chen looked at the monster and let out a feint, deeming it weak. Outside the competition hall, there was a rapid change. The heavenly rankings. 1. John Chen of Great Zir completed 5 trials and defeated 6 generals. Waksu of the 3 Islands is currently undergoing a trial of strength. Su Qianchen of Great Zir is undergoing a physical test. Oh my god, the spectators cheered. He's already passed 5 trials, what's going on? We haven't even had time to understand the process of passing the trials, and he's already through the stage? On the stands, Gucation was excited, grinning from ear to ear and shouting, "Old G, see? John Chen passed another trial in an instant. He's my direct disciple, see?" Ji Hongyin also laughed heartily. I see. He's 5 minutes ahead of the second person." The 3 Islands team saw the top rankings and stood up. Yang Ming gritted his teeth. Impossible. Even with mental abilities, he can't do it. The elders and the dean of the Heavenly Engineering Institute vehemently denounced the results of John Chen. Cheating. It must be cheating. He just entered the 5th round, and his shoes aren't even dusty yet, and he's already passed. What a deception. Ji Lingqi, sitting and sipping tea, heard the people from the 3 Islands demanding a review. The unfairness of their own top-ranked contestant cheating infuriated her. He suddenly flicked over her teacup and said with a bored expression, resting her chin on her hand, "Such fine tea, and there are flies. It's quite a nuisance." The Flame Venerable saw this and couldn't help but frown. Ji Lingqi was not afraid and said with a gentle smile, "Senior the Flame Venerable, don't you agree?" The Flame Venerable looked at Ji Lingqi with a cold expression and did not reply. After a few seconds, he burst into laughter, raised his teacup, and replied, "Young friend, Ji is joking. With you and me here, what flies would dare to disturb us?" Ji Lingqi went along with it. "Senior is right, did I misjudge?" Yang Ming saw that the situation was unstable and quickly transmitted his voice to the Flame Venerable. "Master, John Chen is far ahead of the Saint Sun. Are you sure you can kill him in the slaying 6 generals round?" The Flame Venerable, doubted by his subordinate about his ability, immediately became indignant and growled, "How dare you doubt me?" Yang Ming heard the killing intent in the Flame Venerable's words. His body trembled, and he knelt down. "Your disciple dares not. Please, Master, quell your anger." The Flame Venerable then snorted and said, "What are you worrying about? Passing 5 trials has nothing to do with fighting. He can pass the trials with the effect of some medicinal power. Slaying 6 generals is different. He only has 3 transformations. He wants to use his body to resist an attack from 6-7 transformation cultivators. Dream on. If he can become a leader, he must have something superior. The plan is already set, just waiting for the opportunity. Moreover, among John Chen's 6 generals, I have planted a PK transformation divine soul. If something really happens, it will awaken on its own." Upon hearing the Flame Venerable's words, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still worried. Transferred 8 times, yet not detected. The Flame Venerable raised his teacup and took a sip. They had used the same move, only differing in strength. Who would have realized John Chen was isolated within? Who would have gone to verify? Having a brother who lacked salt was truly tiring, only capable of obedience. Both the Flame Venerable hands held teacups. The world knew John Chen was a 3-time transfer. What was strange about him being killed by a 6-time transfer, and the dead could not defend themselves? Hearing this, Yang Ming smiled and said, "Master Saint Ming is indeed despicable." He advanced to slay the 6 generals, requiring him to slay 6 generals and survive. The spatial gate opened. John Chen observed his surroundings. The area was covered by lava pits, with no exit. The setup of this arena was truly brutal, falling in meant certain death. John Chen extended his hand to try and gather lightning, but only a few small sparks flickered and then died out. There are no elemental fluctuations here at all. While he was contemplating, a group of people armed with weapons suddenly appeared from above and rushed at him. Kill. John Chen calmly assessed them. They've arrived. Judging by their aura, they must be 6-time transfers. With agile movements, John Chen dodged the attack. He unleashed his power. Xiao Chen predicted 3 seconds. She replied, "Yes, master." In his subconscious, some images flashed by. He leapt up, his body spinning, and looked at the approaching crowd. 3 people were taking advantage of the situation. John Chen gathered his strength in his palm. His body emanated astonishing power, his eyes blazing with brilliance, town-suppressing divine body, full power. John Chen aimed directly at the center of the group and delivered a punch, unleashing countless streams of pressurized air that tore through the wind. He sent the crowd flying. One of them seized the opportunity to attack from his flank and died. John Chen quickly caught the spear, blocking the attack. He then used his speed to break the spearhead. His long legs stepped forward, and his knee struck the opponent's face. Town-suppressing hegemonic divine, you are the ones who should die? With that, John Chen's long legs executed a 180-degree arc, kicking the enemy into the abyss. He fell with a splash and was quickly engulfed and consumed by the lava. After a second, it became quiet. Seeing their comrade like this, the crowd angrily raised their weapons and attacked together. John Chen's back stood silently. He showed no fear. 2 soldiers bravely charged forward. John Chen calmly turned around and knocked both of them away with a single punch. You truly won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Town-suppressing hegemonic divine fist. Behind him, a figure gradually awakened. He moved as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he was behind John Chen. The blade carried death. His bloodthirsty eyes smiled faintly. To awaken the old man, you do have some skill, but this is where it ends. On the stands, looking at the competition screen, Gu Keishan stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. John Chen has already defeated the 4th general. He will surely win. Ji Hongyin glanced at the match and nodded in agreement. Wuxu has also accelerated, but unfortunately, he missed too many beats. He can't catch up. The elder from the 3 islands saw the unfavorable situation, frowned, and exclaimed, "Are we going to lose like this?" After Yang Ming was supported by the Flame Venerable, he casually rested his chin on his hand and smiled. "What are you worried about? He who laughs last, laughs best." Ji Lingqi raised his teacup and said to the Flame Venerable with a smile, "Senior the Flame Venerable, your sect leader Yang is suddenly so confident about winning." The Flame Venerable chuckled at this. He was just scolded by me. One must have a good mindset in a competition. If you get flustered over such a small matter, it's a disgrace to my reputation. The 6-turn cultivators moved like hungry wolves, gripping their swords tightly and moving like lightning. When they were only a few steps away from John Chen, they raised their hands and struck with a move. Overlord Saber Slash. John Chen quickly activated the 3-second prediction. In an instant, John Chen sprinted towards them, his agile body dodging the attacks. To him, these saber moves were not worth mentioning. You guys swinging your sabers like this wouldn't even be enough to perform on the street. Just as he dodged one blow, suddenly from above, someone used a move to shield him and shouted Overlord Saber Slash, aiming directly at Zhong Chen's back and striking down. Zhong Chen saw it as if a huge mountain was collapsing, and he felt immense pressure. How is the speed so different from the others? It's too fast to dodge, there's no time to dodge anymore. A saber strike came down. Zhong Chen hastily used his hand to block the blow. The ear-splitting sound echoed, "I can't dodge." "Then I'll block it." Anyway, the saber energy swept through. Just as Zhong Chen thought that if he could block this blow, he would find an opportunity to counterattack, there was a rumble. His body suddenly couldn't move. "This saber energy is not right. I can't move. How can this be?" Seeing that Zhong Chen blocked the blow, the soldiers immediately pulled up and attacked him fiercely, their saber edges sweeping out several shining slashes. Overlord Saber Slash. Zhong Chen's body was only conscious. He struggled, but his body remained immobile. Seeing them attack, he could only clench his jaw and endure the damage. The shining slashes overlapped and struck Zhong Chen, sending him flying far away. He was forced to passively accept the attack, his entire body like a ragdoll being kicked away. The damage was doubled and compounded. Zhong Chen suffered a full combo of 2 slashes from a 6-turn cultivator, causing him to vomit syrup from his throat immediately, his internal organs feeling as if they were burning. Through the small screen, Ducation saw his most beloved disciple being beaten like a sandbag, and he became worried and panicked. Zhong Chen is not all right. That saber energy couldn't hurt him before. What's happening now? It seemed that he and Ji Hongyan both realized something. Ji Hongyan frowned and said, "Cheating. They must be cheating." Ducation was so anxious that he couldn't wait any longer and wanted to go in to rescue him, but he was stopped by Ji Hongyan. Ducation yelled, "Let me go. I have to go save Zhong Chen." Ji Hongyan understood his feelings, but it was impossible at the moment. "Calm down, Ducation. The match is not over yet. We can't go in." Ducation disregarded the struggle and said, "Even if I die, I must rush in." The Flame Venerable chuckled at this and said calmly to Jilingqi, "Little friend, is it your turn to be unbearable now?" Jilingqi frowned slightly, his voice cold. "Whether it's unbearable or not, you should know better than anyone." The Flame Venerable laughed heartily, "Of course I know, and the world is watching clearly." Jilingqi remained silent, understanding in his heart. Everyone knew that the original intention of having Zhong Chen participate was just to fill the quota, and nothing more was expected. But in the current situation, Jilingqi frowned tightly, his hand gripping the teacup. "It's okay if Zhong Chen loses, but he must survive. Otherwise, how can I explain it to old Jing? The oppressive blow was truly violent, causing Zhong Chen to be directly struck from the center of the rock into the burning lava abyss. With no handholds, his body completely plummeted like a stone. In the moment of life and death, Zhong Chen frantically called for his consciousness to return. "My lord, this is a critical moment." Zhong Chen's eyes snapped open, his entire body regaining consciousness. The heavy feeling that enveloped him earlier was gone, and the spiritual energy that had locked him had disappeared. Just in time. If it were seconds slower, the protagonist would have been replaced. Zhong Chen quickly turned around, activated his palm, and countless vines of all things growing emerged from the nooks and crannies, forming a protective shield. All things flourish, and the vines continuously grew, weaving into a net to support Zhong Chen's body. He landed gently. With the previous attack, that guy must have something. He looked up at the rock to observe. With the strength of a 6-turn cultivator, he couldn't break my prison suppression body. I should take advantage of this blind spot to investigate clearly. It's time to use it. Zhong Chen's eyes snapped open again, his gaze carrying a trace of red light flashing through the void. Al Hodo, the information displayed above the heads of the soldiers appeared before him. Serial number I-315, strength 6-turn. Serial number I-316, strength 6-turn. Serial number I-317, body 6-turn. Soul 8-turn peak. Name, Soul of Heaven Saber. Origin, 3 Islands overseas. Divine profession, Berserk Saber Master. Specialty, Spirit Lock. Berserk Saber Phantom. No wonder something felt strange. As expected, there was a problem. Damn it, Hiding a peak 8-turn soul within a 6-turn is quite insidious. His spiritual energy was hidden within the 6-turn saber energy. Outsiders would think I was exhausted and hit by 3 saber strikes. Such a disguise is definitely a special gift for me. After analyzing the situation, Zhongchen looked at the saber marks on his body and asked doubtfully, "Xiaojie, why was our defense broken?" Xiaojie replied, "The low-level insects in my chest were killed by the saber energy just now, and they are now repairing the wound for father." Xiaojie suddenly appeared from the air, her eyes sharp as knives, and she said coldly, "How dare you injure father?" "I'm going to eat him." Zhongchen's face froze for 3 seconds. "Xiaojie, how did you get out?" Her gaze fixed on the heaven saber. "It was impossible before, but now I can destroy the entire Void God realm." Zhongchen Chia never expected this. "My child is furious. Even the male protagonist is scared." He quickly patted her hair to calm her down. "Xiaojie, be good. It's not time for you to appear. If the name is not proper, the words will not be smooth. Wait a little longer. Father has a way to overcome this obstacle." Hearing this, Xiaojie was somewhat appeased. "Xiaojie will wait." After answering Zhongchen, Xiaojie quickly went to find Xiaojie to have a heart-to-heart talk. "Useless Xiaojie, if father is injured again, I will eat you and your children." Xiaojie broke out in a cold sweat. The elder sister is truly angry now, and she's not using any euphemisms in her speech. Xiaochen thought of something and quickly approached, saying, "My lord, I have a plan. We can." Zhongchen listened and immediately smiled. Coincidentally, I was thinking the same thing. Heaven Saber sensed Zhongchen's aura was still there and raised his eyebrows in doubt. Has he not given up yet? Is this Zhongchen still not dead? This saber strike seems to be too light for this guy. He ordered the other 2, "Go down and check." They obeyed the order and quickly headed towards where Zhongchen fell to check the situation. Just as the 2 of them stood on the edge of the rock, looking around for his figure, countless vines extended out. All things flourish. Woodman clone, a dark figure moved with incredible speed from below, relying on the branches of the vines and the rocks, gradually moving towards the center. His agile body instantly arrived in front of Heaven Saber. He exclaimed in panic, "This is..." Seeing Zhongchen, he quickly raised his saber, but his entire body was quickly entangled by the vines. He wondered, would taking advantage of the enemy's carelessness is also the best time to counterattack. Zhongchen landed a punch directly into his abdomen, prison suppression divine fist. Despite being hit like this, his body didn't seem to feel any pain. He turned around and drew a line with his hand. The saber energy pierced through, cutting a straight line at the neck. Overlord saber slash. But what the hell is making him stare? Why is there no syrup, skin, even chlorophyll green? What? Impossible. Truly, the more you live, the more you see. Suddenly he realized something. He observed the ground. Where Zhongchen's footsteps landed were spreading roots everywhere. As if he couldn't believe his eyes, he muttered, "Transfer to the system." Easy. The green-robed figures busily swung their swords at Zhongchen's clones, and one strike split another clone in half. While they were busy with the clones, he suddenly appeared from behind, his fist blazing with the heavenly prison punishing fist. Zhongchen landed a blow on the back of one of them, causing him to immediately spew syrup and collapse on the spot. Deal with the trash blocking you first. It's hard to kill him with obstacles. Zhongchen defeated one figure and quickly reached out his hand, and a vine immediately wrapped around the sword on the ground and flew towards him. "If you don't reveal your true form, I'll destroy your soul. Hu Chendao, let's see how long you can pretend." Hearing his name called out like that, Hu Qiandao's heart skipped a beat. How did this kid know him? He tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes becoming more venomous and cruel than ever. How did he know my name? I absolutely cannot let this brat live. Outside, the announcement board displayed the Void God ranking. Zhongchen, the Great Decapitation of the 6 Generals, 6th place. WUXUE, the 3 Islands Overseas Decapitation of the 6 Generals, 2nd place. He was initially worried sick, but now seeing his favored disciple turn danger into safety, Gucation smiled brighter than a successful harvest. "Little God, you're amazing, damn it. Even without hearing it, you're impossibly handsome." picking up the sword without breaking the rules, used the heaven-opening saber to chop him. Ji Hongyin, beside him, also exclaimed excitedly, "No, no, even I, who's so indifferent, am about to have a heart attack watching this." Ji Lingqi looked at the screen and chuckled softly, "Senior, whoever can't stand it will be revealed. The next moment will make it clear." The flame venerable looked on silently. Zhong Chen immediately grabbed the saber and drew sword energy, sweeping it out, the Overlord saber cutting weeds by the roots. Hu Chandao quickly extended his sword, also sweeping out a line, the oppressive aura of the two clashing and causing the rocks to tremble. Seeing that Hu Chandao was still pretending, he had given him a chance, but he had missed it, and now he was doomed. His eyes looked at him coldly, like looking at a dead man. "What the hell are you still pretending for? Watch me force you to reveal yourself." His consciousness spoke. "Xiao Chan, use 3 seconds as the unit to predict with all your might." Xiao Chan replied, "Yes, my lord." In less than 3 seconds, Zhong Chen transformed into a young man, from black hair to platinum blonde, exuding the aura of a powerful expert, the heavenly prison suppressing body at full power. His body seemed to transform into someone else, from shape to appearance. He held a sword, and behind him, a giant bloodthirsty monster seemed to appear, the war god transformation at full power, heaven-opening saber.